The girl's sobbing sound echoed in the room, which was as messy as if it had just been torn apart. She knelt beside the bed and felt sorry for the dying young man. There was a group of people at the foot of the bed. Even though they didn't say anything, from that coldness they didn't seem to have any sincerity. The girl wiped her tears with her hand and looked at the boy's shaky, trembling hands, sobbingly calling out to Elder Chu. Seeing that his master was about to die, Lai Sun's fifth disciple turned his head to his eldest disciple Deep Thursday Han and shouted, asking what to do when Chu Wen was about to go to the king of hell. Hearing that, this guy didn't have the slightest cold answer and coldly replied, "Why would an idiot like you even ask? Of course I'd find another elder to pay my respects to him, so why not just sit here and mourn for him?" No Fong's third disciple bowed down, shook his head, and exclaiming in disdain, he was indeed injured when he went out on a mission, wasting his time. The second disciple Lam Haonin stroked his chin proudly. If it weren't for me revealing his martial arts techniques, how could this old man have died so easily? The fourth disciple Vong Tran waved his fan and turned around, patting Lai Sun's shoulder and smirking. He died at the right time. He wanted to leave for a long time. Anyone who likes this monk's temple can stay. This young master went to worship the second elder who has the most female disciples as teachers. Hearing that, Tri No's face darkened, her hands clenched in anger, and she screamed. She stood up and shouted that if it weren't for Elder Chu, the five of you wouldn't have had a chance to set foot in the Fairy Mountain Gate. I'm afraid that by now you would have turned into a pile of white bones. You are truly a bunch of ungrateful animals. Treachery. This caused the five disciples' anger to flare up, cracking their knuckles. No Fong waved his hand and gave her a heavy slap, causing her to fall backwards. He looked coldly and said, "Who gave you the courage to show off?" In his eyes, a deadly red spark flashed. "How dare you speak to me like that?" At this moment, the ungrateful Deep Thursday Han glanced at the old man and told him, "There is no need to waste words on that incompetent trash woman. If she wants to stay and wait for death, then just stay." As he spoke, he conveniently took a bottle of medicinal pills from the table and said that anyway, the old trash's belongings have been swept away by us. Having said that, the scum guys all packed their things and left before leaving without forgetting to insult the girl. Haha, the trash elder is a perfect match for the trash female slave. It's really a good match. Tri No was angry, trembling, trying to get up and muttering about playing with his things. She had just used her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her eyes were full of anger, a group of miscreants, deserving of death. Hearing a soft voice calling Tri No's name, she quickly rushed to the edge of the bed and shouted, "Elder, how are you? Don't worry, those traitors can just leave now. Don't worry, you can let Trey's slave take care of you. Take good care of you." At this time, Chu Wen's lips were already pale and dry as he whispered, "After leading you up the mountain, I did not let you worship the master, nor did I instruct you to practice? Do you not blame me?" Hearing that, the girl's face turned red and she said that the hemorrhoid slave knew that he was inherently weak and had no reputation for practice. Initially, the elder saved the hemorrhoid slave from the hands of a slave trader. The hemorrhoid slave was extremely grateful to him, and never complained. Blame. Tri No only hates the unfairness of heaven, the rampage of evil, and good people who do not have a good ending. Tu Wen used his skinny, trembling hands to resist as much as possible to sit up and say that if I had accepted you as a disciple earlier, it would have been better. I tried to speak but my health did not allow me to cough. But cough cough cough. Seeing that, the little girl shouted loudly at the elder. The sunset sky radiates a brilliant golden light with a few scattered birds flying among a forest of green trees like Chu Wen's mood right now. But, his hand held a mouthful of blood that he had just coughed up, interspersed with a few leaves sadly saying that now we were like a candle that was about to run out. Hearing that, Tri No immediately knelt down. "If the elder doesn't mind, please accept her as a puppet. In the future she will personally kill all the villains to avenge the elder." If the elder did not agree, she would not stand up. Hearing that, Chu Wen was stunned and stuttered. He smiled slightly, shook his head and sighed. He gently touched the wound and blurted out, "Hemorrhoids, I'm not stupid. Accepting you isn't asking you to find a way to worship the king of hell." She was worried that the elder asked him not to move. Seeing someone devoted to him like that, Tu Wen took out a bottle of medicinal pills and gave it to her. "There is still one last bottle of condensed pills here, although not anything good, but it is the last thing I can give. You, regardless of the rare gift, she still only cares about his health. Don't worry about me, lie down quickly." Tu Wen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not there yet." But before he could finish his sentence, he vomited blood, his pupils turned white, causing the bottle to tie his hands. Crashing to the ground and shattering, the pill flew far away. His eyes gradually dimmed, he vaguely heard Tri No calling the elder, "Don't be angry, it's because Tri No is not good. I don't worship the master anymore, please wake up." Tu Huin has gradually felt death coming to him more clearly. "Hemorrhoids, your crying is so loud, crying so much that my ears hurt." "So angry? Why angry? It would have been better if I accepted the hemorrhoid slave as a disciple a little sooner." He closed his eyes and mouth, bleeding with regret, thinking. Just when he thought he had sold the salt, the system appeared to confirm that the host's discipleship relationship with that person was genuine. The traitorous discipleship system officially opened. Tu Huin was surprised. Star system. The system sounded a notification. Reward. 6 ton Win pills. Discovered that the host had rewarded the disciple 1,000 times, gaining immeasurable golden pills. Looking at the medicinal pill, Tu Huin couldn't help but be surprised. Right after that, Tu Huin laughed loudly. His hand reached out to pick up the golden pill. Indeed, it was truly an immeasurable amount of golden pill. Tu Huin's entire body was filled with a ring of fire. This was an immeasurable golden pill that contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nearly 10,000 pills of condensed origin pill. After eating it, it could not only increase one's realm, but also be able to heal. The whole situation hurts. Tu Huin sees the golden pill as a precious treasure and cherishes it. After 20 years of traveling to this world, the golden hand has finally arrived. 20 years ago, because of a car accident, I was transported to this world, thinking that I had a script from a proud family, with great talent, and had already broken through my foundation at less than 10 years old. Unexpectedly, after 15 years of worshipping in Hong Mong Sect, my cultivation level stagnated without any progress, becoming a laughing stock of everyone. Tu Huin thought to himself, luckily, the clear sky has eyes, giving me a chance to do it again. Tu Huin immediately asked the system, specifically what is the disadvantage of receiving a map? The information displayed on the board is as meaningful as the name. Any item given by the host in the name of the master to the disciple will receive a reward that will be returned a random number of times. Tu Huin spoke up and asked, what does it mean to pass on the initiation technique to a disciple? At this time, the message board displays again, calculation, under the host's teachings. The cultivation base or everything your disciple has learned will be returned many times over. Simply put, if the host imparts a cultivation level equivalent to 200 days to the disciple, then the cultivation level received will be multiplied by 200 days and times. Similarly, if the disciple comprehends a certain level of swordsmanship taught by the host receives it back and directly comprehends n levels of swordsmanship. He continued to ask the system, so now that I give this golden pill to my disciple, can I get it returned n times? Response message, no, the system cannot refund a second time for all items. But if the host is betrayed by the system's techniques and the disciple has a new understanding, then within this range the host can receive a second refund. Tu Huin suddenly understood, so that's it. He took the golden pill and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, he couldn't hack endlessly. He thought to himself, if that's the case, I'll accept this opportunity. Tu Huin immediately broke through the golden pill, his whole body exuding a dazzling yellow ring of power. Tri No looked down and sobbed, Hoo, elder, please wake up. I agree with you, no longer worshipping the monk. I don't want to take revenge anymore, and I don't need to condense any pills anymore. Hemorrhoid slave just needs you to wake up. Suddenly a hand was placed on her head. You stupid slave, remember, the first thing the teacher wants to teach you is. Tu Huin's whole body was enveloped by the fire of power. He continued, if we have enemies, we must return to take revenge, decisively and cruelly. Moreover, it must be doubled. The call echoed, here at No Fong, please accept me as your disciple, Elder King. In the 6th Wind Hong Mong Sect, this is the entire secret technique of the 7th Wind Tu Huin. A young man knelt down and offered with both hands. Now please give it to the Elder King. He raised his hands with all respect and asked, expressing his sincerity. The secret book at this time seemed to be covered with mysterious power. The 6th level deacon elder of the hall received it, he said. Tu Huin really taught a good disciple. The Hong Mong Sect's genius in the past was unmatched, but it still exists today. Elder Vong continued, you can worship me as a teacher if you want. This is a special rule of the Dharma Enforcement Hall. It can dissect a person's spiritual roots. He put his hands down and bowed his head to the ground to show respect to the elder. Elder Vong pointed at him. If you can cut out Tu Huin's spiritual root, I will immediately accept you as my eldest disciple. Remember to do well. Once you see blood, no need to be secretive. The law is also not easy to derive. He received the chain of precepts from the elder's hand. Looking at the chain in his hand, he said, Elder Vong can rest assured, under No Fong, do not violate the order. Suddenly, A source of energy rushed from behind No Fong's back. That source of energy was truly huge. It rushed at a breakneck speed. Suddenly it hit his body, causing him to be surprised and unable to defend himself. An explosion occurred immediately afterward, causing the whole land to shake. His weathered hand was placed on the cracked tile floor, and he coughed loudly. No Fong slowly stood up with difficulty. Suddenly he opened his eyes and looked down below. The original chain link plate from yellow turned red. He screamed in fear, "No, I can't die here, my journey has just begun." Elder Vong also had to look up to see who he was shouting at, who it was. Above is a white-haired young man with a handsome face, none other than Chiu Huin. He dreamily asked, "If Elder Vong wants my spiritual root, why don't you come and get it yourself?" Elder Vong gave a fake smile. "Elder Chiu is harsh. I was just joking with your disciple." But he had other thoughts. "Aren't you saying this trash is about to die?" Such a powerful breath seemed to have broken through the golden pill. Chiu Huin stood in the air and exclaimed, "Oh, is that so?" But, at this time, he transformed his energy to create a ball of energy in his hand, and around him appeared tens of thousands of swords waiting for orders. Elder Vong was immediately frightened. He immediately recognized the move. Was it the blue sword technique? He recalled the memories. Remember that year, Chiu Huin and he worshipped together in the Hongmong sect, but because he created the spear sword technique himself, he was favored by the sect master and received countless cultivation resources. Below him, he also slowly used his moves. He continued to think, "Luckily, I broke through the golden pill first, and he became a waste." Elder Vong created a solid shield. "Elder Chiu, don't get excited. Now that I have broken through the second level of Golden Dan, if you and I fight, we may not gain any advantage." He concentrated his strength into his punch, thereby creating tens of thousands of swords to attack Chiu Huin. Not knowing what happened made him panic. "What?" I only saw Chiu Huin put one hand forward and laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, Elder Vong, is the second level golden pill just that?" Just a few seconds later, his body was surrounded by Chiu Huin's power source. Elder Vong was shocked. This power was at least a third level golden pill, or even higher. That source of power injured his arm, causing him to scream, "On my arm." Elder Vong continuously had to step back to avoid attacks from Chiu Huin's sword. "Chiu Huin, if you brat dare to kill me, the sect will not forgive you." How could Chiu Huin be afraid of his words? He calmly replied, "Is that so? On the contrary, I want to see, if I insist on killing you, how the sect will deal with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he used a move to attack the Elder King. He took out something and thought, "Chiu Huin deserves to die. He can only use that." He immediately used the reward-level mystical weapon to create a shield shaped like a demon face to shield Chiu Huin's attacks. Elder Vong seems to be having a hard time with these stormy attacks. The reward-level mystical weapon can only be used 3 times in total. This is the last time, originally intended to be used when breaking through the primeval soul to definitely lightning. Chiu Huin above observed and clicked his tongue. Elder Vong is really profound. He has hidden quite a few treasures these past few years, so let's see how to proceed with this trick. A source of great power descended from the sky. It created a huge source of power that rushed towards the Elder King. He shouted, "Chiu Huin, you dare." Chiu Huin smiled and replied, "Why don't I dare?" That stream of power is getting closer and closer to the Elder King. His eyes also shone brightly. Hidden in his eyes was the source of Chiu Huin's power. An earth-shattering explosion took place. The explosion created a huge hole in the ground and filled with smoke and dust. Elder Vong's clothes were also blown away. He lay panting on the ground and coughed. Seeing Chiu Huin approaching him, he immediately raised his hand to stop her. "You, don't come here." Chiu Huin spoke up. "The shield is at least a black level reward, right? Dharma weapons in this world are divided into 5 levels from low to high: human, mysterious, earthly, heavenly, immortal, which are further divided into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and absolute. High-grade Xian level, placed in a normal sect, can also be considered a sect guarding treasure. Unexpectedly, Vong Nan would still hide such a treasure. Chiu Huin turned a circle of power. He said, "There is one thing." "That's all," he said as he placed his hand on the Elder King's body. He shouted a sincere plea under his sword, "Elder Chiu Huin, please have mercy." He shouted a sincere plea under his sword, "Elder Chiu Huin, please have mercy." Chiu Huin's cold face looked at him without mercy. At this time, the head of the Hongmong sect, Truong Hak, appeared. "Elder Chiu, don't get excited. The sect will fight against each other. If you violate the sect rules, you will be expelled from the sect." Chiu Huin looked up and said loudly. Elder Vong was secretly happy. Great, saved. He called out loudly, "Sect leader, you have to be the master for me. Chiu Huin, he wants to kill his fellow sect." Immediately he was told by the sect master to shut up. The sect leader said angrily, Elder Vong wants to follow me into the Dharma Enforcement Hall to see who should be expelled from the sect. Elder Vong was afraid of falling into smoke, raised his hand to cover his smashed face. No. The sect master clasped his hands and said to Tu Huin, "Congratulations, junior brother, for finally entering the Golden Dan." He replied, "Thank you, master. If I still haven't broken through the golden pill, I'm afraid that this time a traitor will join hands with someone to harvest my spiritual roots." Elder Vong spoke up and explained, "It was all a misunderstanding, but this matter was indeed due to my negligence. I accepted to be handled by the sect, hoping that junior brother Chu would not care." Tu Huin crossed his arms and glanced at him. "In honor of the sect master, I can temporarily spare your life." Tu Huin glanced behind him and the sect master spoke up. "But no, Fong. When the master destroyed his ancestors, he used resentment to repay gratitude, and was forced to abandon his cultivation and expel the master. This made No Fong, from being an obedient and loved student, suddenly lose everything." The sect leader continued, "From now on, you are not allowed to step foot in the Hongmong sect." No Fong called out loudly and earnestly begged the sect master, "Sect master, save me." But the sect leader just stroked his beard and said, "Hey, let's leave it to Elder Chu to handle it." Try No quickly climbed to No Fong. There was no need for the master to do anything. No Fong was lying on the ground but still very proud, releasing a wave of power towards the hemorrhoid slave. "Relying on a waste like you, do you still want to attack me?" The blue stream of power rushed straight towards the hemorrhoid slave. But she was not afraid at all. A source of pink energy began to appear in her hand. As soon as the energy source of the corn maple was close to the hemorrhoid slave, it was blocked by her power. No Fong at this moment opened his mouth in surprise, not even able to comprehend that Sun Lang's sword art. He was surprised. Aren't you a waste? When did you learn that Sun Lang's sword art?" Hearing that, Tu Huin closed his eyes and said, "Is that so wasteful?" 3 days ago, the information displayed, full name Trace Slave, status as a true heiress, enlightenment 260, bone base 15. With an 8 talent for swordplay not yet activated, the activation condition is to reach the state. The bamboo structure is recognized by the ancestral sword lineage of the forestry family. Tu Huin rubbed his chin and said to the hemorrhoid slave, "Is this a rare innate sword body?" Tri No sat next to him and asked, "Master, what is the innate sword body?" Tu Huin glanced away and replied, "Nothing, the teacher just feels that you have a talent for learning swords." Tu Huin began to teach the hemorrhoid slave his tricks. "Go find Wu Feng in a moment, the master can't let you lose face." He used a simple move to gently cut off the trunk of a huge tree. "This is an important point to remember," he continued. "The spear sword technique is a technique for teachers to create themselves, you just need to learn it. A little bit." Tri No also tried to control the sword to make it fly. "Master, this is what you see, right?" At this time, the system announced, entering the Sun Lang sword art. The host imparted the Sun Lang sword art, and gave the disciple a perfect grade, and received a top-grade Xian sky cutting art. Tu Huin replied, "No, my teacher said you study very well." Tu Huin knows clearly in her heart, she is the real treasure with the real price. Tri No boldly walked to No Fong's side and stepped on him. He had a master to teach him, but he was slow to understand. No Fong can only beg, "No, don't." Tri No stomped his foot harder on him. "I don't know who is the waste." After dealing with that guy, she left. Tu Huin praised, "Good job." The sect master also contributed. "The spiritual roots of the immortal disciple have been destroyed by me. I invite the master to check." The sect master continued, "If Elder Tu hits him, he will be beaten, and the punishment will be punished, then Elder Vong will let me take him back to deal with it." Tu Huin looked up. "When did I say this would end?" The sect leader was surprised. "Didn't you just agree to spare his life?" Elder Vong lazily stood up. "What else do you want?" Tu Huin smiled evilly. "I said spare his life." Then he pointed his finger at him with cold eyes filled with hatred. "But he didn't say he could forgive him. How I can be satisfied depends on the sincerity of the Elder King." Elder Vong smiled and replied, Okay. He offered a bag with both hands. "All my assets are in this Jenkun bag. I hope Elder Chu will not criticize." Tu Huin used his strength to control the bag to fly back to him. Elder Vong is a smart person and understands reason, so thank you, Elder Vong. Having received the item he needed, Tu Huin immediately said goodbye. "Goodbye, Elder King, Slave Pheasant, let's go." Tri No kept praising, "Master, you were so powerful just now." He replied, "Go back and rest for a day. Tomorrow the teacher will officially teach you how to practice." The sect leader also rode the bird and left. "I'm going too, Elder Vong. Take care of it yourself." Elder Vong was so angry that his veins covered his face. Tu Huin, wait and see. The sun had just risen brightly. in the early morning of the first peak. Tu Huin reached in and took out a treasure. Tu Huin sat and looked. Von Nan has accumulated quite a lot, all the medicinal pills for the Kim Dan period. But, the quality is normal, just okay. Tu Huin picked up 2 books and pondered. Human level, Xian level, human level, Xian level. The middle grade innate Song Dia book is suitable for hemorrhoid slaves to stabilize the foundation. He took out the 5-element chain, which was earth grade middle grade. If we say the most valuable item in Von Nan's packing, it is indeed still this one. But I can't use it, so I'll give it all to the pheasant slave. Let's see the system. What treasure should I return? Tu Huin carefully looked back at the sparkling treasures in his bag. The rest were all spirit stones. The bright red spirit stones were dazzling. For a small elder to have 100 top-grade spirit stones, Von Nan probably did a lot of inappropriate things on weekdays. Tu Huin put his hand on his chin and rubbed it, smiling. This time he's made a fortune. Someday he'll build a small villa to live in. Trino just ran over. Master, he told me to come find someone to practice in 2 hours. Can I come in now? Tu Huin replied, come in. Tu Huin called, hemorrhoid slave, come over here and sit. She listened, lightheadedness, master. The monk's realm is divided into 10 realms, post-immortal, innate, chi refining, bamboo structure, golden dan, primordial spirit, spirit division, fusion, Mahayana, transcending tribulation. Each realm is divided into 10 sub-levels. Realm, post-celestial realm, stimulates the power of chi and blood, trains tendons, bones, and skin, enhances physique and body strength. In the innate realm, abundant energy and blood turn into internal attacks, enhancing the power of attacks and the body's defense. Until he went through the thunder tribulation, trained his will to reach the top, and was able to transform into an immortal, only to overcome the distant world and legend. Tu Huin passed the kung fu to the hemorrhoid slave. Around the 2 people there was a source of fire power. The master passed on the innate kung fu to you. Use your mind to feel it. The hemorrhoid slave replied, yes. First, you should operate a small cycle to feel. The system displays the information of the hemorrhoid slave. Status as first disciple. Enlightenment 260. Core 15. Talent is innate sword activation. Reach bamboo realm. Recognized by the ancestral sword of the forestry family. Tu Huin secretly thought. There are only 15 cores. How many systems, cores and enlightenment qualities of ordinary people are? System display. Average 50 to 60. No wonder the hemorrhoid slave's speed in comprehending the techniques is very fast. But cultivating is very difficult. He reached out to the hemorrhoid slave and performed the exercises. It seemed that he could only forcefully perform the initiation and purify the bones. Trino worriedly said, Master, it's really okay for you to waste yourself imparting the technique to Trino. Tu Huin put his hand on the hemorrhoid slave's shoulder to reassure him. The master is very strong. If you don't care, wait for the master to dock for 3 days, guaranteed to break through the 5th level of Golden Dan. Trino immediately clasped his hands together. Then I will protect my master, and not let anyone get close. Tu Huin said, Okay, don't be so tense, you should also worry about digesting it. Trino exclaimed, Then I won't bother my master anymore. After the hemorrhoid slave left, Tu Huin mumbled, Okay, then let me check the refund system report. He picked up the great pill. I've heard for a long time that this level 4 great pill requires at least a monk to be able to refine it. When taking out the big pill, its scent also spread. The essential genius treasure, in the level 4 polypharmacy is also the top existence. Even if all the heirlooms of the Hongmong sect are overturned, I'm afraid I also couldn't find the quantity of 5 pills. Tu Huin hesitantly continued. However, the thing I am most satisfied with is still the sword technique of thousands of miles. The heavenly grade masterpiece. This seems to be the top sword technique of the way of swordsmanship. Having this sword technique, combined with the excellent grade soft ground-tainted sword, is truly invincible. Tu Huin thought, test its power. After finishing his thoughts, he shot a source of power forward. Sure enough, its power was extremely great, exploding rocks and soil in front. On the other side, there were 2 girls whispering to each other. Have you heard? It seems that the first peak elder Tu has just broken through the golden pill. I heard that he also had a conflict with the 6th peak elder Vong, and elder Vong was beaten up. Bye, this girl said with eyes filled with admiration. I also heard that elder Tu was not afraid to damage his core, imparting the practice to his female disciple. The girl next to him drooled and said, Elder Tu is also very handsome. I really admire having such a master. When Lai Sun heard these things, he was shocked. Tu Huin gave the initiation to impart the practice to the female disciple. To whom? Could it be that pheasant slave? The woman in Von Trana's arms curiously asked. Von junior brother and junior brother Lai were at the first peak before, right? The girl next to her asked, "Why did you leave?" Vong Tran said, "Senior sister, don't believe those rumors. Old dog Chu Huin is very stingy with his disciples. That's why we couldn't stand the harshness, so we left. Isn't that right?" He glanced at Lai Sun. Lai Sun heard that, scratched his head and smiled and replied, "Yes, yes." The other woman said again, "Oh, is the junior brother's words true? Behind them is the second disciple named Lam Hao Tian. He is holding the bottle of medicinal pills and also heard what just happened." Lam Hao Tian squeezed the bottle of medicinal pills, causing it to crack. He thought, "Old thief Tu Huin, how to break through the golden pill. Even Elder Vong is not an opponent, and the initiation to pass on the technique to his disciples is real or fake." Lam Hao Tian quickly left, had to go see what the situation was like. At the 7 peaks of the mountain disciple, a person came and bowed his head, to pay his respects to Elder Chu, who was observed from afar by Lam Hao Tian. That person is the eldest disciple of the sect leader, Truong Hak, named Deep Then, Elder Chu. "This time I am here to pass the message on behalf of the sect master. 100 days later, I will come to the great sect. The sect master will send his disciples to remind Elder Chu first. To prepare." His eyes suddenly looked at the hemorrhoid slave and said, but the disciple spoke frankly. He didn't choose his disciples carefully. This junior sister's aptitude for competing, I'm afraid, will be scared to tears. Tri No was stunned when he heard that. She was full of anger and scolded. "You," Tu Huin now spoke up to defend, "I'm afraid Master Deep is blind." Deep Then was scolded like that and immediately gritted his teeth angrily. "What?" Tu Huin continued, 3 days ago, my disciple was still an ordinary person with no cultivation level. Now he has reached the 10th level. With this speed of cultivation, he dares to ask." In the gentle breeze, the leaves blew past. Tu Huin continued, "Can Deep Su Deep do it?" When he heard that, he stood stunned. A surprise appeared on his face. 3 days, 10 days later, what are you kidding? It's time for Tu Huin to brag about his disciples. Don't believe it? Good boy, come and show off. Tri Ni quickly replied, yes. As soon as she finished speaking, her whole body radiated a source of fire energy surrounding her. Deep Then opened his eyes wide open. Really, is it really the 10th level? But how is that possible? Lam Hao Tian, far away in the bushes, also witnessed this scene and was surprised. Tu Huin turned around and left. Everything is possible, Master Deep. Tri No raised his hands to his eyes and cursed that Deep Then did not understand that matter. Lam Hao Tian bit his finger and thought, that waste actually already has the 10th level at birth. Based on its aptitude, if you practice it yourself, I'm afraid that if you practice until death, you won't reach the 10th level after birth. See, it turned out that Tu Huin actually initiated and transmitted the practice to it. He frowned. He didn't expect this old dog to change his mind. He heard that the empowerment to transfer the practice would be very harmful to his cultivation, so why not take this opportunity to deal with him? At the 3rd meeting hall, Lam Hao Tian returned to report the situation. This is Tu Huin's practice room. Are you ready? Today, as the master will help you break through the innate, the master will prepare the marrow and punishment for you. If it goes well, your future practice path will be easier. Much easier, just very painful. Tri No was full of determination. I have finished preparing. In her heart she scolded, damn Deep, he dares to look down on me. When I finish studying, I must let him wipe his eyes and look at me. Tu Huin saw her determined look and smiled with satisfaction. Although that kid Deep Then was spoiled by the sect master, but seeing the fervent fighting spirit of the slave, he felt that it was not a bad thing. Well, the hemorrhoid slave breaking through the great realm is a good time to cleanse the scales and punish the marrow. Tu Huin took out the marrow cleansing pill and thought, last time he took a lot of money from Von Nai. He bought a level 4 marrow cleansing pill, and today he used it. Tu Huin used his hand to apply magic to the slave's forehead, then let the master begin. The source of energy was transmitted to the hemorrhoid slave by Tu Huin. She also struggled to fully comprehend this great source of power. The slave's face looked extremely painful. She gritted her teeth. The feeling is even more painful than the last empowerment. But, after enduring it, her whole body felt light, as if she were cultivating in cool water. Tu Huin glanced at the system. The host passed on a 200-day cultivation base to the disciple. The bone weight increased by 70 points. The reward was returned 2 times, received a 400-day cultivation base, and received a low-grade water sword technique. He smiled with satisfaction. It was successful. Tu Huin uses the 6th level golden pill. This feeling, this enjoyment, not bad. Tri No was surprised when his body was undergoing huge changes. She looked back at her body, which was surrounded by a stream of power. Is this a weight cleansing and marrow punishment? Now that I have reached the innate realm, Can I fight with deep then? The system board displays information. Hemorrhoid slave, status as a true heiress, enlightenment 260, bone base 85, innate sword body talent not yet activated. Activation condition is to reach the bamboo level. Get an embryo. The forest family's ancestral sword is recognized. After finishing, Tuwin happily placed his hand on the hemorrhoid slave's shoulder. Be brave. Hang the kid deep then up to fight. After beating deep then, the master still wants to take you to challenge the heavenly pride in the world. The pheasant's slave is happy. Rejoicing. I can really do that. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside the door. Is Elder Chu here? Your disciple is about to be seriously injured in order to pick herbs to treat your illness. Come out and see. Tuwin was confused. What is this? Trino looked at him full of thought. Are you a disciple of the master? Besides me, does the master have any other disciples? Tuwin reached out and pushed the door open. Trino was immediately surprised. Outside there were also Tam Fong and his disciples, bringing Lam Hao Tian with them. Tuwin saw Lam Hao Tian and was surprised. Lam Hao Tian, why you? At this time, he was covered in injuries, and in his hand was still holding the medicinal herb called Master. Lam Hao Tian's trembling arms brought the herbs to Tuwin. Master, useless disciple, only picked a dragon blood grass to save lives. You, quickly use it. Trino replaced his master's words and shouted loudly. You traitor, you don't need your face. Haven't you already worshipped the third peak? Why are you still coming back? The name Lam Hao Tian coughed and choked. His whole body trembled and he sat up and said, The reason I bowed to the third wind's robe was just to seek the third wind's help, to pick the dragon blood grass to save my master's life. Two disciples of Tam Fong spoke up to defend and criticize Tuwin. Junior brother Lin almost lost his life because of dragon blood grass. What do you mean by that? That's right. If you're not grateful, then stop talking. Say that. The other man also pointed at Tuwin and said, Yes, Elder Chu, your disciple begged me to help, kneeling in front of my door for 3 days, even I was touched by him. Trino pointed his finger at that scumbag. Lying, he clearly betrayed his master. At this time he could still change black to white. Tuwin stopped the hemorrhoid slave. Let the master handle this place. Tuwin asked again, You have already worshipped the third sect. Why are you coming back today? He looked at Lam Hao Tian contemptuously. Could he still want to return to my subordinate? Lam Hao Tian knelt in front of Tuwin and offered herbs. Lam Hao Tian knew that he had committed a deep crime, betrayed his master, and was no longer worthy of being his disciple. He only asked his master to accept this dragon blood grass. The blue-haired disciple Tam Fong said, But seeing Elder Chu full of vitality, there is something like being seriously injured, needing dragon blood grass. The brown-haired guy also added, I'm afraid that junior brother Lam will damage his bones. If he doesn't have level 4 medicinal pills, practicing in the future will be difficult. The blue-haired guy continued, Elder Chu, maybe you can take out a level 4 medicinal pill. The other guy continued, as if blaming all the blame on Tuwin. Junior brother Lam was injured because of you. Lam Hao Tian pretended to turn around and said, You two are harsh. How could such bad acting go unnoticed by Tuwin? He just smirked. Immediately he caught up with the rhythm and pretended to follow along. Aiyo, who said the master doesn't need it? Now the master's body is very loving. He needs a dragon blood grass to nourish his body. Right, hemorrhoid slave? Tuwin blinked, signaling eyes. Trino replied, Right, the master has been very weak lately. While saying that, she pushed Tuwin to receive the photo award to receive the Oscar award. All 4 of them stood dumbfounded and confused. Lam Hao Tian gritted his teeth and thought, how could this old dog become so shameless? Forget it. Anyway, dragon blood grass is not worth the money. If it can really be exchanged for a level 4 medicinal pill, it won't be a loss. Lam Hao Tian appeared extremely worried. If that's the case, this dragon blood grass, master, please take it and use it. Anyway, my poor life is not worth anything. Tuwin quickly went to get the dragon blood grass plant, and then returned to his place. Quickly take it, eat chicken stew at night. Trino suddenly fell backwards. How can dragon blood grass be stewed with chicken? System display. Information that the host gave the disciple a dragon blood grass. Received tea times in return, a ground-level dragon blood grass. Lam Hao Tian continued his performance. Cough, cough, cough. It would be good if you could help your master. The other 2 also added, Disciple Lam, junior brother Lam did not hesitate to harm his cultivation in order to save his master. But Elder Chu saw death without saving him. Elder man, you must take charge of junior brother Lam. Man Fong solemnly spoke, Elder Chu, people's lives are important. I am a monk, can I see death without saving? If this spreads out, Will the first peak still accept disciples? A wind blew. Tu Huin calmly said, just take it slow and hurry. Tu Huin went to sit in front of Lam Hao Tian. Once a teacher and student, why do I feel like dying without being saved? It's just a level 4 medicinal pill, right? But I'm seriously injured. I'm afraid I can't stand the medicinal properties. Why not? I will give you the consecration first to circulate the meridians. Man Fong smiled and said, Elder Chiu is really a talented and impatient person. He thought, it seems that Tu Huin's transmission of techniques to his disciples is true. He dares to take the initiative to mention the transmission of techniques. I'm afraid there is a secret method that does not cause the ability to drain damage, observe later. Tu Huin said, you can spare no expense in bringing me medicine, just this small request. As he said, he touched Lam Hao Tian's neck. How can I not be fulfilled? A stream of power appeared from Tu Huin's hand. Lam Hao Tian screamed. His scream was extremely shrill. It seemed very painful. A few disciples said to each other, hey, is this teaching practice? Why do you hear junior brother Lam screaming so fiercely? That's right. Man Fong said, don't panic. The initiation to transfer the practice is very painful. This is your junior brother Lam's chance. Lam Hao Tian suddenly realized the problem. This old dog was not imparting the technique to him at all. He was destroying his veins and devouring his cultivation base. Lam Hao Tian sobbed, foaming at the mouth, I'm gone. Why can't I say it? Elder, please save me. Man Fong did not know but even praised. Tu Lam, great job. Lam Hao Tian quickly fell to the ground, his body paralyzed. Tu Huin clasped his hands together and said, okay, in order to cure the disease just now, I'm quite patient. His cultivation level is low, that bit of pain is unbearable, you guys should first take him back to cultivate. He pretended to be tired and dizzy, raising his hand to his head. If I've spent half of my effort, I'll have to calm down a bit and not keep you guys here. Try no worriedly supported him, master. Man Fong smiled with satisfaction, okay. A stream of blue power appeared in Strong Wind's hand. Although he couldn't see the initiation process, Tu Huin was indeed in a lot of trouble. So it was better to take advantage of this opportunity. As soon as Tu Huin turned around, he rushed forward and tried to sneak attack him. But it was all in Tu Huin's guess. He smiled. He turned back and counterattacked with a super powerful counterforce. Two streams of blue and yellow power collided together, creating a blinding light. Tu Huin smiled and said to him, a strong elder is a monk. How can he be so cruel to a weak person who has just passed on the practice to others? At this moment, he was startled. Wait. Didn't he just transfer the technique to Lam Hao Tian? Why is his spiritual energy so strong? Tu Huin's hand released more yellow spiritual energy. He only used a small amount of his strength to release spiritual energy towards the strong wind. Tu Huin immediately added more force to his hand, and Elder Mana's palm flew away. When his disciple saw that, he was stunned and rushed towards him. The disciple kept screaming his name, Master, Master. After solving these troubles, Tu Huin turned around and waved. The hand called out, Try no, let's go now, let's go back to the chicken stew. She eagerly replied yes. The master from earlier, claiming to be Lam Hao Nin, suddenly sat up. He saw Tu Huin leisurely leaving, so he got mad and turned to shout at Elder Mana's two disciples, Hey, those two idiots. What the hell are you waiting for? The two men immediately faced each other, nodded in understanding, determined to risk their lives. Yes, one guy held out 3 dangerous hidden weapons. He thought to himself, this is a hidden weapon that the strong elder trained before going, relying on a special method to control it. In addition, it can dissolve in the air, is invisible and tasteless, so far no one has been able to stop it. The disciple immediately smiled sinisterly. He immediately raised his hand and brought 3 hidden weapons behind his back, taking the position to launch them at Tu Huin's body. While still feeling proud, he suddenly remembered Elder Mana's instructions. Before coming here, Elder Man specially personally gave me this hidden weapon. If anything unexpected happens, I will use this hidden weapon to deal with Tu Huin. Therefore, we cannot let him rise again. Having finished speaking, he immediately threw a hidden weapon at Tu Huin. When the hidden weapons were about to approach Tu Huin's body, I thought victory would belong to him. Who knows? Tu Huin just shook his head slightly to the side and dodged. So the hidden weapon passed by, then hit the wooden panels. When the wooden panels are contaminated with gas, the wood also begins to soften, then slowly melts. Seeing that, Tu Huin slowly turned around, looked at the approaching hidden weapons and thought to himself, there is indeed something strange, but fortunately, after using countless golden dan, my senses have been enhanced, so I can recognize those with murderous intentions, otherwise, I might be in trouble today. Elder Mana's 2 disciples were surprised to see Tu Huin dodge. Did you escape? So the two had to switch to attacking simultaneously, continuing to throw hidden weapons at him. Seeing that the danger was about to strike again, Chiu Huin immediately turned around and said to Try no, Thuan Lang sword technique, the target is behind on the right. Suddenly hearing Chiu Huin say that, she was a bit confused. Lam Haonin witnessed this terrifying power, so now he is trying to crawl away, trembling and saying, I'm done, I have to run quickly. Try no saw the trash trying to escape. Her face immediately became filled with murderous intent. Try no glared and reproached, Lam Haonin, after the master destroyed his ancestors, did you dare to reverse black and white? Are you still planning to hurt my master? Try no gently picked up his sword. With this simple action, Lam Haonin, who was crawling away, was scared to death. The more gently Try no stepped forward, the quicker Lam Hao crawled out of here. Because he could not tolerate the previous kind of harm, instead of taking the name of Master Chiu Huin, Try no raised his sword and quickly ran towards him. Lam Haonin cried and screamed in vain, Don't come over here. At Hong Tong Man, in the Great Hall, where storks are immersed in the gentle water. At this time, Chiu Huin pulled Man Vu in to report to the Sect Master. Chiu Huin clasped his hands in honor of the Sect Master. The original situation was like this. Man Vu and his group of traitors came to attack me for no reason. But in order to protect ourselves, my disciple and I killed Lam Haonin and destroyed the cultivation of these two disciples of Man Vu. The Sect Master clearly understands the great cause and will not punish me, right? After hearing this, the old master contemplated for a moment. It took a while for the Sect Master to speak up and warn Chiu Huin, Elder Chiu, although the traitor died unjustly, and of course, he deserved to be punished, but it was all a violation of the rules. Time after time, so there can't be a third time. Chiu Huin clasped his hands in gratitude for the Sect Master's decision. Yes, Chiu Huin carefully obeys the Sect Master's instructions. When Man Vu saw that Chiu Huin was not scolded, he spoke up and said, Headmaster, how can you be so biased towards Chiu Huin? He was simply saying nonsense and nonsense. Man Vu was frustrated, glared at Chiu Huin and cursed again. I brought my disciple to visit him properly. But he killed Lam Haonin. He basically violated the sect rules because of his crime. Already belongs to me, so I recommend that he be expelled from the sect. Chiu Huin glared with murderous intent and replied, Greetings. If you have accepted Lam Haonin as a disciple, then you are responsible for his life and death. Right when you are calm and peaceful, you still mention the loss of his life? What are we doing here? To verify that, Chiu Huin threw a few hidden weapons on the carpet, then shouted loudly. Even more so, who in the world would come to visit and prepare these things? You think the sect leader here is an idiot? What kind of puzzle or something? The sect master was listening to this negotiation when suddenly he was dragged into making a joke in front of him. Although Man Vu still pointed straight at him, his mouth trembled and said, I don't have it, so you, don't talk nonsense. After 3 hours, the sect master got angry and hit his chair, saying, Enough, it's rare for elders to have the heart to follow the principles of the sect. I think it's better for elders to take the initiative. Set an example and stop cultivating according to the principles of the sect. What do you think? Hearing that, Man Vu immediately turned around in panic and knelt down to beg, Chancellor, Sect Master. The Sect Master frowned at him, then said, This is the end of this matter, so now, I declare that Elder Man acted extravagantly, was punished with 3 months of benefits, and went to private areas for 1 month. No more arguing. Chiu Huin smiled with satisfaction. He happily clasped his hands and said, Sect Master, you are Mr. Min. The Sect Master immediately sent 2 disciples to take Man Vu away. Elder Man, please. Man Vu was still kneeling there, speechless at this decision. He could only sadly stand up, then let 2 of the Grand Master's disciples escort him away. Passing by Chiu Huin, he was angry, glared and thought to himself, Chiu Huin, this enemy will not force me to swear not to be human. On the other hand, practice in the 7th wind room. The hemorrhoid slave is sitting and practicing for the next round of breaking the scene. Chiu Huin just arrived. He walked over and gently opened the door. Seeing her attentively practicing, he asked, Hemorrhoids, how far are you in your practice? Seeing that he had returned completely, the hemorrhoid slave quickly stood up, then started running around to examine him, then said, Master, this time went to see the Sect Master. So did the Sect Master make things difficult for you, the youngest hemorrhoid slave, when I was moved to kill the traitor? If the Sect Master wanted to punish me, I would be willing to bear it alone. Seeing Trino so worried, and even willing to stand up to protect him, he felt a little happy in his heart. Chiu Huin rubbed Trino's head and said, Stupid hemorrhoid, how can I let you bear this matter? I can handle it, don't worry, you have a master to protect you and no one can do anything to you. Tu Huin put his hand on her shoulder and warned her, in the future, remember well, don't say that he is a petty traitor, even if he is a god of gods or Buddha or a human emperor, if he dares to win sin against you, I will offend him in return. Tu Huin looked at her and seriously swore, even if the sky falls, there will still be a teacher to help you. Hearing Tu Huin speak words of warning filled with humanity, she was so moved that tears wanted to flow out. Dear master. After that, she immediately bent down and knelt to thank Tu Huin. He felt so embarrassed that he said, "What are you doing?" Surely Try No was having some trouble. Tu Huin immediately walked over and slowly helped her up. He said, "If you have something to say, stand up and tell the teacher, don't let it stay inside." Heart. Try No replied angrily, "There are some things that I don't think should be hidden from my master. In fact, the disciple's real name is Lam Chi, the daughter of the head of the Lam family, the leader in the southwest." After hearing this, Tu Huin was surprised by this bad news. He immediately asked to confirm, "Is the Lam family in the southwest?" "It's a famous family with many experts in the southwest, but I don't know what happened 10 years ago because that family was massacred in just one night." Recalling that painful memory, Try No recounted his turbulent life. 10 years ago, Lam Jia dug up a huge vein of spirit stone mineral on its territory. Of course, this mineral vein is enough to create a force like Hong Mong Tong in just one night. The slave's father, at that time the head of the Lam family, immediately ordered this story not to be spread outside for fear of causing disaster. Unexpectedly, the son turned out to be a beast man because he was not satisfied with his father's distribution of minerals, so he sold this information to Lac Van Tong. All just to capture the spirit stone mine. Van Tong massacred more than 100 lives in the forest family. After that massacre, only Try No, with his father's protection, was able to survive. After running away for a while, she encountered mountain bandits. They took all her money, treated her like a slave and sold her as a slave. Try No was so moved that he couldn't stop crying. "Master." She burst into tears and ran to hug Tu Huin. "Hoo-hoo, master. I only pray for master's peace for the rest of my life. I am willing to be by master's side for the rest of my life." He gently patted her head. "Don't say those gloomy words. One day our disciple will ascend to the clouds. Immeasurable money," he continued. "Let's start." Try No happily replied, "Yes." The road before them is extremely bright. Outside the jungle of Lac Van Tong, a boy and a girl seem to have just gone through a fierce battle. The boy's name is Bok Lac Not, the girl's name is Lai Ton Twin. At this time, Bok Lac Not was pointing his sword at the enemy. He gritted his teeth angrily. "I knew it was you." For money, causing his subordinates to die one after another, wasting the physical strength of both of us. Only you do this kind of thing. Sun Moon Ghost Gate, Truongyi. Truongyi smiled triumphantly. As expected of the disciple taught by Fairy Chuck, killing so many of my subordinates, the two swords of Tan Sun, truly an unfailing reputation, then declared, "But this is the end." After saying that, he suddenly rushed forward. His red eyes were extremely cruel. Both were tired at this point. Lai Tan Tuen exclaimed, "Worthy of death." Suddenly, a stream of energy emitted from behind. But Try No did not flinch. She began to practice. "Master once taught me, meeting a bad person like you." Truongyi did not have time to understand what happened. Try No continued, "Absolutely don't show mercy." Immediately many swords flew straight towards him. With no way back, he could only scream in pain. The scream made the birds in the forest scared and flew away. After Try No collected the spoils of war, he immediately gave it to Tu Huin. "Master. This is his Jianshu bag." I looked, there were only a few spirit stones and medicinal pills inside, nothing good. He handed it to her. "You take it first." Bok Lac Not and Lai Ton Twin bowed before the teachers and students. "Thank you both for your support." Lac Not introduced, "We are disciples of the Hong Mong Sect Elder Chuck Huin. Dare to ask their identities?" Tu Huin replied, "So he is a disciple of the second senior sister. The seventh title is Tu Huin. This is Try No, my disciple." Lac Not and Tan Twin quickly bowed. It turned out to be Elder Chiu. Paying respects to Elder Chiu, he waved his hand. "These rituals are exempted. On the contrary, I am curious, why are you here, still surrounded by people from the Sun and Moon Demon Sect?" Lac Not recounted the story. Not Noya Demon Sect and Hong Mong Sect had enmity. There were even some demon cultivators who took pleasure in killing Hong Mong Sect disciples. This risk was all because of this. Saying that, he took out a box from his shirt. Inside is the low-grade, 1,000-year-old Votam grass. Tu Huin looked at the item in the box and immediately exclaimed, This is a good item to refine bamboo pill. Not bad luck, Bok Lak Not said. Although the 1,000-year-old Vo Tam grass is only a raw material for bamboo Ko Dan, its value is not low. It is not easy for the two of us to find it at the auction. Unexpectedly, he was followed by Truong and chased all the way until now. Having said that, Bok Lak Not respectfully presented the item to Chiu Huin. He said, Elder Chiu, if you hadn't come in time, this 1,000-year-old heartless grass would have been snatched away by the Sun and Moon Demon Gate. Therefore, to repay you for saving my life, please accept it. Chiu Huin asked, do you want to practice Heartless and 1,000 Heart Herbs to refine Bamboo Jidan? Using Bamboo Pill. The chance of becoming Bamboo Pill will be much higher. Do you really want to give it to me? Both of them asserted, Master taught us, when there is kindness we must repay, when there is revenge we must repay. This is what Elder Chiu should have, you accept it. Chiu Huin praised, very worthy of being a disciple of Sister Chuck. If that's the case, wait until I refine the Bamboo Pill and give you some. They bowed their heads. Thank you, Elder Chiu. Chiu Huin looked towards the forest behind him and said, it's still a bit early to say thank you, just in time to teach the three of you. He immediately threw out his sword. After killing someone, he must pay attention and destroy the grass at the root. The sword shot out and cut off a nearby tree, revealing how long the two names had been standing there. Bok Lak Not was stunned. When did they hide there? The woman spoke up, a very small first-class needle, but what she does is so extravagant. They are Tan Duong 2, 4th level Golden Dan and Bok Duong 2, 3rd level Golden Dan. The name Tan Duong 2 said, you dare to kill my beloved disciple, and you bump into the two of us nearby. Your day of death has come. Chiu Huin did not hesitate at all. I have long heard that the Sun and Moon Ghost Sect has two elders, black and white, impermanent, so capturing souls and taking lives is as easy as turning a hand. He continued, I think it's these two. In my heart I thought to myself, before leaving, I used some method to hide my breath, and sure enough, I bumped into two people without eyes. Tan Duong 2 began to get impatient. If you know the prestige of the two of us and can still be calm and leisurely, I really want to see what kind of ability you kid has. After saying that, he threw the chain towards Chiu Huin. He quickly dodged aside easily. The ruins it left behind were quite large. Chiu Huin glanced at him and frowned. It seems they want to completely destroy them. Tan Duong 2 proudly boasted, I boiled the blood of 1,000 people to cast this chain. Even a pure monk would turn into white bones under its body. Little guy. Enjoy slowly. After saying that, he continuously swung the chain at him. Chiu Huin chuckled, that's too much nonsense. As long as you don't get touched by the chain, it's okay, right? He suddenly felt something. Below his feet were skeletons clinging to him. It was created by Ares. She said, my morning and morning took the soul of thousands of people to sacrifice. Boy, next you are one of them. Absolutely not alone. Chiu Huin smiled. He praised, do you know how to cooperate with each other to fight? Not bad. Bok Duong 2, with a crazy look in his eyes, laughed loudly, die. At this time, Chiu Huin was surrounded by chains above, and his remains were clinging to him below. Don't know how to get out. Everyone who witnessed that situation was very worried about him. Tri Nose shouted, Master, be careful. But Chiu Huin did not show any fear, maybe the opposite. He immediately used the Tung Hong Van Li sword technique. Tens of thousands of swords were summoned. They glow, and then launch towards the enemy. Seeing two swords flying, Bok Duong 2 was not afraid and shouted loudly, raise your hands and be bound. As for Tan Duong 2, he sarcastically said, does the little bit of transformation spiritual energy want to destroy our magic weapon? It's so naive. But he did not expect that Chiu Huin's sword technique could penetrate his chains. Tan Duong 2 suddenly shouted, what? Before he could turn back, the sword went straight through his head. Only then did Bok Duong 2 see the abnormality. How could his spirit sword be so powerful? Not good. She immediately ran away. When Trino discovered it, he shouted loudly, Master! There's a guy who wants to run. Bok Duong 2 analyzed. The sword technique that kid used was strange. The sword was a low-level masterpiece. Even in the hands of a primitive monk, it would not be able to display this strength. So running is the best policy. From behind, Chiu Huin spoke, want to run? Chiu Huin smiled and deployed his swordsmanship. Not even one person could run away. Quickly the stream of energy emitted chased Bok Duong 2's day. When Ms. Ta discovered it, she exclaimed, damn it! Bok Duong 2 used morning cries to summon the sacrifice's primordial spirit, blocking her for a bit. She created a battlefield to block Chiu Huin's sword technique, giving her some time to run away. Chiu Huin suddenly spoke up, break this formation, You will also be free. The original spirit was stunned when he heard that. They suddenly stopped for a moment. Immediately the sacrificial souls turned towards Bok Duong-tu to attack. She was surprised. What are you doing? You have betrayed. Very quickly, Bok Duong-tu was surrounded by primordial spirits. They slowly gnawed at her and destroyed her. She could only cry out in pain. Let me go! The primordial spirits gathered more and more, until Bok Duong-tu could no longer be seen. After completing their mission, they began to disappear. Tu Huin watched and advised, go and be reincarnated. Bok Lak Not and Lai Tan Twin witnessed this scene with great admiration. The two elders of the Not Noyet demon sect were destroyed by Elder Chu's two moves. Could it be that Elder Chu is already intact? Tri No excitedly showed off his trophy to Tu Huin. Master, all the treasures on those two people are here. He excitedly praised her. Not bad, good boy. Collecting spoils is getting more and more familiar. As for Truonggi's previous Jianquan bag, you also take it away. Being praised made Tri No's eyes bright. Thank you, Master. Bok Lak Not and Lai Tan Twin opened their mouths in shock. Did they directly give it all to their disciples? That is the entire property of the two elders of the Not Noyet demon sect. Tri No also flexed slightly. Hey. This is at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, right? And so many elixirs, Master, I can't use that much alone. Tu Huin generously. It's for you, remember to keep it carefully. He thought to himself, let me see what treasure I can return. The system displays a notification. The host has determined that the host has given the subject 68,720 low-grade spirit stones, 4,600 middle-grade spirit stones, 36 level 2 condensation pills, 16 level 3 Phi Hong pills, a 1,000-year-old Aotam grass tree, a Qianquan realm of only 100 square meters, 2 Qianquan bags of 50 square meters. Calculating the return reward, Bok Lak Not and Lai Tan Twin waved their hands. No, junior sister, we are very embarrassed to do this. But it's really because they're so poor that they still haven't been equipped to store things. Tu Huin patted Tri No's head. If it was given to you, it is yours, you can handle it however you want. Hearing that, she felt very happy. Just take 2 bags of Qianquan. Give each person a bag. Senior brother, senior sister, take it. The two of them received the Qianquan bag and were moved to tears. Elder Chu and junior sister are truly good people. Looking at Tu Huin and his teacher leaving, Bok Lak Not thought to himself, hateful, he admires his wife so much. If you initially worship the 7th peak, that's fine. At Fong, alchemy in Lac Van Ton, the disciples here actively practice alchemy day and night. Tri No asked his teacher, Master, what are we doing here? He replied, just now I found a 1,000-year-old heartless grass outside the city. Just in time I can refine bamboo G pill for you. To avoid losing its effectiveness, we will first refine it, then go to Lac Van Tong. A lady named Tumakham nearby heard the story. She immediately noticed them. HM? Truck Kodan? The beautiful lady secretly admired. If you want to practice bamboo G Dan, your cultivation level should be at least Golden Dan. This gentleman looks so young, but he is already a Golden Dan monk? Tumakham looked at Tu Huin and Tri No who were starting to practice alchemy, secretly admiring. Such a person really makes people wipe their eyes and look at him. Before long, Tumakham saw the alchemy pot the two of them were practicing explode. Tri No hesitantly asked, Master, do you really know how to refine pills? Tu Huin used a fan to cover half of his face to hide his embarrassment, acting like he was fine. Cough, the teacher just never practiced bamboo core pills. In fact, he is a genius who has never encountered a difficult situation before taking up Needle Dan. Tumakham chuckled. She spoke up and said, Sir, if you want to practice bamboo core pill, I can contribute. Tri No saw it, and immediately exclaimed, Wow, the little sister is so beautiful. Tumakham continued, however, bamboo pill requires a large source of spiritual energy, and at that time, you still need the young master to personally take action. People around started to stir. Miss Su, are you also teaching for free today? Truly a kind beauty. Tu Huin then carefully observed the guest in front of him. He thought to himself, this girl is very young, but she is already a 2nd-level alchemist. Tu Huin did not hesitate to agree. If you bother the lady, the reward will be double the market price. Mokham immediately took the 1,000-year Votam grass. Use your skills to practice. Combines with other ingredients skillfully and beautifully. Quickly put everything into the alchemy furnace. From inside the furnace comes a special source of energy. After harvesting, Mokham declared, Dan Tan. Tu Huin was extremely grateful. Thank you, miss. This is the reward this time. Mokham immediately refused. No need, just a small matter. Suddenly everyone shouted to each other, the auction has started. Hurry up to the second floor. I heard that this time there is a treasured earth-level sword. I just don't know if I have that level of talent or not. Markham also paid attention to this matter. She immediately wanted to participate. She quickly said goodbye to the two of them. Let's go first. Remuneration is not needed. Tu-Huin also listened. He thought to himself, auction association. Is there still a treasured earth-level sword? Trini was just missing a hand weapon, right? Moreover, the treasures at the auction must be quite a lot. Buying all of them to give to your disciples, isn't this making a profit? Thinking so, he immediately said to Trino, come on, good boy, let's go see the auction. She happily replied yes. Second floor Tian Ko Lao, auction place. The host introduced, this is a heavenly fairy refined from thousands of years of iron wood, imbued with spiritual energy, or embedded with spiritual stones that can double damage, and can increase its level to the lower level of the profound level. Starting price is 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Immediately, Trino raised the sign and offered 100,000. People around began to complain, disgusting. It's this pair of disciples again. One person said helplessly, the two of them never stopped as soon as they started, they all bought more than a dozen treasures. Another person also said with tears in his voice, every time he bids so high that no one can keep up, what a great talent. When Markham heard everyone say that, he felt a little embarrassed in his heart. The host continued to introduce, next is this dish, top-grade earth-grade Dum-Tam Fire Lotus, she said. After inspection, the quality of the Fire Lotus is very outstanding. Therefore, the starting price is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Markham trembled as he thought, this time he must get the heart of the Fire Lotus. Immediately, Trino excitedly raised the sign. I bid 200,000. When Markham heard that, it was like being struck by lightning. He dropped the board in despair. The host shouted loudly, 200,000 times 1. Everyone below shook their heads, no more. Another lady said, get out of the way of the rich. Then the chairman banged his gavel and announced, then 2,000 will be delivered. Tu-Huin stroked his chin triumphantly. Oh my, the feeling of being so poor that only money is left is really. Trino next to him was also speechless with this flex of his master. An employee brought the item to them. Dear customer, congratulations on your successful purchase of the Heart Fire Lotus. Trino exclaimed, wow. So beautiful. Markham secretly glanced over. It was the pair of apprentices just now. Did they really want to buy all the treasures? She bit her lip and thought, if I go and ask them to give me the heart of the Fire Lotus, will they agree? Thinking about it, Markham mustered all the courage to walk towards his disciple Tu-Huin. She opened her mouth, young master. Trino recognized her. Ah, you are the little sister who was the alchemist from before, right? She immediately knelt down on the ground and begged, sir. I'm Markham. My father practices fire escape to enter the devil, urgently needs Fire Lotus to save his life. Please, sell this Fire Lotus to me. She continued, I am willing to be a buffalo and a horse to repay your kindness. Tu-Huin looked at Trino. She hesitated. This, master, he said. Good boy, the master gave this Fire Lotus to you. You can decide how you want to do it. System display. Information determines that the host gives the disciple a first-grade Heart Fire Lotus. 5 times the refund, getting a 5-grade Heart Fire Lotus. Trino rest assured, if that's the case then. Suddenly, from somewhere, a whip with a sharp knife tip shot out. A voice rang out, wait. Trino quickly discovered something unusual. She immediately used her sword to block it. Avoid an attack. Trino angrily shouted. Who? Everyone around was surprised. Wow. There's a fight. A disdainful voice said, hey, untouchable. A subordinate came forward and spoke up. My young master spent 300,000 to buy your Fire Lotus. The others were shocked to hear that. 300,000? So has it completely surpassed the value of human elixirs? Tu-Huin opened her mouth. Miss, stop. This Heart Fire Lotus can be given to you. I can also solve this problem for you, young city lord. But I have one condition. Markham's eyes lit up when he heard that. She carefully asked, what conditions? Tu-Huin waved his fan. His tone was extremely serious. This condition is, worship me as your teacher. Markham did not take a second to think but immediately agreed. I agree. As long as she can save my father, Markham is willing to do anything. She immediately bowed down to the ground. Master is above. Please accept a bow from me. Tu-Huin supported her. Good boy. From now on, you are my second true disciple, quickly stand up. The system displays the following information. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting disciples. Check that the disciple has the heart of alchemy. In addition, the alchemy success rate is increased by 30%, the reward is doubled, the host receives the heart of the alchemy path, the earth level, and the alchemy success rate is increased by 70%. Information. Data about Tamakham's disciple has been opened. Information. Identity. Tamakham. Status. Second true disciple. Enlightenment 60, Core 50. Natural talent. Heart of alchemy. Human level. It is possible to increase and improve the conditions for increasing and improving the third level elixir. After reading the information, he was a bit surprised. The heart of Dan Dao. Unfortunately, my core and enlightenment quality are normal, so it seems that I still need to receive initiation and transfer the practice. Juwin turned to try no, if that's the case. To try ni. She seemed to understand what he meant and excitedly replied, there are children, he ordered, let the master kill this henchman dog. Without the slightest hesitation, she replied, obey. Try no immediately rushed over. The henchman was angry at this moment, he used the whip to hit her, shouting loudly, crazy, but before he could say the second sentence, he was immediately kicked into the mine, immediately thrown into the wall. His master, Wang Vin, opened his mouth in surprise. Try no mumbled, I hate people like you who rely on their power and bully people the most. Next, she held the sword in front of Wang Vin. His face turned pale in fear and he began to stammer, You dare to hit my people. Do you know who my father is? She immediately rushed over, not forgetting to provoke him. I don't care who your father is, I'll beat you until your father can't even see. Wang Vin was as frantic as a chicken with grain, shouting, Vo Dan, come out here quickly. He said weak threats. If anything happens to me, my father won't let me let you. Try no didn't care and continued to rush forward. Quick as a flash, a young man with an agile technique rushed out. He used his sword to block Try no's blow, causing her to suddenly fly away. She quickly regained her balance. Carefully consider your opponent. Elder Chu also observed attentively. His face did not change color, but let out a cry. He is Guard Vo Dan, a first-class veteran. With a cold face and unforgiving eyes, he rushed forward to protect his master. Having support, Wang Vin began to feel proud and challenged. Aren't you very arrogant? Continue being extravagant. He commanded arrogantly, Anonymous. Help me beat her more brutally. And the kid standing behind her. The appearance of hiding behind the guard is extremely cowardly. But the tone is the same as the mother of the world, a bunch of them. Don't ignore anyone. Try no looked at him and felt embarrassed. Vo Dan suddenly turned to Wang Vin and said, Young city lord, I'm only responsible for protecting your safety. I won't get involved in fighting between you and others. When he heard that, his eyes widened in shock. You. The auctioneer angrily knocked his gavel hard once and shouted, Arrogant. Where do you think this is? The soldiers now came, pointing their spears at them. The host loudly announced, Those who fight at Tien Ko Lao, according to regulations, must die on the spot. If you don't want to die, please get out now. Long-time Heaven's plan does not welcome those who do not comply. Wang Vin was angry but didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Good for you, let's go. Don't forget to turn around and show your power. You guys in Lac Van Ton better keep your tail down and be human. Don't let me see you again. When Try no heard that, he just wanted to punch him. But Elder Chu calmly ordered, Let's go. To avoid collisions, soldiers escorted each group in one direction. Try no couldn't hide his frustration and complained, Look at his smug appearance. Really don't mind. Tamakham could only laugh. Elder Chu only replied briefly, Don't compare yourself with petty people. On the other side, the soldier threw a contemptuous look at them. He asked, Young master, should we really just forgive them? Wang Vin immediately replied, Forgive? Is your young master such a good person? He has already planned. We will take action after waiting outside Tien Ko. This way, we won't violate Tien Ko Lao's regulations, and we can still be fair to them. The flattering soldier, Young master is truly more intelligent than others. Just stepped out of Tien Ko Tower. Wang Vin was satisfied with his plan. Let's kill that eyeless boy first, then hang him at the city gate. As for those two ladies. Hee. Thinking of this, Wang Vin's eyes widened and he licked his lips continuously. After waiting for a long time, they didn't see anything, so they started to get impatient. Strange, where are you? Why isn't it out yet? Elder Chu had long guessed their intentions. He hid in a nearby corner of the wall, preparing to strike. Tu Huin threw a sword as small as a needle. Vo Dan immediately noticed something unusual. The sword that was as small as a needle quickly returned to its normal size and rushed away. Vo Dan did not hesitate. He shouted carefully and then rushed out to use his knife to block the attack. But unexpectedly, his sword immediately broke in two. The sword stabbed straight into Wang Vin's head. He just quickly shouted. Vo Dan suddenly had no time to react and could only call, "Young master." Vo Dan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The subordinate looked at Wang Vin lying on the ground and was extremely frightened. "You guys! How dare you kill people in Tian Ko Lao area?" Elder Chu's face was cold and his voice was calm as he said, "Stop spitting blood. I clearly waited for you to leave Tian Ko building before taking action, and did not violate Tian Ko building's regulations." Trino saw it and gloated. And the subordinate was so angry that he choked. "You!" Vo Dan dropped the broken knife. He stepped forward and said in a serious tone, "This young master, although this guy is domineering and stupid, people hate him. Just squeeze it gently, and it will crumble." He disdainfully, "It's useless," Elder Chu calmly asked. "Of the 7 swords, isn't one of them effective?" Saying that, he raised 2 fingers and turned them into a circle. A sword returned to attack Vo Dan from behind. He was extremely surprised and shouted, "What? Then use all your strength to keep it." He applied internal energy to his arm, slowing down the sword's speed. The remaining swords were called back to wait. Elder Tu observed from above and called down, "Although you blocked one of my swords, but it seems your hand is about to be destroyed." Vo Dan gritted his teeth to suppress the pain. Tu Huin quickly controlled another sword, so the next sword. Then he pointed his hand at Vo Dan and calmly continued, "See how you do?" Vo Dan was also a bit surprised by the opponent's strength. He applied internal energy, causing the wound on his palm to quickly heal. Vo Dan said, "The sword technique is very good, but the strange beast's blood can help my recovery speed." His hand quickly healed. The scales were now covering the entire arm instead of just on the wrist like before. Elder Tu carefully observed. Vo Dan immediately blocked the incoming sword. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, he confidently said, "If you only rely on this one sword, you still cannot kill me." But in my heart I was extremely uneasy. How could this person's swordplay be so powerful? Just blocking the sword took almost all of his strength. He was sweating and thought to himself, "If I take another shot." But facing Tu Huin, Vo Dan still boldly said sarcastically, "However, seeing that you are exhausted." Tu Huin also secretly agreed, "This person is right, just relying on a soft temper, I'm afraid he can't do anything to him." But the normal flying sword's spiritual power is too weak compared to him. He had an idea. The heart of the fire lotus absorbed the purest fire element in heaven and earth to form it, and it couldn't be better to use it to refine weapons. Take advantage of this opportunity to level up your equipment. Thinking about it, he took out the fire lotus that he had just auctioned and used it. The sword received a golden light mixed with red from the heart of the lotus fire, becoming much stronger and sharper. Elder Chu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly an extraordinary and domineering sword. Watching it really makes people happy." In his heart, he was as happy as a child receiving a gift. "I'd rather call you the fire element Chao Hung." Immediately launch it towards Vo Dan. Go. The rise of fire. Have fun with this, brother. Vo Dan reached out to defend himself, but he realized that this sword was different from the previous ones and shouted, "What?" A long cut ran down his arm. Only then did he realize this is the power of pure fire element. Undone. Feeling that his opponent could no longer be underestimated, Vo Dan gritted his teeth and used all his internal energy to create a ball of energy, then quickly magnify it into a shield. But he himself understood that this shield could not last long. Vo Dan held the sword tightly in his hand, trying to stand firm. In my heart, I thought I couldn't compete with this person. Elder Chu continued casting spells, coldly saying, "It's not over yet." The sword in Vo Dan's hand immediately returned to its owner. It easily broke the barrier he had just created. Vo Dan exclaimed, "It's over!" Immediately a series of upgraded swords descended from the heart of the fire lotus like a sea of fire. Elder Chu said, "Out of respect for you to admit defeat makes me happy, so I spare your life. There is excitement in my heart. I have some spirit. I can also be considered a strong and tough person." Elder Tu landed on the ground and walked towards the 2 waiting disciples. He didn't forget to introduce himself. "My name is Tu Huin. If you want revenge, I'm always welcome." Then he turned back and calmly said, "However, if the guardian fails, someone will find you to settle the matter. You must continue to live." When Vo Dan heard this, his face turned purple. Elder Tu said to his 2 disciples, Okay, anyway, we're out. Let's go save Mockham's father first. Mockham shyly replied, Thank you, master. Trino next to him did not hide his admiration and exclaimed, Master is so handsome. Vodan watched the three of them leave. He thought to himself, to be able to have such talent at this age. Truly extraordinary. He quickly returned to his original human form, moving quickly on the roof. Looking behind him, he told himself that if he could survive under Wang Jia's pursuit, if he had the chance, he would definitely see him at Su Palace. To Mockham led Elder Chu and Trino to the entrance. Trino couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, my sister's family looks very rich. She humbly said, In my father's generation, Tefu was indeed considered rich. But since I took over as head of the household, this Tefu is not the same as before. It is no longer the same as before. Mockham became sad. Actually, you two should not kill Wang Vin. His father is not only the city lord of Van Lacton, but he is also the elder of Lac Van Tong. I heard that they were born and died together with the head of the Lac Van Tong sect, and had a close relationship. The two of them provoked him. I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Mockham was surprised. Nituk? Then she looked around. And the whole clan? Why is everyone here? Elder Chu quickly realized the situation and thought to himself that the person coming did not have good intentions. Trino was also surprised and didn't understand this. Tunuan Noyet, to Mockham's third aunt, stood up, pointed at her and harshly criticized. You still ask? If we hadn't come, we wouldn't have known that Tijia was sold by you for money. Karma. However, when the big brother was seriously injured, he was in a coma and took the family's property to Tian Ko Lao to enjoy. To Mockham quickly clarified, No, I sold property not for pleasure, but to buy the heart of Fire Lotus to save my father's life. Third Anne asked harshly, So where is the Fire Lotus? Where? In this place. As she spoke, she took it from her bag. The flower glows with fire. Looking at it full of hope, she said, I got it. No damage at all. Tuhon Veen immediately used the 6-layer Kimdan to control Mockham and steal the heart lotus. He shouted, Give it to me. Mockham panicked and quickly turned away to avoid the attack. Unexpectedly, the second uncle's intentions. A figure quickly rushed out in front of her to protect her, surprising Mockham. It's Elder Chu. Poised to attack, he solemnly declared, I'll see who dares to touch her. Tu Win's swordsmanship made Tuhon Veen small. This power makes him feel uneasy, not good. Can't be enemies with this person, think and do. He immediately turned around and chose to run away. But it's not that easy. A sword immediately stabbed down in front of him, causing him to panic. Other swords rushed in and stuck around. He now looks like a puppet pinned to the wall. His face was scared and didn't dare to move. The third aunt standing outside couldn't help but be shocked when she saw it. She called out, Second brother. Tuhon Veen trembled and said, Third sister, be careful of that sword. She was angry and began to scold, to Mockham. What do you mean? Now look for outsiders to deal with family members, right? Mockham was tired, I not. Trino quickly interrupted, Junior sister, don't waste words with them. Tu Win smiled proudly. The third aunt continued to advance, loudly challenging, What? Do you still want to fight? Come. Kill me. He started the lesson. How to deal with this bunch of roosters, you have to use strength to talk. Having said that, a series of swords were pointed at them, making them tremble like leaves. Tu Huin asked seriously, Mockham. Do you want to suppress or destroy? The group of people claiming to be family members felt weak when they heard that, and couldn't even stand. What suppresses? Destruction? Mockham hesitated, child. Then she bowed down and bowed to Tu Huin. Thank you, master, to suppress Tijia. Eliminate their cultivation base and give them a way to live. Tu Huin slowly waved his fan and accepted. Okay. Mockham, you come to save your father first. Leave this place to the teacher. Mockham was grateful. Thank you so much. Trino helped her. Let's go, junior sister. Tu Huin has a calm demeanor. The face is a bit cold. Mockham secretly turned back to look and couldn't help but feel moved. She blushed, master. Tu Huin closed the fan in his hand. He smiled meaningfully. So, who do we start with? Having said that, Tu Huin began to apply his energy. His fingers lit up with fire. Throwing the sword towards Hon Veen, who was still pinned to the wall, he said, Otherwise it will start with you. He exclaimed in fear, Don't! A scream of dismay. Blood splashed. The rest of the group covered their faces and did not dare to look. In this situation, Tu Huin calmly turned the fan in his hand. Then he asked seriously, Next, who wants to go first? The whole group panicked and ran away. Where do evil people live leisurely? Here, Tu Huin throws his sword without missing anyone. No matter how enthusiastic Nhwa Noyet was when cursing Mokham, now she is even more frightened. Tu Huin coldly declared, "Don't even try to run away." Tu Huin controlled the sword, determined not to let anyone escape. As he finished speaking, swords shot out and slashed all of them. Witnessing this scene, Mokham was extremely impressed. No one has ever helped me without needing to pay back. I have to work harder. I have to bring my father back. Saying that, she pulled Trino's hand and quickly left. A while later, in Treachery's room, Mokham knelt down beside the bed, looking at his father sadly. Elder Chiu and Trino walked in. Trino said, "Junior sister, Tajia and the others have been abandoned by the master and locked in a dungeon." Mokham's eyes were sad. She said, "That's enough, thank you both." Mokham was extremely surprised. How could that happen? Elder Chiu turned back to reassure, "Don't panic, the current situation is still stable." He immediately used his strength and brought it to Chivin's wrist. "As long as I regenerate his tendons and blood vessels, I can immediately do it." He concentrated as much as possible. Luckily, after practicing the thousandly sword technique, my ability to control spiritual energy has increased by 1 level. Then he transmitted the power to Chivin's feet. He said, "Even restoring tendons and veins is not impossible." Chivin's eyes began to move. He moaned softly, "Ah." Mokham hesitated a bit. "I'm fine." "Why did you mention your second uncle? Could it be?" Chivin recalls, "I have been trying to improve the method of refining the spirit pill for all these years, and a few days ago I finally made progress. My new method greatly reduces the requirements for raw material quality, but has high requirements for the alchemist's cultivation level." He continued, "My cultivation was not enough, so I asked Hong Vien for help, but unexpectedly." His voice lowered. "He actually took advantage of the time I was refining pills and attacked me." All were thoughtful. Chivin spoke up, "I have no hatred or resentment towards him, but he hates me so much. He probably remembers that year when my father chose me to be the head of the Tajia family." Mokham angrily slammed his hand on the bed. Her eyes were full of indignation. So it was him. Elder Chu stroked his chin and thought, "Returning the spirit pill? I remember it was the 3rd level alchemy method? So isn't it possible to use the heart of Dan Dao to upgrade Woodham?" Elder Chu politely spoke up, "Master Su, you mentioned the prescription just now, can you lend it to me to take a look?" Chivin was confused. "Who are you?" Mokham stood up and introduced. "He is Elder Chu Huin of Hong Mong Tong, and is also the master that his daughter just worshipped. Luckily, thanks to him, the daughter was able to awaken her father." Chivin heard that and immediately clasped his hands in thanks. He said, "Is that so? It turns out that you helped me and Hamni. Thank you, sir. Hamni can have this opportunity. I am really happy." Tu Huin also politely clasped his hands in response. Then he approached the wall of the house and knocked on the square on it. Mokham wondered, "Dad, when did you install this in your room?" It immediately opened. Inside there was a red box containing a scroll. He joked with his daughter, "Hee. It was originally a private place to hide money." Mokham was speechless. Chivin did not hesitate to give the scroll to Tu Huin. "You have saved me. As long as it is a prescription from my Tu family, you can take it if you want it." Opening it and reading it, Tu Huin was a little confused. "Haven't you finished fixing this prescription yet?" Chivin lowered his face in shame and replied, "Mr. Grace really has good eyesight. At first I was just a little closer to success. But unfortunately I was destroyed by that beast Hong Vien." Tu Huin reassured me. "It's okay, there's no big problem with this remedy. It's just missing one more piece of royal grass." Mokham was surprised. "Dain Hong Tao?" She became excited. "That's right, Dain Hong Tao. Oh God, why didn't I think of that?" Notification system. Disciple under the host's teachings, successfully comprehended the improved prescription of the 3 realms medicine, upgraded version of Return to God pill, Heart of Pill Dao, talent upgraded to Mysterious Realm, rewards received increased by 5 times, the talent of the host Dan Dao Tam was upgraded to the heaven level. Tu Huin looked at the notification. The success of heaven alchemy increased by 99%, and the rate of comprehending the prescription increased by 30%. He thought to himself, the rate of understanding the prescription increased by 30%. No wonder new thoughts about other prescriptions suddenly pop up in my mind. Chivin lovingly held her daughter's hand. "Mokham, you've been taking over the Tu family alone for so long, it's been hard." Mokham replied, "These are all things you should do. You're just an unfilial daughter. In order to make money to treat people's illnesses, you mortgage the pharmacies in your house. Su Jia is afraid that she won't be able to stand on her feet in the future. Okay again. Looking at their backs, Treachery boldly asked his daughter, "Is this your teacher a normal person?" She was also confused, yes. But she didn't seem to believe her answer. Treachery is currently being detained. He trembled and raised his hand to block. "You guys, what do you want to do?" Treachery is concentrating on his efforts. Next to him was Treachery, who was calmly waving his fan and observing. He said, "Come on, little pheasant, you can't practice 10,000 swords. We won't go any more today." A series of swords were released. Treachery counted, 9971, 9,972. 9979, 10,000. Treachery happily shouted, "Success!" She was finally able to display the 10,000 sword energy. Treachery witnessed tens of thousands of swords being summoned and was scared to death. Elder Chu had a compliment. "Not bad. Next is the most heavenly sword. Come on, my teacher believes in you." Treachery only had time to wipe away the sweat. She quickly regained focus, her eyes filled with determination as she used her strength. "I believe too." A ball of energy was created. It attracted the other swords and gathered them into one place. She held it up high and loudly declared, "I will definitely do it." When the swords converged, a giant sword was created. Treachery concentrates to hold the sword and at the same time control it as he wishes. The name Treachery, after several failed attempts to die, finally died. Treachery stood up with satisfaction. This time there were two sounds of interference, the most gentle and the most tenacious. Fighting under the influence is not a problem. He smiled and thought, "Is this much easier than cultivating yourself?" Treachery turned to his disciples and said, "Come on, go see if Manhwa needs any help." Treachery happily replied, "Master, wait for me." At Lac Van Ton's City Lord's palace. In the Great Hall, 3 of his subordinates were kneeling on the ground, trembling and reporting, "Lord City Lord. Young City Lord, he was killed." At Tajia, Wang Van Ton's invitation letter has also arrived. Manhwa said worriedly, "This party invitation." Treachery slapped the table. "It doesn't look like it has good intentions. Obviously Hong Men Yen." Then she stood up and came up with an idea. "Now we go to the city, directly to Lac Van Tong. Wait until they leave the city and see what tricks Wang Van Tong plays." Treachery still sat there calmly. He ate a grape and calmly said, "No, people have invited you. How can we refuse? Of course I have to go." Treachery was surprised. "Master?" Treachery put his hand on her shoulder. He continued, "I heard that Lam Van Ton is probably also at this banquet. Good boy, do you want revenge?" Hearing this, Treachery was angry. "Lam Van Ton?" She slammed the table, her whole body filled with murderous intent. She sarcastically said, "The traitor who deserves to die is also present?" Manhwa sat next to him, not understanding anything. Treachery opened the fan. She continued, "Still recruiting apprentices for alchemy. This afternoon I'll try to sell the magic pills." She opened the books and reported, a total of 50 bottles were sold, earning 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Treachery stroked his chin and thought, 50 bottles is a bit small. "Have you analyzed the reason?" Manhwa quickly replied, Yes. She explained, "The main use of the rejuvenation pill is to clear the mind and regulate the breath. It is not widely used. Plus it's just the first day of sale." Treachery pulled out a stack of papers from his body. He gave it to Manhwa and said, "Then try researching these alchemy methods, then try selling them and telling me the results." Manhwa looked at the new set of prescriptions with bright eyes. "Is it all for me?" She read it briefly and couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Oh. This is the little needle pill after improvement. The therapeutic effect is at least 10 times that of the old one, enough to keep a monk alive. I think it can definitely be sold very expensive." Manhwa hugged the stack of papers like he was holding a pile of money, happily singing. Treachery also smiled happily and thought, hee, the happy life of counting money is not far away. Night at the City Lord's palace. Everyone flocked to the party. Wang Van Ton personally came out to welcome. "Hey, old brother too. Distinguished guests. He spoke in a gentle tone. "I heard that I got sick a while ago, making me very worried." Unexpectedly, after recovering from the illness, Tajia's alchemy business went one step further. "How lucky." Master Tu smiled and replied, "Haha, thank you for your concern." Treachery looked around and smiled. Wang Van Ton laughed loudly, looking generous. Then he came to talk to Treachery, showing great respect. This must be the rumored young Master Chu who helped the Tu family rise. And Thursday Manhwa is her disciple, helping her break through to the 3rd level of alchemy master, right? Treachery also clasped his hands in response. "Haha, Lord Wang said too much. The subordinate next to Wang Van Tan suddenly frowned. Tu Huin. Is that the main character that Master Wang Tan is hosting a banquet today to entertain? He thought. City Lord Wang deliberately invited 30 Golden Dan elders from Lac Van Tong to help. Now our people are all disguised as guests, waiting inside. Just wait for the city lord to give the order to surround and kill. The subordinate suddenly noticed the two girls following Tu Huin. Ah, this girl. He stared at Trino, seeming to remember something. He looked so much like the eldest lady from back then. After remembering clearly, he frowned. Impossible. At that time, I witnessed with my own eyes Lam Ka's subordinates leading the girl Lam Tri down the cliff. Wang Van Tan's voice called out to invite everyone inside. Come, Elder Tu, and young Master Chiu, everyone is waiting for the banquet. Tu Chi Vien replied, Okay. At the dinner table, Wang Van Tan asked, I heard that young Master Chiu had a 5-level golden cultivation level. Having said that, he stood up, offered him a cup and continued. He also taught 2 excellent disciples, truly immeasurable future. The subordinate next to him also raised his cup. Yes. Nis to being able to worship such a virtuous master is truly a blessing for the Tu family. The elders at the other table also turned to raise their cups, but their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Mr. Chiu is truly talented. Tu Huin carelessly raised his glass of wine and laughed loudly. Ha. City Lord Wang was wrong. Having said that, he drank the cup in one gulp. Tu Huin said, Actually, everyone misunderstood my cultivation level. I only have the 3rd level of golden pill. The strength of the 5-level golden pill that everyone saw was. Trino sitting next to him quickly stopped. Master. Then he pulled out his jade green sword and showed it off. Thanks to this precious sword. This is a chance I have by chance. Its power is extraordinary. Wang Van Tan clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Mr. Chiu is so refreshing. So let's add some bets. Having said that, he asked someone to bring out another spirit stone chest and put it next to it. He said, If Mr. Chiu wins, I will add another 1 million low-grade spirit stones. How about that? Tu Huin scratched his head and innocently asked, Then I also need to take out the corresponding bet, right? But I don't have any money left on me. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. Without hesitation, he took out the sword, he said, or like this. I bet on this precious sword. Is that okay? Wang Van Tan seemed to be waiting for just that, and immediately agreed. Lord Wang Tan set up a shield to protect. If you bet like that, no one can touch it until the competition ends. How about? Tu Huin couldn't stand firmly, and had to ask Mok Ham to hold him up. He happily said, No problem. Tu Trini, counting on you. Don't make your teacher lose face. Mok Ham is worried. Sister, be careful. She held her hands and decided to fight. Rest assured. Wang Van Tan ordered, Tu Hack, you go first. He obeyed. In City Lord Wang's mind, he was planning to test their strength first. Tu Hack faces Trino. Master Wang Tan shouted next. Both of them used uncompromising eyes, staring at each other. Wang Van Tan declared, Let's start. Having finished speaking, Trino threw a series of swords at Tu Hack. He stuck his sword into the ground to block the attack. But you have underestimated her too much. His sword immediately shattered in surprise. He could only blurt out, No! Trino's magic sword stopped just in time. In just a few seconds, you can overwhelm your opponent. Tu Hack sighed and admitted, I lost. Sorry, City Lord. Tu Huin sat watching and laughed loudly. Ha. Even Duni's move couldn't block him. Rubbish. Waste. Mok Ham looked at him and felt shy. People around began to criticize. This is too rude. How uneducated. Some even cursed. Clearly just a drunk ghost. They looked at Tu Huin with a cheerful smile and felt angry. You don't know how high the sky and earth are. Just be wild for a while. Wang Van Tan's close subordinate frowned and looked at him. I'll deal with you later. Wang Van Tan calmed public opinion. It's okay. It's just a competition. There's win or lose. Why care about these things? He thought. The guard also reported that this disciple knew the art of sword bending. But now I see that's not all. Tu Huin hugged the spirit stone chest with joy. Lord Wen is such a good person. Get rich. I also want to bet on my sword and all my assets. Ha! Wang Van Tan didn't say anything, just smiled. In my heart, I was secretly happy. It was just what I wanted. City Lord Wang continued the program. Next, Huin Am, you up? She replied, Yes. Both beauties face each other. Polite Huin Am, offended. Wang Van Tan's eyes were full of hope. If it's about swordplay, my niece once asked to study at Lac Van Tong. How could she lose to this idiot's disciple? Not long after smiling complacently, his face changed color. Huh? Trino immediately cast 10,000 transformations. When AM also uses swordsmanship. Her swords were also ready to be released, but Trino quickly unleashed his greatest transformation. The giant sword rushed towards Win AM, shocking her. Winine was dumbfounded. Is it the greatest transformation? Immediately she shouted loudly, I admit defeat. Win AM sat down, not believing his eyes. Such a young man has already achieved this level of all 1,000 transformations. I bow down to you. Trino would like to accept this compliment, thank you. There was a lot of noise around. This disciple won again. But it looks like she has reached her limit. Tu-Win was now happy in the pile of spirit stones. He tossed it up and shouted loudly, useless. Useless. Today, even if there were gods descending to earth, it would be useless. Ha! Continue. Continue. The girl standing there is Lu Vu, an elder of Lac Van Tong. She declared, you have lost. Looking at the spirit stone chest being carried away, Tu-Win felt sad. This is my entire inheritance. Impossible. You can't go. Whoever wins will collect all my assets. How will I talk to the sect when I return? Angry, he turned to compromise. You fight me one more match. Wang Vantan smiled. Of course it's okay to fight with you one more time. It's just... Mr. Chu just lost his entire fortune, so what are you going to bet on now? Tu-Win's face suddenly became serious, pointing at himself. My life. The people around were surprised. Oh my god. Crazy. Bet to that extent? Only Wang Vantan's close subordinate smiled proudly. Seeing that his prey had taken the bait, Wang Vantan reminded him. This is what Master Chu said himself, don't get drunk and regret it. He was proud. I really want to see if you don't have that sword, how can you win? Tu-Win replied, rest assured. Immediately he used internal energy. Behind him is a giant sword energy. He reminded the opposite, don't say you regret. Holding the hilt of the sword, he slowly said, I'm just afraid that when the time comes, you won't accept it. He gently gathered the swords and continued, but if I win, Lord City Lord will not only give me his entire fortune. Lu Vu exclaimed in surprise, this is the most profound transformation? Tu-Win finished the sentence. But you also need to add one more life. Having finished speaking, he swung the powerful sword towards Lu Vu. Lu Vu held his sword firmly. She raised her sword in front of her. Used the sword to block the sword, but unfortunately, Lu Vu's sword broke in half. With nothing left to defend herself, she was immediately hit. Lu Vu exclaimed in horror. How could the most powerful thing in his hands emit this level of power? She struggled to stand up. Ah damn! My heart was extremely confused. This sword was a magic gift from the sect master, enough to withstand a full-force blow from a monk of the primeval monk. Yet being cut in half by this person's sword, she looked up and carefully observed the other person's face. In the end, what kind of god is he? Tu-Win's face showed a proud smile. He continued to attack Lu Vu with his 10,000 transformations. His sword energy is extremely powerful. Wang Vantan's eyes widened and he shouted loudly, Junior sister. He just caught Lu Vu. Wang Vantan worriedly asked, how is your sister? Lu Vu was seriously injured and unconscious. He continuously called out to his junior sister, throwing an indignant look at Tu-Win. He spoke up. It seems that Lord Wang is also a disciple of the Lac Van sect. He continued, moreover, being able to learn the Lac Van palm of the Lac Van sect, I think the status is not low. Saying that, he waved his hand. Lord Wang Tan was angry but could do nothing. Tu-Win said decisively, killing you today is not unfair at all. Wang Vantan turned back and shouted, why are you still standing there? The Golden Dan elders rushed forward. They were extremely excited. It's finally our turn to go into battle. Elder Wang can rest assured. We will definitely treat him well. Die. Everyone rushed forward with murderous intent. Realizing that the situation was not good, Mokham helped Trino to leave. Sister, go this way. Tichi-Veen couldn't help but be surprised when he saw it. Seeing Tu-Win alone having to deal with the elders, Tichi-Veen gasped and exclaimed, oh, the fighting was so fierce. Tu-Win clapped his hands excitedly. Wow, everyone who took action has the power of golden pills. It seems City Lord Wang is prepared today. His eyes changed immediately. It seems today I only have to surround and kill 30 golden pills alone. Tu-Win stomped his foot really hard. A series of swords flew up. They revolved around Elder Chu. Wang Vantan sarcastically said, killing 30 gold pills alone? It's so extravagant. A stream of black energy exuded. Wang Vantan started to apply merit. he said, just before going down the mountain, I asked the sect master for an illusory shadow-lack cloud sword. Trino's eyes widened in surprise. This sword, he continued, the sect leader's low-grade divine weapon has undergone many years of pure heart and blood refining, and its power has long been incomparable to an ordinary profound iron. Even just an illusion is enough to kill the original hero. Trino still couldn't believe his eyes. This was clearly the Lam family's heirloom sword, which was stolen by Lac Van Tong that year. She remembered. Lac Van Tong massacred Lam Jia that day, using countless blood of Lam Jia's people to practice this sword to temper it to fully display divine powers. To this day, I can still sense the interconnected aura in my sword and my blood. To practice this sword, many Lam Jia people were killed. Trino hugged his chest. They actually called it Lac Van's sword. How shameless! Mokham worriedly asked, Sister, are you okay? Elder Tu's attention. The Lam family's heirloom sword embryo? He recalled Trino's information and immediately understood. It turned out that one of the conditions for awakening the innate sword body that the system displayed at that time was this thing. Wang Vantan spoke loudly. Today, use it to teach your wild young people how to be humble. The sword's illusion rushed towards Tu Huin. He was calm, not in a hurry. It seems I still have to thank Lord Wang Tan for giving me the information about the sword embryo. He waited for the image to come closer. Then he took out a sword like a sword. Wang Vantan was surprised. What? That precious sword was not taken by me. Looking back at the treasure chest, which was now sealed with a shield, the sword was still there. Only then did he understand. This guy has two identical swords? Holding the sword in his hand, Tu Huin thought. Lac Van Keem's illusory power is extraordinary, worthy of being a heavenly weapon. Although Nu Chi Nu is only an earth-level masterpiece, if he is determined, he can make the sword stronger. If you don't mind, try the true power of the thousands of miles of sword art. Saying so, he launched it. Tu Huin waved his fan, his tone sarcastic. You guys can't be like this. All of them were seriously injured, lying on the ground unable to get up. He leisurely walked past, without a single scratch on his body, and gently reminded, I'm not satisfied yet. Wang Vantan was currently hugging his junior sister and hiding behind him. Seeing Tu Huin say he could do it, he was surprised and scared. Impossible? Must run quickly, Tu Huin discovered. He turned around and asked aimlessly, Want to run? Saying that, he summoned his swordsmanship. The swords hovered at the ready. Aiming at Wang Vantan who was running, he rushed forward. Looking at the incoming sword, Wang Vantan could only exclaim, Don't! A shrill scream rang out, Aaaah! The close subordinate was still alive. He tried to get up. He was scared when he saw his master dead. Tu Huin and Trino came before him, preparing to question him. Seeing the two of them getting closer and closer, he shouted, Don't come here! Don't kill me! Tu Huin stepped on his leg, causing him to scream majestically. The one who should kill you, not me. Trino picked up his sword and asked solemnly, Dai Ba, do you still remember me? The subordinate was surprised. Dai Ba? Are you Lam Tri? No. Impossible? Before he could say another word, a knife took his life. Trino's eyes were murderous. She quipped, You answered correctly. Unfortunately there is no reward. Tu Huin patted her head. You did very well, but next time you use your sword, don't rush to cut down. As for the enemy, don't let them relax. Next time try to slowly cut into their flesh. That's the most painful. Trino looked at him with admiration. Thank you, master, I have learned. Chi Veen also sweated when he saw it, stroked his beard and asked Mokham, Is my master really a decent person? She was also a bit confused and asked, Yes. After the riot was over, Tu Huin happily ordered, Master Wan lost, give all his assets to me. Mokham, you can handle the spoils for me. I'll take your senior sister to visit Lac Van Tong. Mokham quickly replied, I obey. At Lac Van Tong. This is the place of Sect Master Lac Van Tong. He is currently cultivating. The sword in front of him seemed to be absorbing the Sect Master's internal energy. He concentrates as much as possible on the mobilization of force. Self-proclaimed name, Deep Van Yuan, Patriarch of Lac Van Tong. Seeing that she had opened her eyes, Tu Huin asked, How is the situation? Trino happily replied, I can sense it. The people of the Lac Van sect have probably not yet been able to capture that sword. I left my consciousness on the sword. As long as you find that sword, you can conquer it. Tu Huin smiled with satisfaction. Very good. He thought for a while and then decided. So today our disciples will rush to Lac Van Tong together. Elsewhere, Deep Van Yuan was stunned. Their soul lamps were turned off just as their subordinates reported. The place where he is standing is the sole lantern of Lac Van Tong. Deep Van Nguyen angrily scolded. You trash Wang Van Ton, last time you told me, your son was killed by Monk Nguyen Van. Do I want to invite Lac Van Sword's clone to deal with it, and also invite 30 golden pill elders to come along? He was angry and shouted. As a result, this happened again. Deep Van Nguyen angrily asked his subordinates, what happened in the end? Is the investigation clear? The subordinate stammered and replied, still, not yet. Right now, we only know that Elder Wang invited 30 golden pills to go down the mountain to help take revenge on his family. But it seems that the enemy has completely destroyed them. He clenched his fists, energy radiating strongly. He silently cursed. A bunch of useless trash. More than 30 people plus an illusory shadow with a sword. But even one person is not enough to deal with it. The sect master ordered, immediately raise the mountain protection formation level to the highest. Right now I still don't know the other person's face. Maybe I can come here at any time. The subordinate did not dare to delay and replied yes. At Lac Van Tong, outside the mountain gate, Tu Huyen told his disciples, the level of the mountain protection formation is not low. She asked the master, can you break it if you resist? He stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then replied, okay, but it causes too much noise. Before we find your family's ancestral sword embryo, we have to be a little more humble. The teacher has a better way. Then he explained to Trino, later you do that, blah blah. She nodded admiringly, kept saying, oh, scene transition. The two of them blocked Deep Van Nguyen's way and shouted, big things are not going well. Sect Master. Elder Wang and Elder Lam have been harmed. His subordinates quickly came forward to protect him. The sect leader spoke up, who are you two? Tu Huyen pretended to cry. This person is the illegitimate son of Elder Lam Van Ton. I am her bodyguard. Last night, the old man didn't come home all night. We went everywhere to listen and found out that last night he was murdered by a mysterious person at the banquet at City Lord Wang's house. Trino also closed his eyes showing innocence and fear. Deep Van Nguyen doubts, Lam Van Ton's illegitimate child? Having said that, he used force. Grasping Trino's arm, he asked for some blood, then applied it to the card. Looking at the words becoming clearer and clearer, he thought, this is Lam Van Ton's destiny card. If they had the same bloodline, it would be clear. It seems that this person is indeed related to Lam Van Ton. Then he calmly asked, what happened to the two of you going up the mountain? Tu Huyen knelt down and begged to declare, we heard that mysterious person alone killed 30 golden pills and massacred the city lord's palace. We were worried that we were the old man's enemies, so we deliberately went up the mountain to seek protection from Lac Van Tong. Trino spoke up, Sect Master Deep, I heard from Father that Sect Master Deep was refining Lam family's sword embryos when he had in reaction, and has always been looking for a way. I don't know if Father told you or not, it's true. Turns out Lam Jia has a way of practicing swords passed down from ancestors. Saying that, she used her spiritual energy to slash her arm. She held out her arm to Sect Leader Deep and continued, Lam Jia has been practicing swords for generations. The blood of Lam Jia people can control sword souls. It is also effective in reducing the pulmonary wound left by it. Deep Van Nguyen heard that and was half convinced. She knew the story of the Lam family sword embryo. Could it be? He walked up to the two people and said, please demonstrate what you just said. I advise you best not to play tricks, otherwise. Then threatened, you cannot bear the consequences. She said, of course, you can try first. Trino extended his arm. Blood immediately flowed. Blood flowed around Sect Leader Deep's body. He closed his eyes and admitted, I felt it. Deep Van Nguyen began to feel more. The wound that was previously damaged by the stray sword is being healed. It actually has some effect. At this time, Sect Leader Deep was completely convinced. He told the two of them to come in. Tu Huyen and Trino looked at each other and smiled, understanding. Success. He instructed his subordinates. Today I will go down the mountain to investigate the unexpected incident of Elder Wang's group. When I am not here, no one is allowed to open a large formation to protect the mountain. In addition, arrange accommodation for these two people. The subordinate replied, yes. Tu Huyen smiled proudly. It was truly a God-given opportunity. Night at Lac Van Tong. Tu Huyen and Trino are practicing together in the room. Soon, Trino reached the first level of the structure. System notification. Host passes on 200 days of cultivation to disciple, returns 3 times as much, receives 600 days of cultivation. Tu Huyen has now become a 6th level golden pill. He said, good. Now you have the first level of foundation cultivation. Once you get the Lam Jia sword embryo, you can awaken your innate sword body, she innocently asked. Huh? Another innate sword body? What is that anyway? Looking at her expression made Chu Huin burst out laughing. Ahaha. Nothing. Let's depart quickly. Tu Huin and Tri No looked down from above. He asked, Are you sure you can find the location of the sword embryo? She affirmed, Master, rest assured. He was satisfied. Good, then you go ahead and lead the way. Both quickly moved on the roof. When they arrived, there was a guard there. But luckily he fell asleep. As soon as Tri No landed, he was a bit surprised. Tisk. There are people guarding it. Tu Huin reassured. It's okay. She looked at the guard, still feeling a bit shy. But Tu Huin erased that, he explained. The teacher has hidden the aura of the two of us. Under my source no one will detect it. They cautiously opened the door. Lam Jia's sword lies in the middle of the room, carefully chained. Tu Huin said, Found it. He advised his disciples. You can rest assured to refine, the master will protect you. She assuredly replied, Yes. Tri No started to sit down. She began to focus on using her strength. A force of power gathered into the heart of the flying palm. The hemorrhoid slave then transferred that energy into the sword. The sword began to move. It exudes a powerful energy. That flow of energy surprised Tri No. She felt like she wanted to throw herself back. She suddenly understood. On this sword, the divine consciousness of Sect Master Lakvan's sect was still kept. Suddenly the guard burst in. He shouted loudly. Who? He was surprised and speechless. You guys. Then he pulled something out of his pocket. It sent out an alarm signal to the entire Lakvan Tong. Like flares, it helps locate where an incident is occurring. Tu Huin laughed. It seems like it's impossible to hide it. If that's the case, then let's make a big fuss. Say it and do it. Immediately use swordsmanship. At the same time, outside Lakvan Tong, Sect Master Deep, who was using the sword, also detected the alarm. He panicked. Someone touched my sword? Is that an enemy attack? The disciples of Lakvan Tong quickly approached Sect Leader Deep's room. They loudly declared their authority. Who dares to act rashly in Lakvan Tong? Report your name here. Others also approached, shouting, You are surrounded. Another person said, Being obedient and being tied up can still save you some suffering. Tu Huin looked at the group of disciples approaching in droves. Without flinching, he slowly declared, Today, without my permission, no one can enter. Having said that, he waved his hand forward and shouted, Go! A series of swords rushed towards the disciples. They immediately created a shield to block the attack. Someone sarcastically said, How dare you even dare to act arrogantly in front of a monk like him, even if you have such a simple sword-bending technique? Before they could be satisfied for a few seconds, that small sword-bending technique easily penetrated their barrier. Many people were seriously injured. They started to panic. What? The Dharma weapon passed down from my ancestors. Yet one strike destroyed it? How is this flying sword so powerful? Tu Huin waved his fan and leisurely told the story. Last time the siege killed 30 golden pills, I thought everyone drank too much so their arms and legs had no strength. Now it seems that Lakvan's sect is basically just that. The disciples began to panic. Surrounding and killing 30 gold pills alone? You are. Tu Huin bravely stepped forward and announced, I go without changing my name. I sit without changing my last name. His voice lowered and continued, Huin Chu Nam Lai Tong. If after tonight Lakvan Tong still has the strength to take revenge, then remember my name. A disciple thought to himself, yet it's Nam Lai Tong. That's right, within a 10-mile range, the only Nam Lai Tong that can compete with Lakvan Tong is. Although they were timid, because of Lakvan Tong's reputation, they began to rush forward. One guy shouted loudly, Everyone! Follow me to capture the thief Nam Lai Tong. All answered in unison, Yes. Tu Huin's appearance is very suggestive, he challenged, coming at the right time. Today must make me excited. As he finished speaking, the swords pierced each Lakvan Tong disciple one by one. Although their tactics were agile, they could not be avoided. Some people even shouted, Ah! Save lives. But who saves? In this rain of swords it was good that they only worried about preserving their lives. After the recent attack, most of the disciples were defeated. But there is still one survivor. Tu Huin spoke up. The story has come to an end, right? His eyes suddenly flashed as if he had a new idea. But I haven't gone all out yet. Although the disciple was seriously injured, he still said very strongly, Young man, you left the sect. Our sect master is about to return. By then you will definitely be cut into pieces. Tu Huin waved his fan and laughed loudly. I'm waiting. Out of nowhere, sect leader Deep suddenly appeared. You brat. Don't be arrogant. Tu Huin became interested. He immediately prepared. Come back quickly. His sword confronts Sect Leader Deep's sword. The sword quickly broke in two. Sect Master Deep also lost his bearings and fell out. At this moment he was really angry. Having been tricked and beaten, thief Nam Mai Tong, you are really bold. Dare to act rashly in Lac Van Tong area. Tu Huin sneered. What the hell is Lac Van Tong? Wasn't your elder also beaten and slapped by me? After saying that, he used two swords as swords. Then challenge him. Try this trick, old man. You use the martial art of thousands of miles, bless you. Sect Master Deep held the sword tightly. Then he brandished his sword and shouted loudly, 13. Slash hard into the soft sword. Just relying on you. Do you dare to despise Lac Van Tong? That is the 10,000 sword energy. Sect Master Deep also carefully considered, 10,000 swords? This move can still be used on a real sword? His sword's power is not ordinary, at least it is top grade. While blocking tens of thousands of swords, he thought to himself. At the same time, he threw out to you the precious sword of an Earth-class masterpiece. Where is it still called sword skill? Tu Huin continued to control the swords to attack Sect Leader Deep. He also somewhat admitted in his heart, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is supreme supernatural power. Sect Master Deep commented on the situation. Continuing like this is not good, it seems like we can only. He stuck his sword into the ground. Immediately a strong stream of energy radiated out. Then he shouted loudly, opening a great mountain protection formation, a layer of protection covering the entire sect. He loudly declared, Lac Van Tong, I absolutely cannot let you offend. Tu Huin was also surprised by this move of Sect Leader Deep. The swords seemed to be pulled upwards by a force. From above, a beam of energy hit him straight down. Luckily he was able to dodge. Tu Huin exclaimed, I heard that the great formation protecting the mountain was left by the first sect master with peak divine cultivation. Now that 100 years have passed, its power has not diminished. Tu Huin frowned. All the illusions of the noise just now were swept away. We have to be more careful. A beam of light appeared, startling Tu Huin. His face brightened again. What a good disciple of mine. You came just in time. System notification. Host helps disciple activate innate sword position, Earth level, 10 times refund, reward innate sword body, heavenly level. Tu Huin immediately felt a new source of strength. He felt excited. The innate sword body turned out to be this feeling. The feeling of having more understanding towards a ray of sword energy vibrating between heaven and earth. Tu Huin floated in the air, energy surrounding him. It's the sword energy that keeps rushing forward. Sect Leader Deep witnessed it, and was surprised. Is he the one who broke through in battle? Immediately he sat down and conducted a formation. The combination of earth magic is getting bigger and bigger. Sect Leader Deep declared, I will crush you into pieces right now. His eyes flashed with hatred. I'll see how you can break through. But nothing happened. He was startled and turned back to consider. HM? Everything still stands still. Sect Master Deep shouted in confusion. What? How come the mountain protection formation refuses to listen to my orders? Tu Huin approached and smiled proudly. It seems like your position as sect leader is not very good. Plug it right behind Tu Huin's back. He spoke up and said, whoever is such an immoral sect leader, I will take over Lac Van Tong. Having said that, he raised his hand towards Deep Van Nguyen. As for you, he then knelt down on the ground, his hands raised to fight back weakly. No, no, no. Tu Huin continued, come and pay for the lives of the dead people of the Lam family. Having finished speaking, Lac Van Tong's sword slashed straight down. The ground was also cut in half. The onlookers couldn't help but be shocked. This. Was it cutting down the entire peak of Lac Van Sect Mountain? Tu Huin, with the power of the Lac Van Tong sword behind him, spoke up. In the past, everyone who participated in the massacre of the Lam family was a little more conscious. Cut off an arm. Get out. Don't wait for me to find out. He lowered his voice and smiled sinisterly. If you wait for me to act, up and down the Lac Van sect will all die. The people began to cry. My son is still in the sect. He has done nothing. It is all my fault. Having said that, he cut off his own arm and begged Tu Huin, please let my son go. I accept the price. Other people also began to act. They cut off their own arms. I also have relatives still in the sect. Please forgive them. They each hugged one arm and left. Only then did Tu Huin release his anger. Wait until the scalpel is placed on his head to know the pain. The more I think about it, the more bitter it becomes. When we slaughtered people's relatives in the past, why didn't we leave them a little way to live? Try no happily laughed out loud. Master, you are watching. I have successfully captured the sword embryo. I decided to call it all sword. She jumped up and boasted. Moreover, after conquering it, I felt that the cultivation speed was much easier than before. The 10,000 sword energy that was previously unfamiliar has also broken through. With resources from Lac Van Tong to help, Tujia stably took over Lac Van Ton. At the same time, under Chu Huin's guidance, a series of facilities such as public tourist buses to visit the city were launched, causing Lac Van Ton's economy to develop rapidly. The driver said to the approaching passenger, 2 coins at a time. Citywide tour. You can get off the bus at any time. After the retreat, Chu Huin also helped Lam Tri and Tamakhem spread the technique. Both of you have now been promoted to junior level. The 3 people sat down in a triangle shape. Lam Tri and Tamakhem closed their hands and placed them in front of their stomachs, while Tu Huin opened his arms and focused on transmitting the practice to the 2. Around Lam Tri appeared a stream of power called the 2-layer structure. Surrounding Tamakhem is the first-class structure. Tu Huin is eating plump grapes with his mouth open. Tu Huin smiled coyly and replied, Senior Brother Sect Master's news is still as quick as that. The person who returned on my behalf told him that I was always loyal to Hong Mong Tong. Lac Van Tong was simply lying around without collecting money. Deep Su Diet then happily replied, Deep then understands. In addition, 3 days later is the day of the competition between the sects. The sect master told me to send you a message. Deep Su Deep returned to his original serious look. If you want to stay at Hong Mong Tong, you must remember to be on time. Tu Huin sat with his hand on his chin and firmly affirmed, Rest assured. I will definitely arrive on time. Then he stood up and stretched, tiredly telling Lam Tri and Tamakhem, Okay, go get ready. Prepare to return to compete. Lam Tri and Tamakhem answered in unison, Yes. Lam Tri remembered that when he returned, he would have to encounter many troubles and had a headache. He did not forget to remind Tamakhem, Junior sister, this time returning to the sect, there are some people that you must be careful with if you encounter them. Tamakhem also wondered, Who? Lam Tri remembered Deep Thursday Han, Lai Sun and Vang Tran as he said, they were originally disciples of their master, but later he betrayed his master, and even plotted to harm his master. Talking about those people made her unable to hide her anger. Lam Tri said, I will tell you the details later on the way. Tamakhem replied, Yes, at the 6th peak of Hongmeng sect. Vang Nan said, I heard that Tu Huin is about to return. You too, are you ready? Vang Tran continued, Master, please forgive me for saying that the exercises you taught us had to be combined with spirit beasts to practice. Why do I feel that this practice is a bit similar to a demon practice? When Vang Nan heard this, he angrily raised his hand to punish the rude disciple. He threw him away, then loudly, Childhood is senseless. You don't know anything, you only know how many exercises in Hong Mong sect. How dare you doubt the practice taught by your master? Vang Tran quickly knelt down and bowed his head to admit his mistake. I know I was wrong. Remember the 2 of you, every ordinary person in a match will be rewarded with blood and death. The final winner will have the top pure death energy, so you must not lose. If anyone loses. Speaking of this, Vang Nan emitted a purple murderous aura, gathering aura into his palm. Then with a bang, he continued, The end will be like this table. This scene made Thursday Han sweat and nervously replied, Yes. But in her heart she secretly thought that if she had known that this 6-wind sect was so evil, she would have preferred to stay in that wind to enjoy a happy and carefree life. Really failed. When he had finished giving instructions, standing on the ruins from the previous rumble, Vang Nan said, Then you 2 go down first. The 2 of them obeyed, Yes. In a corner, a person wearing a black cloak and a hat covering nearly half of his face appeared and sarcastically said, Even his subordinates are starting to get suspicious. He stepped out and said loudly, Looks like you have to hurry up. Vang Nan glanced at him and said angrily, I wasted all my effort to open the Great Mountain Protection Law, letting you enter the Hong Mong sect, not for you to tease and provoke. People want, how are you preparing? The guy in black curled his mouth slightly, Don't worry, I guarantee it. I want to let the whole Hong Kong sect know what is called terrorism. After saying the last 2 words, his pupils widened with 2 red rays of murderous intent. His mouth opened wide, showing a devilish and excited smile. The scene changes to Hong Mong sect's Na Trang Not Sun Square. On the day of the competition between the sects, the scene is extremely noisy. In the audience, a young man asked the old man next to him, Yo, old man Vang, did you also come to see the excitement at Hong Mong Tong? The old man smiled gently and patted the head of the granddaughter next to him, proudly replied, Yeah yo, this is not my grandchild. This year, I also tested her spiritual roots and took her to see the world. The blonde-haired man looked sharp and said excitedly, "This mountain square is not bad, not inferior to my Tien Sword Gate." The purple-haired man next to him who came to watch the match was the supporting character, and the girl who was the main character couldn't help but praise, "Yeah, that's the Hong Mong Sect's Wish-Thousand Goddess, right? Much more beautiful than previous years." In another corner of the stands, an elderly man said to the young man next to him, "The competition that takes place every 5 years has finally begun. This year it seems like there are quite a few viewers from other sects, and we don't know which style will win this time." The young man next to him is looking intently at something serious. "Definitely the first rank. A few years ago, it was always them." "Right. Elder Chifeng of that first peak was the senior elder of that Hong Mong sect elder. Sitting below the two people was Chifeng, the first elder of the first generation. He looked very strict." The young man continued, "Today he is a 4th level golden pill, the others are all successful junior disciples." "Very strong strength," the elderly man retorted, pissed. "Haven't you forgotten Chuck Twin Celestial Maiden of the second peak? Not long ago, I also broke through to the 4th level of Golden Core, and the others are even more outstanding disciples with twin swords, and their strength cannot be underestimated." The image of Chuck Twin dressed in a sexy outfit leisurely enjoying a cup of tea appeared. Vang Tran, representing the 6th form, stepped onto the stage. Seeing that, many spectators could not help but suddenly exclaim, "Haze, is it Vang Tran? I remember he was a disciple of the 7th peak, right? Why represent the 6th peak in battle?" Another person replied, "You don't know yet? Vang Tran has long betrayed his master, and now joins the 6th peak. Isn't this a good drama to watch?" The system board displays the message Vang Tran's 7th level weapon training. The head of the Hong Mong sect, Truong Hak, was sitting on the observation stand. Didn't see Chiu Huin anywhere, so he asked the eldest disciple next to him, "Chiu Huin hasn't arrived yet?" Deep Su Deep replied, "I haven't seen you yet." Hearing that, he raised his hand to stroke his beard and said thoughtfully, "Chiu Huin." The audience below had not seen anyone representing the 1st Division step onto the stage, so they couldn't help but laugh out loud and say, "Is there no one in the 1st Division? So isn't that just admitting defeat directly?" Others scoffed further, "What would someone do? Who can compete with Vang Tran? Did he come up himself?" Ha! The referee saw that there was still no one representing the 1st Division to compete, so he raised his hand and shouted loudly, "There is no one in the 1st Division to fight this match." Before he could finish his sentence, someone shouted from behind, "Wait a minute!" Her face showed anger and said, "My master's sect has never contained traitors. What kind of pawn are you when your master destroys your ancestors? Are you also worthy of being my senior brother?" Hearing that, Vang Tran's face darkened. He slowly pulled out his sword. His sharp eyes said, "Good, good, good. If you don't know good or bad." Suddenly attacked, pointed the sword at Tamak Ham and said, "Then don't blame me for not being merciful." He licked his lips and said triumphantly, "Junior sister, you have to be careful. Even if Chiu Huin has praised this Xian Vu sword technique of mine, it's not bad." But Tamak Ham's skills were not average. She quickly blocked his attack with just 2 fingers. He was extremely surprised. His mind couldn't help but be shocked. "What?" She frowned and praised, "The swordsmanship is really not bad. Then use force on the 2 fingers that are blocking his blade." She only needed to use a little force, and his sword shattered. She quipped, "It's just that using a sword is really useless. Even the aura that protects my body can't be broken. What kind of sword cultivator is it?" The sword shattered, causing him to spray glue on the spot. Then he trembled and said, I admit defeat." As he turned to leave, Tamak Ham called him back. "Wait." The great sect demanded to fight to the end. "I can't kill you now, consider yourself lucky." As she spoke, she lifted her body and rushed forward, reaching back with her right arm to channel her spiritual energy. "Give me one shot and then get out." As she spoke, she uncompromisingly unleashed a powerful blow. Creates a huge explosion. Even though Vang Tran was surprised, he still had time to launch a defense move. A purple aura radiated from his hand. His eyes rolled back and he shouted loudly, "Don't put your feet above your head." Tamak Ham did not hide anything, raised his hand to show his strength and said, "Half a month ago, I was at the 1st level of cultivating weapons. Today I have built the foundation at the 1st level." She glanced at Vang Tran and revealed with a smile, "Thanks to Master Chiu Huin's teachings of the technique of cleansing the marrow and converting the bones, the task was twice as easy with only half the effort." Things like this, some traitors can't help but admire. Von Tran was so angry that veins appeared on his forehead. He clenched his fists and thought, that old dog Tu Huin. Is the empowerment really passed on to the disciples? Also cleanse the marrow and transform the bones. Damn it, the referee announced the first match, the 7th one. Suddenly someone flew down to the ring, not forgetting to shout, wait. It turned out that it was also a disciple who betrayed Tu Huin, none other than Deep Thursday Han. His eyebrows furrowed and he made a request. I want to challenge the 7th peak. In the stands everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Everyone was speechless. Someone exclaimed, oh my god, Deep Thursday Han took the initiative to challenge? The person next to him replied, there seems to be a rule like this. If someone takes the initiative to challenge, the challenged party cannot refuse. But the elders can freely decide on the disciples to fight. The discussion hasn't ended yet. Is there anyone in the 7th peak who can fight? No, Deep Thursday Han was originally called Tu Huin in the sect. Now that I have reached the 5th level of foundation, with this level of cultivation, I can already become a level elder. The system displays information, cold autumn leaves 5-layered structure. Deep Thursday Han's face darkened and said, Elder Chu, send out your disciples. This time, Tu Huin called the person, Little Hemorrhoid, Lamb Hemorrhoid. Hearing that her master wanted her to rise, she did not hesitate to fly to the ring. Then he raised his face and seriously replied, there are disciples. Tu Huin advised her disciple, be more careful later. Deep Thursday Han clearly looked uncomfortable when he saw that the person who came up to fight with him was Lamb Hemorrhoids. He grumbled, does the former servant of the 7th peak also have the right to stand on the stage of the Great Bisect? You really should be more careful. Tu Huin smiled, his face full of affection and affirmation. I said it, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Tri also launched a move towards Deep Thursday Han, making him startled. But he also dodged that surprise attack. He thought he had dodged it, but the attack just grazed his face, leaving a long scratch that caught him by surprise. Tu Huin stood on the stage, excitedly shouting, Little Hemorrhoid! Break his mouth for me. Lam Tri glanced at the voice and said, follow my orders. The attack just now had successfully angered him. He slowly pulled out the shiny sword while gritting his teeth and saying, you really are. A fiery phoenix appeared. Not knowing whether to live or die, fire broke out around him. Von Nan observed the scene just now and said with interest, Deep Thursday Han is now using the flying bird sword technique. Or was it originally designed by Tu Huin specifically based on his habit of using the sword? Tam Fong on the side also tried his best to juggle. Yes, using the sword technique he taught to defeat his disciple, Tu Huin's face will definitely be very special soon. Lam Tri seemed to have guessed something, bowed his head and smiled. After that, she showed no mercy and launched a move towards Deep Thursday Han. He was still very complacent about his abilities, so he felt very comfortable, raised the sword to block in front of him, and did not forget to praise Lin Hemorrhoid's commendable courage. When Lam Hemorrhoid's move touched his sword, the sword shattered, causing him to suddenly stand rooted to the spot. Only then did he regain his composure, his face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed together, and he exclaimed in shock, What? Then he looked back at his shattered sword, wondering, how is this possible? Lam Tri despised, isn't it just flying bird swordsmanship? Is it very difficult? On the contrary, it's been you who's been studying with your master for almost 5 years, right? Having just learned to this level, I feel ashamed for you. According to the rules, your sword is broken, victory and defeat have been decided, so I let you go down to the field. But I'm really not used to this arrogant appearance of yours. Saying that, she pulled out a sword from her pocket, plugged it straight into the ground and challenged Deep Thursday Han, again. She did so, making him extremely shocked. Deep Thursday Han was really angry, his body emitted a strange red murderous aura. His eyes also turned red. He walked over and picked up the sword and said, Haha, that's ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Deep Thursday Han shouted with rage, putting all his strength into the sword. Swinging a sword towards Lam Tri, he said, How dare you say such things to me? Contrary to Deep Thursday Han's madness, Lam Hemorrhoid was very calm and gently turned around to avoid the attack, and at the same time swung his sword and slashed towards his arm holding the sword, making him extremely surprised. Deep Thursday Han's arm was slashed, blood splattered, causing him to painfully drop the sword he was holding in his hand. Deep Thursday Han could no longer stand, kneeling on the ground, holding his injured arm, screaming miserably, Aaah! My arm! Lam Tri raised her face to look at him and slowly said, What kind of person am I, you ask? Now you know? Her eyes lit up, her mouth curled into a sly smile, and she said contemptuously, I am someone that a trash like you could not touch after 100 years of training. Tu Huin heard those words with joy in his heart, pretending to smack his lips and complain, the life of rich people is like that, so boring. This attitude makes the people around you extremely disgusted. Deep Thursday Han suddenly stood up, covered the upper half of his face with his hand and laughed loudly like a lunatic. Ha 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 ha. When Lam Tri saw him change so quickly, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, HM? Deep Thursday Han's entire body radiated a huge amount of dark demonic energy with the words, I heard that Tu Huin gave you the kung fu. I didn't believe it before, it seems true. These magic tools of yours are also him. Give it? Seeing Deep Thursday Han like that, Chuang Hak, Deep Su Diet, Chuck Twin, Tamak Ham, Lam Hemorrhoid and an elder were all surprised. Tu Huin looked at him thoughtfully and wondered, Deep Thursday Han, is this spiritual energy chaotic, about to run away and become a demon? Deep Thursday Han raised his hand forward to control a sword to fly, his bright eyes full of magic as he smiled and said, he forced a waste like you to become a genius. He really owes it all. Looking at the sword that was strangely in his hand, he confidently said, could it be that he thought that? A red aura in the form of a vicious dragon appeared. He swung the sword that was radiating demonic energy towards Lam Treem and said, I only know the sword technique he taught. But fortunately, due to his quick movements, Lam Tri was able to avoid that attack. Deep Thursday Han arrogantly continued, this sword technique is of the lower level, and was specially found for me by the Elder King of the Sixth Peak. You and Chiu Huin have probably never encountered a sword technique of ground level, or higher. At the same time, he pointed the sword straight at Lam Hemorrhoid, but once again she dodged. Not panicking at all, Lam Tri smiled slightly. Ha, don't mention the heavenly sword technique. Even if it is a heavenly sword, I also have it. As she spoke, she pulled out the precious sword. I originally thought that I wouldn't use a precious sword to deal with a bastard like you, but since you're so pitiful and you'll be satisfied with a set of heavenly rank swordsmanship, I'll give you some knowledge. Quick as lightning, she used the sword she had just drawn to slash a line at Deep Thursday Han's body, causing the sword in his hand to slip out of his grasp. She lowered her head and sighed in frustration, then said with a disgusted voice, as for this heavenly sword technique you mentioned, I think it's just like that, letting you use it won't get you anywhere. Even more so, Deep Thursday Han hugged his face and laughed loudly, ha ha, I lost again. Tu Huin even took out the heavenly treasure sword, causing me to lose to a foot-washing servant. He was not convinced. This is impossible. How can we lose? Then bursting with power, a large demonic aura surrounded him and caused the swords lying on the ground nearby to fly up. Seeing Deep Thursday Han so crazy, Chuang Hak was silent and thought to himself, this scene is exactly like the person who ran away and became a demon. After thinking about it, he shouted in order, Deep Thursday Han is about to disappear and become a demon. Immediately stop this nonsense. The referee did not dare to delay, immediately knocked on the gong to signal and shouted loudly, pause. Disciples from both sides immediately went down to the field. When Lam Tri saw this, he turned around and left, not forgetting to mock, consider yourself lucky you're useless. Leaving behind is Deep Thursday Han, burning with demonic energy. Deep Thursday Han was almost crazy. His mind was full of thoughts of wanting to kill Lam Hemorrhoid, so he didn't care about the referee's words. He raised his injured hands towards Lam Hemorrhoid and asked fiercely, want to go? I don't allow it. Having said that, he controlled a series of swords to rush towards Lam Hemorrhoids. Lam Tri turned his head to look back, his eyes shining, his face sinister, and he said, on the contrary, it suits me. I want to let you see, not just the flying bird sword technique, or any other sword technique, even the bending sword technique. She turned around and raised her hand to block the incoming swords. Lam Tri also raised 2 fingers and smiled, his face revealing a mischievous look, and replied, Master, rest assured. I have my own responsibilities. As he finished speaking, the swords also flew over Deep Thursday Han's head. He looked at the purple gas passing by his face and sweated. The wound on his cheek now formed an extremely clear letter, as if to remind him to live uprightly. On the head, the hair near the temples is shaved from front to back, looking extremely funny. Seeing that he was still safe and sound after the terrible battle, he stammered in fear and asked, I'm not dead yet? The audience began to burst into laughter of all kinds, accompanied by mockery. This appearance of Senior Brother Deep is really no good. Can't laugh, phew. Can't stand it. Ha ha. I laughed first. Deep Thursday Han looked up at the stage with extreme confusion in his heart, and asked in bewilderment, what are you guys laughing at? Are you laughing at me? Lam Tri raised the mirror high, intending to show Deep Thursday Han something. She told him, if I don't let you praise this masterpiece, I feel a little heartless. She happily showed it to him. Hey, take a look. Suddenly, Deep Thursday Han gasped, as if she had just seen something horrifying. His hair is now cut in a very strange way. He was stunned but said speechlessly, this is. Lam Tri happily replied, by the way, there is my spiritual energy on the sword. Your head and the wound on your face will not recover before you defeat me. Then, she turned around and waved the mirror in her hand. She warned Deep Thursday Han, you better pray that this life has a chance to surpass me. I hope from now on every time you hold a sword you will remember this day. Lam Tri looked at Deep Thursday Han's collapsed appearance, and smiled contemptuously. Don't think yourself too good, Deep Thursday Han. Because I am basically nothing. Deep Thursday Han suddenly felt a dark aura pouring out of her, making him unable to argue back. He could only sadly admit defeat. Witnessing this overwhelming disparity, everyone couldn't help but admire Lam Tri. Heavenly magic weapon, is that real? That Fong's strength is terrifying and ferocious. This sister is truly a murderer at heart. Suddenly, an awkward laugh cut this quiet atmosphere in half. Ha ha. Tu Huin propped his chin up and praised Lam Tri in the corner of the stands. As expected of my adorable and obedient little pheasant, he has the true inheritance of his master. On the other hand, the sect master, Truong Hak, was sitting in an upper corner looking at the whole scene. He turned to Deep Su Deep and said, Dear child, you still remember the traitor many years ago. The teacher personally expelled him. Teacher? He immediately clasped his hands and respectfully replied, if not mistaken, that person is the elder brother of Luke Fong, Elder Vong Nan. I heard that after he betrayed the Master Sect, he surrendered to the Sun and Moon Ghost Sect. Could it be that the Master is suspecting that the Sixth Wind is colluding with demons, as expected of Truong Hak's junior brother? He said to himself, I hope everything is just me thinking too much. As a precaution, he turned to Deep then, go investigate Vong Nan otherwise. A bell rang once. Someone appeared to announce the next round of 7 wins. Draw for the next match. 7 wins will fight. Let's dominate. Truong Hak and Deep then suddenly turned to stone when they heard this strange announcement. Too shocked by this transformation, Deep then scratched his head in surprise and asked permission. Master, then I will go first. Suddenly, Truong Hak regained his composure. He coughed and told Deep then, you quickly go to fight. I'm afraid Lam Tri's swordsmanship is no worse than the elders in the sect. Besides, if you and it fight, it will also be beneficial for you. Deep then clasped his hands, willing to follow his wishes. A moment later, on the first floor at this time, Deep then and Lam Tri were there to listen to the referee's announcement. Then, both sides took a fighting stance. The referee raised his hand high, counted to 3, then lowered his hand and shouted loudly, the competition begins. Lam Tri placed her hands on her waist. She was surprised to see Deep then present here. She exclaimed, I didn't expect that my head would bump into senior brother Deep. Deep then took out the sword sheath, then slowly pulled out the sword. He replied, no matter how many skills you have, just take them all out. After a moment of extreme generosity, all the magical weapons were taken out and surrounded Lam Tri. She sat on a cannon, then pointed it straight at Deep then, prepare. She was filled with murderous aura, glaring at that little Deep then, come here, senior brother. Let's get started too. Deep Su Deep turned back to look at the sword, a low-class gift given to him by his master when he bowed to his master. He valued it as much as his entire existing fortune. It was so unfair, he immediately threw the sword to the ground, cursing and cursing. Dozens of magical tools. What's the point of farting like this? He turned to question Truong Hak. Hey master, do you care? This is too illegal. Deep then was bewildered, not understanding what she was planning to do. Just as his sword reached it, a barrier suddenly blocked his attack. Deep then was surprised to see that Lam Tri had already taken out the magic weapon and shield without realizing it. She replied to his naive teacher, this shield can block a full-force attack from a 10th level innate. Surely it is just right for senior brother, right? So brother, quickly bring out all your courage. Deep then tried to use all his strength to pierce the shield, but unfortunately the shield bounced back and pushed him away. Lam Tri immediately added salt to his joke. Brother, is that okay? Why can't even the 10-level innate shield be broken? Don't tell me, in this match, you won't even touch me? Being teased by a junior brother, Deep then went crazy. He clenched his fists, cursing, you. He immediately jumped up and rushed to Lam Tri this time. He said without mercy, men can't say no? Isn't it just a full-force attack from the 10th level innate? The blade instantly touched the tip of the shield, creating a crack. Deep then used all his strength to cut it in half. Deep then happily and proudly said to Lam Tri, "Now I will break it for you to see." However, Lam Tri still toyed with him. Because the first shield that was destroyed was just a cover for another shield. Deep then did not expect this situation. As a result, he couldn't react in time to this, resulting in his entire head hitting the shield. A huge lump appeared on Deep Than's head. He touched it and said unjustly, "So, is there still more?" Unconvinced by this, he picked up the sword again, then rushed towards Lam Tri, determined to destroy that shield. He said eloquently, "Disgusting. Just 2 full-force attacks. With 2 strikes a new shield is born." However, Deep then still refused to stop and continued to throw more 3 strikes. The result is still the same, another shield appears. Still not convinced by this, Deep then launched 4 attacks. And still a new shield. Lam Tri stood happily looking at Deep Than's sorrowful face. A moment later, after dozens of blows, Deep then gradually lost all his strength. And with each strike, a new shield is born. As for Lam Tri, he simply set up a chair and enjoyed his cool drink while Deep then was struggling to plow his shield. Deep then suddenly spoke, but his tone was very trembling. Me. He couldn't even keep the sword straight. No way. Unable to bear this torture, Deep then had to give up before this young lady. "It's okay, he's still alive, he's just too tired." The referee rang the bell again, then announced the result. "I declare. The first person qualified to level up belongs to the 7th peak." Lam Tri happily went to celebrate with the audience. Hi. Many thanks. The audience couldn't believe their eyes. "Senior brother, you were completely consumed by the opponent's defense weapon. With more than a dozen defensive magical weapons, Senior brother has persevered for a long time." Lam Tri plans to return to share the joy with Tu Huin and to Makam. Tu Huin has all the praise for Lam Tri, little hemorrhoid. Insidious, treacherous, and devious. The teacher likes it so much. It turns out there is also this type of fighting. Several other people looked at it, and were also amazed. That Fong's internal situation is truly terrible. Just making a little noise. As soon as Lam Tri sat down, Tu Huin went to ask her, "But didn't you say you've been itching for Deep then for a long time? Do you want to defeat him head-on?" Lam Tri was angry when she heard that name. She complained, "In the past, his cultivation level was higher than mine, so he could barely be my opponent. Today he is only at the 10th level, I am already at the 2nd level, and I use my ability to deal with him. Isn't that bullying?" To Makam immediately interrupted and said, "But now everyone is saying that senior sister is bullying people?" Tu Huin used a fan to cover his smile, and Lam Tri seemed to have just heard bad news, listening and absorbing it. Lam Tri put his feet up and said majestically, "In short, now we don't have the hemorrhoids of the past anymore. With the guidance of my master, my goal is to challenge the true genius of swordsmanship." Tu Huin, sitting next to her, suddenly loudly encouraged her, "You have courage. As expected of being the master's great disciple. Let's go. Go back and rest well. There are 2 more rounds tomorrow." From afar opposite the 3 of them, there was an elder staring at Lam Tri. He was surprised. "I didn't expect that Lam hemorrhoids now have this strength." Damn that. Behind him, there were 2 saints watching over Lam Tri. "Beautiful lady," Don Tin Noyet praised her. "This is truly amazing." Weijio, an old man sitting next to him with a bandage on his eye, grumbled and criticized him. "Set in a small Hongmong sect, the interior is truly extraordinary." But if you put it in the general public, it's normal." Don Tin Noyet turned to refute him. "There's something Old Wei doesn't know, I'll send someone to secretly investigate." The young girl just now was the eldest disciple of Hongmong sect elder Tu Huin. A few months ago, she was still a mortal with no cultivation level. Recalling the previous intelligence, Tin Noyet shared with Wei Q, "I heard that not long ago, Tu Huin alone caused a great uproar in the Lac Van Ton City Lord's palace, and went up the mountain to fight the Van Lac sect. Now the 2 great lands and 1 hegemony are already in his hands." Tin Noyet turned her gaze down to look at Tu Huin and the other 2 younger sisters, and exclaimed, "Looking at the situation just now, this person also has prestige in the Hongmong sect. Being able to use one person's strength to contact many gangster forces, isn't this the talented person we are looking for?" Wei Qi wondered, "So are you planning to invite people today?" Tin Noyet suddenly hesitated when she heard Wei Qi say that. A moment later, Tin Noyet smiled and replied, "If this year he can get first place, and get a killer but..." A moment later, The scene changed to in front of the mountain gate of the 7th peak. The waterfall was flowing down very strongly, along with those deadly spirits. Suddenly, there was Lam Tri's scream. Is it a red bud of death? To mock him bewilderedly asked again. Hong Mong Tu Chi? Tu Huin answered, this purple bud is a great characteristic of the Hong Mong sect, each year divided according to the ranking of greatness. He suddenly stopped, glanced back and continued. It is said that people who have practiced for a long time in the red bud of death energy can even achieve luck. Turning back to look at his 2 younger sisters, he smiled and said, if he can get first place this year, it is said that he can still have the most evil spirit. Under the most deadly atmosphere, the entire mountain peak will undergo surprising changes. After hearing to Makham, he also admired, unexpectedly, the Hmong sect, which is not too famous, has a treasure of this level. Tu Huin happily replied, yes. When I first discovered it, I was very surprised. Maybe in the past, the hip but sect was an unpredictable sect. Realizing that the atmosphere was changing, Tu Huin immediately told his 2 junior brothers, come on, let's go see the effects of the purple aura. So, Tu Huin's journey along with her 2 junior brothers to find out how real the red gas of death is. Deep inside, Lam Tri realized that the aura here had changed markedly. She exclaimed, the spiritual energy in the air is much stronger. From now on, your practice will definitely increase twofold. On the other hand, Tamakham found a plant with countless quanta. She was overwhelmed by this quantity. Isn't this the infinite quantum, the raw material needed to make countless golden pills? Why are there so many? Besides, this year's purple aura seems to be more intense. The quantum fruits are gradually taking shape, based on a model of a human statue. In the future, it will probably develop violently. Moments later, the 3 of them came across a pond of fire lotus. Lam Tri was curious, so he asked Tu Huin, Oh. With this much, can we forge spirit swords like our master? His hand slipped, Van Tran dropped the sword and stuck it on the ground. He angrily looked at Lai Tan Tuen who was flying and cursed, damn it! Lai Tan Tuen raised her hand to hold her sword. She mocked Van Tran equally. I remember when you came to ask your master to worship you in the 2nd peak, but unfortunately your master refused. Van Tran gritted his teeth to endure these despicable words from her. Seeing that he was still not submissive, she continuously criticized him. I see that you have no intention of cultivating at all. Surely you didn't come to worship the master because of his master's swordsmanship, right? Maybe it's because you feel like the 2nd peak has many female disciples, right? Lai Tan Tuen gently walked over, her eyes staring at him like trash. She said, it's a pity that even though there are many female disciples of the 2nd wind, you can't even look at a trash whose only appearance is. Van Tren basically couldn't reflect back, because everything she said hit him right in the heart. Lai Tan Tuen sighed and sheathed the sword. Thinking back to Tu Huin before, she told him, I heard a long time ago that Elder Chiu will prepare a sword technique for his disciples. I'm still looking forward to being able to try it. Right now it seems that if you can't, no matter how good your swordsmanship is, you still won't be able to do it. It's a pity. If you had to fight this match with junior sister Lam, it would have been better. After mocking, Lai Tan Tuen turned around and left, leaving Van Tran scratching the sand on the ring. The bell also rang, accompanied by the referee's announcement. 6th defeat, 3rd match. Loss of qualification for promotion. Lai Tan Tuen looked at the trash Van Tran and smiled complacently. On the side of the stands, the elder angrily banged his chair. What a bunch of trash. The old man turned around and said to his subordinates, quickly go find senior brother Van Truong Fong. Tell him that the 6th level has no hope of upgrading. Be prepared. If you get a big result, immediately attack and take it. The red bud of death. The subordinate immediately bowed and followed his orders. The next day, at the arena again, the audience was filled to the brim. Lam Tri will now have to fight the excited young man, Bok Lak Not. He clasped his hands, showing respect to Lam Tri. Bok Lak Not immediately put his sword into an attack position. He was curious. I really want to learn from my junior sister's swordsmanship. Is it possible that my junior sister will use a magic weapon to push me to death? The words hit Lam Tri's heart. She could only smile lovingly and say softly, hey, that's not a good thing to say. Bok Lak Not smiled and rushed towards Lam Tri. He challenged her. Then quickly show your true bravery. Bok Lak Not's murderous aura drew out his sword, preparing to strike. Lam Tri immediately held the sword in front of him, thinking in his heart, since he got the sword, his feeling towards swordsmanship is completely different. She blinked once. A beam of light suddenly emitted from his eyes. Lam Tri activated Tian Kim Body, Sword Heart Intelligence. It feels like you can see through your opponent's weakness at any time. Thanks to it, with just one simple blow, she was able to knock Bak-Lak-Not's sword away, leaving him extremely shocked. When he looked back, Bak-Lak-Not's sword had long since slipped out of his hand. Faced with this magical power, Bak-Lak-Not clasped his hands and worshipped Lam Tri. Junior Sister Lam's swordsmanship is very good, I bow to you. The bell also rang, along with the referee's announcement. Second blow. The final winner is the 7th peak. The female disciples from other sects began to have a different view of Tu Huin. Unexpectedly, Elder Tu had been quiet for several years, but now he is on the rise again. There was even a female disciple who fell in love with Tu Huin. I wonder what kind of person was able to catch Elder Chu's eye in the end. As soon as Lam Tri returned, Tu Huin praised her. Hey, that sword just now is really beautiful. Lam Tri smiled. Hi. Under the light of fluttering peach blossoms, a blindfolded beauty came to ask Tu Huin, Junior Brother Chu, that's Elder Nifong, Chuk Tuen. Seeing that his disciple was still healthy like this, Chuk Tuen gently stretched out his hand and said, Long time no see. Lately, you look much better than before. Tu Huin was not surprised, he just coldly replied, Sister's aura is not bad, her aura is much stronger. It seems like the time I went out for a wander, I had quite a harvest. Tu Huin recalls that when he and Sister Chuk Tuen worshipped at Hongmong Sect, at first his cultivation improved very quickly. Senior Sister Chuk Tuen competed with him everywhere. At that time he found it quite annoying, but not once. Wishing her sister victory, she vowed to surpass Tu Huin one day. Unexpectedly, after that, Tu Huin's cultivation level stagnated. Among his fellow students, only Senior Sister Chuk Tuen treated him as before. At that time, Senior Sister Chuk Tuen grabbed Tu Huin's collar and scolded him. His appearance. What's wrong with you now? If you don't want to be laughed at, then follow me to practice. Returning to the present, Tu Huin thanked Chuk Tuen. Fortunately, thanks to the care of Senior Sister Chuk Tuen, I recently took in 2 good disciples, who encountered happy events and were in happy spirits. This time, Senior Sister Chuk Tuen, how long will I stay in the gate this time? Chuk Tuen replied, This time I plan to stay a few more days. Last time my 2 disciples were saved by me, so I brought them here to thank them. Tu Huin smiled and replied, Haha sister, why are you being so polite like an outsider? Chuk Tuen puffed out her round chest towards Tu Huin and said, This year I won the top position. Having the best red bud and death energy will definitely increase my cultivation level by more than 1 level. Tu Huin replied, Senior sister is not bad either. Chuk Tuen said, Are we praising each other? Haha. Laughter filled the atmosphere. Suddenly someone looked in from afar. Van Nan's eyes narrowed. He just snorted coldly. Then he shouted, The time is almost here. The mysterious group of people began to stand up after hearing Van Nan's words. Van Nan burst out with a fierce aura and ordered, Destroy the red but take away the dead spirit. The group of people immediately rushed forward. At the same time, outside the sect, 2 disciples chatted. I want to go see the great sect. Who said the 2 of us are unlucky? It's our turn to guard. The 2 disciples suddenly heard something. As Van Nan's disciples approached, they shouted in unison the slogan, Destroy the redbud. Those 2 disciples immediately shouted loudly, Who are you, daring to boldly rush into Hongmong Sect? The juniors rushed forward with weapons, shouting in unison, Take away the weapon of death. In the sky above the square, a group of juniors holding weapons appeared with the appearance of Vang Truongfang, the elder of the Sun and Moon Demon Sect, with the first level of cultivation level, pointing and saying, Old thief Truong Hak, no more. Truong Hak angrily scolded, Vang Truongfang, it's really you still haven't lost your evil mind, submitted to the Sun and Moon Ghost Gate, and now you dare to come back and cause trouble. He arrogantly said, Today I am back to normal. Old thief, are you still at the peak of Golden Dan? Now kneel down and apologize, ask for forgiveness, then tie up Chuk Tuen and give it to me. I'll skip the Hongmong Tong, how about that? Then he proudly laughed loudly. Truong Hak angrily replied, Isn't Hongmong Tong a place where you can come if you want to come? If you want to go, then go? Then he began to channel his spiritual energy. He continued, The Great Mountain Protection Formation has been prepared for you for a long time. Outside there is a blue protective ring surrounding the pink rose. This protective circle immediately repelled Vang Truongfang's juniors. He also used his spiritual energy. Heard that the Hongmong sect once had immortals. The power of the Great Mountain Array surprised people. Seeing it today, it was truly an unfailing reputation. Then he smiled sinisterly. But we can stop here. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the sky that made Truong Hak not know what it was, so he looked up and wondered. Unexpectedly, That strange light could break through the protection. The disciple suddenly exclaimed, "The mountain protection formation has been destroyed. What happened? What is going on?" Truong Hak seemed to realize something. Not good. He looked at the formation and realized. Demonic energy invaded the first peak. The eye of the great formation protecting the mountain was located there. Now I am afraid it has been eroded by demonic energy. He silently exclaimed. The sun and moon demon gate had prepared early. Then he climbed onto the divine bird and said loudly, "Elders, I have to go to the first peak, sweep the magic book, and restart the mountain protection formation. This place is for you to guard." The disciples replied, "The sect leader can rest assured." Senior sister Chuk Twin, who was fighting side by side with Tu Huin, said the last time he fought side by side with his junior brother, it seemed like it was more than 10 years ago. Tu Huin replied, 10 years ago, could it be that my sister said that time she wanted to go down the mountain to watch a play, then dragged me along and locked the sect master in the room, then was chased all over the mountain by the sect master's spirit sword? Teasing, junior brother's martial arts skills are still the same as before. Chuk Twin took up arms and volunteered to fight. "I will go first." She turned her head and said seriously, "If you dare to violate Honglong's sect, you must be preparing for death, right?" Saying that, she performed control of her 2 swords. Her sword quickly defeated the king's juniors with ease. Witnessing the spectacular performance of Chu Xiantian Nu, Tu Huin also responded to be as good as his sister. He raised 2 fingers to launch countless sword energies and said at the same time, "Look at your appearance, your twin swords. Since my sister has become a great person, then I can't be left behind either." Having finished speaking, Tu Huin raised his hand and launched his sword energy towards the group of sun and moon ghosts. Creating an earth-shattering shock, the demons were thrown far away. Smoke and dust flew as if they had just experienced a bomb explosion, accompanied by a resounding scream. "Oye!" The 2 disciples of Chuk Twin saw their master and Chiu Huin's swordplay performance. As if they were given great motivation, they rushed towards the enemy. Lai Tan Twin excitedly said, "There are still you." In front of the extremely unique double sword combo of Bak Lak Not and Lai Tan Quan, several demons were instantly defeated by their 2 swords and dived in the air. At the same time, Tu Huin's 2 disciples were no less competitive. Tumakham is holding a magic weapon and displaying a series of circular crossbows to fight. Lam Tri swung his sword to attack and praised. It turns out the second style of cultivation is dual swords. The purple swords moving together is the full force. If there is a chance, the 2 of you will definitely fight together. Tumakham raised his hand to activate the magic weapon and said at the same time, "Senior sister, rest assured, I will pave the way for you." Lam Tri heard that and immediately agreed, "Yes. I've given it to my junior sister." With the deadly arrow attack, green streams of air from the crossbow simultaneously shoot towards the enemy. Receiving support from Tumakham, Lam Tri, holding his sword, bravely rushed forward. She was like an arrow, flying towards the demons. The sword in her hand also emitted extremely powerful aura. Lam Tri gently turned the sword around and immediately produced a terrifying purple beam that flew in a spiral shape, knocking countless demons flying back outside. Tumakham put the medicinal pill into his mouth and muttered, I can control more magical weapons." Then she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes to concentrate, and the energy radiated from her body, causing more and more magic circles containing all kinds of magic weapons to appear. Bak Lak Not saw Tumakham summoning countless powerful weapons and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, so many magical weapons? Are they all Earth level or higher?" Lai Tan Twin's eyes also lit up and said, "Haha." Looking at his appearance, he still didn't use his full strength during the 7th level competition. Suddenly there was an image of someone rushing towards me. At this time, old man Von Nan saw the magical transformation of Chuk Twin's swordsmanship, which was sweeping the army of the Sun and Moon Demon Sect, and felt anger mixed with jealousy in his heart, thinking, "Humph, the Redbud Goddess, isn't that right? Is it based on the sect leader's bias?" Then swing the sword, intending to secretly attack Chuk Twin from behind. But that shady action of his was recognized by Tu Huin. He quickly shouted in alarm, "Be careful, senior sister." At the same time, he raised his hand to gather aura and turned towards him to stop him. A stream of air immediately shot out from Tu Huin's hand. The sword rushed through the air, promptly hitting his hand holding the sword. Only then did Chuk Twin realize there was a change behind her. She turned her head slightly and then suddenly exclaimed, "HM?" Being interrupted by Tu Huin, he was extremely angry. His angry face was full of murderous intent, thinking, "It's Tu Huin again." Chuk Twin swung 2 swords at him. While he was engrossed in grumbling, he didn't pay attention to her. By the time he realized it, her two swords were swinging at him at the same time. Too scared, he panicked and shouted, "Ay!" Then asked for help. "Brother, save me!" Wang Chuanfang was in a purple screen of protective aura, busy fending off Qiu Huin's stormy attack. Hearing his junior brother's cry for help, he angrily cursed, "Useless thing. Looks like he still has to rely on me." After speaking, he raised his hand in front of his face and mumbled something. The image of a dragon head holding a red flag on a black background appears. The king loudly shouted the spell, "Summon the soul." The spirit immediately appeared. Following the call of King Chuanfang, the purple aura became more and more dense, rising like a tornado, accompanied by countless evil soldiers surrounding Qiu Huin. After summoning a sufficient number, he pointed his finger to the sky and commanded, "Come for me." Immediately, the army of underworld soldiers rushed towards Chuk Twin, startling her. She raised the sword forward, looked at the name of Wang Chuanfang and exclaimed, "Wang Chuanfang?" After betraying the sect, he suddenly turned into this ghost-like human. At that moment, Qiu Huin also landed behind his sister. Hearing Chuk Twin's exclamation, Wang Chuanfang's eyes widened, and a smile could not be more strange than laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha ha." After that, he commanded the ghost army to move towards Chuk Twin, and asked in a harsh voice, "Are people not ghosts or ghosts?" Or for a saying, when Wang Chuanfang was criticized by the person he loved, he became extremely angry and told the story of the past. "That year I was willing to do everything for you, but you treated me like nothing, causing me to suffer." Fellow students scoffed. The bad images of the past kept appearing in his mind one after another. Look at the stupid appearance of Wang Chuanfang. If not for the sake of gaining her approval, how could we risk forcing a breakthrough? In the end, the spiritual power was scattered and the cultivation level was lost. In the end, you can only practice the devil. The unrequited love has now turned into hatred, causing him to almost lose all reason, even knowing how to blame Chuk Twin. "If it weren't for you, why would I become this person who is no longer a ghost?" He issued an order, "Peak golden pill dry skeleton soldier." Chuk Twin Tian Nu swung her sword to slash the oncoming group of soldiers, and at the same time scolded loudly, "Shameless." Then she turned around and instructed Qiu Huin, "Junior brother, every one of these ghost generals has strength approaching the peak of golden pill. If you are invincible then." Qiu Huin glanced coldly at the enemy and smiled without lifting his lips. "Ha!" At the same time, not far away, a demon rushed forward. The old man immediately waved his hand to knock it out, and at the same time warned, "Be careful." Princess Don Tin Noyet seriously asked, "Elder Wei, look at the situation of the Hongmong sect today. Do you need to help?" Elder Wei replied, "The elders of the Hongmong sect are all incompetent people. As soon as the necromancy session came out, they were basically scared stupid." Looking towards Tu Huin and Chuk Twin, he carefully assessed. Only two young men, a man and a woman, could still see. But those two guys still haven't broken through the golden pill. It's already difficult to deal with Wang Chuanfang, let alone the original sect leader of the Not Noyet Ghost sect, the murderous old devil. I see that today's Hongmong sect will have a hard time passing this life. Tu Huin was now flying with a big and domineering sword by his side and was standing side by side with Chuk Twin to confront thousands of skeleton soldiers surrounding the two of them. Don Tin Noyet waved his sword and said, "If Hongmong sect can't even overcome this disaster, I'm afraid it won't be able to help me either." However, Qiu Huin and Chuk Twin have extraordinary talents. If they can accept the two of them as subordinates, it is not a bad choice. Don Tin Noyet ordered Ge Lao, "Let's calmly observe for a while. If Qiu Huin or Chuk Twin are in trouble and bother you to help, Wei Lao will follow Don Tin Noyet's words." Wei Lao obeys. Par. Chuk Twin performs the skill, sword, revealing two swords on both sides. Chuk Twin shouted, "Out!" Two swords slashed all the surrounding monsters. Wei Lao said, "I heard that the Hongmong sect has a low-rank double sword technique. Cultivating one sword has extraordinary power. This woman has great double swords. I'm afraid no one under the primeval element can compete with her." Suddenly a skeletal arm grabbed Chuk Twin's leg. Chuk Twin thought to himself, "This is not good. There is poison in the dried skeleton's hand. I can't move." Suddenly a group of chains rushed at Chuk Twin to hold her tight. The chains clung to Chuk Twin. Chuk Twin thought, "Avoid escaping." Suddenly a skull appeared behind Chuk Twin. Chuk Twin felt cold on the back of her neck. She turned around in surprise. This is it. Two giant skeletons appeared to control Chuk Twin. Wang Chuanfang coldly said, "In recent years, our celestial goddess has indeed improved a lot, but unfortunately she has only come here." He controlled the skeleton men to capture Chuk Twin. Don't Tin Noyet ordered Wei Lao. When it was time to take action, Wei Lao replied, yes. Suddenly a powerful ray of light shot into one of the skeleton men. Tu Huin shouted loudly, let go of sister. The beam of light cut the giant skeleton in half. The skeleton's arm fell straight to where the monk was tied. Chuk Tuen, Don Tin Noyet and Ge Lao all turned in surprise. That was, Tu Huin confidently said, it's just an original hero. Who hasn't killed several original heroes? Around Tu Huin are lights that surround him. Tu Huin thought, with the blessing of the innate sword body, he also has a new understanding of the ultimate move. Previously it was necessary to rely on the great hand to condense the spiritual realm to enhance the sword's power. Now it is only necessary to condense it. The blessing rune was fine. A pile of characters covered Tu Huin's arm. Van Truongfong said, boy, you are really arrogant. Then he summoned more skeleton men and said, today I have to cure your bad habits. The skeleton men rushed towards Tu Huin. Tu Huin replied, just by you. Tu Huin summoned swords to confront. The swords took turns destroying the skeleton men. Vang Truongfong thought, with this power, the group of skeletons began to disappear. Bok Lak Not and Lai Tan Huing used all their strength to block. This remaining part is almost unstoppable. Lam Tri immediately summoned the protection circle. Be careful, stay behind me. Tamak Lan replied, yes. Old Wei also summoned a shield to fight back. Nearly 100 golden pill demons were killed by his one move. Don Tin Noyet said, Kim Dan has this level of strength. If he can conquer this person, it will surely be as easy as the palm of his hand. Tu Huin said, the battle just now was very big, so it turns out that with only this little bit of skill, I have you for one more last chance. With the sword in hand, Tu Huin said, release sister. Vang Truongfong frowned and replied, open your mouth, it's senior sister, calling me too close, maybe in the past she rejected me because of your kid. Chuk Tuen, today I will let you see. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and squeezed it tightly. The chains bound Chuk Tuen even tighter. Van Truongfong controlled the chain and said, in the end, he chose the wrong person. Tu Huin grabbed his sword and rushed up to shout, stop. One blow broke all the chains binding Chuk Tuen's body. The chains broke and Chuk Tuen was freed. Van Truongfong's eyes widened. Hey! Chuk Tuen immediately made a decision, but she was startled when she couldn't summon the two swords. The whole person began to fall freely. Tu Huin rushed up to help Chuk Tuen, sister. His arms immediately hugged her waist. A heroic scene saving a beauty. Tu Huin looked at Chu Tuen lovingly and said, sister, are you okay? Chuk Tuen shyly replied, I'm fine. Bok Lak Not saw this scene and stroked his chin and said, ha, elder Tu is good. Lai Tan Tuen next to him also continued, he, I see master blushing. Lam Tri saw the scene and his heart broke, master. As for Tamakam, his eyes were admiring, so cool. Holding Chu Tuen in his arms, Tu Huin coldly said, Van Truongfong. I only saw Chu Din's silhouette hugging Chu Tuen quickly passing by. Van Truongfong's whole body was cut in half. His eyes widened, seemingly not believing his eyes. Hey, that's impossible. Van Truongfong finally officially went to sell salt. On this side Tu Huin showed his victorious smile. Seeing Tu Huin's cool expression, Chuk Tuen looked at Tu Huin with sparkling eyes. Tu Huin still had a cold expression on her face, but in her heart she was thinking, haha, sister must have been stunned by her cool look just now. But contrary to his thoughts, Chuk Tuen said, junior brother, should you let me go? Tu Huin was stunned. Oh, that's right. Chuk Tuen landed. She said, that move just now was very good. After resting, I must try 2 moves with you. Tu Huin smiled and replied, this is a unique skill that I have just mastered. Don't talk about the king's defense. Even if you encounter a monk who is distracted, you can still fight. After this scene, Don Tin Noyet was extremely surprised. He did not expect Tu Huin to be able to fight a distracted monk. Don Tin Noyet immediately asked Wei Lao, do you think his words are trustworthy? Wei Lao replied while hitting, is this? The move he used just now is probably the most versatile sword cultivator normally practices. But the way he transported the explosive spiritual power to the sword's body was completely beyond my ability to see through. Don Tin Noyet asked in surprise, didn't Ge Lao see through him? Old Wei replied, this old man is still at his peak. But if you face that judgment, tell the truth. We are also not sure. Don Tin Noyet's eyes were full of surprise. Tu Huin's image appeared. In Don Tin Noyet's heart, admiration arose. She did not expect that there was such pride in my great concubine. The henchman couldn't help but be surprised. Was the elder king defeated so quickly? So what should we do? Are you still fighting? I see we should run away quickly. Tu Huin walked over and asked, do you want to run? He had a fierce look on his face. His eyes were full of red murderous aura. His hands were gathering energy just waiting to attack and said, Do you think that Hong Mong Tong is a place where you can go when you want, and go if you want to go? The henchman quickly knelt down and begged, please forgive us. We are just working for the elders. That's right. I have never harmed anyone before. I am the one who was tricked into that demon gate. All the subordinates knelt down and prayed sincerely, please spare our lives. Suddenly, a loud noise surprised Vang Chiu and Chuk Twin. Lam Tri worriedly turned around and asked, what's going on? Tamakham also turned around and said worriedly, the sound is too loud. A huge explosion took place. Chuk Twin keenly discovered, was that the first peak? A large amount of magical energy flew up from that explosion. Chuk Twin's face tightened and he shouted nervously, the sect master is in danger, I have to go check it out. Tu Huin quickly stopped. Wait a moment, sister. Tu Huin looked serious, his eyebrows furrowed and said, no need for us to go there, the other party is already here. Someone was flying towards them at rocket speed, that person happily. Ha ha ha. Hong Mong thief. Wait to be caught. As soon as he finished speaking, that person also landed. It turned out that he was Old Demon Slayer, the sect leader of the Sun and Moon Demon Sect, with a level 5 cultivation base. He happily picked up the sect leader's cloak and said, your sect leader has been captured by me, and the mountain protection formation has also been broken by me. Don't try to resist anymore, obediently be a prisoner of my Sun Moon Ghost sect, that way you'll be less hurt. Ha ha, otherwise you will be like your sect leader. Saying that, he pushed the crane forward. Because Truong Hak fainted, he fell and hit his head straight on the ground. The disciples in the sect ran worriedly, the sect master. As for the other guy, he was overly excited, let the soul die under my knife. Ha! The appearance of the old devil made all 6 people, Bok Lak Not, Chuk Twin, Lai Tan Huin, Tamakham, Tu Huin and Lam Hemorrhoid, on high alert. The old devil walked towards the group of kneeling people. As he walked, he was greeted by his juniors, sect leader. The Grand Master is here. Saved, the sect master is here. The old devil with a cold face asked his juniors, where is Vang Truong Fong? One of them replied, Elder Vang, he was killed by a thief from Hong Mong's sect. The old devil slowly let out a roar. Suddenly he was startled and couldn't believe his ears, so he asked again, what? Has the chief of staff been killed? That junior affirmed with certainty. I saw it with my own eyes. After that, he kicked his junior and hugged his face and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Vang Truong Fong was killed by people from the Hong Mong sect? He asked sinisterly. Who is it? How come I don't know that in the Hong Mong sect, there are still masters of the original form? The junior pointed his finger at Tu Huin and loudly said, it's him. Tu Huin was not afraid at all, but on the contrary, he calmly asked, what if it were me? The old devil smirked and scorned, a 7th level golden worm. Do you even dare to not know life or death like that? If you really have the ability to kill the king, I will kneel down and lick your feet. Tu Huin started to find it interesting, so he smiled. Is that so? The old devil asked again. Tell me, what tricks did you use? He did not receive Tu Huin's answer, but he immediately received a kick from Tu Huin. With just one attack from Tu Huin, the old devil was sent flying. Several juniors worriedly shouted, Sect leader! Tu Huin looked at him triumphantly and said, I'm afraid you won't keep your promise, so I can take a little initiative. After receiving such a blow, the old devil still did not regret anything, he was still proud. Okay, you brat. Today I will use you as a sacrifice. Saying that, he pulled out the sword, surrounding it was a stream of dark power. He rushed towards Tu Huin and shouted, die. This time, the old devil is determined to take down Tu Huin. Tu Huin also swung a sword to block. The two created a shockwave that knocked everyone around. Chuk Twin created a protective shield, then she spoke up to remind, you guys stay behind me. But some people without protective shields were knocked back and seriously injured by the two-person skill. Lam Tri and Tamakham were also affected and used their hands to cover their faces. Tamakham exclaimed, Master. Lam Tri used his clever sword heart to realize, feeling, can clearly see their movements. Master's Lac Van sword is a lower rank heavenly rank spirit sword. Using thousands of miles of horizontal and vertical sword techniques to exert its power, it can definitely reach the middle rank heavenly rank. And that sword is probably above middle grade, maybe even a top grade. This time, Master, it's dangerous. Returning to the battle between the two, Nguyen Anvu shouted, die. His sword radiates a powerful energy. Tu Huin didn't want to be harsh, so he jumped back. Then he turned and said, Sister, borrow the sword for a moment. Tu Huin's hands radiate energy. Chuk Twin's two swords immediately slipped out of his hands and flew towards Tu Huin. Tu Huin began to skillfully control those swords. Seeing this scene, Lam Tri couldn't help but be surprised. This is it. Tu Huin began to practice the sword technique. 7-star sword formation. The 4 swords immediately radiated a terrible power. Tu Huin said coldly, "No matter what kind of fairy you are, you must die for me today." Lam Tri happily exclaimed, "The 7 stars immortal sword formation is a top-grade heavenly sword array. The 7 swords created, the power can at least be close to the immortal level. Master, if we form the 7 stars immortal sword formation, then you will also take my sword." After saying that, she threw the sword in her hand towards Tu Huin. Don Tin Noyet asked in surprise, "Is this the 7 stars immortal sword formation?" Then she also pulled out her sword. "I have never seen this sword formation in ancient books, but I did not expect that today I would be able to witness its portrait." Don Tin Noyet raised his voice, "Young master, if you want the 7 stars immortal sword formation, don't hesitate to also add my earth-level peerless dragon sword." Then she immediately threw her sword out, thinking in her heart, maybe this is a good opportunity to attract this person. At this time, all swords have converged on Tu Huin's sword formation. Tu Huin waved his hand and said, "Today, let the Sun and Moon Demon Sect cut you off from now on." All the swords rushed towards the demon slayer. The old devil said with disdain, "If you think about adding a few more swords, I won't be able to do anything to you." Then he intended to rush up and swing his sword to defend against the sword formation. But it seems like he underestimated the sword battle. All his efforts were in vain. All swords pierced his body. But even though that was still not enough to kill the old demon, his eyes were still somewhat contemptuous. The old devil's sword in his hand burst into anger. He arrogantly said, "Ha, don't act too early. Today, even if you have the ability to surpass the heavens, you won't be able to escape my devil knife alive." An old demon with one hand slashed at the group of people. "A bunch of trash. It's time for this group to have some use." His attack caused serious injuries to those people. The fallen people cried out in pain, "Sect Master, why?" The old devil raised his sword and began to perform his skills. "Ha ha ha ha, come, condense all your blood energy." Seeing this, Tu Huin rushed forward to block him with his sword. "Even my own people will not be spared. Killing you is also to eliminate harm to the people." Tu Huin launched the power of the 7-star spider fairy sword array upward to attack the great demon's direction. Lam Tri and Tamakam couldn't help but be surprised. "Yet, I can help it." The old devil was proud to kill. "This precious knife of mine was absorbed by someone's blood energy and refined, and today it is already a low-grade immortal. As long as the human world is not killed, we can still become stronger." Tu Huin laughed contemptuously. "Ha! Tu Huin is now transferring more energy to open a new attack circle." A golden dragon immediately appeared. Tu Huin then swung his sword down. The golden dragon rushed straight towards killing the old devil. The old devil was so scared that he couldn't stop killing people. How could that be possible? How could the 7-star howling immortal sword formation be so strong? Tu Huin frowned tightly, thinking thoughtfully, if it were a normal 7-star howling immortal sword battle, it would be very difficult to win in such an overwhelming form. However, the sword formation that has undergone innate sword body blessings is different. Not only can it strengthen the sword itself, but it can also infinitely amplify some of the sword's special properties. Senior Sister's purple twin swords have been purified by the purple aura, which has the effect of suppressing the murderous aura on the magic knife. As he ran away, he observed the starlight and the old Manhwa thought, "But I did not expect that after the sword formation that had just been applied by the dragon's sword, it actually produced a powerful dragon energy. Dealing with murderous aura is truly as easy as doing a trick." Don Tin Noyet also looked at him and thought, "Looks like this person is not an ordinary person." The power of Tu Huin's golden dragon fiercely aimed at the old devil, causing him to exclaim in fear, "Master, my master is the elder of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect of Long Vim Thuong Quat." The old devil's eyes widened and he said, "If you kill me, my master will definitely not forgive you." Tu Huin did not care about what he said, but instead asked, "So what?" The golden dragon flew past the old devil's body, causing him to panic and scream. Van Nan, who was hiding behind a rock, was also frightened by the scene in front of him. He shouted loudly, "Ah!" This scream made Tu Huin pay attention to the rock behind him. "Turn around for an hour." Van Nan held his head. He said in panic, "Tu Huin actually killed the old devil?" The next morning, the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, which was a sect with a magical division, was in command. In Long Vim Thuong Quoc, one can be considered the hegemon of a ward. Even if it gathers the strength of all sects of the entire Qin dynasty, it cannot resist a single finger of others. Van Nan hid in a corner and trembled and said, it's over. Next, Tu Huin is definitely dead, Hong Mong Tong is definitely dead, I'm definitely dead too. Suddenly Tu Wen came over and exclaimed, Is that so? I can't say for sure what the future will be like for me in the Hongmong sect, but you, holding the sword in your hand, are looking for luck. Hearing Tu Wen's voice, Van Nan turned around in surprise and replied, Tu Wen? Before he could recover from his shock, Tu Wen said, Today he must die without doubt, making him even more confused. His screams echoed throughout the court, Ay. Luckily, the sword hasn't touched him yet. Tu Wen turned around, his face serious, and said, It's over. He stood between two mountains containing human skulls. He exclaimed, The total loss in this battle is not small. On this side, a man was teaching the practice to Truong Hak. Everyone around was worried. Tu Wen asked, How is the situation at Chuang Mon? Tamak Ham touched Truong Hak's back and said, Injured to the heart, life may be at risk. But in the future, I need to recuperate every year, I'm afraid. The two disciples of Chuk Twin, Bok Lak Not and Lai Ton Twin, still couldn't believe their ears and had the same thought. From now on, will the sect leader not be able to take care of everyone in the sect anymore? Chuk Twin walked up to the three people and continued, Today's situation, Hong Mong Tong cannot lose its head. We must quickly choose a representative from the sect. Don Tin Noyet came from afar and said loudly, I call the door of Elder Chu. Chuk Twin clasped his hands respectfully and asked, Dare to ask who this fellow is? Don Tin Kok introduced himself. In Ha Don Tin Noyet, I'm at the Hong Mong sect. She didn't forget to introduce the person who always walks next to her. This person is my bodyguard, Old Wagio. Makham was surprised. Don Tin Noyet? Isn't that? Tri No was also surprised. What? Tu Wen immediately knelt down and bowed. I pay my respects to your third princess. Lai Ton Twin and Bok Lak Not both expressed surprise. Third princess? Don Tin Noyet curiously asked. Elder Tu seems to have known my identity long ago? Tu Wen honestly reported. I'm just judging based on the dragon energy on your sword. Only when I heard someone calling Don Tin Noyet did I confirm his identity. The third princess praised. Elder Tu is indeed a smart person. If that's the case, then let's speak frankly. This time I came to invite you Hong Mong sect to attend the great festival of 10,000 paths held in the national capital half a year later. Everyone was surprised. The 10,000 paths will prosper? Don Tin Noyet explains. Van Dao Thin Assembly is chaired by the royal family of the Qin dynasty. She continued. Thin Assembly convened the strongest forces in the border to conduct competitions, choosing the strongest faction. Tin Noyet said in a soft voice, This time is different from the previous times. Participants are not limited to the forces of cultivating immortals and gypsies, also including the great families of the Qin country. This is the biggest gathering since our dynasty was established. Then she turned to Tu Wen and said, If the Hong Mong sect agrees to participate in the 10,000 Dao Prosperity Conference, and Elder Chu is willing to lead the team, I will present a spiritual stone mine that has never been exploited, as well as having enough magic weapons and cultivation resources. According to the rules of this festival, the winner can get the title of National Sect and work for His Majesty. In addition, the resources of the entire Great Qin dynasty lean towards it. If Hong Mong sect can win, these things are all yours. Everyone listened attentively to Tin Noyet's words. Tu Wen paid attention to the two words National Tsung that she mentioned. Tu Wen began to stroke his chin and think, even the great family is involved in it? By the way, when I learned that the city master of Lac Van Tan was an elder of the Lac Van sect, I felt strange. Yet secular officials have such a deep connection with the power of cultivating immortals. Tin Noyet stepped forward to speak. It seems that Elder Chu has understood the point of this conference. Just say don't be shy. Tu Wen clasped his hands in front of him and said carefully, Chu's understanding is clumsy. Is your majesty organizing this time to strike a blow against the great clan? Everyone was shocked when they heard him say that. Tu Wen explained, when the Dai Qin dynasty was established, it was only thanks to the support and protection of the great clans that it could barely maintain its rule. Now hundreds of thousands of years have passed, causing this pattern to become a common practice. He continued, the court's handling and decision-making of many important matters depend on the support of these great families. Although he knew what he was about to say might be a bit offensive, Chu Wen still said, nowadays, the power and greed of great families have made the royal family feel threatened, right? This time, establishing the national sect directly under the emperor is meant to divide the family's resources and weaken the family's power, right? The third princess was in awe. She didn't know what to say. Elder Chu is truly a political talent. Then she bowed her head. Just now when she saw Elder Chu kill two great Ngwen on masters alone, Tin Noyet was filled with admiration. I still hope that Elder Chu can come forward and attend this Dao Thin assembly. Mok Ham and Tri No were surprised to see this scene. The third princess of Dai Qin country, is so respectful to her master? Tu Huin asked Tin Noyet a question. Princess said it so directly. Aren't you afraid of any sect secretly bridging with the family and revealing the news? She laughed. What kind of secret is this? After I talked about this with my father and received his approval, I sent someone to spread the news. The great clan probably heard about this. But they didn't stop them either. Tin Noyet has other thoughts. Perhaps they also want to take advantage of this opportunity to completely suppress the royal family, so that the prestige of the great clan increases one level. Tu Huin smiled. This trick is really playing 666. The third princess of Dai Qin, on the other hand, is a talented person who can take on big tasks. Tu Huin continues to negotiate. If you want you to lead the team, these remunerations are still not enough. Elder Wei immediately became angry. Boy, don't be so greedy. The third princess immediately stopped. Old man Wei, leave it to me here. Then she turned to ask Tu Huin. Elder Chu has any requests? Don't be shy. His face was calm. His voice was as light as a feather. What is my request? You must worship me as a monk. Tin Noyet was surprised, thinking she heard wrong. Worship you as a monk? Display system. Name, Don Tin Noyet. Status, third princess of Dai Qin country. Understanding 100. Bone base 55. Natural talent. Domineering supreme body. Not yet activated. Ascending to the throne. Absorbing the country air transport. After reading the information, he thoughtfully thought. The most domineering body. It seems that he once read in ancient books. Successful people can lead the world's fortunes into one body. Not only do less and eat more, but also wearing dragon energy to protect yourself can cause the martial arts to exert special effects. Tu Huin thought. The most domineering body. It seems like I have read in ancient books. Successful people can manipulate the world's destiny into one body. Not only do less and eat more, but also protect themselves with dragon energy. Can cause the practice to exert special effects. Elder Wei rushed forward to give Tu Huin a blow. You are insolent. Tin Noyet stopped him again. Wait. She respectfully asked Tu Huin. Please allow me to ask one more question. Why did you want me to be your disciple? He replied gently. Of course. I see that she has a refined personality and wisdom, and she certainly has natural talent. Tin Noyet heard that and immediately felt moved. You value my talent? She recalled her childhood. Even though I was young, I had the highest understanding of the exercises among my brothers and sisters, and poetry, calligraphy, and etiquette were also the best. But in terms of practice, it is not as good as other brothers and sisters. That's why he was not respected by his father. Tin Noyet remembers how hard she used to practice. But still not recognized. That's why now she's surprised. This is also the first time someone said that they value their talents. Tu Huin was excited. What is the third princess hesitant about? Do we need to hear about the welfare of our seventh generation? Little hemorrhoids. Then he snapped his fingers. Trino raised his hand happily and replied, There is a disciple. He ordered, Introduce to the third princess the benefits of the seventh peak. Trino began to take out the instructions. Joining our seventh peak will not only include training instructions for each person. There is also a senior sister who is a third-level alchemist who can always provide medicinal pills, and the pharmacy under her name earns a lot every day, with a strong source of capital. After listening, Makhem nodded yes, yes. Then she turned her hand to Tu Huin and continued, The most important thing is, there is also the treat of the master personally conferring the practice. No matter how talented you are, joining the seventh peak will guarantee you limitless future. Tu Huin was extremely satisfied, waving his fan and saying, Not wrong. Tin Noyet hesitated. No matter how talented you are, is it okay? Trino affirmed, Of course. Trino said, Before I entered the seventh peak, I was just a servant. Everyone said I had no talent for cultivation at all. But now, less than half a year after entering the seventh peak, I have already reached the second level of foundation. The people around heard what Trino told about themselves and also admitted, indeed, they had never heard of a person named Lam Tri before. In today's competition, they were able to suppress all the intersex geniuses. Some people even said, I used to look down on her nowadays. The third princess heard that, and was surprised. She was just a slave of the seventh peak. Still wondering, Tin Noyet continued asking, Dare to ask Elder Chu, if this girl was previously just a handyman for the 7th division. So what did Elder Chu take her as his disciple at first? Trino looked at him. His eyes looked a little sad. She thought, at first, all the disciples around the master left. I was the only one by the master's side. I thought the master had no other choice. But the master would definitely not say that. He will say he values my dignity. Tu Huin put his hand on Trino's shoulder. He said, of course we value talent. If you don't look at your talent, what do you look at? Is it possible that no one here today recognizes my disciple's talent for swordsmanship? Hearing that, Trino also widened his eyes in surprise. Tu Huin continued, Third Princess, I said I value your talent. I have the confidence to make you the leader of this religion. Hearing that, she was confused. Tin Noyet smiled with satisfaction. If so, then she knelt down at Tu Huin's feet and bowed. Master on high, please accept my offering and bow. Elder Wei exclaimed in surprise. Princess. Tu Han came forward to help her. Good boy, stand up quickly. The system pops up. Congratulations to the host on successfully accepting the disciple. The return reward is 10 times, receiving Yin and Yang 5 elements body refining technique, excellent earth level, and a post-celestial spirit weapon. He was surprised. How Tianlin soldier. He looked at the sword-like thread in his palm and was surprised. Attached around his finger? Now one of the soft swords wrapped around my finger seems to be able to communicate with my mind. I heard that if the magic weapon is refined for thousands of years, it can give birth to a sword spirit, and be able to autonomously attack and practice. But I didn't expect it. This system also has the ability to directly give you one, which is also invincible. Wei Lao then scolded, the princess is confused. Why do you worship this kind of person as a teacher? But Tin Noyet waved her hand. Old man Wei, I have decided this matter myself, you don't need to say more. He helplessly sighed. This time I will go back and explain to His Majesty, Tin Noyet announced. Back to the previous topic. Now, as a disciple of the Hongmong sect, I sincerely recommend Elder Chu to be the representative sect master. Chuck Twin spoke up. I also think that Elder Chu is the most suitable candidate. Tin Noyet affirmed. I will also support Elder Chu. Sect leader Truonghak spoke up, cough cough. If that's the case, Elder Chu. Hongmong Tong asked you cough cough. Mok Hem next to him supported him. Chuck Twin said, if it's a common goal that everyone agrees on then. She held out her hand. Tu Huin didn't show any face and pushed it away. It's embarrassing, I have objections. Seeing Tu Huin intending to refuse, everyone exclaimed. What? Truonghak was like a lamp about to run out of oil, looked at him and said in a weak voice, Old man is almost done, Hong Hong Tong has finally come. Leave it to your juniors, don't choose a temporary sect master, choose a new sect master. Tu Huin, who has a generous nature, gently put his arm around her and reasoned, Is it me? I like to travel around here and there, always making enemies. Now that I still recognize the third princess as a disciple, my status is even more complicated. Neither temporary sect master nor sect leader is suitable for me. Having said that, he conveniently pushed Chuck Twin forward and suggested, So, I think that the goddess Chuck Twin should hold this position of general. Being surprised, Chuck Twin glanced back and remained silent. Lai Tan Twin exclaimed in his eyes, Let the master take control. Surprised at this proposal. At this time, the elder standing near sect leader Truonghak expressed his opinion. I have heard everything everyone said just now. I agree with Elder Chu's opinion. He gave additional reasons to defend his point of view. The master of this famous third princess could easily cause controversy about his incorrect and inappropriate status. Then he looked at the head of the second division and recalled the previous story, the trip to the junior sister. When she was 12 years old, she went into the stone room and read the wild heavenly book, knowing a part of the future. Perhaps it was God's will? According to the ancestors' teachings, only the sect master can read the wild red heavenly book. After listening, Chuck Twin stroked his chin in thought while Tu Huin seemed a bit surprised by this information and softly repeated. The wild heavenly book. After thinking for a while, Chuck Twin spoke up. What Elder Chi just said reminded me. In the Hong Hong heavenly book, it was written about the future of Hong Bang Tong. If today everyone hesitates to decide who will take over for senior brother Truonghak, then why not decide with the Hong Hoa heavenly book? Then she turned back to look at Tu Huin and said, Junior brother, please follow me. At the same time, there was suddenly a soft call from Dan Tin Noyet. Master. The third princess clasped her hands and said, Master, I and the old man still have to visit other immortals, so I'll take my leave first. But Tu Huin said in his voice, Wait. He opened his hand and took out a soft sword and said, You have just worshipped the teacher. The teacher has not yet prepared a gift for you, so please take this soft sword first to protect yourself. Dan Tin Noyet just received the gift from his master and said in surprise, Nu Chi Nu Kim? Tu Huin smiled and explained further. This sword has a spirit, no need to control it with sword techniques. It can fight on its own. Dan Tin Noyet looked at his master's back and asked, "How powerful is this sword?" Tu Huin replied, "Not strong." Wei Qiu heard that and immediately exhaled, expressing frustration, and said, "Do you still need this sword if you have an old man to protect you?" As soon as he finished saying those arrogant words, Tu Huin's voice echoed from far away, "It is also possible to kill Ding Guin on level." Wei Qiu, who was at the top of the plateau, heard this answer and stammered, kill Ding Guin on level." Dan Tin Noyet saw that funny attitude of Noi Qiu and stood covering his mouth and laughing. The scene changes to a cave made of rocky mountains hidden in the forest. Somewhere a few white cranes fly overhead. Chuck Tuen and Chiu Huin are quietly walking up the steps into the cave. Standing in front of the exquisitely carved secret room door, Chiu Huin raised his voice and asked, "Sister, did you bring me here to see the wild books? What exactly is that thing?" Chuck Tuen put his hand on the door and used his breath to open it. She replied, "Junior brother, a month ago you were seriously injured and almost lost your life. But after that time you broke through and returned to normal. Not only did you break through to Golden Pill, you also received 2 more disciples with excellent talents." After speaking, she turned her searching eyes towards Tu Huin and asked directly, "What happened then?" Tu Huin laughed loudly and replied, "What could happen? It's just that the other day I accidentally got an immeasurable Golden Pill. Thanks to that Golden Pill, I was able to pass the Hell King stage and successfully break through to the Golden Pill." At this moment, he suddenly felt guilty and asked himself, "Oh? Sister is exploring yourself?" Tu Huin retracted his smile and looked at the girl in front of him, thinking vaguely, because he suspected he was being taken over by someone else. Chuck Tuen didn't know if he believed his excuses or not, but saw her asking again, "Is that so?" Under Chuck Tuen's control, the secret room door finally opened on both sides. Soon the two of them entered the room and in front of them was something protected by a yellow aura. Tu Huin looked at the green token inside and asked softly, "This is?" Chuck Tuen continued his words, "This is the Wild Book of Heaven." She gently placed her hand on that golden aura and explained, "This object was passed down by the first sect master of the Hong Hong sect. Only those who are suitable to be the next sect master can awaken it. We'll see the fate of the Hong Hong sect in the next 100 years. Tu Huin gently put his hand towards the air curtain and said, "So do you have such a rare thing like this?" Chuck Tuen added, "Just inject spiritual energy into it. The wild rose will make its own decision." Chuck Tuen continued, "If you have enough qualifications to lead the Hong Huan sect, then the Hong Hong Tian Thursday will respond to you." As soon as her words ended, Chiu Huin's hand just touched the aura curtain, and then the token filled with aura flew back into Chiu Huin's hand. Seeing that, Chuck Tuen smiled and said, "Indeed, you are the right person to succeed the position of sect master." Before he finished speaking, the token lost its aura and fell back to its original position, causing Chuck Tuen to be startled and cry out, "Oh!" Seeing the token fall back to its original place, Tu Huin smiled triumphantly. "See, I already know that this job is not suitable for me, still the genius who understands me." Chuck Tuen secretly thought, "But before I saw that if he really didn't have the qualifications to lead Hong Mong sect, then Hong Mong Tian Thursday wouldn't bother to move at all. Could it be that Tian Thursday's hit but would also consider my opinion? That person?" While thinking, she raised her hand to inject spiritual energy into the ceiling curtain. The token suddenly glowed and began to move. Next, it carried a stream of spiritual energy that broke the ceiling curtain and soared high into the sky. Chuck Tuen was surprised and thought, "Hong Mong Heavenly Book, this is. Accept me as your boss. I just want to see the future of Hong Mong sect." She raised her hand to catch the token flying towards her. Tu Huin saw that and immediately clasped her hands with joy and said, "Congratulations, sister. Received recognition from Hong Mong Tian Thursday." Chuck Tuen held the Hong Mong Tian book in his hand, but his heart evoked countless thoughts. That time when I was a child, the Hong Mong Tian Thursday only showed a part of the future, not breaking the barrier. Now we have to do it. What is the new thing? If she receives the Hong Mong Tian Thursday, she must become a sect master. After thinking for a while, she accepted the truth and said, "Forget it. If it's like that, let's see what is written in the Hong Mong Tian Thursday first." Satisfied. As soon as Chuck Tuen threw up the token, a stream of air rushed up like underground water. It then transformed into the shape of a giant board on which prophecies appeared. I observed the celestial phenomenon at night, speculated on the fate of future generations, and finally calculated it when the buttocks received it. The position of the national sect of the Great Qin dynasty will be the day the Hong Mong sect revives. At that time, the fortunes will turn around and the sect will be brilliant. Tu Huin stroked his chin and thought with interest, Even when it comes to matters of national sect, it seems that this book of Hong Kong does indeed have quite a bit of ability. Suddenly the white letters disappeared to make way for the next line of prophecy, causing Tu Huin to cry out in surprise, "Huh, the word hybrid has changed." At this time, Tu Huin's biography appeared on the board. Tu Huin, in the year 1165 of the Great Qin calendar, joined our Hongmen sect, worshipped the second mountain. This person has exceptional talent, is a disciple. Has the most outstanding natural talent in the history of Hong Mong sect from past to present. When he reached the age of 19, he broke through the realm of bamboo foundation, became an elder of the seventh mountain. At the age of 20, he stopped at a concentration of bamboo foundation that could not be broken through. At the age of 25, he appeared. Outside of training, he was attacked by an intruder. He was seriously injured and returned to the sect to start over, and then displayed a fiercely glowing aura sign. Tu Huin blankly looked at the gradually disappearing aura and the words, thinking, "This really records the first half of my life so clearly that if I could start over from the beginning, there would be no more after that. Could it be because have we awakened the system?" He remembered the sect leader Truong Hak and then thought sadly, "This really is a big world. There are no strange things. No wonder the sect leader is so close to him. It seems like the Hong Mong sect. This is not as simple as it looks." Meanwhile, Chuck Twin secretly observed Tu Huin with thoughts in his mind. The Hong Mong heavenly book did not recognize him as its owner but recorded his destiny very clearly. Could it be that? Chuck Twin's face was full of doubt. His future fortune goes far beyond the Hong Mong sect. Surely it doesn't just stop at the Hong Mong sect. Seeing eyes that were looking at her so absorbedly, Tu Huin thought to herself, stared at me for a moment, and asked directly, "Sister, you won't suspect that someone else took my body, right?" Tu Huin leaned her face close to Chuck Twin and reminded her of the past. "Sister, I still remember. One time you took me secretly down the mountain to watch a play, and then you were discovered by your master, and you took all the blame. I was punished by being forced to kneel in the street for several days in a row." Tu Huin showed a dirty look and continued, "There was also a time when my sister blew up her master's alchemy furnace, then ran to my room to hide. At that time, I was taking a bath, and you looked at all of my belongings." Hearing this, Chuck Twin's face turned red with embarrassment, but Tu Huin's voice did not stop. There is still." Chuck Twin blushed and used his hand to push Tu Huin away and said, Okay, you know it's a human, stop talking." At this time, Tu Huin smiled and replied, "Actually, I knew that my sister was teasing me for a long time. I just wanted to joke with you a little, nothing else." Chuck Twin cleared his throat and coughed, then regained his composure and talked about something else. Probably his junior brother still doesn't know. If the Hong Mong sect is a person of explosive luck, then they will not be divided into those of the Hong Mong sect based on personal status. People in Hong Mong sect, now since Hong Mong Tian Thursday has chosen me to be the sect leader, then you should help me in the name of deputy sect leader. Seeing Chuck Twin's favor for her, Tu Huin suddenly called out, "Sister." In her heart, she was deeply moved and silently said to herself, "Sister always thinks about me first about everything, I should do something too." Thinking that made Tu Huin boldly speak up and ask, "That's right. Does senior sister have a pair of yin and yang Pisces jade pendants?" Chuck Twin raised his hand to practice the technique and confirmed, "Yes, the technique I practice is the two swords meeting the wall, requiring the support of the yin and yang of the five elements. This yin and yang Pisces jade pendant is what I use to support cultivation." Having said this, she continued, but her voice was a bit low. But when she found this item, it was already missing, so it was not very effective. Tu Huin did not care about the lack of the method, but instead gave her a suggestion. "With a firm promise, can you give it to me to use? I have a way to guarantee that I can pay you a complete set in the future." Chuck Twin without hesitation brought it to Tu Huin and said kindly, "Hey, now you are also the deputy head of the Hong Mong sect in name. The two sword techniques match the wall. You inherently have the right to do so. Learn it, take it." Tu Huin received the practice with joy as if celebrating. This time he can borrow the system to advance. Scene change at night in the cultivation room. The system screen displays a notification. The host gives the disciple the double sword fusion technique. Lower level heavenly rank, the reward is 1,000 times higher. Receiving the fusion technique once, duration of 1 day. The system screen announces again. The host gives the fourth yin and yang jade pendant Pisces, fragile. The reward in return is 20 times. Receive the yin yang jade Pisces, complete. Lam Tri held the dual sword technique in his hands, his eyes bright and his heart filled with joy, and he said, "Thank you, master." Tu Huin sat cross-legged on the cushion in the middle of the room and carefully instructed, "Go practice. Remember to share with your younger sister." Lam Tri, like a child receiving a gift, happily replied, yes. Tu Huin then turned back to look at the system board. He looked at the words, received the fusion technique once, 1 day time limit, and wondered, fusion technique? What function is this? The explanation immediately appeared on the screen. The fusion technique can fuse similar attacks that the host cultivates into one. After fusion, the new technique will have all the characteristics of the fusion technique. Quality and power also increased sharply. Tu Huin was excited. He pointed at the screen and said, interesting, try it. The system screen immediately responded to the command. The host used fusion technique. The screen continues to announce. The host has a total of 57 martial arts techniques that have been checked, including 32 human-level subjects, 20 mysterious-level subjects, 3 earth-level subjects, 1 heavenly-level subject. In addition, there are merits. The method of Divine Soul and Earth Stage, 9-section Divine Mind, can be merged. Tu Huin mused and remembered, 9 broken Divine Mind? It seems that when he was in Lac Van City, he got it when giving Tu Trying Me practice instructions. The screen announced again, the fusion technique was successful and is being transmitted. The successfully merged technique was downloaded into Tu Huin's head by the system. Before the participation of a powerful amount of martial arts, Tu Huin screamed in pain, AA. A few days later, there were still dark clouds in the sky along with many lightning bolts. The disciples who saw this scene couldn't help but stir and talk in and out, dragging clouds on the 7th peak. It's been going on for almost half a month, right? I heard it was caused by Elder Chu's seclusion. Another younger brother replied, yes, I heard that Elder Chu also went into retreat for a month. Before going into retreat, he was able to kill Nguyen An. This retreat had great prestige, and I don't know what happened after he left. How strong will it be? Hearing that, the junior sister next to him excitedly said, with Elder Chu leading this 10,000 path event, our Hong Mong sect will definitely rise. It's worth looking forward to. Speaking of this, the disciple next to him smiled and said he heard that the current sect leader and Elder Chu were childhood friends. Last time they also joined forces to destroy the Sun and Moon Demon sect. They felt like a perfect match. The 3 of them continued to talk excitedly. Not knowing if the 2 of them meant it or not, they walked and talked without paying attention to someone following them. That person is a beautiful girl with a sharp face and seductive curves. She is Lu Mi, Uncle Twen's younger brother, new elder. Mi approached and angrily scolded the disciples. These brats only know how to talk nonsense all day. If you guys had half the effort of the sect master, wouldn't you have shown your talent a long time ago? Why don't you go home soon? Practice seeing you, they exclaimed in panic, the second elder. The man standing outside saw Mini being so fierce with the disciples and couldn't help but wonder about her identity. He asked the person standing next to her, who was that sharp lady? Hearing that, the person standing next to her replied, you still don't know, it's the second elder who just arrived. Hearing that, he continued to wonder, hadn't the previous second elder been promoted to be the sect leader? Inside the Mini restaurant, he was pressing the man's head and questioning him. What did he say? The Sun and Moon Demon sect attacked. Hong Mong Tong, the person next to him continued. It is said that after coming to the bamboo temple, he wandered outside. This time, he heard that the sect was in trouble and deliberately returned. Unexpectedly, when he returned, he was already a 7th level golden pill. If it weren't for the powerful rise of Elder Chu, then Hong Mong's #1 genius would be her. Mi suddenly appeared and interrupted their conversation. She angrily held the whip in her hand and said in a harsh voice, I'm telling you too, you've been in the sect for half a year now, no one's cultivation base is progressing any faster. Go away and practice, or else I'll skin you guys. They turned pale in fear and replied, yes, second elder. Mi coldly watched them run away. These kids only knew how to gossip all day. In Ms. Chuck Twin's eyes, she was a girl who had conquered the country and the city, while Tu Huin was a vulgar pervert. Because of that, she felt he was not worthy of her master. Mi stood there muttering to herself, her master and Tu Huin. Even though he was his childhood friend, that guy was not cultivating as fast as his master. His cultivation had not improved in more than 10 years. How could his master keep an eye on him? Chuck Twin came from afar and suddenly asked, my dear, why are you bullying your fellow sect as soon as you return to the sect? She gently smiled and asked Mini again, have you replaced me as the Chancellor Elder? Why hasn't this temper subsided at all? Mini came closer and proudly showed off what she had done. The master was there to protect you. These disciples refused to practice and were discussing people with Elder Chu Huin behind their backs. I heard that. Twin asked curiously, what were we discussing about me and my junior brother? Mini immediately replied, saying that the two of them were carefree. They were born as a pair of something. Hearing that, Chuck Twin's face turned red in embarrassment. Mimi looked at her master's face and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Master, why are you blushing?" Mimi kept questioning, as if her worldview had collapsed when she saw her master like that. "Master, do you really like that guy Huin-Chiu?" Chuck Twin awkwardly coughed a few times to ease his embarrassment, and said, "Cough, cough, don't joke." Again. Suddenly the sky gradually turned red, accompanied by thunderous sounds. The two people looked up in surprise. Lam Tri spoke in surprise. "I have been in the Hong Mong sect for so many years and have yet to see anyone break through the thunder tribulation with such power. Senior sister, should we find a place to hide?" Tamakham reassured and said, "Don't panic, Master will automatically have a way to deal with this disaster." Tu Huin suddenly appeared in that light. Seeing this, they were surprised and asked, "Master, have you left the customs?" Tu Huin smiled with satisfaction. The fusion technique was a great success, but he did not expect that it would cause a disaster. The system suddenly announced that the technique was successfully merged, giving birth to a new commercial technique. The technique does not yet have a name. Please give the host a name for the technique. Reading the notification from the system made Tu Huin excitedly fly away. Is it a high-rank heavenly star? This time, it's considered a fortune. He raised his hand up. If that was the case, the name of this exercise would be Sword Lie. As soon as the words finished, all the swords of everyone below were sucked up by Tu Huin. The people below tried to hold their swords. "On my sword. What's wrong? My sword doesn't listen to my commands." Mimi looked at the shaking edge of her sword and couldn't help but be surprised. What? She didn't expect that even my sword mate wanted to fly to him. Even Chuck Twin's sword widened her eyes in surprise when her sword also reacted. The two swords of Tan Tu and mine have been sharpened together for more than 10 years, and have long been like my guiding arm. Last time, I intentionally assisted. But this time I used all my strength, but there was still a little bit. Before the surprise was over, Chuck Twin's two swords flew away. Mimi was angry when her sword gradually flew away. "It's okay to rob my master. Now if you still want to rob me of my sword, don't even try. But whatever happens will happen." Her sword gradually slipped out of Mimi's hand. "On my sword." Chuck Twin was surprised to realize that this was real. 10,000 swords roared. Countless sword pills flew towards a magic circle. Countless beams of light were drawn straight into that circle, creating a chaotic scene. Along with that, lightning was also released very violently. Tu Huin smiled with satisfaction. "Coming at the right time, let me test the power of this high-grade heavenly technique." The gathered swords were gradually coming together in his hand, creating a very amazing scene. Large swords pierced through the dark clouds. A bright beam of light was shot straight into the sky. Looking at these scenes made everyone's eyes widen in surprise. Thunder clouds and lightning clouds were destroyed. Elder Chu had not yet broken through the primeval state, but was able to lead the heavenly tribulation with such power. The people next to him continued. Words, could it be that he himself created the celestial method? They shouted excitedly. Our sect leader and elders are so strong. With such a genius leading the team, the future of our Hong sect is definitely bright. Chuck Twin also seemed to realize that the heavenly attack, she secretly wondered, what kind of talent was this? On Tu Huin's side, he gradually landed on the ground. Tu Huin gently landed on a certain mountain. He smiled with satisfaction as he looked at his hand and silently exclaimed, the high-ranking heavenly level is indeed strong. Tu Huin happily mumbled to himself, with this set of sword techniques, even if I encounter a high-rank monk, I will still be distracted. Have the confidence to fight a battle. Lam Tri and Tamakham happily came to congratulate. Master is so strong. Congratulations, Master has a new harvest. Tu Huin patted Lam Tri's shoulder and said, let's go. It's time to prepare to depart for the festival of 10,000 paths. On the other hand, in the great Qin country, the royal palace. In the royal library, the emperor was talking to his subordinates while walking something on paper. He said that the elder of the Hong Mong sect used the power of the 8th level of the Golden Core. After killing a group of ghosts, the Golden Core puppet still remained intact. If you killed the old devil at all, the subordinate immediately responded. The subordinate did not dare to say a single lie. This person is the emperor's great concubine. He continued calmly and calmly. Although the Hong Mong sect's current strength is normal, it almost had time to be established with my great concubine. Existing for more than 1,000 years, it seems like there are things that outsiders don't know about. Wei Jiu immediately replied, moreover, in the battle with the Sun and Moon Demon sect, Tu Huin only used an extremely strange and terrifying sword technique. Whether there were other techniques or not, the old slave could not say for sure. Speaking of this, he cautiously said, I'm afraid, if this person used all his strength to attack, his strength would probably be comparable to that of the original hero Din Feng, or even the early transformation god. Hearing that, the great emperor was very surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "Haha, a small Hong but sect has such amazing talent. It's really interesting. So it seems that these sects are not all useless." Having said that, the great emperor stood up. The great emperor turned around and continued, "If it was really like Tin Noyet's plan, borrowing the power of these sects and sects to fight against the great clans would also be considered an unexpected joy. Okay, the festival of 10,000 paths is about to begin. Please continue to stay by Star Moon's side." Wei Qiu hesitantly said, "Old man, there was something that needed to be reported." Hearing this, the great emperor immediately turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Wei Jiao immediately told His Majesty that the third princess, in order to invite Qiu Wen to represent the Hong Mong sect to attend the 10,000 Knives festival, agreed to worship him as a teacher. Hearing that, the emperor immediately slammed his hand down. "What?" Uncle Wei immediately bent down and continued, "Your Majesty, Qiu Wen's strength is truly extraordinary. Even Lao's slaves may not be his opponent." After the third princess thought about it, she realized that he could have it's important for future plans, so I took it upon myself to go and worship a monk. Its landing point is at Daiqin's national capital, Jade Dragon City. In front of the city gate, there was a man standing solemnly as if waiting for someone. He was the messenger of the city's great Qin, Zhao Jingdat, with the power of the 8th level of Golden Dan. Someone's foot stepped forward. Being Qiu Wen's group, Mini looked around excitedly. This was the Jade Dragon City, worthy of being the national capital, so majestic. Hendat bowed politely to introduce himself. "Distinguished guest of the Hong Mong sect, welcome to the national capital. I am True Hondat, envoy defending the national capital, on a special order to welcome you." The people around recognized him and couldn't help but be surprised. Summoning a general to specifically come out to welcome him. Could it be that he was a member of 10 great sects? Even 10 great sects did not exist. This appearance. Everyone is constantly talking. There is also the puppet worshipper. The puppet worshipper, isn't it the Wei Jiao next to the emperor? Shush, even the title of Wei Tian Tuesday dares to call, without a life. On who exactly is this spaceship? Qiu Wen smiled and secretly sighed. It seems that this summoned general was probably arranged by Don Tin Noyet to welcome him, just to avoid suspicion, so he borrowed the pseudo-cousin's name, worthy of being a person of the emperor. "King, careful thoughts," Hondat said politely. "Please follow me." He led everyone inside the palace. Then she teased and said, "It's okay, you go sit on the baby tray." Hearing that, she got angry and shouted loudly, "Hateful, what can't be said, just say it." Chuck Twin suddenly spoke up and said, "Junior brother, regarding this 10,000 Dao festival, I have collected some information about the participants. Let's discuss a bit." Hearing that, Mini immediately wanted to follow. Chuck Twin awkwardly told her, "Go out with Lamb Hemorrhoids and the others. I'll call you when something happens." Mini gasped when she heard Chuck Twin say that. Qiu Wen stood on the side and smiled proudly at Mini. Haha. The two of them sat at the same table chatting with each other. The second and third are the Longevity Sect, Van Fong Sect. The sect master is also an original monk, although the founding time is relatively late, but the internal background is strong. Chuck Twin continued, "There is very little information that can be collected on the big family side. Only knowing that the 3 top-level families, Tan, Vang, and Lam, have a strong Nguyen on sitting in town, not just one person, but roughly everyone else." "Don't know." Qiu Wen smiled and replied, "Senior sister has worked hard. On the other hand, it's on a busy street with people passing by. Someone ate 2 large gourds at the same time, talking while eating, blaming Qiu Wen. It's Mimi walking along the street. There was an argument not far away. The girl angrily told the 2 tall men, "You guys, stop moving your hands and feet. If you really want to buy this tiger demon, you only need 1,000 low-grade spirit stone. If you don't buy it, then you're wasting your time here." Hearing a quarrel, Mimi immediately leaned in to listen, wondering if someone was making a scene. She was curious and brought to Mokham to see what was going on and take a look. At this time, there was a luxuriously dressed man standing with his hands on his hips and an aggressive tone towards the girl on the side of the road. "Young lady, as a human being you have to be reasonable. He is the envoy of Long Yen Kingdom, Dang too, but he has an extremely obnoxious attitude of licking his lips and continuing to arrogantly say, 'As long as you will come with us to stay at the palace for one night, let alone 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, even if it is 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, we will still agree to pay.'" The henchman took advantage of his master's position and rushed forward to grab the girl's hand, smiling politely and forcing her, "Yes, young lady, As long as you obediently serve our young master, your father will no longer have to work hard to hunt in the future. How? The girl being bullied by two men could only scream in fear. You guys, what do you want to do? Save my life. Seeing her asking for help from everyone made the henchman laugh even louder. He pointed at the passers-by and confidently challenged, Stop wasting your efforts in vain, young lady, there is no one in your big house who dares to take care of things. Where are the good things of our country, Long Yen? Otherwise, look and see who dares to take care of you. Just as he had declared, everyone, after knowing their identities, turned pale and panicked and said to each other, They are people from Longveen Kingdom. Quickly run away. Seeing that, Dang Tu laughed loudly. It's true that no one dares to touch the people of our country. Suddenly, there was a deep sound resounding in the air. Release your dirty hand, followed by a whip whipping forward, hitting the henchman. People around were constantly talking. The ambassador of the Shang Kingdom, any prince of the Shang dynasty could be equal to the Qin prince. Hearing that, an old man standing nearby interrupted angrily. No wonder, he replied. Dare to be so overbearing in the great Qin country. With a deep understanding of Longveen Kingdom, Tamakham continued gloomily, the sects and clans of the country are divided into 9 levels in total, with the first level being the senior. Each level has a big difference. The Upper Yen Long Kingdom is a 5th class, the 7 countries around the 6th class such as Dai Qin Kingdom are all dependent countries of the Long Yen Upper Kingdom, and must pay tribute to the Long Yen Upper Kingdom every year. After a while of explanation and analysis, Tamakham humbly said that if there was a conflict with the envoy of Longveen Thuan Kwok here, I am afraid it would cause a lot of trouble for the sect and the great minister, Lu. Even though Mini was angry, she couldn't do anything to the overbearing envoy and could only give him a long, loud scream. When Dang Tu saw that Tamakham had knowledge about Longveen Thuan Kwok and expressed his shy attitude, he was even more pleased and smiled contemptuously. Not bad, also considered a reasonable beauty. Seeing the anger rising from Don Tin Noyet's body, Lam Tri stepped forward to hold her shoulder and said, Princess, take it easy. From now on, Lam Tri has been trying to be patient to the point that he can see the angry breath coming out both sides of the nose. Tuong Lam Tri was afraid of himself. Dang Tu laughed even more triumphantly. Bao, this woman is much more interesting than you. Lam Tri had put so much hatred into her sword, and at this moment, when everything was too much to bear, without hesitation, she swung her sword straight at the violent man Dang Tu, causing he screamed in pain. He looked at the bloody wound slashed across the middle of the body with absent-minded eyes mixed with horror, his voice trembling. You, how dare you? Lam Tri put the sword back in its sheath and said coldly, Killing an animal is just a small matter. As soon as her words ended, Dang Tu's body also collapsed to the ground. Don Tin Noyet regained her composure. Everything had been decided by Lam Tri. She panicked and said, Miss Lam, you are confused. You will implicate the 9 clans. Lam Tri did not panic at all, calmly said, It's okay. After all, I have no father or mother. The 9 clans are only me. I will be responsible for today's matter alone. It has nothing to do with others. If you want to slash or kill, just aim at me. As soon as Lam Tri's words ended, the sky suddenly lit up, from where a giant black ball of energy with the power of thunder soared. From within that sphere, a figure of a man with a murderous face rushed forward like an arrow, his voice screaming with anger. Who is it, daring to kill people of our country Longitis? He just appeared. Is the evil cultivator Luke Sin Guinan of the 7th level. He stood suspended in the air, his arms braced. Then immediately, the ball was like a circle containing electricity, releasing countless rays of dark energy onto the people on the ground. True Hon Dat was also as quick as lightning to create an orange protective circle to defend himself. He waved his hand to bring luck and worriedly warned Princess Don Tin Noyet to be careful. On the other side, Lu Mimi raised her fingers, summoning fire energy to create a barrier to protect herself and her 2 fellow disciples. She angrily growled, Damn old man, he really wanted to kill Dragon Flame with one sword. Some kind of monarchy. Meanwhile, True Hon Dat swallowed a mysterious medicinal pill into his mouth. Then he used his fingertips to clasp together, feeling a strong power continuously radiating from his body. Don Tin Noyet was startled and cried out, General True. He was still focused and did not forget. Reminder, Princess who is in the shield, protect yourself well. Don Tin Noyet opened his eyes wide and looked at the great Mandarin struggling to support himself in front of him. His heart was full of insecurity, wondering. General True's aura increased from Kim Dan Bat Trong to Nguyen on that Trong. He used Dan medicine forcibly increases cultivation level. True Hon Dat was now sitting cross-legged on the ground, his body so muscular that it tore his entire shirt, gritting his teeth to do the work, streams of air continuously radiating from his body, even his mouth and eyes were there. Yellow rays of spiritual energy flew out like smoke. After gathering enough spiritual energy, he stomped his feet and stood up. He raised his fist and rushed like a rocket towards the evil cultivator Luke Sin, at the same time shouting loudly with indignation, "If he wanted to touch the great frequency, he had to step over my body first." Luke Sin snorted in his mouth, then gritted his teeth, swung his fist, and punched back. He rushed towards the ferocious general, shouted loudly, and died. The two streams of air collided with each other, creating a terrible explosion, but because True Hon Dat's current cultivation base was only temporarily borrowed, in the blink of an eye, he was overwhelmed by the evil cultivator's dark aura and received a blow to the middle of his body. Luke Sin's eyes glowed blue, he looked extremely ghostly and smiled arrogantly. The general defending the city. Is this all he has? As soon as his words finished, True Hon Dat was attacked and flew backwards. Before Don Tin Noyet's dazed eyes, the general was pushed hard, falling straight to the ground, banging like a bomb exploding, the surrounding ground cracked and running, accompanied by Luke Sin's contemptuous voice, carrying the bag for long. Our country is not worthy either. Don Tin Noyet looked up at the evil cultivator with worry, silently lamenting in her heart. Relying on pills to force her to increase her realm, in the end she still couldn't compete with the evil cultivator. What should she do? Trivia: while he was still proud, Jiu Huin's super domineering sword energy pushed hard into Luke Sin's supporting hand, hitting his dirty, triumphant face. A loud and shocking noise made everyone startled and turn their heads to see the evil cultivator fall straight to the ground from above, no different from when General True was counterattacked by him, witnessing the swift defeat of his opponent. Just now, Don Tin Noyet exclaimed in surprise, even General True was no match for this guy, but his master killed him with one move. She really admired her talented master so much, she wanted to shout proudly to let the whole world know that she was also Jiu Huin's disciple, but thinking about the big picture, she had to click her tongue and say to herself, what a pity. Before the plan to attack the family succeeds, it is best not to recognize each other with the master, otherwise, I really want everyone to see that this is Don Tin Noyet's master. Everyone present there, everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open, shouting with excitement, just one move, which immortal sect is that person, why have I never seen it before, I also want to join. Luke Sin awkwardly sat up, wiped the blood with his hand, his face wrinkled and lost, as if he could not accept what was happening before him. He angrily wondered, he had cultivated that wonderful earth-level divine ability, and yet there was such a thing. People rely only on a sword energy to break through their golden body. He retracted his fist and shouted the 9 turns golden body training technique. At this moment, from his fist burst out a source of gas like a moving tornado, making a crackling sound. Jiu Huin said faintly, wanting to compare the strength of his body. Then he coldly raised his hand to summon a flaming spherical magic body, radiating a fiery aura, loudly shouting the yin-yang 5 elements body refinement technique. He quickly flew forward to fight head-on with Luke Sin, then raised his voice to mock, "You are still far behind." Once again, the physical training duel between the two fists immediately created a shock force accompanied by the sound of a dragon explosion. The sky collapsed, causing reluctant spectators outside to cover their faces with their hands and try to keep their feet from being blown away. Under Jiu Huin's pressure, Luke Sin's forearms suddenly became hot, burned black, and then his muscles showed signs of being about to deform. Luke Sin was startled, jumped back, opened his mouth and screamed in pain. My hand, where his armored right forearm was now swollen like a red-hot iron. Jiu Huin said without mercy. The next move was not just his hand. He then coldly extended his finger and sent out a line of breath, converging a lot of sword energy bristling in anticipation. Cornered, Luke Sin took out a white vase, gritted his teeth and whispered, "There's no way." And then he tightened his fingers and crushed it. Don Tin Noyet witnessed the suspicious scene and wondered in surprise, which was it? Immediately a spherical purple source of aura appeared, producing many auras like water surrounding his body. Luke Sin absorbed that source of energy into his body, causing himself to experience pain. To the extreme, his mouth kept laughing and screaming, blood vessels were all over his face, but soon after, he gradually adapted, his own resources also expanded, quickly creating a shield against the sword energy of Jiu Huin is rushing forward. Therefore, as soon as the sword energy touched Luke Sin's body, it shot back out. Thinking that he was protected for sure, he smiled proudly. He smirked and began to look down on his opponent in a low voice. "That's all you have, not enough to scratch my itch." Having finished speaking, he also raised his hand to counterattack. Tu Huin saw him standing still without taking any action. Don Tin Noyet was worried about his master, so he shouted a warning, "Be careful." Tu Huin still maintained a calm demeanor, gently took out a sword body with sword energy like lightning. In his heart he secretly laughed at the evil cultivator's shadow guard, who suddenly swelled several times. Just like that, while commenting, he swung his hand and slashed once. The sword energy was like strong lightning against the sky towards Luke Sin, causing the ground under his feet to crack wide open. With a blank face mixed with fear, he wondered why the sword energy was stronger than before. Then came Luke Sin's screams echoing in the air nearby. General Tru Hon Dat raised his hand to operate the Yin Yang barrier to protect himself and the third princess. While ramblingly thinking about all the things that had happened, Ju Huin of the Hong Mong sect had never heard of him, who killing Nguyen without wasting any effort is truly terrifying. Fortunately, when the third princess asked me to welcome her, I did not neglect these people. Today, I was so rude in front of Her Highness the Princess. It's embarrassing, but fortunately this armor is transformed by spiritual energy, so it doesn't appear naked in front of the princess. Even though he defeated Luke Sin, Ju Huin still had a question in his heart. Why did this envoy's aura suddenly increase so much? While he was deep in thought, Don Tin Noyet stepped forward to respectfully suggest that things had come to this. I hope the members of the Hong Mong sect would retreat to their country first. It would be best to go to another country to avoid being noticed by this incident. Tu Huin looked straight at his disciple's face and calmly asked again, "Your Highness the Third Princess, if we leave, you will become the ringleader of this matter. At that time the kingdom of Long Yen will be angry at you. What do you intend to do?" How to deal with Tu Huin's unexpected question, Don Tin Noyet awkwardly said here. Suddenly Lam Tri patted his chest and interrupted, "The person who killed the envoy was me. I was willing to stay alone and bear all the blame." Don Tin Noyet stepped forward and patted Lam Tri's shoulder to express sympathy. Miss Lam sacrificed her life for justice. If she let Miss Lam take risks today, it will not cool the hearts of righteous monks in the world in the future. Well, at that time, it spread to other countries, and our Qing dynasty could not avoid being known as greedy for life and afraid of death. Speaking of this, Don Tin Noyet suddenly stopped. Her face also turned tense and thoughtful, continuing, "Moreover, if the upper country of Long Vim dares to ignore the envoy's misbehavior like that, I'm afraid there are still people among them. There are aggregates, and the first level of the highest rank is the Supreme Court, the Great Chien Quoc Van initiated by Tien Din. Recently Long Vim Thuan Quoc declared war on Tan Tu Thuan Quoc, causing heavy losses to their vitality, after which they began sending envoys to surrounding neighboring countries to inspect." After briefly explaining the hierarchy system, Don Tin Noyet continued, "In the Great War, the defeated country will have everything taken away by its dependent countries. I used to think that the kingdom of Long Vim was joining forces to fight to the death. Currently, it seems they intend to take over the national fortunes of neighboring countries to minimize losses." She looked at the corpses of the envoys and the evil cultivators of Long Yen Thuan Quoc and boldly affirmed that in the past, Dang Tu had stubbornly done wrong things. I was afraid that they were deliberately looking for a reason to attack Tichin. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the royal palace, the emperor sat majestically on the throne. In front of him was a group of messengers standing on a red carpet. The great emperor slammed his hand on the chair and angrily shouted, "Ta Duong, I respect you as an envoy of Long Yen Kingdom. But if you gain an inch but want to advance another meter, don't blame me for being impolite." Ta Duong still maintained his arrogant attitude and laughed loudly. Not being polite, King Qin really knows how to joke. He declared that the matter of the third princess does not need your consent. I only brought it here according to the crown prince's orders. If I had time, I would obediently hand over the third princess. If not, suddenly, a subordinate rushed in from outside to report, "Master, something is wrong." The third princess teamed up with the people of the Hong Mong sect to kill young Master Dang Tu on the road. Even the guard Luke Sin was also killed by them. This news was like lightning in his ears, making Ta Duong feel that heaven and earth were collapsing. I shouted, "What?" An evil cultivator standing next to him worriedly supported his back. Looking at the corpse covered with a cloth on a handle, the whole court began to stir. This, indeed, was young Master Ta. Ta Duong stood dumbfounded, his face full of pain and anger, his eyes full of blood, his pupils shrunk, emitting a smoky red murderous aura. Faced with this shocking news, the great emperor frowned in doubt. Hong Mong sect, could it be Tu Huin that Wei Q spoke about? This person could actually use the Kim Dan cultivation level to kill Nguyen on. Ta Duong exhaled a mouthful of blue smoke as bright as electricity, angrily shouted at King Qin, "You better give me a satisfactory explanation, otherwise, I will chop your great concubine third princess into 10,000 pieces." Saying this, his face became ferocious, his eyes widened, his teeth clenched. At the same time, he released a blue aura towards the emperor. Suddenly, a man flew down from nowhere and blocked the king of Qin's face, using his hand to defend himself. This person was Elder Tang, the former servant of the Qin kingdom. He shouted with great courage, "With me here, who would dare to hurt your majesty?" The king of Qin clenched his fists on the edge of the chair, his face fiercely cursing that Long Vien Thuong Quoc should die. Elder Zing continued to strengthen his spiritual power to support him, slightly tilting his face to convey the sound to the emperor and his majesty, quickly making a decision. Tang Mo could protect him, but he could not protect the whole court's literature and martial arts. King Qin did not answer directly but asked the question, "That Tu Huin can kill Luke Xin Guinan of the 7th level. Old Tang, if you fight Tu Huin, do you have confidence that you can defeat him?" Old Tang guessed. The emperor's intention was to ask again, "Does your majesty want to push all the crimes to Hong Mong sect?" King Qin confirmed, "Yes, for now this is the only way." Elder Zin was confident in himself and replied, "Don't worry, your majesty. Although Tu Huin is famous, he is still young. I guess he has some special trump card. He killed Luke Xin when he was caught off guard. If you encounter me, of course you can capture me." From outside the sky, a powerful yellow sword flew in, interrupting the discussion between the emperor and Elder Zing. Ta Duong raised his other hand to activate aura to fight the incoming sword, and at the same time turned around and asked in confusion, "Who?" Before he could realize who had come, Ta Duong only had time to see Tan Fai Kim with a powerful aura rush to slash his giant aura hands. Immediately after that, Tu Huin's voice echoed in the emperor's and Tang Lao's heads. The two of them communicated in secret without regard for anyone else. Could it be that Tu Mo did not exist? As soon as the voice transmission ended, Don Tin Noyet and Tu Huin entered the main hall. As soon as they entered, Don Tin Noyet raised her voice. The envoy did not need to worry. Tin Noyet will explain this matter clearly. When the civil and military mandarins in the court saw Don Tin Noyet arriving with a strange man, they were extremely surprised. They immediately made a stir. "The third princess has arrived. Who is that next to the third princess?" Ta Duong looked at the man in front of him and felt cautious. How could such a small sword-bending technique be so powerful? It seemed like he had never heard of this person before. Could it be that the great concubine has a trump card that I don't know about? Hearing Don Tin Noyet's confession, the civil and military mandarins in the court were extremely angry, but could only helplessly grit their teeth and curse silently and hatefully. Don Tin Noyet continued, "Today I was so absent-minded that I forgot that incident, accidentally manslaughtered the royal envoy. This action goes against the sky. People are angry. I hope my father will take the blame, chop with each piece of her heart intact." These words made Ta Duong's subordinates shake in their hearts. They felt that the third princess did not deserve such punishment, but because the two sides were enemies, they only pretended to hesitate. Tu Huin stood looking at his disciple and silently praised, "Using this move to retreat to advance also has that effect." The emperor closed his eyes tightly and said in a helpless voice, "Tin Noyet, you are confused." He clenched his palms and couldn't bear to think, "Among my children, only Tin Noyet has the most royal demeanor. Let's say Yushi is a man. No matter what happens today, I still have to protect her. Unfortunately, things have come to this point. It seems I can only push her out." At this moment, Tu Huin transmitted the sound to the emperor. "His Majesty, if today Tu Mo can not only ensure that the great concubine is worry-free, he can also ensure that the great concubine will win in the battle of destiny in the future, overcoming Long Vien Thuong Quoc. Do you dare to bet with Tu Mo?" The emperor angrily transmitted his message, "Arrogant and arrogant, what do you guarantee?" Tu Huin replied gently, "If Tu Mo said that if His Majesty gave just one command, Tu Mo would destroy the entire embassy today. What about eliminating the root?" The emperor raised his eyebrows and asked, "What conditions do you have?" Tu Huin calmly said, handing over the throne to Don Tin Noyet, "Tu Mo can not only handle the mission for His Majesty but can also ensure that the emperor will live forever. Life." After hearing this condition, the emperor fell into deep thought and passed the throne to Tin Noyet. Saying so, Hong Mong agreed to offend the kingdom of Long Yen for Tin Noyet. Tu Huin emphasized, "Please think and decide." Under this situation, the emperor can do nothing more. He can only grit his teeth and accept, "I agree with you." After the compromise is complete, Tu Huin will definitely pass the message back. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this transaction Tu Mo will definitely bring the best value to you. At the same time, you also raised your 2 fingers. Look." Ta Duong stood to the side and saw that the emperor still had not decided yet, so he urged him, "King Qin, the third princess has already admitted it. What are you waiting for? Why don't you quickly assign a verdict? Suddenly, Tu Huin controlled Tan Fai's sword and launched it towards Ta Duong and shouted, "Who dares to accuse the third princess of my great frequency?" Ta Duong leaned to the side to avoid Tu Huin's flying sword, gathered strength in his palm and shouted loudly, "Daring to attack my envoy, let me see what kind of ability you have." After finishing speaking, he rushed in front of Tu Huin and kicked him, not forgetting to scream loudly, "Die!" However, Tu Huin quickly dodged one of his attacks and appeared behind him, clutching the Tan Fai sword and rushed forward, his mouth not forgetting a sarcastic smile, afraid that the envoy was already old and could not act. Immediately after that, Tu Huin took a sword stance, powerful sword energy continuously released. Only then did Ta Duong react, turning around, his mouth not forgetting to grit his teeth in bitterness. Damn it. Then, he mobilized his spiritual energy to form a barrier to protect himself. Tu Huin's Fai Kim rushed forward and was immediately thrown back. Seeing this, Tu Huin controlled the Fai Kim to attack Ta Duong's subordinates. It turns out that the envoy Ta Duong also cultivates swords. Tu Huin leisurely observed what Ta Duong was doing. That would be much easier. Tu Huin gathered his strength into his hand. A yellow light appeared. Above it was a hidden sword hilt. "Come here." Tu Huin waved his hand forward. The yellow light emitted from Tu Huin was quickly moving towards Ta Duong. The sword that Ta Duong was proud of suddenly fell into Tu Huin's hand, accompanied by a stream of power in that light. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is the connection between me and the precious sword that has been severed?" Tu Huin quickly grabbed Ta Duong's precious sword, making Ta Duong's eyes widen in surprise. Tu Huin held the sword while praising it. "What an incredibly powerful sword, at least a top-notch Earth-class one." After reading the sword, Tu Huin shrank the precious sword in his hand and said, "If the evil master has an idea, then I will not be rude and accept it," smiling and speaking to Ta Duong naturally without the slightest embarrassment. Which of the male lead? How could this be possible? The sword I practiced for 10 years was robbed of control. Ta Duong sounded like a thunderbolt, speechless. I was about to lose my property. Who would be happy and calm to be robbed by a man? Even if you lose, Ta Duong takes care. At this moment, seeing Tu Huin's gentle and deep face for himself, Ta Duong is reassuring himself. No, he is brainwashing himself verbatim as follows. No, it is not completely impossible. If you understand, his knowledge of sword treasures has reached a level where he can re-refine my sword in just a moment. If he can really do that, then this is the guy in front of me. Truly a monster. After brainwashing himself, Ta Duong was surprised for the second time. Xing Lao, what technique is this that the great emperor used to communicate in secret with Xing Lao? This person's proficiency in using swordsmanship is also very strange. The old man also couldn't see through it. The emperor was surprised. Even he couldn't see anything, so what if he fought with him? Elder Xing replied, "What if I'm afraid the old man who only talks about swordsmanship can't be his opponent?" Come on. Ta Duong has not given up the idea of attacking Tu Huin. This time, Ta Duong used 7 precious swords to attack Tu Huin. Tu Huin said, "It's not surprising that Long Vim is rich. So many treasures. If Tu were to collect them himself, he wouldn't know when he would find them." His mouth would talk, but Tu Huin's hands would use magic to capture these treasures. The 7 swords stopped simultaneously after Tu Huin used magic. An official standing in the palace observed the scene from a while ago and said in horror, "Who exactly are you?" A group of people destroyed the embassy of the kingdom, but my great concubine has not the slightest bit of magnanimity. With a loud bang from the throne, the emperor angrily banged the chair. Today's story, before the end of the great meeting of the 10,000 paths, must not be revealed even half of it, otherwise the great emperor will stand up, angrily, and issue a ban on disclosure to those present. The mandarins below obeyed. "We please obey your majesty's orders. I hope your majesty will not forget our agreement." Tu Huin clasped his hands and respectfully reminded the great emperor. "What agreement is that?" Don Tin Noyet asked in confusion. He replied that it was just a small thing that wasn't worth mentioning. "The 3 of you come in together. Today I will initiate the initiation and impart the practice to you." The 3 disciples shouted in unison, "Yes." As one of his disciples herself, Don Tin Noyet stepped forward and wanted to be taught by him. She smiled and asked, "If you teach the practice, I also have a part to play." The scene changes. Tu Huin is teaching the techniques to Don Tin Noyet. At that time, she thought to herself, she didn't expect that it was really an initiation to transmit the techniques. Looking at the reactions of the 2 of them, it seemed like they were very familiar with this. Around the 2 people, strong yellow aura was emitting. Hong Mong's sect is a terrifying sect after all. After completion, the 3 disciples came out and were all very excited. Lam Tri had reached Truck Ko Tam Trong level. To mock him reached Truck Kon Gutrong. She smiled and said, thanking her master, and Don Tin Noyet was bewildered and couldn't believe it. 7 years ago, I thought I would never be able to reach the foundation in this life, but yet, having made such a breakthrough, Don Tin Noyet has now reached Truck Ko Tam Trong. Tu Huin was sitting recuperating his breath, when Mr. Fu said the system displayed a notification. The host had passed on the disciple's cultivation for 500 years, and the reward was 10 times higher to receive 5,000 cultivations. He spoke up and ordered, you all go out first because the master must practice in seclusion. The disciples all obeyed and replied, yes. The scene changes to the day of the 10,000 Dao festival, at the martial arts square, a huge stage surrounded by glowing red lava. The hot sun was already hot, but now it's 1,000 times hotter because the lava below is evaporating. It feels really great. As soon as Chuck Twin saw Tu Huin coming, he immediately said, Junior brother's cultivation level seems to have improved again. In fact, she has improved as well. Currently, Chuck Twin is in the period of Golden Dan Bat Trong. Tu Huin smiled and replied, sister is not bad, and our main male Tu Huin is in the Golden Core peak period. Suddenly Chuck Twin looked up as if she saw something. She shouted, it was. In the sky are flying boats that are gradually becoming clearer. There were many people below who were surprised and quickly looked to see what it was. There was a person who recognized it, and said loudly that it was a flying ship belonging to the family. The 3 flying boats all had letters on them, proving that their origins were not small. Tu Huin also looked up at those flying boats and said, the national capital prohibits movement in the air, but the flying ships of these worldly families actually had the audacity to fly across the sky. This was clearly intended to hit the royal family in the face. The great emperor sat on the chair, angry all over but unable to say a word. Everyone around admired. The Gia's Africa truly had an extraordinary atmosphere. The flying boats landed one after another, creating gusts of wind and roaring noises. Everyone praised them for their coolness. Really cool. Each person stepped down from the boat. Everyone looked very majestic and powerful. Everyone continued to talk. Look, people from the family are coming down. They are respectively the Gia Vong Ti, the Gia Lam Ti, and finally the Gia Tan Ti. The audience on the stage continued to stir. The Gia's appearance was truly awe-inspiring. Chuck Twin secretly observed and said, the weakest disciple is also Truck Kon Gutrong. Tu Huin smiled and praised him, as expected of the Gia. He ordered, if enough people have come, then let's go. The emperor sat on the golden throne with a stern expression. Below there is someone giving orders, transmitting your majesty's oral edict. Van Dao Thin Hoi officially begins. The gate leading to the secret realm gradually appeared in midair, with purple lights gradually opening up. The gate was completely opened. Now surrounding it were extremely powerful sources of energy. The participating contestants all turned their eyes to that gate. Listen to the rules. Van Dao Thin Hoi had a total of 2 rounds. Round in the first competition, each side will be allowed a maximum of 100 disciples from the bamboo realm to enter the royal secret realm. After entering the secret realm, you will have the ability to appear at any location in the secret realm. If you are fatally injured, you will be automatically taken out of the secret realm. Without any hesitation, everyone will rush in. Gate. On this side, Bok Lak Not, Tamak Ham and Trino quickly clasped their hands respectfully and said, Headmaster, Elder Chu, we are leaving. Having finished speaking, they also hurriedly entered the gate. The voice of the person giving orders still rang out. 7 days later, in the central area of the secret realm, an inventory of the heavenly treasures that the families had obtained would be conducted. Points are calculated for ranking. Top 10 rankings will advance to the next round. Chuck Twin looked at the silhouettes of his disciples and couldn't help but worry. Whether it was the aristocracy or the top 10 sects, there were at least 100 Truck Ko disciples entering, but our Hong Mong sect could only choose. When I had 5 disciples, I was at a loss from the beginning. But contrary to that worry, Tu Huin is somewhat calmer. Rest assured, senior sister, the disciples of our Hong Mong sect are all elite. 1 person can fend off 20 people. After the players entered the secret realm, they also began to build the Tian Kinkuyan. Surrounding it were blue sources of power as calm as waves. Then, as if afraid that everyone wouldn't understand what he meant, Trino explained further, listen to me, brothers and sisters, there are only 5 people in our Hong Mong sect. Even if we split up to act, we are definitely not as good as you. Nearly 100 people from other sects searched together. Bok Lak Not listened to her. So we should find a place where Tian Tai and Dia treasures are abundant, ambush there, and when the time comes to plunder other forces that come looking for the treasure, Trino's face becomes more sinister. She is the one. Mastermind, and to mock him next to him could not help but agree as an accomplice. Senior sister, as expected, had obtained the master's true essence. When Deepthan heard these words, he couldn't help but be startled. Robbery, robbery. Bok Lak not hesitated to ask, this, not very good. Lai Tan Twin also wondered, there are only 5 of us. At that time there will be, can you fight against other forces? There was a hand raised in assurance. Rest assured, we have prepared enough high-class magic weapons to confront hundreds of people, as well as enough recovery pills. With these things, not Nan Tan Quan cannot must be a difficult thing. Try No nodded in agreement. Deepthan became very happy. With so many magic pills, can we all use them? Lai Tan Twin asked. Do others think that we in Hong Mong Sect are a nefarious organization specializing in looting? But she was extremely excited. Only Bok Lak Not was confused, looking at the two of them and saying, no, why are you two so skilled? Try No happily pulled everyone away, talking as he walked. Think about it, if you win the first position, how happy the sect master will be at that time. Bok Lak Not also agreed at this time. Then there was a loud voice urging everyone to stop hesitating and start. This mysterious landscape is vast with steep mountain ranges, along with deep cliffs. At the bottom there were strong spiritual lights surrounding a flower. Someone spoke up and quickly looked. It was Tien Min Hoa. Oh my god, that's a top-grade holy medicine to heal wounds. With this, advancing to the top 10 is no longer a problem. It seems like a sect has found a treasure, the leader said excitedly. However, someone behind reminded that this Tien Min flower is so eye-catching. Why hasn't anyone picked it all day? Someone replied, perhaps there is a spirit beast protecting it. It is estimated that the people who came first, his strength was not enough. He couldn't fight the spirit beast, so he ran away. But for our Tien Kim sect, it was just a small matter. Try No, who was hiding in the bushes, saw this group of people and smiled, thinking, hee hee, someone took the bait again. Try No looked at the group of Lai Tan Twin, Deepthan, Bok Lak Not, and Tamak Ham, signaling, are you ready? They also responded yes. Deepthan made the first move. He held up his glowing magic weapon and said, oh, this magic weapon is already so bright during the day. If you use it to light up at night, won't it be as bright as during the day? Why, Tamakham said next to him, senior brother Deep can only think like that. The people of Tien Kim sect were blinded by this magic weapon. They exclaimed, what is this? At this time, Lai Tan Twin also took out his magic weapon and prepared to join the battle. When we arrived, Bok Lak Not also raised his hand to seal. Then formation opened. The people of Tien Kim sect fell into their formation. The formation together with the powerful spiritual energy locked them tightly. They panicked. What's going on? Why can't I move? Without waiting for them to react, Try No continued to attack, walking away. As she spoke, she launched her sword. The sword flew straight to the designated place. And the last attacker was Tamakham, she said extremely excitedly. And there was me. Tamakham raised his hand to control all the bows and arrows to shoot in the same direction. At this time in the arena, people witnessed the entire incident. Watching Lai Tan Twin and Bok Lak Not with the sword leave, they said, look, the Tien Kim sect's people are out. The Tien Kim sect has been eliminated. Shameless and thick-faced, the angrier they get, the more they curse. Damn it, don't join Thin Hoi Van Dao again, it's too cruel. The great emperor, sitting on the throne, also witnessed everything. He asked Wei Q next to him, what is the current accumulated points of Hong Mong sect? Wei Q next to him respectfully replied, Your Highness, Tien Kim Tong is already the 8th force to be ambushed by 5 people from Hong Mong. He continued, the combined spoils of these 8 forces ranked first in terms of accumulated points, twice as high as that of the second-ranked Qin family. The great emperor replied thoughtfully, Hong Mong sect is really interesting. Over here, Lu Mimi asked Tu Huin, what do you usually teach your disciples? But Tu Huin mysteriously replied, haha, let's see if it's effective. The head of the Qin family here seems quite confident. His face is gloomy, and he disdainfully says that the sect is of a low level. Even if it uses tricks, it doesn't matter. Wait until the next round, then it will be fine. We'll die. He waved his hand confidently. The door leading to the secret world moved. Everyone was in a commotion. Look, someone was eliminated. Many seriously injured people were brought out. After a while of observation, they realized, oh my god, they were people from the Lam family. The Lam family was eliminated in the first round. What force could have done it? That. And then, as if they had found the answer, they continued to discuss, quickly looking at the crossbows and arrows on their bodies, identical to the forces previously plotted by the Hong Mong sect, the Lam family's Hong Mong sect. Those discussions have now turned to laughter. Ha ha ha. Just now the Lam family was still very loud, but as a result, in the first round he was eliminated by an unknown small sect. It was truly a shame. Insulting the family, the head of the Lam family turned black and said nothing. Then, with anger, Homeowner Lam's face was lined with veins, shouting loudly and insolently. Around him radiated an extremely powerful source of spiritual energy. That source of power spread throughout the entire arena, causing the clothes of those around him to be blown away. With just one sentence and his power, the head of the Lam family silenced all around. The echo of the power made everyone gasp. Feeling that the result was not satisfactory, he clasped his hands and implored the great emperor, His Majesty, Hong Mong's sect to behave sinisterly and cruelly. Unlike a righteous sect, I request to cancel the status of corruption. Hong Kong Tong's competition. Lu Mimi was so angry that she jumped up. Her eyes were cold. What nonsense was that old man talking about? There were only 5 of my Hong but Sect's disciples. Your Lam family had 100 people. Me. Seeing that you guys can't beat people, that's why you started to rape people. Huh? Tuwin gave a thumbs up. I still need you to complete it. Wei Qiu angrily reached out his hand, creating a source of power with shocking power. Giving orders, His Majesty asked, but did not quickly declare honestly. The powerful force suppressed even the people present there, causing them to cry out, ah. In a panic, we quickly finished everything. We met a few disciples left behind in the canyon. We wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack them and rob Tian Kem Hoa. We didn't expect those 5 people to be so weak. Ordinary, especially a female sword-bending disciple among them. What a monster, they exclaimed in fear. It turned out that the woman who scared them was none other than Trino. With a stern expression, the great emperor gently reminded, did you hear it, Master Lam? Lam Jia's disciple is a famous sect. Now his skills are not as good as others, and he still wants to cause trouble with the Hong Mong sect. Look, it's still a great clan family. Just now my nose was raised up to the sky. But now I'm forced to stand still by a small sect with only 5 people. It's really embarrassing. The comets the canopy continued to surround Lam Jia's people. Hearing that, Patriarch Lam remained silent, not knowing what to say, his fist clenched tightly. This did not dissuade the other homeowners. Look at that old Lam's face, it was really remarkable. The owner of the Tan family also responded, losing to a low-class small sect, so he felt embarrassed. As soon as he finished speaking, another group of people were blown out of the mystery. Look quickly, someone has been spread out. It seems to be someone from the Tan family. This Fai Kim is an arrow, probably not from the Hong Mong sect, right? Having said that, the Qin family reminisced about the events that happened in the secret realm. We saw a conflict between Lam Jia and the disciples of the Hong Mong sect, so they took that opportunity to get the Tian Kem flower, unexpectedly. Hong Mong Tong set a trap in advance. We stepped on it just in time, one guy cried. Patriarch Tan did not hesitate to throw him away, saying, useless thing. Looking at the problems other sects encountered, the Vong family's head was a little happy. It seems that the leader of the Van Dao Thin Association this time is our royal family. But the shouts are getting louder and louder. Someone has spread out. It's the Vong family. There's also the Longevity sect. The Vong family's head is now black-faced and helpless. Isn't that right? Next, another group of people escaped from the mystery. That group of people were fighting. One side was shouting, young master, come on, young master. The other side also refused to be weak. Senior brother, come on, fight him. The owner of the family had to step in to intervene. He beat one guy to calm down and made him cry out. He said, idiot, don't fight anymore. Why are you guys coming out now? The guy next to him panicked and dodged. Cried out. Luckily he was able to avoid it in time. The guy who was beaten fell down and knelt on the ground. He asked in bewilderment, oh, have we been eliminated? This made Patriarch Vong even angrier. You idiot, even yourself was eliminated. I quit without even knowing it. Tai Van Sect and Van Fong Sect are all out, followed by groups of seriously injured people who should be taken out. So isn't there only the Hong Mong Sect left? The Hong Mong Sect is extremely prestigious at this time. The Hong Mong Sect group was brought out because they were the only ones left. Deep Thin was a bit confused. Oh, why did he go out? Lai Tan Twin was also a bit confused, so he won. Patriarch Vong angrily yelled at his disciples, you useless people, my sword was also lost by you. On the other side, the sect master, we lost. But Lai Kim Fong, the master of the Van Fong sect, gently replied, it's okay, we've done our best. Sect master, we also. The Tai Ho sect master Chong Lin Daonan replied calmly, okay, originally I just brought you here to get experience. I don't expect you to be able to win anything. On this side, Chuck Twin also came forward to ask, why did he eliminate so many people this time? Are you guys not injured? Tu Wen also came forward to ask, Tu Tri Ni, Vong family, Longevity sect, Van Fong sect, what is this? Tri No also immediately clasped his hands and reported to his master, after eliminating the Qin family, we were surrounded by the royal family's disciples. After consideration, we decided to ask junior sister to take the others out. First, I alone stayed behind to block the rear. Remembering what had just happened, Trino's eyes became sharp. Young Master Vong gave me a chance to fight one-on-one. But in the end I lost and refused to admit it, calling his disciples to surround me and attack me. At that time, it was true. So I have finished arranging the 7 stars true immortal sword pearl, she continued, but I discovered that the disciples of the longevity sect were hiding in the corner, intending to wait for the fishermen to benefit, so I turned my head to look at the formation at the longevity sect. Trino chuckled, thinking back to the story of when he was still in the secret realm. The longevity sect thought it was a man from the royal family attacking them, so he fought with the people from the royal family. I took the opportunity to escape to another place, Trino added. I didn't expect that then people from the Van Fong sect and the Tai Ho sect came one after another. I saw them all gathered in one place. It would be a pity not to catch a batch, so I opened another sword formation. Hung Mong Tong, completely worthy. Hung Mong Tong also gave an extremely satisfied smile. At the same time, Wei Jiu also announced that this time only the Hong Mong sect will win. The remaining sects that are eliminated will be ranked according to their scores. Tomorrow the top 10 sects will nominate 3 people. Conduct a melee competition, from which choose the sect with the strongest fighting ability. Tu Wen doesn't care about bringing the Hong Mong sect along. Let's go celebrate. The remaining sects are also very pressured. The master of the Qin family thought to himself, he is just a small force in the rivers and lakes, yet he is not afraid like that. Today I have to teach you a lesson, saying that he used his internal strength. Tu Wen felt a wave of strength and immediately turned his head to look back, sword aura. He used his clever sword mind to block the attack, thinking to himself, wanting to discuss the way of swordsmanship. No one has ever been able to surpass me, so dissipate your sword energy. Patriarch Qin was angry, damn it. This also alarmed the other homeowners. Just now, they turned their heads to look. Lai Kim Fong commented that the move just now has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In the realm of great frequency, there is another person who has comprehended the intelligence of swordsmanship. Sect Master Chong Lin Dao Nan also thought, Hong Mong Sect, what an unimaginable dark horse. It seems that this Van Dao Thin conference is very exciting. In the Emperor's study room, soldiers were guarding the gate carefully even though it was midnight. The great Emperor asked, has everything been done? Below, Wei Jiu respectfully clasped his hands and replied, informing Your Highness that the Imperial Army has surrounded all the aristocratic palaces in the national capital completely, and has also set up a forbidden formation to ensure that nothing can escape Your Majesty's eyes. Wei Jiu also added, Elder Zeng has also brought the national treasure Hao Tian Kin to the outskirts of the national capital. If there is anything unusual, he will come immediately. Your Majesty just needs to wait until tomorrow when Sect Leader Tu defeats the family. It's okay to win in the end. After a moment of silence, Wei Jiu dared to speak up and ask, the talkative old servant, Your Majesty, do you want to pass on the royal position to the third princess? The great emperor did not hesitate to respond, that Tu Wen's strength is not ordinary, just do it like that. After the Van Dao Thin assembly ends, I will announce to Tin Noyet, if that Tu Wen can dominating the family, so that Tin Noyet can take over the throne smoothly, that's fine. If we can't, we have to prepare well, tell Elder Tang to prepare, if anything goes wrong, then take control of the family. Hearing that, Wei Qiu replied, Your Majesty is wise, besides, Elder Tang also has something to tell you. What is it? The Emperor asked. The old monk used Hao Tian's mirror to peek at a mysterious strong man, right at the moment he was near the national capital, he reported. The Emperor was a little surprised. Mysterious powerhouse. But the Emperor quickly calmed down. Okay, in Vang Tan Temple there is a protective barrier, there is a monk sitting in charge, no one dares to cause trouble. I'm tired, I'll just come here for now. Yes, Wei Qiu replied. There is a source of mysterious power appearing near the royal castle barrier. Great concubine Vang Tan has a barrier. That's what I remember. A mysterious person appeared outside the barrier. Sure enough, he said, it turned out he was Deep Pham. Deep Pham raised his hand to seal and said as he did, the memories of his previous life were truly the best golden hands. Haha, long time no see, great frequency. The barrier was broken by him and gradually disappeared. His voice still echoed in the air. His face became sinister. This time I will enter the divine realm of the royal family 5 years earlier. I will be able to gain even more power of national destiny. If I can still capture Tin Noyet's heart, let her use the power of the royal family for me to practice. That would be much better. Wei Jiu stood in the middle of the arena, on the towering pillars, giving the rules. Today, the final battle of the Van Dao Thin Association will be held. Life and death are at your own risk. Please everyone carefully carry out the final act. The last remaining sect will be given the title of Kwok Tong, and will later receive resources from the royal family and work for the royal family. On this side are the head of the Lam family, the head of the Tan family and the head of the Vong family. On the other side are the Longevity sect, the Van Fong sect and the Tai Hu sect. And finally, Rose Hips. A voice interrupted him. Wei Q announced, now that everyone has arrived, the decisive battle of Van Dao Thin Hoi has officially begun. As soon as the voice ended, there were footsteps hastily moving. The footsteps became more and more intense to enter the decisive battle. Quickly see, the three big families and the entire Longevity sect have all gone to attack the Hong Mong sect. Yesterday they were still arrogant. Today they have had to taste the pain. There is a lot of excitement in the stands. Homeowner Tai Hu Fai spoke up and asked, fellow Taoist Lai, why don't you take action? Sitting and benefiting from others doesn't seem to be your style. Lai Kim Fong replied, don't you also choose to stand aside? Homeowner Tai Hu Fai continued, ha ha ha, that reminds me, the last time we met, it seemed that fellow Taoist Lai was only a second-level veteran. Why after so many years of separation, he was still stuck in the same place? Lai Kim Fong crossed his arms in front of his chest, holding the sword and replied, I have devoted myself to cultivating swordsmanship, from understanding the mind to understanding the sword's meaning, but now I am stuck at the threshold of understanding the mind. At first he understood the heavenly sword intent, but considered himself a rare blind talent in the world. Having said that, he touched the precious sword with regret. Now that I have been stuck in the realm of the sword mind for many years without making any progress, I have discovered that human strength eventually runs out. Homeowner Tai Hu Fai seemed unwilling to let his friend say so hastily. Then why don't you worship a famous master, and show you the bright path? Having said that, he reminded fellow Taoist Lai that yesterday you also saw Tu Huin's moves from Hong Mong sect. If you use some tricks to force him to reveal his swordsmanship understanding, it will definitely be of great benefit to you. He continued, I don't have that much attachment to the Tai Hu Fai becoming the national Tong. In honor of our many years of friendship, let me try him once. Lai Kim Fong panicked, wait. But before he finished speaking, a source of force caused many people to fly and the rocky ground to explode. Fellow Taoist Lai and the head of the Tai Ho sect exclaimed in surprise, what? Patriarch Tan walked proudly among the injured people. Some people even hugged their legs in pain and cried out, my legs! Another foot is also approaching through the smoke and dust, raising its voice, if only you had this little bit of skill. Today, the Hong Mong sect is afraid it will lose its first position again, Tu Huin continued, and the Hong Mong people also stepped out from the smoke and dust. Chuck Twin put his hands on his hips and commented, Junior brother, you still like to make a mess like that. Lu Mimi stood next to her and crossed her arms and said, well, that's okay. The stands once again became extremely bustling. I wasn't mistaken, but I single-handedly solved almost an inch of the entire high-rise. Who is that, hitting me on the head? I wasn't mistaken, but it's just a matter of time. In a blink of an eye, Wei Jiu stepped forward to look at the announcement. The Longevity sect, Van Ti, and Lam Ti lost their eligibility to compete. Sitting in the stands, Deep Pham couldn't help but be surprised. Hong Mong sect, strange. It seems like I have never heard of this sect in my previous life. At this time on the field, the Tan family's leader had used his internal strength, which was the Tan family's unique physical training technique. With the Thunder Beast seal, his palm changed as he finished speaking. Please advise Elder Chu. As he spoke, he rushed forward. His powerful power and sinister eyes seemed to crush everything. But on this side, Chu Huin still calmly replied, I have just joined in training. I want to find someone to exchange and learn from. He uses spiritual energy to use yin and yang and 5 elements to practice martial arts. Two opposing sources of power attack each other, either willing to yield to the other. But over here, Patriarch Tan seemed to see something and thought to himself, why is the strength in this kid's hand so terrifying? Seeming to guess the other person's thoughts, Tu Huin mockingly asked, isn't that okay? Having said that, Tu Huin used his power to directly send the arrogant Tan family head flying away. He said, dodging away, your physical strength is not as strong as someone I met before, Tu Huin said as he pressed his hand down. Immediately on the other side of the stands, Patriarch Tan was forced to kneel on both knees. He cried out, oh ah! The Tan family was so worried that they frowned. The head of the house, the head of the house. The arena also rang with lively discussions after that match. The head of the Qin family could not defeat the arrogant junior of the Hong Mong sect. Seemingly not paying much attention to the gossip, Chu Huin turned around and asked the remaining homeowners what they planned to do next. Lai Kim Fong suddenly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully and said, Liamo was stuck in a stagnant sword mind that did not progress, so he thought for a long time. Today, I hope fellow Taoists you will please advise. The arena once again became noisy when it heard such words. Oh my god, the Van Fong Sect master said he wanted to invite Tu Huin of Hong Mong Sect to teach him. I didn't listen to that. Tu Huin showed a thoughtful expression and said, if you want to learn how to be smart, you can. So, I give you two options. 1. Worship me as a monk, Tu Huin said. Sarcastic words echoed from the stands. Wanting to let Lai Kim Fong worship someone from the Hong Mong Sect as his junior master, the tone was loud. The power of Lai Kim Fong's one-handed sword decapitation was unparalleled. It was decapitation. Great Qin's divine sword. But ignoring everything, Tu Huin continued to say, 2. Defeating Dao Nan's spirit next to him. That person was startled. Here. Chuck Twin stood to the side, sadly shaking his head, thinking to himself, it's all the same. Here, Lai Kim Fong couldn't help but hesitate. He thought, I don't mind worshipping a good practitioner as a monk, it's just Taoist Chu's idea. Do you want to test yourself to see how much you can fight against the sole surviving Taoist? He thought while looking at Tu Huin's gloomy face. Then Lai Kim Fong looked at his friend and thought to himself, although he is only one small realm behind the immortal Taoist, in terms of sword cultivation, this one small realm is a profound understanding of the sword mind. Huge and sky-high, the Taoist immortal spirit is not a sword cultivator, he can break through in other ways. After a long period of hesitation and thinking, Lai Kim Fong also spoke up, Taoist leader, offended. Having said that, Lai Kim Fong summoned the immortal sword, invited the Taoist leader to attack the spirit. The Taoist Chonglin lamented a bit, but did not expect the poor Taoist to raise a stone and hit his own feet. Tri No couldn't help but be surprised at this moment. Wasn't that the new Qi Nu sword that his master used? Tu Huin also realized this. He thought to himself, oh, there are so many of them. It seems like the feedback system has responded to the noises of the swords many times. There must be other mysterious secrets. At this time, Lai Kim Fong's swords attacked the spiritual pulse, so the spiritual pulse created protective shields to block that attack. At this moment, the audience seemed to be watching a good show. The discussion was so heated that it broke out. Oh my god, it really made everyone excited. So excited, the strongest monk attacked the spiritual Taoist, fighting with the strongest sword cultivator. Kim Fong, I don't know who will win. The spiritual Taoist created a large shield that blocked all attacks from Lai Kim Fong. He said, using this demon seal of mine can strengthen my body and can also defend. Taoist Chonglin not politely continued, Taoist Li's sword strength still seems a bit weak, not even my body's protective energy can break it. So the poor Taoist stopped being guests, and after finishing speaking, he charged the Taoist spirit to directly attack Lai Kim Fong. Lai Kim Fong did not have time to prepare, so he was thrown away, and the swords also had one in each place. Tu Huin commented that, oh, this soul-chasing person is a bit interesting. Lai Kim Fong knelt on one knee and hugged his chest. After a cloud of smoke, he spoke up. As expected, he could not comprehend the intelligence of swordsmanship, fighting with monks who practice perfection like a spirit. Taoists still caught. Having said that, Lai Kim Fong stood up and clasped his hands and said, I am defeated in this battle. Taoist Chonglin also politely replied, ah, fellow Taoist Lai, this time I can't help you. At this time, Tu Huin suddenly spoke up and interrupted, if I accept Kim Fong as my disciple, so it's reasonable for the master to take the place of his disciple and go to war, right? As he spoke, he used his internal strength. In fact, he also had his own thoughts, try the tricks of this Taoist. Seeing that, Lai Kim Fong's face became radiant, he said in surprise, fellow Taoist you mean? Tu Huin withdrew the move, he turned his eyes to him and confidently replied, don't you still have the first choice? Why, haven't changed it yet. Only then did Lai Kim Fong understand what he meant and smiled happily. Immediately after that, he respectfully clasped his hands and bowed his head before him and said, Master is here, please accept my disciple's bow. Taoist Pulselin standing over there was bursting with strength ready to fight Tu Huin. When he saw that, he spoke up and told them, if fellow Taoist Tu had such an attitude, then the old Taoist could only serve him. Only compensation. Without wasting any more time, he immediately rushed forward, immediately launching a move towards Tu Huin. But unfortunately he quickly reacted and blocked his attack. The two sides fought extremely fiercely, just entering the battle. But having struck such a fierce blow, no one was willing to give in. The power that these two people unleashed was so much that everyone sitting in the stands had to put their hands in front of their faces, squinting their eyes, not daring to look directly at the bright light emitting in the arena. A spectator exclaimed in surprise, wow, this is the duel of the top level of De Qin's cultivating world. While everyone was extremely surprised by this scene, Lai Kim Fong spoke very calmly, having understood the smart sword heart, which is indeed different. To better understand his words, it can be simply explained as sword mind is smart but can be called Dao Tam smart. Before enlightenment, monks used the five senses to judge attacks of the enemy. After enlightenment, used the Dharma. In high-level combat, this small difference can often decide the victory or defeat of the battle. At this time, Lai Kim Fong suddenly had a thought. As expected, he still needed to quickly break through this. After completing the execution, those spheres connected together to form 3 circles, creating a complete formation. He stepped back and said, unexpectedly, fellow Taoist Chu's body was extraordinary. So, using this magic seal of mine can strengthen my body. Then he immediately threw a punch to activate the formation. Tu Huin still shouted excitedly, try one more move. But before his attack could do anything to Tu Huin, he was able to gently catch his fist. His face was extremely confident. He smiled calmly and said, cheerful, as usual. I haven't had a chance to try this method of refining my body, so today I can consider it. Down in the ring, the match had not yet come to an end, but the winner and loser had clearly been decided. While Taoist Chong Lin was still shocked by what had just happened, Tu Huin took the opportunity to prepare an attack. Another gift for him. 2 rays of light flashed from his eyes, his mouth curled into a smile and he said, if the director has no other skills, that's all. As soon as the words ended, he immediately threw a magic punch straight at his face, leaving him unable to react. This time, he could only take one of his moves. This move drew a long path and sent the pulse spirit Taoist flying several meters back. The scene was no different from a golden arrow surrounded by sparks rushing straight at its prey, very quickly, its whole body. He was slammed against the wall behind him. The impact was so great that the wall was broken into large pieces. Just looking at it one could see how terrible the pain he had to endure was. A voice suddenly rang out, the strongest monk, Chong the spiritual path has failed. The great emperor, looking down from above, could not hide his surprise at the result of this match. He thought to himself, yet even Taoist Chong Lin had failed. Tu Huin, why have I never heard of this name in my previous life? On the other side, Tu Huin saw the other side admitting defeat and still very politely clasped his hands and humbly responded, giving in. At the end of the match, Taoist Chong Lin turned around and left while massaging his back, which was sore from hitting the wall just now. He said, hey, he is truly a talent found in every generation of the country. Old and Tu Huin standing behind heard that, and just smiled and said nothing more. After the match ended, second-level elder Chuck Yin and Lu Mini walked up to Tu Huin. At this time, Tu Huin clasped his hands and reported to the emperor sitting above, Your Majesty, if there was no one to respond. War then, can we declare that our Hong Mong sect today is the #1 sect? As for the emperor, his face was gradually becoming more serious as he looked at him, and in his mind he was thinking, this guy's strength is truly terrifying, but it's good, with this person guarding him, he must be Tin Noyet can sit firmly in the mountains. After that, he stood up and responded to Tu Huin's words, haha, okay, my great concubine is truly talented, since no one objects then I declare. Right after that, in front of the entire audience sitting here, the emperor finally made a statement for the match. From today, the Hong Mong sect is our great Qin nation. No one has any objections, right? Before the emperor's question, everyone had no opinion, shouting in unison, Your Majesty is wise, Your Majesty is wise. Only the 2 heads of the Lam family and the heads of the Vong family are. His face was dark, as if he was very unwilling. Although he was not satisfied with the results, the head of the Lam family also clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty is wise, followed by the Vong Jia also forcefully clasped his hands and said Your Majesty is wise. Seeing that no one objected, the emperor sat down on the throne. He said again, Next, I have something to announce. Today I plan to abdicate to Tin Noyet. While everyone is here, stop. The name Tin Noyet was engraved on my royal steel. Hearing these words, the homeowners were extremely shocked. Everyone's face changed. They thought in panic, what? His Majesty wants to abdicate. The target is still the 3rd princess. At this time, the 2 heads of the Vong family and the Lam family both spoke out against it at the same time. Your Majesty, this is not possible. Suddenly, from behind, a woman's voice rang out, What's wrong? It was the 3rd princess Don Tin Noyet entering the arena with her subordinates. She frowned, angry in her heart, against the objections of several mandarins. These people really ran out again. Even though the 3rd princess's side has spoken up, the head of the Lam family continues to tell the emperor and Your Majesty, no way, in the history of my great concubine's dynasty, There has never been a story of a female being crowned. However, next to him was the head of the royal family who wholeheartedly agreed, adding that, moreover, the third princess's cultivation base was weak. One day if other countries invaded, how could he lead a large army? Victory frequency. Don Tin Noyet saw that they were determined to prevent her from becoming the successor and silently cursed in her heart, damn, suddenly using the matter of cultivation as a shield. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of swords appeared from behind them. Then he officially announced to all the military gods in that arena, whoever did not obey, the master would fight on his behalf. That's all. Hearing this shocking statement, everyone was extremely surprised. One person in the audience exclaimed in panic, "What?" The two spectators sitting next to him also said in unison in a surprised voice, "The Lord actually worshipped Tu Huin Hong Mong's sect as his master." Don Tin Noyet was touched by Tu Huin's protective action. She looked at him and silently called Master. After seeing his threat, of course no one dared to raise their voice to object again. At this point, he turned to pat his disciple's head and told her, "Go ahead, take that one." "It's over again," Don Tin Noyet obediently replied yes. Then she immediately walked to the other two homeowners, using reason to prove herself to them. "If you all recognize the title of National Sect of the Hong Mong Sect, then you are a member of the Hong Mong Sect. What reason does this palace have for not being able to succeed or say?" Speaking of this, her face became serious, pointing at them and exposing their intentions. "Because your two families have long colluded with the eldest royal family and the second prince, so today there is no such thing." Can't object? Being questioned like that by her, every word she said was the truth, making the other two people curse silently and hatefully after hearing it. Being caught, the head of the Lam family immediately shouted angrily, "Your Majesty, this matter cannot be considered a game. Today the Hong Mong sect is the national sect, but it is unlikely that in the future there will be no ambitions. Until then, what should the third princess do?" It turned out that if he couldn't argue back, he wanted to oppress her to the end. Don Tin Noyet also did not expect that he would dare to say such words and shouted angrily, "You." Realizing that the situation on both sides was becoming more and more tense, the emperor above raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. He said, "Okay." Then he offered another solution. He continued, "If you are stubborn and refuse to let go, then let Great Tan Hong Bai choose." As soon as he finished speaking, the pillars surrounding the arena suddenly lit up. Surrounding it was a vast stream of power that was exploding strongly. Immediately after, a large steel appeared in the middle of the arena. Behind it also appeared a fiery magic circle. The scene looked very majestic. The people there were immediately shocked and shouted, "It was the great frequency Hong Bai." Chuck Twin thought that it was said that the emperor throughout the generations of the great concubine would engrave his name on the royal steel. The royal steel has a spirit. Writing down the name can guide the great concubine's national fortune. Chuck Twin thought thoughtfully. It seemed like His Majesty and the third princess had already planned to use this day to overwhelm the power of hundreds of families. Then Don Tin Noyet went up a flight of stairs, thinking of helping the third princess ascend the throne. Don Tin Noyet raised her hand in front of her face, and seriously thought that today this palace would definitely put her name on the royal steel. She raised her hand forward with yellow aura surrounding it in circles. There is a yellow gate appearing in front of Don Tin Noyet. She is gradually moving forward. Nearing the gate, yellow rays of light shot out, causing Don Tin Noyet to cover her face with her hands and exclaim. Deep Pham flew forward, to the surprise of the two guards. He smiled thinking that this was the moment. Tu Huin suddenly exclaimed loudly. Tu Huin flew towards the gate, thinking, all his attention was taken away by that Tu Huin. But it's okay, this royal steel space, except for royal descendants, only has spiritual consciousness. Can enter. There was a blue light shooting straight into the door. Tu Huin thought to Noyet, I'm here to help you. Don Tin Noyet covered her face with her hands. Her eyes gradually opened. There were large pillars and a statue of a soldier holding a stick. Don Tin Noyet walked forward and suddenly asked where this place was. The soldier statue was surrounded by black and blue auras. Don Tin Noyet looked around and thought that there was still a hidden space in the royal steel. That statue is gradually cracking. His eyes are glowing red. The statue looked at Don Tin Noyet and shouted loudly. Don Tin Noyet looked back in fear at the statue and shouted loudly. That statue holds a knife. Around the statue there are blue rays of light appearing. The statue says that a woman also dares to covet the throne, insulting the Emperor's majesty, which is truly a crime worthy of death. Don Tin Noyet opened her mouth and suddenly thought, could it be that the country was founded by a godly general to guard the great Qin dynasty? There is an arrow stuck in the ground. That statue held a knife and stabbed it into the ground, causing the ground to crack. White rays of light shot forward, Blue rays of light also shot upward. That statue commemorated the emperor's ancestors' bloodline. This general gives you the last chance. Leave here quickly or else this general will definitely not forgive you. Don Tin Noyet suddenly shouted. She thought the ground was gradually collapsing. She had never heard her father mention that engraving names on the royal steel had such a test. Maybe it was because she was a woman that he ran over. Prevent me from engraving my name. Don Tin Noyet's face wrinkled, thinking on what basis this palace could not be the emperor. She thought of the scene of 3 people saying that they had found a way to deal with the family, going around the immortal gates of hundreds of families, attracting forces that were also me. Don Tin Noyet said, not to mention, there is also a master to help me. I will succeed the emperor. It is the destiny of heaven. Don Tin Noyet held a hand and rang a bell, saying, what right does a small, ownerless soul have to question me? She frowned and said that she still dared to plot to stop my great cause. It was truly delusional. In front of the statue, yellow rays of light passed by. He spoke loudly and was really arrogant. The statue held a knife and slashed towards Don Tin Noyet. He said that if you stubbornly refused to listen and refused to retreat, then the general would only have to do it himself. Then the 2 people rushed to fight. The statue's power was blue and Don Tin Noyet's had a yellow light surrounding her body. There was a black light coming down. The 2 people were still fighting fiercely. Deep Pham appeared and said that this place was the golden steel of space. It was truly a glorious golden wall. Deep Pham smiled and looked at the 2 people fighting and said it looked like Tin Noyet was fighting hard. It was time for him to take action. The statue slashed a blue knife at Don Tin Noyet's body, causing her to scream. Something blue appeared. Don Tin Noyet was surprised when that green thing moved forward. She thought, it was like a sword, flying out on its own. Could it be that the sword's spirit sensed danger? That blue thing around it was surrounded by an orange light. That statue emitted blue rays of light. He shouted loudly asking what it was. That statue had blue debris shooting out. He asked what. Don Tin Noyet smiled and thought of Tu Huin's image. She thought what her master said was true, and would help her become the king's leader. Deep Pham appeared and shouted loudly that if you dare to touch Tin Noyet, you must first pass my barrier. Don Tin Noyet shouted loudly asking who it was, then Deep Pham rushed towards the statue. Deep Pham smiled and raised his fist with flames forward. The statue angrily said loudly, do you think I can guard this place for thousands of years without any means to stop you, naive spirit beings? Deep Pham shouted loudly, waving his sword, walking. The blue sword rushed forward. Around the sword there were yellow lights. Those yellow rays of light were still rushing towards the statue. The statue covered one of his eyes with his hand and said it was a small sword, still delusional. That sword pierced the statue's body and yellow rays of light shot out. Don Tin Noyet said that she thought this person was a bit strange, not a descendant of the royal family, but could enter the royal steel space, and had to investigate when going out. Don Tin Noyet said we should quickly think of a way to get out. My father and master are probably waiting impatiently outside. Deep Pham thought it was Tu Huin. Why Tin Noyet always mentioned him. It seemed like he had to be careful. Deep Pham pulled Don Tin Noyet's hand and asked, wait, she just went out. Did she know that in the space of the royal steel, the dragon energy of the emperors remained? After absorbing it, it was very beneficial for her. Don Tin Noyet asked the dragon. Deep Pham said, you sit here, following the anger control method I told you. Why did the great emperor think like that? Past emperor's successors all only needed to use spiritual power to establish a connection with the royal steel. Engraved on the royal steel, their names would appear. The situation between heaven and earth changed like this. Currently, the air is sucked into the golden steel like never before. There were 2 people looking up at the sky talking to each other about what it was. It was definitely the heavens dissatisfied with the 3rd princess succession, and sent down divine punishment. There were countless footsteps moving forward. Then there were confused people asking who the other person was, apparently. There were countless soldiers following the 2 eldest princes and the 2nd prince, calling out the names of the 2 eldest princes and the 2nd prince. The 1st prince angrily said that we oppose Don Tin Noyet inheriting the throne. The emperor angrily asked what you 2 were doing. The eldest prince said we came to ask father to revoke the order. There were lightning bolts in the sky, followed by their conversation saying that heaven would bring divine punishment, proving that the 3rd sister was not a person of destiny, and should not succeed. There was a man with gray-brown hair who angrily said the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Could it really be a divine punishment? The 2nd prince said that if father today is determined not to change, then we can only lead the army to change the destiny of heaven. There was a guy with brown hair who suddenly said that this place was surrounded. There was a guy in a blue shirt who said that the 1st prince and 2nd prince of the land wanted to force the king to abdicate. There was a guy in a brown shirt who said but the heavenly phenomenon also too scary. The second prince and the first prince both clasped their hands. The first prince smiled sinisterly and said that he was here, hoping his father would revoke his order. Then there were also countless knees falling. After that, countless soldiers knelt down, clasped their hands, and said that the third princess would succeed, contrary to heaven's will, asking His Majesty to revoke the order. Chuck Twin asked Tu Huin if the third princess really had something wrong. Tu Huin smiled and said reassured, not only was it okay. Tu Huin smiled as he looked at the host information system panel that helped his disciple ascend to the throne, successfully activating his domineering physical body at the Earth stage. The reward was returned 1,000 times, and he received the post-apocalyptic chaos body stage. He looked at the system board and smiled, but he also got a chance. The system board pops up with a notification introducing the post-celestial chaos body, a special Earth-level physique, absorbing aura 10 times higher, and confuse all kinds of cultivation physiques, after breaking through the celestial level. Can increase the chi essence of the chaos body, condense the innate chaos body. Tu Huin thought long ago that after activating the overbearing supreme body, it must not be surprising, unexpectedly it is stronger than he thought. Tu Huin thought there was a ray of light. He said the third princess would soon come. Don Tin Noyet said I have declared myself emperor. Don Tin Noyet and Deep Fam. Don Tin Noyet asked if the destiny had been fulfilled, who dared not to follow. There was a voice that was the third princess. Some people say this, the clear light that shines, is the emperor's destiny. The second prince and the first prince looked at each other and frowned, thinking it was Don Tin Noyet. The great emperor raised his hand and laughed. Ha 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 ha, he said the light shines, the emperor's destiny. I see who dares to object to my daughter being named emperor. The great emperor touched both hands on Don Tin Noyet's shoulder. She said, Father. The great emperor said, Tin Noyet, you have worked hard. There were voices congratulating the new emperor on his ascension to the throne. The eldest prince smiled sinisterly and said that I had already contacted Long Yen Thuan Quoc, and at this time 100,000 elite soldiers were waiting outside the city. He said he was waiting for me to open the traditional grand battle. The soldiers were already standing in line. It was said that 100,000 elite soldiers could immediately flood this place. The great Qin emperor angrily pointed his finger and said, You dare to collude with foreign enemies. The great Qin has a beastly prince like you. It is truly a misfortune for the nation. There was a purple light shot into a room of the royal court. The homeowner flew down and said he absolutely cannot open the teleportation array. There were white rays of light shining on his hands. He said it was over. Wei Jiu looked down and said, Patriarch Vang, Patriarch Lam, you guys are colluding with the enemy to treason. Homeowner Vang Jia's conversation has come to this point. The homeowner said that he only has to collect one batch to be able to collect the net. Tu Huin's eyes had red rays of light. He smiled and asked, scooping up a net. Around Tu Huin's body, there are yellow circles and swords thrown forward. Tu Huin asked only by you. There were two people standing together below the Vang and the house owner, and were surprised. There is a purple ball surrounded by yellow rays of light shooting into the ball. Yellow rays of light were still shooting at the pink ball. The owner of the royal household is angry and cursing. The homeowner said today must succeed. Could it be possible to fail at the hands of a guy like you who came out of nowhere? The second prince looked at the first prince and asked loudly. Wei Jiu knelt down and asked the emperor if he needed to ask the old man to come to protect him. The emperor said no, just let the old man observe outside the city. There is probably no need for him here. Tu Huin raised his sword and yellow rays of light appeared shining forward. Yellow rays of light appeared around Tu Huin's body, some of which stabbed straight into countless other people. The first prince was angry and sweating and asked what this person's background was. The second prince was angry and wanted to run away, saying ignore those things and run quickly. Tu Huin's eyes were red. He smiled and asked. Only now did he think of running away. The first prince's body was pierced by a ray of yellow light. There is something. Around that thing there are purple lights. That thing has an orange light that attracts to that purple item. Homeowner Vang Jia looked forward. His face snorted. Tu Huin smiled and held the sword to slash forward. Yellow rays of light appeared. He smiled and said I want to make a move. Both the homeowner and the homeowner were so surprised that they opened their mouths and spat out black blood. There is 1 foot placed down. Tu Huin smiled gently, and put his foot down on the pile of corpses of the elite soldiers. He told His Highness that the army had already solved the problem. Then Tu Huin smiled and said the coronation ceremony could continue. Everyone was surprised and asked in unison. They all looked dejected and knelt down with their hands clasped, and a voice rang out asking them to obey. A few days later, someone was about to sit on the chair. Lu Mimi sat down on the chair with her chin in her hand and said, when will we come back? It's so boring here that my hair is about to grow long. Tu Huin sat next to me leisurely drinking tea without saying anything. Chuck Twen turned around and said soon. Suddenly there was the sound of the door opening. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. Tu Huin smiled slightly and glanced at it. He said, "Oh, here it is." Lai Kim Fong knelt down, clasped his hands and said, "Disciple, pay homage to the master. The system displays information, full name, Lai Kim Fong, and status as a cherished disciple. Ability 300, core 300. Talent, no." Tu Huin glanced at it, and thought that indeed, disciples with special qualities are not stupid, they are everywhere. It's just that this kind of opportunity will happen. No one can predict the future. Tu Huin said that masters are like glue, there's no need to be so polite. It's not the first time you become my master. Can be stingy. Tu Huin reached out and touched Lai Kim Fong's forehead and smiled and said, "There are a few exercises here, you should study them. Later when I have time I will teach you privately." Lai Kim Fong was surprised and opened his mouth to think about a few sets of exercises. Among these, there are at least 50 sets of exercises, and the lowest is also middle level ground level, more detailed than all the things I accumulated at Van Fong Gate. Many years. Don Tin Noyet said that he didn't know if his master had missed that when we and everyone mentioned the National Destiny Congress before. The Dragon Nation stole the national destiny of dependent countries, wanting to have a death battle at the National Congress. Cloud. She said that even though this time was exposed, the Great Qin became weaker every day, and it was difficult to escape the arranged fate. The best way was to attend the national games, create a reputation, and let Long Diem Thuan Quoc does not dare to be rude to us. Tu Huin asked this national championship, what are the specific rules? Don Tin Noyet said that with experience at that time, normally the upper country sends representatives to participate, each dependent country sends 5 people. The cultivation level is required to be at the Nguyen on stage or higher. Tu Huin asked how many people had been chosen now. Chong Lin Dao Nan scratched his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha, per Dao is counted as one person. By the way, I also invited junior brother Lai." Lai Kim Fong said, "It's no wonder you've been staring at me since the meeting of 10,000 paths." Chong Lin Dao Nan laughed. "Ha ha ha," raised his finger like saying that the old brother is indeed a smart person. Lai Kim Fong clasped his hands and looked at Tu Huin and said, "Since I have sent the subordinates of the Hongman sect, then listen to the master's instructions, go or stay." Lai Mo did not say a word. Tu Huin smiled and said, "So, let's try, get qualified to go to the country to have fun for a round." Then he glanced at the 3 people Don Tin Noyet, Chong Lin Dao Nan and Wei Q and asked Tin Noyet, "Do you want to become the female emperor of the Upper Kingdom?" Chong Lin Dao Nan smiled and said, Female emperor of the Upper Kingdom. Before His Majesty told us to do our best, but did not say that the goal was to trample on the upper country. Don Tin Noyet said that it is very difficult for the high priest to gather all 5 monks to participate. I do not dare to say nonsense, but if the master says so, the disciple naturally believes that the master can do it. She said, "I want, not only to become the female emperor of the upper country, but also to become the female emperor of the immortal court, even the female emperor of the upper court. I hope master will help me." He proudly continued, "So what do you guys think?" Deep Feng's luck flying out all over his body. "That's Nguyen on Gutrong." Wei Q squinted his eyes. He immediately wondered, this aura. He approached and said to Tin Noyet, "Your Majesty, this is the mysterious powerhouse he saw in the heavenly scriptures a few days ago." As he spoke, Wei Q thought to himself, as expected, this person is not simple. Hearing that, Tin Noyet immediately changed her face, turned around and said to everyone, "Cough cough, let me introduce to you, this is Deep Fan, a monk of Van Du. Not long ago when I conquered Hong Bai, with his help, if Mr. Deep wants to participate then come with us." Tin Noyet turned to ask Tu Huin, who was holding her chin in her hand, not knowing how her master felt. Tu Huin pondered the name Deep Fan. He remembered the time when he talked to Tin Noyet. That was not the person Tin Noyet was talking about. After coming out of the Hong Bai space, an inexplicable person appeared there. Royal Bai space also reminded her not to miss the Dragon Chi. Deep Feng smiled and asked Tu Huin, "It turns out he is Tin Noyet's master." He raised his hand to shake Tu Huin's hand, then continued to smile and continue, 5 years ago Tin Noyet ruled the water to protect my homeland. Since then, I have always admired her, this time coming to the big city. I also wanted to admire a bit of her style, but I didn't expect this to happen at the right time." On the outside, Tu Huin smiled and shook Deep Fan's hand and replied, "Is that so?" But on the inside, Tu Huin secretly thought that he had just arrived at Dai Kan and encountered the great festival of Van Dao, and didn't know how to enter. Mysterious time with Tin Noyet. Now they just happened to appear to participate in the great battle of national destiny, right? Tu Huin thought with a gloomy face, this guy is probably not a time traveler like me. The two still had a leisurely demeanor and shook hands. On Deep Fan's side, he thought, I want to see what mysterious secret you have. Tu Huin started to turn around and waved his hands and said, then the candidates who are planning to participate are me, Kim Fong, Chong Lin Taoist, Old Wei, Deep Fan, 5 people. If there is anything that needs Hong Mong Sect's cooperation, then find my sister. Now I have to go into seclusion. Deep Fong followed me. Kim Fong obeyed and replied, yes. The sunlight gradually appears. The atmosphere today looks very pleasant. Kim Fong and Tu Huin were sitting facing each other. Kim Fong asked, what is the matter with my master calling me? In Tu Huin's hand, a green sword appeared, surrounded by colored gas-like flames. He smiled and said, how about you try this? Kim Fong was surprised. Asked Tu Huin, this is Immortal Slaying Sword. Seeing that Kim Fong seemed to know about its origin, Tu Huin asked, do you know the origin of this thing? Hearing that, Kim Fong clasped his hands together and smiled happily, then said, so that's it. Before, the disciples didn't know the real name of this sword, they just casually called it Tu Tian's sword. Seeing that, Tu Huin asked, do you still remember the location of that ancient relic? Kim Fong quickly replied, that ancient relic is below our immortal gate, Van Fong Gate. I also specially set up a protective formation. If Master is willing, now we can go there. Tu Huin smiled complacently and replied, okay. A bright yellow gas seal appeared on his hand. Tu Huin directly pressed it to Kim Fong's forehead and said, before that time, the Master will teach you a set of sword techniques, called Sword Hybrid, high-grade heavenly level. You try to practice. Kim Fong closed both eyes tightly and stammered and asked, this sword technique. Liamo has never seen such a mysterious sword technique. At this time, both the sword room's eyes and body flashed, golden rays spread throughout the body, and around there were images of talismans. Tu Huin said, this is the Wu-Wei master who has merged 57 swords. The previous 57 exercises can be considered its predecessors. If you understand them, there will be many benefits. Kim Fong loudly frowned and asked, that is, sword hybrid, this high-grade immortal was created by the master himself. Tu Huin scratched his face and humbly replied, ha, just good luck. Kim Fong hurriedly denied, this is not good luck, this is simply. Kim Fong continued, that genius. Although Tu Huin was a bit proud, he still closed his eyes and waved his hand and replied, don't pay too much attention to fake names like that. Tu Huin looked and asked Kim Fong, do you know what the most important meaning of this sword is? Kim Fong bowed and replied sincerely, hoping for his master's guidance. Tu Huin was full of enthusiasm and replied to Kim Fong, the key point of this hybrid sword is to eliminate. Kim Fong suddenly and panically said, my sword, he continued to say, is not only to eliminate the obstacles in front of him, but also eliminates all magical powers in the world, and this sword technique can continue to fuse the essence of the world's metal magic, continuing to level up. Tu Huin glanced at his hand. There was a stream of air that evaporated and disappeared. He said, sure enough, when he stopped at Truck Co., he felt strange. This time he wanted to break through the golden Dan and increase Tingwin on. It feels clearer now. The image of a well symbolizes the accumulation of spiritual energy. People who practice the way will accumulate spiritual energy in their Dan Dain, and our Dan Dain seems to be able to store twice as much as normal people. At the same time, the image of a huge lake that Tu Huin secretly envisioned, if quantified, it would probably be the distance between the well water and the lake. Tu Huin looked up at his hands that were gathering energy and thought, I had deliberately observed before, even though I am a golden pill now, when it comes to pure energy, or the amount of spiritual energy, I am much stronger than Mr. Tan. Peak, like a bottomless cave. Tu Huin slowly stood up. Even though he had now mastered his spiritual energy at more than a level, if he wanted to motivate his spiritual energy to metamorphose, it was not impossible. This person had all his spiritual energy sucked out. His lifeless eyes seemed to be hypnotized and he replied, I am willing to give back all my spiritual power. After listening, the host quickly replied, then, this monk. The price is 4,444, is there anyone higher? All the people below began to speak. Here, 4444 is considered top level in the golden pill stage. We're afraid we can't get more. It seems we can really use divine consciousness as a gift. Change. Kim Fong looked at the scene that happened and said, there is something strange about this stone steel. The spiritual power of that monk has been sucked away. Hearing that, Tu Huin also said yes, and there is also an aura similar to the demonic weapon took the opportunity to enter that monk's sea of consciousness. That monk must now be controlled by someone. Kim Fong pulled out his sword and shouted, hateful, dare to act in my Van Fong Sect's territory. I absolutely will not let him go. Tu Huin placed his hand on Kim Fong's shoulder to reassure Kim Fong. Kim Fong, you are this old, why do you do everything so rudely? At this time, Kim Fong also calmed down and replied, please teach your master. Tu Huin's eyes were sharp, he raised an index finger and said these people clearly know that the 10,000 Dao Prosperous Conference has ended, and even dare to play tricks in your area, proving that he is not afraid of being discovered by you at all. Now, perhaps, this disaster comes from within your sect. Tu Huin continues to teach. Because the teacher previously taught you the technique, there is a special set of divine consciousness exercises, divine mind, which can protect the divine consciousness from being invaded by evil spirits. You will hide it later. Breath then changed his appearance. Listening to my command, Kim Fong understood and immediately shouted, okay. Tu Huin pretended to be very interested in that stone slab, raised his hand and shouted loudly, this flower yuan pill is a good thing. We also want to take a look. The host enthusiastically invited back. In this auction, whoever bids the highest price will be honest. This monk has an idea, so please invite him. Tu Huin and Lai Kim Fong walked to the stone slab, placed their hands on it. Their consciousness was sucked in through their eyes and mouth, but they still hadn't lost their reason. Tu Huin thought to himself, this Kim Fong guy, looks like honest, low talent but not too bad. The host exclaimed in surprise, wow, the spiritual power of these two monks is 4,500 or more. Who wants to bid? The people below were all in a commotion. Me. After deceiving the group, the leader led them away. When they arrived in front of the mountain gate of the 10,000 Wind Gate, they were stopped. The leader took out an order and said to the guard, work on behalf of the Great Elder, quickly. Let me go inside. The watchman immediately obeyed. The group of people started to go in. Tu Huin and Lai Kim Fong were also in that group of people, but their reason was still there. Tu Huin pretended to think, but easily let them go. Once inside, it seems that the disaster really comes from within the sect, and this direction is the ruins behind the mountain. In front of them was a pitch-black cave. Inside was a red vortex that looked very scary. The group of people lost their reason and entered inside like that. After walking for a while, they got inside. Looking at there are many people, but it is extremely dark and cold in here. In the middle there is a man cultivating. This man, Chui Wu Tro, is the Great Elder of this sect. The host came in and smiled and said, Great Elder, everyone has brought this time. Lai Kim Fong immediately recognized it and thought to himself, Chui Wu Tro is really you. Suddenly a magical arm grabbed the host's neck. He was startled and screamed in fear. Chui Wu Tro angrily shouted, why are you so slow? Didn't I already say that if you're a little late, I'll make up for your lives? The host struggled to explain, gulp, this time there were a lot of monks. I thought that bringing so many people to him would surely be fun Chui Wu Tro's eyes were red. He licked his mouth and said, to make me happy, then why don't you dedicate all your spiritual energy, blood, and consciousness to me? As he finished speaking, Chui Wu Tro sucked out the host's consciousness. He screamed in pain. He died the same way he tricked others. After absorbing the host's divine weapon, the energy source around Chui Wu Tro became increasingly stronger. He saw that it wasn't enough, looked at the people behind him with scary eyes and said, it's just this little bit. He shouted, it was far from enough, then sucked out all the spiritual energy of the people behind him. Seeing this, Tu Huin could not stand still and endure the battle. He pretended to fall to the side and cried out. His skin was sore and sprained. Chui Wu Tro discovered it, and used his magic hand to lift Tu Huin into the sky. Chui Wu Tro asked, you are not controlled by the stone steel. Tu Huin was not afraid at all, he even smirked. Suddenly, Tu Huin glared at Chui Wu Tro, his eyes as if he wanted to kill him with his 9 broken mental thought. With just one look, he felt electricity running through his body and let out a cry. His whole body trembled. He held his head and said, wanting to risk his consciousness with me, this young man is too arrogant. He didn't have enough strength to control Tu Huin. He gently landed on the ground, took out his fan, waved it, and leisurely said, are you still speaking so loudly? You've lost. He was startled. Before he could understand what was happening, he was pinned down by Tu Huin's spiritual energy, unable to move. He wondered, why is this happening? I can't control myself. What have you done to me? Tu Huin smiled slightly and replied, just using your tricks. Tu Huin controlled Chui Wu Tro and said, you used the stone steel to absorb the monk's spiritual power. Take that opportunity to penetrate the sea of consciousness, control the opponent's mind, drain the blood and spiritual energy of the monks. The person you captured, moreover, I only performed a few operations that act as divine powers for you, so I can resist you at any time. Chui Wu Tro now became a victim of divine consciousness. He shouted loudly, Tu Huin said, what a pity, Great Elder, It seems I am one step ahead. Tu Huin looked around for a while and then said, if I see correctly, this is a 12-star dragon formation, right? It requires a lot of blood, spiritual energy, and consciousness to be sacrificed at the same time, and balance must be achieved. Can start. Then, thanking the Great Elder for the gift, Tu Huin said and then activated the formation. Everything in the palace vibrated, the ground gradually cracked. Lai Qin Fong was a little confused. He exclaimed, this is. The earth and sky shook loudly, and the place where Qin Fong was standing suddenly sank deeply. Qin Fong shouted in panic. The ground was collapsing. Qin Fong bent down to shield himself. After regaining his composure, Qin Fong looked around. He stuttered when he realized something, and here it was. Looking at the wall engraved with the seals of the constellations, Qin Fong exclaimed in surprise, there are 7 stars below. The image of immortal Emperor Hu Yiyan collapsing before the tricks of heaven appears according to the story from Qin Fong. After immortal Emperor Hu Yiyan captured the star, heavenly Tao took advantage of it, and directly destroyed his body. God's soul can only hide in 7 stars, life and death are unknown, people have 7 stars, it is a superforce created in ancient times with belief in myths and legends of the void immortals. Emperor and 7 stars as names, they worshipped immortal Emperor Su Yuan, spreading the supreme greatness of immortal Emperor Hu Yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the sculptures of constellations on the wall suddenly became brighter and brighter. Tu Huin looked at the shining stars and Qin Fong was startled and suddenly whispered, this is it. The power from the constellations suddenly erupted around Tu Huin. He was surprised to witness this power. Tu Huin closed his eyes to concentrate on feeling and comprehending this source of power. He silently commented, it seemed like the condensed spiritual energy was more powerful, somewhat similar to the Hong Mong dead energy that had once been refined. The scene of the house on the rock blurred into my mind. Tu Huin immediately sat down to practice. He ordered Qin Fong to stand next to him. Qin Fong, you protect me. Qin Fong clasped his hands respectfully, and immediately replied. The disciple obeyed. Qin Fong was stunned as he looked at Tu Huin sitting on the lotus platform surrounded by the true essence of 7 stars and dared to speculate in his heart. I once heard that before the people of 7 stars disappeared, the inheritance of the late Emperor Hu Yuan was divided. Divided into 7 parts and left in the world, could it be that the master has been chosen by 7-star people and is about to become the heir of the first Emperor Hu Yuan? At the same time, he was also extremely worried about Tu Huin's safety. However, if he received such a huge force, he was afraid that when he broke through the realm, he would not be able to keep up with the spiritual energy injected, and his body would soon explode. Toss and die. Tu Huin still had his eyes closed, concentrating all his strength on cultivating and comprehending. Qin Fong saw Tu Huin's tense face and immediately felt scared. Master, nothing will happen, right? In the blink of an eye, a few moments passed. Tu Huin woke up, his eyes opened, bursting with power from the peak of the golden pill. It seemed he had successfully cultivated a great skill here. He gently landed on the ground, thinking to himself, with such huge power pouring in, it still wasn't enough to fill this golden pill of his. It seemed like he still had to wait until you return to Hong Mong's sect and absorb Hong Mong's death energy before considering a breakthrough. Suddenly, a figure appeared from afar. It was a beauty descending from the void. She softly spoke to announce her name, the 7-star Dao Kuang, serving the orders of immortal Emperor Hu Yiyan, guarding the inheritance of immortal Emperor, waiting for the predestined person to come and get it. Tu Huin carefully asked, are you Dao Kuang, one of the 7 stars? Do you mean that this place seals the inheritance of immortal Emperor Hu Yiyan, the power that I just absorbed earlier? Dao Kuang frankly corrected, I am not a 7-star human, just a remnant left behind by Dao Kuang, one of the 7 stars. The inheritance from the ancestors is not just the power you just absorbed. Full name. Yours is, Tu Huin replied quickly, my name is Tu Huin. Dao Kuang summoned a stream of power in his hand, explaining its function to Tu Huin. This power is called the power of spirit. People with the power of spirit will be cared for by heaven, extremely lucky. Tu Huin boldly stated his own guess. I think this thing is very similar to a type of power that I have refined before. We call it Hong Mong Tu. Have you ever heard of Hong Mong Tu? Gas yet. Dao Kuang looked at Tu Huin. She thought to herself, it turned out to be Hong Mong's disciple. Dao Kuang calmly explained the reason. The ancestor of your Hong Mong sect is an immortal, his descendant, receiving the blessings he left behind in this world, in the same way, will also inherit the good fortune from immortal. This Hong Ming death energy is also the power of destiny left by your ancestors. Dao Kuang continued to instruct and at the same time transmitted the power he had just summoned into Tu Huin's body. When the power was refined together, it was actually several times greater, and it also became the power of the spirit, cultivating the spirit. God's power to the extreme will be enough to compete with heaven. After receiving the power imparted by Dao Kuang, Tu Wen excitedly reasoned, saying that Hung Mong's death energy is also a type of power of destiny, and the power of spirit is the high-level power of destiny. Countless times, Dao Kuang confirmed once more, that's it. Tu Wen quickly asked another question, do you know the power of national destiny? The knowledgeable Dao Kuang slowly answered, the power of national destiny is exactly as the name suggests. The power of national destiny of a country is also one of lower levels of spiritual power. Tu Wen enthusiastically asked more, it turns out that's the case, then I still have one last question, has anyone else received the inheritance of immortal Emperor Hu Yuan? Dao Kuang was not in a hurry to answer but remained silent for a moment. At this time, Tu Wen said to Dao Kuang, it turns out that's the case, then I still have the last question, the inheritance of the Void Abyss Immortal Emperor, has anyone else received it? Hearing that, Dao Kuang above immediately replied, except besides you, there are 2 people who have been here before. They both completed the test very well and received the inheritance that belonged to them. Hearing that, Tu Wen clasped his hands in gratitude, said, thank you fairy for answering my doubts, I have finished asking. Dao Kuang asked again, good Tu Wen, you already know that this place is the place where the immortal emperor left a legend. Inheritance. As long as you have this inheritance, you can overthrow the heavens and compete with the heavens. Do you want to be tested here? Tu Wen immediately asked, what kind of test? At this moment Dao Kuang smiled triumphantly. Dao Kuang's face was full of joy, pointing straight at Lai Qingfang who was standing next to Tu Wen, saying, if you want to receive this inheritance, you must kill the person who came here with you. Hearing that, Lai Qingfang was surprised. Stunned, shouted loudly and asked again, what? Lai Qingfang looked towards Tu Wen, his eyes full of pleading, shouting with all his might, Master, me. Seeing that, Tu Wen just smiled. Tu Wen stroked his chin with his hand and calmly said to Qingfang, is this immortal emperor really as heroic as you say? Why do I feel like this test is somehow strange? Hearing Tu Wen say that, Dao Kuang went crazy, angrily waved his hand at Tu Wen and Lai Qingfang, shouted loudly, insolent, a mortal dare to question the emperor. At this time, Tu Wen also raised his hand to use his strength as a shield against Dao Kuang's anger, calmly said, is that so? Then I understand. Seeing that, Lai Qingfang was a bit surprised and called his master. Lai Qingfang suddenly knelt down, his hands clasped, his face bowed in sincerity, calling out to his master emphatically. At this time, Tu Wen used his strength to fuse the swords together. While fusing, he said nervously, in short, this move is fortunately thanks to sword wind. I was able to understand it, if only the 7 hilts interfered with the sword. This version of the soft sword is one body then, it can strengthen the sword hybrid of the world. Why can't it be unified? At this time, Tu Wen held the fused sword, the terrifying power radiating from the sword could not be underestimated. Tu Wen held the sword straight up and said loudly, this is the true destruction of 10,000 qi. Lai Qingfang saw Tu Wen making such a move and was extremely surprised. Qingfang couldn't believe his eyes and shouted loudly, the sword is like a sword, have you merged? Isn't that something that ancient alchemists didn't do? How can you do it? Tu Wen said proudly again. It wasn't over yet. At this moment Tu Wen raised his hand, and a small green sword appeared mysteriously. Tu Wen let that small green sword fuse with the powerful sword. Tu Wen acted extremely decisively, saying, it could be even stronger. Dao Kuang up here looked down at Tu Wen's actions, so surprised that he was a little worried. The monk now has such power, but he has strengthened the soft sword that the emperor gave me. At this moment, Tu Wen quickly held the powerful sword in his hand, flew up to the knife light, and said boldly, let's take you out to try. When he saw Tu Wen flying close to him, Dao Kuang retreated in fear, shouting in panic, what are you doing? Don't you need the inheritance of the first emperor? Tu Wen's face was full of pride, his eyes were full of fighting power. He said to Dao Kuang, the Void Abyss Emperor fought against the heavenly Dao to protect the thousands of peoples. How could he set up this test? Chu Mo only can think of a solution. Tu Wen used all his strength to swing his sword to attack Dao Kuang without mercy, causing Dao Kuang to painfully fly away for a while. Tu Wen continued to say, it was breaking your dishonest way. Dao Kuang was deeply damaged by the sword's power. The sword's power penetrated the 2 eyes of Dao Kuang strongly, and then the knife light disappeared into a magical purple-pink smoke, floating in the air under Tu Wen's sword. After Tu Wen took action, he closed his eyes and calmly said, if Tu Mo guessed wrong, it would be because the people will eliminate harm and destroy the inheritance of this false emperor of yours. Witnessing the battle just now, Lai Qin Fong looked at Tu Huin with surprised eyes. Master. At this moment, that magical pink-purple aura suddenly turned into a book of exercises floating in front of Tu Huin and Lai Qin Fong, surprising both of them. Qin Fong looked at that glowing book of exercises, couldn't believe his eyes, and exclaimed, "This is the technique that the legendary immortal Emperor Void Abyss practiced." Tu Huin proudly held the fan and said to Qin Fong, "Didn't I tell you to listen less to the stories in the rivers and lakes?" Qin Fong witnessed the scene and screamed loudly in surprise, turning into a fan. As soon as he finished Qin Fong's sentence, the fan in Tu Huin's hand turned into a sharp golden axe. Holding the axe in his hand, Tu Huin happily said, "This axe at least has the power of a heavenly-grade masterpiece. Now I can freely use 18 martial arts skills, which is exactly what I wanted." Tu Huin again had a thought flash in his mind. After practicing the yin and yang 5 elements physical practice, the originally difficult sword path also had new insights. Perhaps it would be better to learn some new practice methods. On this side, Lai Qin Fong's soul has not yet returned to his body. His eyes are wide open, he holds his head in confusion, thinking, "The excellent heavenly grade star, the soft sword is also the top heavenly grade. According to legend, this is a magic weapon that has been destroyed. The first emperor refined it from light knives." Tu Huin folded the fan with one hand and happily thought, "Does this enhanced version of the system, sword blade, have any new functions besides being able to change shape?" The system screen immediately appeared. Through combining the weapon with the power of the stars, the sword's grade can continue to increase. Hearing that, Tu Huin was extremely excited and said, "With that said, it could be a type of divine weapon that has transformed. The power of this sword has already surpassed the interference of soft swords. It's okay, just change the name to Peerless." Already, Tu Huin swung the fan he was holding in his hand. A series of blue lights radiated into many branches. Tu Huin immediately said, "Okay, first take your senior disciples out first." At this moment, each of those blue lights, when it landed, turned into a man. Tu Huin calmly said, "Just in time to try the puppet technique recorded in the knife light." At the Van Fong Man Square, many young people were lying on their backs in the square yard. The sun was shining so brightly on their faces that it burned their skin. Everyone was hot and tense, unable to breathe, and sweating. Tu Huin and Qin Fong stood next to each other, looking at the group and chatting. Lai Qin Fong turned to ask Tu Huin, "Master, after these people were absorbed by their divine consciousness, the sea of consciousness suffered certain damage. If left unattended, I am afraid that in the future they will become a fool." Tu Huin just calmly replied with one word, "Yes." Then Tu Huin waved his hand, a golden light appeared, and said, "The teacher just estimated the route of spiritual energy movement. What do you think?" "Listen," Qin Fong seals his 2 fingers. "Use all your strength to concentrate on internal exercises, and say, wait for your disciple to try." After finishing, Qin Fong turned around in surprise and asked Tu Huin, "Isn't this magic that swallows heaven and earth without help? And why did the master estimate this type of magic?" Tu Huin quickly replied with pride, "Of course it was to reverse the technique and save your senior disciple." The system screen also appeared with information. The host had instructed him, the disciple learned the magic. The magic that devours the heavens and the earth is lacking, the reward is 7 times. And the magic that devours the heavens and kills the earth is achieved, complete. Tu Huin raised 2 fingers, preparing to strike in Qin Fong's panic. Tu Huin launched a move at a guy lying on the ground. The move had a strong and powerful golden light. Tu Huin thought, this magic can absorb the spiritual energy of others, and can also control the mind. Quite practical. The light from the other man's mouth flew toward the corpses lying there. Immediately, the other guys lying on the field also opened their eyes at the same time. That light spread all over their bodies. At this time, everyone sat up in confusion. One guy stood up and said, "Where is this? Why am I here?" Another guy held his head in surprise and asked, "Why did my cultivation level break through?" The other guy looked at his hands again and said, "My sea of consciousness seems to be more solid than before." Seeing this, Lai Qin Fong panicked and turned to ask Tu Huin, "Master, what did you do to these disciples?" Tu Huin calmly turned back and replied, "Returning the power of consciousness to them, conveniently refining it a bit. The fundamentals of those disciples were not very good, so I conveniently adjusted them a bit." Hearing this, Qin Fong was as scared as if he heard a heavenly strike. He pointed his finger forward and said helplessly, "That was just a moment ago." Immediately after that, the group of people began to surround Qin Fong, happily shouting, "Is it the Sect Master who saved us? Thank you, Sect Master. Heh, it seems I have broken through. Thank you, Sect Master." Before this scene, Qin Fong was stunned and confused. Tu Huin quickly turned around and walked away happily, telling Qin Fong, "The next task will be left to you." After adjusting, we will return to the palace. Tu Huin walked away, leaving Qin Fong here to ask for help from his master in vain. Surrounded by zealous disciples, surrounded by a crowd of admirers, Qin Fong thought dejectedly, the master walked too fast. Is this the spirit of a master? At this time, Qin Fong was extremely panicked and exclaimed, Master, why is Hongmen Sect? At this time, both Tu Huin and Qin Fong were flying to Hongmen Sect on 2 swords. The scene was extremely splendid, making people think that this place was not real. Qin Fong could not believe his eyes and said loudly, Hongmen Sect, why is it so luxurious? Compared to the previous Hongmen Sect, our Van Fong Sect is more like a deep mountain and valley. Hearing that, Tu Huin laughed and said, Haha, it wasn't like this before. Qin Fong, you came at the right time. Hearing that, Qin Fong was surprised again. Both people started to land. Tu Huin spoke up, they were already waiting for us. At this time, Lam Tri, Chuk Tuen and Mok Ham were waiting. Lam Tri happily raised his hand to welcome in excitement. Master, you have finally returned. Lok Ham clasped his hands together. Lok Ham paid his respects to his master. Even his slave also paid his respects. Tu Huin immediately raised his hand and said, Let you guys help my senior sister deal with the general sex matters these days. What do you think? Chuk Tuen immediately spoke up, They did very well. Just when I was about to discuss with you, let Lam Treem be the 7th elder of the Wind Palm Wind. To Mok Ham opened a Dan Fong himself, accepting a few promising disciples. Take the Dan and enter the knife. Tu Huin thoughtfully approached, touched Chuk Tuen's shoulder and said, Is that so? It seems like I've been bothering my sister to take care of the 2 of them these past few days. While the love was very poetic, suddenly my daughter ran over and shouted, Master, I have to find someone, causing Tu Huin and Chuk Tuen to separate. Chuk Tuen immediately went with me, still saying to Tu Huin, Junior brother, you come to Tu to see, I will be there later. Tu Huin immediately agreed. Nini here angrily apologized to Chuk Tuen, Master go quickly. Tu Huin turned around and said, Little hemorrhoid, Mok Ham, you 2 let Qin Fong experience some of the changes in Hung Mong Tong. When I come back later, I will instruct you 2 to practice. Hearing that, all 3 happily complied. Draw. At this time, Tu Huin stood alone and quietly in front of the Hong Mong Sect, a source of blue energy radiating everywhere. Tu Huin immediately realized that this energy, the purple aura of the Red Gate, was even more condensed than before, probably due to the so-called spiritual power. Tu Huin was thinking thoughtfully at this time. Unexpectedly, the Hongmen Heavenly Book said that becoming a national ancestor would evoke all the luck that the Hongmeng ancestors left behind. It turned out to be true, and moreover, this luck I'm even more surprised than I imagined, and have already condensed into spiritual power. Suddenly, a stream of blue smoke flew out of the door in front of him. The door grew larger as if about to explode. Tu Huin shouted in surprise, This is it. Bok Lak Not stepped out, used his hand to push away the smoke that stung his nose, and coughed. Tu Huin saw this and shouted. His nephew asked, What is this? Bok Lak Not panicked, Master Chu. Tu Huin didn't mention that. The old man patted his head and smiled and replied, What happened today, along with what happened that day when you met me in Lac Van Tan, have you told your sister everything? Bok Lak Not replied bewilderedly. Having said that, Master said to give me a chance to practice. Why did Master Uncle pat my head? Tu Huin told him it was nothing, just because he found him cute, making Bok Lak Not even more confused. At this time, Old Man Huin Tu angrily shouted, Do you know that this old man's time is very precious, yet he is still here chatting nonsense? Hearing that, Bok Lak Not quickly walked up to the old man and said, Sorry, noble man. After hearing that, Huin Tu let out a snort. Suddenly there was a source of spiritual energy flying around his feet. He looked at the aura flying around him and was a bit startled. The old man thought, Why is this spiritual energy so pure? It seems to be far superior to other normal spiritual energy. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. What kind of great luck did this sect encounter, and how could the ancestors be able to burst out with such a strong aura? Huin Tu's face suddenly became dangerous. If I can absorb all this spiritual energy in one go, I guess I can break through the golden pill in one move, maybe even break through to the golden core. At this time, Laknot smiled and said, Does the master have a way to solve the problem here? Huin Tu turned around and said, Cough cough, the problem here is not simple. I have to sacrifice my life-giving magic weapon to get it. The price will have to double. When Laknot heard the price increase, he replied boredly, But I don't have that much money. Tu Huin spoke up. It's okay. At this time, Tu Huin made another request. I would like to learn some of the master's methods. If the master can successfully solve the problem, if the cost is more, I will pay it off. Huin Tu held the spirit capsule in his hand and said, "Since you guys are so generous, I won't make things difficult for you anymore." After he finished speaking, he thought, what a bunch of fat, stupid sheep. The spiritual capsule was opened and a lot of spiritual energy flowed in. Huin Tu held up the bag of spirit capsules and thought, this time I've made a fortune. Ha ha ha, so much pure, superior spiritual energy is all mine. He still holds the bag of spiritual capsules and smiles, haha. Those spiritual energies continued to fly in and out of his pocket. Suddenly, the spiritual capsule storage bag exploded. The old man was startled. His spirit capsule had exploded. The spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit capsule was all blown out. Huin Tu had no choice but to absorb this spiritual energy first. He used magic to absorb that spiritual energy again. The old man's eyes opened wide in surprise. Huin Tu looked at those spiritual energies and suddenly thought, what is going on? This is not spiritual energy. After this type of energy enters the Dantian, it expands dozens of times. If this continues, I will explode and die. That source of spiritual energy continues to fly into his mouth. At this time, Lacknot shouted, "Wah, the right's spiritual power has been reduced a bit, truly worthy of a great master." But who would have thought that old man Huin Tu would no longer have the strength to show off at this time? The old man's voice cried out weakly, "Help, save my life." Those sources of spiritual energy continued to fly into his body, causing his whole body to swell. Lacknot said in surprise, "Huh, saving lives? Is the master calling for help?" Tu Huin smiled at this moment. Then he opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Tu Huin used magic to suck the flying spiritual energy into Huin Tu's body. Lacknot saw this and immediately asked his uncle what he was doing. Tu Huin replied that if he hadn't acted, this master of yours might have exploded into a pile. It's meat, Tu Huin thought. Luckily I was out on this trip and collected a good secret technique for swallowing heaven and earth that can now be used. After the spiritual energy was absorbed by Tu Huin, old man Huin Tu now knelt down. Only now did Huin Tu breathe out a breath. Luckily he was saved. Suddenly, Tu Huin used his foot to step on old man Huin Tu and asked, "What's wrong?" Huin Tu panicked and asked, "What do you want to do?" Tu Huin still sucked in the aura and said, "Whatever I want to do, I still have to see your master's sincerity first. Tell me, what the hell are you that dares to infiltrate my Hongmong sect and do what you want?" Tong Huin said in fear. I said. "Please forgive me, I'm so damned that I have eyes that can't see Tai Sun lying to you. Actually, I'm not a member of Tu Huin's sect, my real name is Truong Nam, I just borrowed his name to go around scamming money." Lacknot turned to stone. "What?" Tu Huin then held the knife and said, "Master only has this little sincerity. Why is my little heart hurt by being deceived? I can only cut off one of the master's legs as compensation." Huin Tu held the spirit capsule and knelt in front of Tu Huin and said, "I mean, this is all my property. I hope the master will please accept it. Someone will come and call, junior brother." Chuck Twin said, "What if you spoil my disciple like that?" Tu Huin Tung Lin Lin Nong replied, "Senior sister's words are wrong. I'm here to eliminate evil, and I'm here because senior sister told me to come. Didn't she tell me to come as an example for the teacher?" Chuck Twin continued, "I told junior brother to come here so that junior brother could absorb the luck here." "It's not like you said?" Tu Huin asked again, "Is that so?" After junior brother left Dai Chi National Capital, there must have been a breakthrough. Just now, I saw him possessing the power of destiny, almost riding. That spiritual energy was still flying around. Tu Huin's voice rang out, "You. What do you want to do?" Suddenly, Chuck Twin put his hand on Tu Huin's shoulder and said, "Each person has their own destiny." This statement made Bok Lacknot confused. At this moment, Chuck Twin was thinking in his heart that he had to hold on tightly or else he would be left behind by his younger brother. That night at the first room, thunder filled the sky. Lightning was rushing down to a small house on a rock. That lightning was close to the house. Inside the house also exudes a terrifying power. Tu Huin sat and practiced. The lightning he received this time was already the 10th lightning tribulation. Tu Huin smiled and said, "The broken Dantian tribulation has finally come, and it is not easy to fill this bottomless pit of Dantian. To become a monk, it is a process that every monk must go through before progressing to the original. During this process, the alteration of the golden core will cause a worldwide disaster. If you want to become a hero, you must absorb the power of the lightning tribulation. It is said that the power of the lightning tribulation is also a type of power. The power of the lightning tribulation is normally proportional to the strength of the golden Dan. The stronger the temper gene Dan is, the stronger the lightning tribulation will be when it is broken into." At this time, Tu Huin smiled and said, "The insect spirit Taoist is known to be the strongest monk. When he first became a monk, he could only withstand 5 thunder tribulations, so calling himself the strongest monk is not too much, right? Xiao Huan couldn't help but be startled. The 10th tribulation of the lightning tribulation had never been heard of like this in history. That thunderbolt turned into a dragon. Tu Huin gasped, still coming. Tu Huin smiled and said, just wait to form 10 thunderbolts. He pointed his finger to the sky and shouted loudly. He really couldn't wait any longer. This scene made Chuck Twin's group gasp in surprise. Chuck Twin exclaimed, I heard that the previous emperor Hu Yiyan was just a 10 thunder proto-hero. Could it be? A person with the qualities of an emperor is about to be born in our Hongmong sect. At this time, the lightning tribulation had turned into 10 lightning dragons and rushed straight down into Tu Huin's small house. The other man suddenly said, it's already the 20th tribulation of lightning. The power of lightning at this level is far beyond your level of lightning, right? Master, is it possible that he is about to become a 100th generation hero? This scene made the entire sect look up. The crowd shouted angrily, something that wouldn't die after cutting for half a day would drain me and then just run and run. After a while she spoke up, actually I also have something to ask my junior brother. Moments later the two came to a forest. Tu Huin spoke up, isn't senior sister a member of Long Yen Thuan Kim Kingdom? She is also the daughter of the first family uncle of Long Yen Thuan Kim's family. Chuck Twin sighed and replied, that's right. The reason I came to Hongmong sect was because I was saved by senior brother Truong when I was lost in Dai Chin because I had nowhere to go, so I followed senior brother Truong to Hongmong sect. At this time, Chuck Twin remembered the past. There was a man who put his hand on a little girl's shoulder and said, from now on, this is your home. Back to the present, Tu Huin spoke. Haven't my family been looking for my sister all these years? Chuck Twin replied. They won't find me. Tu Huin replied, if there is no exception, your Majesty will have already informed you, right? We are waiting here to requisition the transmission array of the Dragon Gate. Truong Haimin said in fear, returning to the National Master's teleportation array from Longmon City to Longyan Upper Country can only be used twice a year now. Now not only has the teleportation array been commandeered by Princess Di Lam of Longveen Kingdom, but even the palace belonging to her subordinates has been occupied by Princess Di Lam. Her subordinates tried their best to argue but really did not dare to offend. With the royal princess, Tu Huin asked in confusion, did you requisition the transmission array, but is there any urgent matter? Have you told the princess that we have an important matter that requires us to go to Long Yen Thuan Kingdom? Truong Hai Min was startled and replied, who is this? He quickly regained his composure and clasped his hands together to answer. She said that after traveling by plane to visit here, if she wanted to use the teleportation array, she would also inform the princess that the national teacher would participate in the Great War. But, the princess said that it doesn't matter if a 6th class dynasty participates or not, it's just a waste of the Long Yen Kingdom's resources. Tu Huin folded the fan in his hand and said, take us to see her. Later, Truong Hai Min took Tu Huin to the Long Man Tan City Lord's palace. He was respectful to the person in front of him, but he waved his hand and said, the princess is not receiving guests now, please go home. Tu Huin stepped up and said, we're looking for the princess. If there's something we need to discuss, please ask your brother to make way. Hearing that, the other guy not only did not let him in, his face darkened with malice, he raised his hand to scratch his ear and laughed mockingly. The concubine, right? The princess once said that the concubine and the dog not allowed inside. The insults that were said made Tu Huin's face turn pale. Truong Hai Min, next to him, to avoid causing more misunderstandings, shyly explained that since Princess Lam arrived, a ban had been set in place. The city lord's palace, without the princess's permission, I cannot enter. Look at the national teacher. Saying that, someone's slender hand gently touched the barrier. Tu Huin couldn't stand it anymore. His face was colder than ever. He pulled out his majestic sword and said in annoyance, this upper country princess really has great prestige. Witnessing the incident, the butler from his arrogant face was now extremely panicked, his mouth open and shouting loudly, what do you want to do? Take Peerless exhausted his exhausted body, using all his muscles to brace himself to move the 2 wooden bars forward. On the palanquin at this time, Ko Lan was sitting on it. The nobleman swung his long whip to hit Tik Vo Song's direction. As he beat him, he shouted loudly with a cruel look, what's the use of raising people? Even a rickshaw can't pull him. Just as he finished speaking, the butler ran in panicking and said, the princess is not aware, princess. However, she rewarded him with a whip to the face, causing him to vomit blood. In front of everyone's eyes, he fell over and replied yes. When Chuck Twin saw what happened, he also exclaimed indignantly that this princess also bullied people too much. Lam's chance didn't stop there. The beatings that were given to the peerless lover became more and more frequent and shouted, "Hurry up," she could only obey. The carriage in front of Du attracted all eyes. Tu Win thought, the golden magic carriage was at least over 10,000 pounds, even a golden pill monk could not pull it. This girl did not seem to have any cultivation. Why can you use your body's strength to draw on your innate divine power? The reason why Lamb stood with his hands on his hips, with an angry look, he attacked extremely brutally. By the way, he didn't even quickly kneel down to act as a footstool. He screamed in pain like no other, and then, faced with those threatening words, even Peerless had to kneel down and obey his orders. Seeing that she had also done what he wanted, Lan happily stepped on her with an amused look on his face and said, so he was a little more obedient, and knew his place. Peerless was suffering extremely pain at this time. Listening to the princess, this is the attitude that an untouchable should have. And then the reason Lamb turned around, with a proud look on his face, pointed straight at the main group of people who had just walked over and ordered, "What are you waiting for? The great concubine has no eyes to rush into the door to rebel and not hurry up." Catch! From afar, footsteps were approaching quickly. When the soldiers heard the order, they immediately went to their group and surrounded the four directions. Sharp weapons were pointed in Truong Hai Min's direction. He panicked and explained, "It's not like that. Princess, you misunderstood. Our great national teacher really has something to discuss." When Lam heard this, he was extremely interested in this name, and said, "National teacher is the name Nguyen on Trongwan." Then she revealed an extremely cruel expression, her eyes mocking and laughing loudly. Has the great concubine fallen into this step? Truong Hai Min turned to look at him with a helpless screaming expression. He held his head in panic and said, "What should I do, national teacher Dainan? It's done, it's done." He blankly asked again, "What should I do?" And then with the powerful sword in his hand, he smiled with full confidence, and said, "Isn't this clear enough?" Saying that, his feet jumped up at lightning speed. Tu Win flew over, holding a sword full of energy, ready to fight, and a smile full of meaning. How could the princess, who was so noble, mistreat a servant, and even speak rudely to the great concubine? Having said that, he ran quickly past each soldier to their surprise. And then finally, with just his gentle move, the soldiers turned pale and collapsed one after another. The point of his sword at this time did not stop at the soldiers, it was pressed close to Ko Lan's chest. Now was the time for someone to save the price. She was afraid, her face turned pale and she asked again, "What?" His face at that time was full of majesty and formidable strength. His eyes glared and he shouted loudly. The karma that was so bold and daring could not be quickly removed from the princess's body. When Lam saw that, he looked at the sword in front of him, became extremely angry and shouted loudly, "You dare to use the sword to point at this palace?" Hearing those words, he became strangely confused, smiling sinisterly and saying, "I'm protecting you, what do you think?" One word was written on Lam's head, and then he told her about those strange things. I had just placed the seal in the princess's stomach. Then the distance between the two seemed to be closer together. He bent down in front of her, revealing a sinister smile. Seeing that, Lam panicked and dodged and then angrily shouted loudly, "You were threatening me. Today I still want to see if the damned great Qing national master dares to lay a hand on me." The reason why Lam did not respect her at all, used her flying leg to make her fall down, and ordered her to stand up so I can go tell all the brave men. Then she turned to look at him with an expression full of meaning, smiling widely and mockingly. This palace wanted all the hearts of this city not to hold back chickens or dogs. Just as he finished speaking, he endured the ultimate humiliation, raised his hand to control a source of power he had just created. His eyes glared and said, "What a stubborn test. It still seems I need to use my village's Tian-Ti-Jia technique to eliminate demons for the princess." Just like that, his magic spells were surrounding her head, creating a small scratch on her forehead. And then, the scratch got bigger and bigger, rays of power were pouring into it. She was in extreme pain holding her head and screaming loudly. Unable to bear it anymore, her legs also collapsed to the ground. Before returning to dignity in the morning, he was focusing all his attention on her, causing the pain to spread so he trembled, put his face on the ground and complained, "My head, it hurts so much." And then, faced with that pain, he used the tip of his sword to lift her chin and threatened, "If I want now, I can erase the consciousness in this body. But unfortunately if I do that, will I? The devil will be destroyed and even the princess will turn into a living corpse." Now his appearance is so rude, his face is cold with a sinister smile and he says, "I guess I know what to do." The pain tormented her in a cruel way. Her face was full of scratches. Even though she was not convinced, she still said, I know, I can listen to you, so just stop. Hearing that, Tu Huin had achieved his goal, so he forgave her. He turned around before leaving and gently reminded her, after all, a person like me who also loves peace can solve the problem peacefully. That's good. Lan couldn't have been so happy. Her face darkened with anger as she hugged herself and thought, damn you, you bastard, sooner or later I will cut you into pieces. And then she turned her head. All the anger was now on Tik Vo Pier's body and she shouted loudly, Tik Vo Pier is still standing there. Why should he quickly help this palace stand up? But behind her, she couldn't see that familiar figure anymore. She panicked and exclaimed, where is he? Tik Wushwang on this side was also kneeling in front of Tu Huin and making a request, begging him to accept me as his disciple. In surprise he uttered one word, huh? Lam stood right next to witness the whole thing and was extremely surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. It wasn't just her. On this side Truong Hai Min and Chuk Tuen were equally panicked, stunned for a moment. Chi Wushwang's tears fell to the ground. She felt so angry that her whole body trembled and said, I don't want to humiliate anyone, please accept me as your disciple. He then picked up the fan very calmly, smiled and asked again, why do I have to accept you as my disciple? Tik Vo Thuong's eyes were now filled with anticipation. She frankly said, sir, the heaviest thing that this slave has right now is 100,000 pounds. Ordinary wild animals are not the slave's opponents. If you don't want to accept me as a disciple, you can accept me as a servant. When Lai Qin Fong heard Tik Wushwang say that, he opened his mouth in surprise and thought to himself, 100,000 pounds, the Taoist of the Tai whose sect specializes in cultivating the body. I have heard him boast about his subordinates before. I'm a junior disciple, but with that kind of strength, I'm sure he's an outstanding talent. He gently looked down at her and silently commented, this female slave just started cultivating today, yet she has a strength of 100,000 pounds. Seeing that, Tu Huin immediately waved his fan and said, it turns out that's it. First you stay by my side, be a registered disciple, and then we'll see how you perform before deciding to continue. When I heard him say that, I couldn't hide my joy and replied, thank you sir. The system also suddenly appeared and made an announcement, congratulating the host on accepting successful disciples. Attack. Now the host can see the disciple's attribute table, identity, like peerless, identity, disciple, nickname, enlightenment 50, core, 500, natural talent, no. Tu Huin thought to himself with interest, the core is 500, this is really not simple. Lai Qin Fong's core is only 300, it seems, today there is no mistake, again found the treasure. After thinking in his heart, Tu Huin immediately led the way and said loudly, let's go to Long Vim Thuong quiet. The reason why Lam in the back suddenly smiled cunningly and thought to herself, I might as well take advantage of this moment to escape. Tu Huin suddenly spoke up and reminded her to go quickly, princess. She had just turned around to run away when she heard him call her, so she was startled and exclaimed, huh? He glanced slightly at her, and then coldly asked, without me here to suppress her, what should I do if she was possessed by evil spirits? Cody Lam trembled and replied, I know. Having said that, the group quickly entered the teleportation formation. The formation was also immediately activated. Suddenly at this moment, a golden aura radiated and surrounded the whole group. Right now at Long Vim Thuong quiet, at Chukchia. Suddenly, a person wearing a red outfit walked in and spoke, Father, I just received a message from the Great Qin. Sister has gone to Long Vim Thuong quiet. Tu Huin has a relationship with Sister. Not long ago she broke through to Nguyen, but I haven't heard the specifics about how many Thunder Yuan she has. The head of the Chuk family, Chuk Hong, smiled and turned around to answer, how many times have I told you, don't call me father, just like those kids call me father. It turned out that the person wearing the red outfit was a beautiful girl. Her name was Chuk Nan. She asked with some confusion. Chuk Nan didn't understand. What is the difference between father and father? Chuk Hong sighed softly and said, forget it, it's up to you. He quickly turned his face away and frowned, thinking to himself, the emperor has already issued an order, asking me to bring the will to the palace. I've been postponing this for a long time. I'm afraid I won't be able to persevere anymore. This time I will announce the decision of Long Vim again. If I don't express anything, then I'm afraid that old dog won't leave me alone. At least I have to act out the show with this old dog. After thinking in his heart, Chuk Hong immediately spoke up and advised, Nan Ni, if the Xian and they have reached Long Vim Thuong quiet, then wait until someone gets there. You will take the Xian and Tu Huin home. Most I'm going to have to bring people back there. Chuk Nan quickly clasped his hands together and bowed his head to answer, obeying, Father. After that, she immediately turned around and left, wishing her a miserable heart. My wife was murdered, my eldest daughter was lost, and the only remaining child was by my side, and yet she was still cursed. Absolute, what is the number one family in the country? I would rather not have been born in the Chuck family. Sorry Twinny, when you enter the palace later, I will find someone to help you leave. It's just that those days are about to end, waiting for my plan to succeed, the mysterious and unpredictable elders of the Chuck family, as well as that insignificant old dog, are sitting still on that dragon chair. Everyone deserves to die. By then, father and son will be reunited. Right now, at the imperial capital, Long Vim Thuan quiet, in the emperor's study, there was a person who quickly clasped his hands together, and knelt down to report, then reported to the emperor. Just then, a secret message arrived. It turned out that this man with a long scar on one eye was the dark-clothed dragon Lava Guard. He continued in a serious voice. The royal Lord Qingqing of the country Sima has sent an army of 300,000 to command to our country's borders. I'm afraid he wants to wait for the results of the great national war, and will immediately continue the great war with our country like a year ago. When Emperor Long Vim Thuan Quiet Ko heard this, his face darkened, he snorted coldly and angrily said, "That damned Sima man. More than 100 years ago, that group of nobles was just a small, anonymous country, but in the past 100 years, it has suddenly risen. I don't know how many times I've violated the borders of small countries, but a year ago, I had the intention of attacking my Long Vim Thuan Quiet. It's really worthy of death." He quickly clenched his fists, slammed them down on the chair and said loudly, "If it wasn't for that Sima man who was lucky and suddenly took advantage of the opportunity and formed a special type of primordial spirit, otherwise, just relying on the strength of the upper country's Tan Viet, there is no way to threaten my Long Yen Thuan Quiet. If it harms me, I still have to owe him a debt of gratitude and invite the Vermilion Mountain Army to take action in order to avoid being harmed." Falling into such a difficult situation, however, that Sima man shouldn't be too proud for too long. Before that, I had already found a daughter with Phoenix bloodline. I had already informed the Chuck family that I could marry him soon. That baby, thinking about wishes, he then put on a scheming and lewd face and continued, "As long as I absorb the Phoenix clan's blood on its body, I will be able to become a primordial spirit dragon. Until then, the Sima man and his royal title will be crushed by me." Long Nam continued, "Your Majesty, there is also news that recently the Crown Prince has been searching for news about the Chuck family. I'm afraid he knows something." Ko Huk heard that and immediately waved his hand and said, "Crown Prince, what kind of rice and porridge can be made based on that disobedient boy? If there is nothing else, you all go down first. On Chuck Twin's side, I will definitely keep an eye out. If there is any mistake, be careful with your brains." Hearing this, he sweated and replied nervously. His subordinates obeyed. Just as the group was about to leave, Ko Huk suddenly called back, "Wait." Long Nam quickly turned around and said, "Your Majesty." He closed his eyes and sternly advised, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, to prepare enough yuan pills, even if something really happened on Chuck Twin's side. He suddenly opened his eyes, then raised his hand as if he wanted to grab something, then smiled and continued, "Even with the Yuan Dan pill, the dragon flame water cannot defeat him. Right now, in the capital of Longyan Upper Country, the teleportation center is instantaneous. Tu Huin's group has also arrived now." He went first and waved his fan, saying, "Instant teleportation is amazing like this. If Hong Mong Sect also had it, it would be much more convenient." Chuck Twin immediately continued, "That's right." Hearing that, Ko Di Lam quietly muttered, "You're looking at this kind of trash without blinking. You're really the kind of poor country person who's never experienced anything in life." Tu Huin suddenly folded her fan and smiled crookedly and said, "That's right. If the princess is as rich and majestic as this, then the transportation costs this time will be paid by the princess Sai. I will escort the princess back to her country, right? It's hard work, at 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for me to nourish my health." Solan shouted in surprise, "Oh me, what do I rely on?" His eyes were filled with murderous intent, his whole body seemed to be on fire with anger as he asked, "The princess would not be indifferent to the servant, would she?" When Di Lam saw that, he was extremely scared and immediately handed over the bag of money and tremblingly said, I'll just put in the money, right? This is all my money," Tu Huin said with a big smile. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, well, equivalent to 1 million top-grade spirit stones, that's it. Having said that, he coldly turned around and said, "Let's go, sister, Kim Fong, Vo Song. I invite everyone to the best pub to have a full meal. As for the princess, she has already arrived. After that, please let the princess go home herself." Ko Di Lam shouted angrily, "Hey, Tu Huin calmly gave instructions, from now on I won't protect the princess anymore. When you act, remember to be very careful, if you call demons to enter your body again, it won't be good. De Lam clenched his fists indignantly and thought to himself, damn Dai Qin, sooner or later I will chop you up. At a nearby restaurant, on the table there were delicious-looking dishes. Suddenly someone exclaimed in admiration, the food is so delicious. Tu Huin suddenly spoke up. He didn't expect that the Long Vien country also had a long history. His business had really expanded, not only auction business, but also boarding house and winery business. Hearing this, Tik Wushwang immediately informed him. Master didn't know that Tian Ko Lao was the place where the winery and service station business was located. Later on, it became more and more famous, and is now at the top of the industry. Already doing business, now they've opened up more pharmacy and auction operations, and I heard they can also do intelligence transactions. I heard that as long as I have enough money, there is nothing that the heavenly body cannot do. Tu Huin heard this and said with some admiration, what an extraordinary energy. At this moment, a female waiter brought out the food and said with a smile, ladies and gentlemen, the food is ready, please enjoy your meal leisurely. Tu Huin smirked and said perfect. Then next, he suddenly stood up and shouted, no one is allowed to leave the table if they don't finish their food today. Tik Vo Song and Lai Kim Fong immediately enthusiastically continued, yes, master, take orders. Only Chuk Tuen calmly sat down and drank water, ignoring them. While eating, Lai Kim Fong turned and said to Tik Vo Song, eat quickly, junior sister, our master said we would do it. If we say we won't leave the table, then we really won't leave the table. Let's hurry and take advantage. Vo Song nodded and replied Chuk Tuen gently placed a glass of water on the table and then announced in a loud voice, wait until you finish eating, then I'll take you shopping for new clothes later. If you worship junior brother Chiu as your teacher, then you are also a member of our Honglong sect, and you can't help but have clothes that fit you, right? She quickly replied, thank you, master. Chuk Tuen quickly covered his mouth with his hand, then bowed his head shyly and said, wait, I'm not. Before she could finish her sentence, Tu Huin interrupted her. Anyway, let's eat. Chuk Tuen embarrassedly blurted out, oh. In the opposite room there was a man looking at the announcement and thinking, that's not it. He squeezed the cup hard, causing it to crack, then smiled crookedly and thought, Chuk Nan, I finally found you. A while later, the food was now gone. Tik Vo Thuong and Lai Kim Fong couldn't help but exclaim in unison, I'm so full. Suddenly at this time, a formation suddenly appeared on the table. A table full of food appeared, replacing the empty plates of food just now. Tu Huin was a little surprised and said, why did Tian Ko Lao design the formation on the table like that? This is the order. Next order? Tik Wushwang immediately responded, this is the unique formation system at Tian Ko Lao. Not only can the food be prepared automatically, but the walls in the room also have a way to mute the sound. In the past, when I followed the princess, I saw her using the protective array on the wall. I heard that the attack power that the protective array emitted was so strong that it could kill the spirit realm in the blink of an eye. I don't know how powerful the master of Tian Ko Lao is. Tu Huin stroked his chin and wondered, eliminating distractions in an instant, then thought to himself, if the Hong Mong sect could also equip a set of artillery like that, wouldn't it be invincible? Suddenly at this time, for some unknown reason, there was a loud bang, and at the same time a ray of light flew past the group's faces. The four people were all surprised by this noise and immediately turned to look. Chuk Tuen suddenly exclaimed, huh? A person blatantly walked in and loudly called, Chuk Nan. The whole group saw that, and quickly stood up. The man in the opposite room held a sword in his hand and said enthusiastically, you really made it easy for me to find you. Tu Huin wondered, who is that? Chuk Tuen, standing next to him, heard this name and suddenly stopped. After that, she bowed her head and thought, goodbye. It's been a long time since I heard this name. I heard that she is now the strongest among the young people in Longyan Upper Country. It sounds good. Living is quite easy, he asked in a harsh voice, pretending not to know me. He quickly swung his sword to cut the dining table in half and loudly cursed, this woman really has a cruel heart. I've been chasing you for so long but you don't even look at me, but now you're eating with this white-faced guy here. If I killed him right in front of you, would your attitude towards me be different? A sudden explosion rang out along with a blinding flash of light. When he saw that, his eyes widened and his mouth opened in shock. Tu Huin sat still in place, and used one hand to hold the fan to block his sword and said, people on the side of Tian Ko Lao, have you seen everything? You were the first to attack me, so now I'm careless. Being overly protective is natural. He quickly pulled his sword back and asked, when did you appear? Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "Guests, please." Then she suddenly seriously suggested that if you don't want to get your hands dirty, you can leave it to me to handle. Tu Huin gently flicked the fan and replied, "It's just convenient." Suddenly, a beam of light flew out from the fan and rushed straight towards him. He was quickly thrown away and fell to the ground. Jia Cat Lam stood calmly next to him, as if this was just an everyday thing at a pub. He was now lying motionless on the floor. When Tu Huin saw this, he immediately spoke up, keeping a little life, but not breaking the rules of heaven for long. Jia Cat Lam raised his hand to gather the blue sphere in his hand and smiled and replied, "I'm bothering you." From the sphere suddenly appeared 2 henchmen. They followed Zhuge Liang's orders and pulled the man causing trouble away. She smiled and turned to talk to the group. "I am the person in charge of Tian Ko Lao. Jia Cat Lam, is today the Tian Ko Lao's guardian? Satisfactory. To bother you with your meal, let me pay the entire cost of today's meal. Wish you all a happy time." Tu Huin was a little doubtful and thought, isn't this spiritual power? Then he immediately summoned a blue aura and spoke, "Wait, I am very interested in the formation of Tian Ko Lao. I wonder if you are interested in making a deal. If the people of Tian Ko Lao also know the mental puppet technique recorded in the Tao Light, then perhaps you also know. Is that correct?" Jia Cat Lam was surprised and thought, "Kai Yang, is the Kai Yang that I am thinking of, unless he is also the person who inherited the immortal emperor." After thinking it through, she clasped her hands together, then bowed his head and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." Tu Huin quickly turned around and instructed everyone to wait for me here for a moment. Jia Cat Lam asked while pouring tea. He still didn't ask the client's name. He didn't know what the client used to trade the Tian Ko Lo magic array. Tu Huin immediately replied, "Just call me Tu Huin." Then he poured some tea on the table and used his finger to write a line. He pointed at it and smiled and said, "Just now I saw that shopkeeper Zhuge was able to use the power of spirit skillfully. I'm sure she probably understood the meaning of this word." She quickly looked at the words written on the table, "Shi Yuan Immortal Emperor, Kai Yang Relic." Then he frowned and thought, if it is really a relic of the Yangtze, then it is really not ordinary. After thinking about it in her heart, she was a little hesitant, and turned to ask him, this Master Chu, how to confirm that the whereabouts of the Kai Duong relic were real. Tu Huin waved his fan and replied, "You know, at most Dao Kuang Tian can only practice up to the first level of spirit division. If you go beyond that, you will need a new inheritance." Jia Cat Lam immediately responded, "That's right." He continued, "Chu heard that there is a type of spirit division pill, just need to use it. It can help people break through to the spirit division. As long as Tian Jia Long helps me achieve the spirit division, not that I can prove it." "I've shown it to you all," Jia Cat Lam asked a little hesitantly, daring to ask Master Chu where his current cultivation level was. Tu Huin arrogantly replied, "First floor original brother." She clenched her fists and said objectively, she found the right person. It's hard to find thousands of gold in the world. When it comes to long-standing heavenly secrets, it's as easy as turning your hand. It's just that, if someone dares to play with heaven's secret for too long, not to mention the second level of divine secrets, even if it's a half-step immortal, heaven's secret pavilion will swear to chase it to the edge of the sky. Tu Huin smirked and said, "I naturally know the ability of Tian Ko Lao. I bring my sincere intentions, please rest assured, shopkeeper Zhuge." Jia Cat Lam immediately made a decision. "This matter still needs to be reported to the master of the castle, which is my father, Jia Cat Tan Van. Please wait for me, Master Chu. As for your teammates, I will arrange someone to take them to rest first." Tu Huin politely replied, "Then I'll have to trouble the shopkeeper." Right at this moment, at Tian Ko Lao, Long Vim Lao's body was on top of the decision. In the master's room, Jia Cat Tan Van sat on the chair with his hand on his chin and asked in a serious voice, "I said someone has found the exact location of the deceased. Positive star accumulation." Zhuge Lin knelt down and bowed and replied, "Yes, I sent someone to check his background, and discovered that this person had a great reputation in the Great Qing dynasty for a year, and a month ago, he was oppressing him in the 10,000 paths. Forced the elders of other sects to become great national teachers." Zhuge Qinyan asked in surprise. "The great Qin national teacher," he sneered and said. "This petty great concubine, not to mention the state teacher, even if the emperor's great concubine comes in person, as long as I want, strangling him to death would be as easy as strangling an ant." She timidly asked again. What the owner meant was, he arrogantly continued, "Just do as he said, wait until the ruins are opened, then deal with this person. The news about the inheritance of the Void Abyss Immortal Emperor, if let others know, will definitely, if a dispute arises, make sure that Tu Huin can keep it a secret." Jia Cat Lam obeys. "Yes, 10 years ago in a dark cave, Jia Cat Lam was still just a little girl. Seeing Jia Cat Tan Van step out of the cave, she immediately asked, "Father, where is sister? Why not go out with people?" He immediately replied, "She will not come back for the time being." She suddenly thought to herself, 10 years ago, I saw with my own eyes my sister following Jia Cat Tan Van, who was also my father, into the ruins. Dao Quang then never came out again. Zhuge Qingyan smiled proudly and said, "When we go to the Kaiyang ruins, you will also go with me." Jilin immediately replied, "Yes." She frowned and thought to herself, "Then I wasted all my thoughts, and finally took advantage of my father's drunkenness, knowing from his mouth that the challenge of Dao Quang ruins was actually to kill his companion. This time, it's finally our turn." Not long after, Zhuge Liang finally returned and informed Chu Huan that I had informed the castle master. This matter was settled. This time I invited Master Chu and his teammates to temporarily stay at the heavenly base. For a long time, I ordered you to prepare the divine pill. Now I will let Master Chu go over there too. Chu Huan clasped his hands and said, "It's been hard." The waitress immediately extended her hand and invited this guest. "The room is ready, please follow me." Jia Cat Lam suddenly thought to himself, "This person is the great Qin state teacher. Has he even served as his assistant?" Once known to ascend to the throne, the main strength is probably not simply that of a first-layer prime minister, if you cooperate with him. Thinking of this, Jilin suddenly spoke. "Master Chu, can you stop?" Tu Huan heard that and immediately turned his head to look. On the side of 3 people in Tu Huan's group at this time. Lai Qin Fong scratched his head in wonder and said, "Master has been gone for an afternoon. Vo Song said to look for him. Why haven't they both returned yet?" Chuck Twin stood up and replied, "I'll go ask the people of Tian Ko Lao." Suddenly a man appeared and loudly ordered, "Chuck Nan, I know you're inside, get out of here right now." The wind suddenly blew so strongly that the roof tiles were blown away. The flower pot was also caused by the force of the wind to fall and break. Lai Qin Fong and Chuck Twin were extremely shocked, not knowing what the hell was going on. Chuck Twin worriedly thought to himself, "With this much power, the cultivation base of those who come will probably be above the plateau." She used one hand to open the door and loudly asked who was making the noise. Outside the door, a large black shadow stood there. Suddenly someone shouted, "Look quickly, isn't that the ancestors of 10,000 swords of the Upper Kingdom? That is that strong man." Outside there were 2 incomparably powerful assassins holding Peerless' hands tightly, even as she struggled fiercely and called out to her teacher, while Chuck Twin stood calmly behind him. Lai Qin Fong standing in front was even more aggressive. He got angry, pulled out his sword, pointed straight at the 2 assassins and shouted, asking who this was. The noisy incident attracted the attention of many people. They stood together to listen to the conversation. The crowd whispered, "The group of people facing the 10,000 swords old ancestor, that's not the divine sword wind. I know that woman, isn't that the wish of the Chuck family? Why is she with the great concubine's people? Why are these 2 groups of people confronting each other?" No one noticed at that time. There was a man silently smiling with satisfaction when he achieved his goal. He was secretly happy, thinking that he was finally here. Then, he slammed the sword in his hand into the ground, causing the ground to shake. His whole body radiated murderous aura that made everyone scared. That was the 10,000 swords ancestor, the first level of the spirit. He angrily said in a loud voice, "Congratulations, my disciple is completely in love with you. If you don't agree, then stop. Why did you seriously injure him?" At this time, Chuck Twin still maintained a calm state and gently replied, "You have mistaken the person, there is no greeting here, and she is not familiar with his disciple." Not only did the ancestors of the 10,000 swords ignore what Xian said, but he also scolded her and said nonsense. Some people saw it with their own eyes. He radiated more and more murderous aura, angrily continued to say that he followed her, entered the Tian Ko building not long from her. Not long after he was carried out covered in blood. She even said it wasn't her. Chuck Twin was not afraid at all. She still calmly replied that he should ask him, what exactly did he do to make someone beat him until his whole body was covered in blood? After listening, old ancestor Van Keem could not control his anger. He quickly lifted up the sword stuck in the ground, and then, he held the sword tightly, preparing to attack, but still did not forget to say that it seems you are not planning to admit your crime today. Having finished speaking, he aggressively rushed towards Chuck Twin with cold eyes. As he advanced, he said that if that was the case, then he would destroy her cultivation base and tie her up to be a toy for his children. Chuck Twin saw the enemy starting to attack and quickly retreated, at the same time summoning 2 swords to appear to fight. Even though she was being attacked, Chuck Twin was still worried about the girl being captured. She chanted a spell for 2 swords to attack the 10,000 sword ancestor, and at the same time asked him to release her. Old Ancestor Van Keen once again plunged his sword into the ground. Thanks to the sturdiness of the huge sword and its enormous strength, he was able to block the double sword attack of Chuck Twin. This made Chuck Twin momentarily startled when she saw that the other person was able to completely block her attack. At this time, she was worried, thinking that the 2 swords of the prince could not destroy the spiritual power protecting the body of the great man. Looking for you. At that time, the 10,000 sword ancestor revealed a proud smile, his eyes turned red, his hand was filled with strength and he clenched it into a fist. Then he excitedly said, "Women also have some bravery, what a pity." In the end, Chuck Twin received the full punch of Old Ancestor Van Keem. He shouted loudly that the gap between the clone and the golden pill could not be filled by relying on the evil path. Then, Chuck Twin was thrown far away, her whole face contorted in pain, she coughed loudly, sounding very pitiful. She was thrown into a nearby wall and collapsed. When Lai Keem Fong saw her like that, he worriedly turned around and quickly called out to the sect master. Vo Song, who was being held tightly on one side, also lost his voice and called out to his teacher. Lai Keem Fong did not hesitate. He quickly rushed towards Van Keem Old Ancestor, aimed straight at his face and held the sword to attack. But he was more skilled, easily grasped the tip of the sword, and blocked it. His attack, Lai Keem Fong's face turned pale and he stammered. "You!" Old Ancestor Van Keem was delighted. With one hand holding the tip of Lai Keem Fong's sword, the other hand clenched into a fist and swung out like the way he did with Chuck Twin. He said, "This sword of yours is not yours either. Too bad, it's a pity he's just a former brother, or what if he donates this sword and then becomes his slave?" During the tense moment, a man's voice rang out from outside, "The Crown Prince, who dares to be rude?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing a cloak immediately appeared and stood in front of Lai Keem Fong, blocking his blow to the shock of Old Ancestor Van Keem. Lai Keem Fong opened his eyes wide and looked at that person without blinking. Wushwang also looked surprised. On this side, Chuck Twin could not hide the surprise on his face as he looked at the man in the cloak. And then, the man in the robe called His Highness the Crown Prince, dropped his weapon, knelt down to pay his respects. Old Ancestor Van Keem glared at that man. He gritted his teeth and whispered to the Crown Prince. Immediately after that, a palanquin was carried in by a group of people. The crowd quickly stood aside to make way. Everyone felt confused by the sudden appearance of the palanquin. Everyone was talking loudly. "What, Prince?" The Crown Prince sitting on the palanquin aggressively ordered that man to go home. "Old gnome." The Crown Prince, sitting on the palanquin, aggressively ordered the man to go home. "Old farmer." Hearing that powerful voice, the people on both sides immediately knelt down and bowed their heads, chanting in unison, "To see His Highness the Crown Prince. To see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Chuck Twin and Lai Keem Fong stood below with their hands clasped together, both telling the great concubine of the dynasty, the Hongmong Sect, "Chuck Twin and Lai Keem Fong, thank you for your help." Seeing this, Old Ancestor 10,000 Swords not only did not bow, but also stood with his hands on his hips, arrogantly saying that Crown Prince Long Yan is here. "What's going on?" He said the wrong thing first. No matter who comes today, if the old man did not get a satisfactory answer, he smiled triumphantly, without any hesitation towards the prince, and told these 2 people not to want to leave here. The Crown Prince calmly stepped down from the palanquin. His solemn demeanor made others respect him. He never raised his voice and used his authority to oppress others, but only slowly responded to the noble lord, who was indeed arrogant and aggressive. "This is Crown Prince Long Vien, Ko Di Hien." He looked serious and frankly asked what answer Old Ancestor Van Keem wanted. "This is Crown Prince Long Vien, Ko Di Hien." He looked serious and frankly asked what answer Old Ancestor Van Keem wanted. Without any hesitation, he pointed straight at Chuck Twin and said that he wanted her to abolish her cultivation and from now on be his disciple's slave. Xian frowned. He said in a serious voice, "Did you know that this woman has been admired by his father, and will one day become the concubine of Emperor Long Vien Thuan Quiet?" As soon as these words finished, everyone present was surprised and exclaimed something in panic. Emperor Long Vien decreed that they wanted to marry the eldest lady of the Cuc family as a concubine. The secret was heaven-shaking. Heavenly secret. Despite the commotion coming from the people around him, the ancestor of 10,000 Swords smiled strangely. He excitedly said that wouldn't it be better? He could both avenge my disciple and hit the old man Ko Huck in the face, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The old farmer was indignant. He shouted loudly, but the person next to him just chuckled softly. After that, he turned to the old farmer and must not be rude. If he offended the 10,000 Sword ancestors, it would affect the relationship between Long Yen Thuong Quiet and Tan Viet Thuong Quoc. Even if he had 10 heads, it would not be enough to pay for it. Surprised everyone, Ko Di Hien stepped closer to Chuck Twin. He frowned and awkwardly said, Miss Chuck, the situation in front of you is really making it difficult for me. As a crown prince, I casually offended the strong man of the upper country. Towards you are not a good person. However, in an instant, a devilish smile appeared on his gentle face. He sinisterly told her that if she agreed to marry him as his wife, then Long Vim's crown princess would challenge him. The crown princess is humiliated, his actions are also righteous, and in the future, he will not let others control him. What do you think? Faced with such words, the crowd around was shocked and said to each other, even the crown prince, oh my god, this is really a myth. Chuck Twin frowned, thinking in his heart that it seemed that this crown prince Long Vim Thuong Quy did not really have the heart to come to her rescue, but was just a house fire and looting. Then, she tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, thinking to herself if she risked her life. But suddenly, a voice rang out from nowhere, causing both Chuck Twin and Lai Kim Fong to look in shock. That person quickly said, wait. Behind Van Kim Old Ancestor's back suddenly appeared a man swinging his sword aiming at his back. But at this moment he sensed danger, so he glanced behind him, huffing slightly. That man was Tiu Huin. He swung his sword down right at the position where the 10,000 Swords ancestor had just stood with quite a force that caused the ground below to crumble. But he was able to dodge aside. He glanced at him, smiled and complimented that the guest from the upper country was really good. He still calmly said that he could avoid one of his swords, and was reluctant to count him as a character. Meanwhile, although he quickly escaped, he was still injured in the shoulder by Tiu Huin's sword. Everyone standing around watching was in a hurry, wondering who this person was, not even hitting anyone in their eyes like that. His tone was really loud. Some people even added that he was still evaluating Van Kim Lao too. People probably didn't take him into their eyes at all. 10,000 Sword Old Ancestor hugged his shoulders, angrily thinking to himself, looking at his aura, it was really like a first-level clone. Why was his sword power so amazing? The power of his clone body was only influenced by his sword. Passed by, but the skin was torn. He did not hesitate any longer, and immediately poured his energy into his hands, thinking to himself that he had to be careful in dealing with it. Tu Huin also quickly flew his sword closer. He said, if you insult the head of the Hongmong sect, you can choose whether to cut off an arm yourself or I will come and take your head. Elder Van Kim blocked Tu Huin's sword strike. He angrily shouted at the boy not to be too arrogant. Everyone who witnessed the scene just now was all surprised and shocked, exclaiming that old ancestor Van Kim admitted defeat. That was a powerhouse in a state of distraction. Tu Huin angrily said, please. Old ancestor Van Kim used his divine weapon to support the wound in his shoulder. He thought to himself about this. Hong Mong Tong. Then he left with an extremely angry and frustrated look on his face, thinking about it, and remembering it well. Ko Di Hien remembered the moment just now and fell into thought. He secretly thought, where did this kid come from? But even old ancestor Van Kim was not Tu Huin's opponent. Ko Di Hien approached Tu Huin, clasped his hands and excitedly told him, thanking this friend for helping, and asked for his full name. After listening, Tu Huin calmly replied, his name is Tu Huin. It's okay, there's no need to thank him. After all, it's a matter in his family. Instead he should apologize to His Highness the Crown Prince. He's just a petty thief. But it really makes the Crown Prince cry. After hearing this, Ko Di Hien frowned, his expression fell into contemplation. He thought, what a sharp tongue. And then he turned to his subordinates, shouted for them to leave, then turned and left. Tu Huin walked to Chuck Twin's place, and worriedly asked if his senior sister was okay. She slowly replied that her brother was okay. On the contrary, he was a junior brother. After going out for a trip, why did his aura become so strong? He told her that he and Tien Ko Lao had a successful transaction. Not only did he get the whole set of Tien Ko Lao's techniques, but also got Tien Ko Lao's resources. He thought deep in his heart that it was indeed a heavenly secret building famous in the world. In less than half a day, he had already prepared the magic pill. Lai King Fong was stunned when he heard this. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Phone, split spirit, didn't your master just break through the original spirit? He broke through the spirit so quickly. Tu Huin looked down at his hand and thoughtfully said that Long Yen Thuong Quiet was truly as strong as a cloud. Heard that among those participating in the Great National War, there were quite a few powerhouses in the realm of distraction. He could only just take advantage. After that, he told both Chuck Twin and Lai King Fong that he had to go out tomorrow. When he returned, they would go to Chuck's house. Both of them heard it, and replied in unison. At night when the moon reaches its peak, outside the royal palace of Long Vim Thuong Quiet, Tu Huyen brought De Lam to meet Gia Cat Ton Van and Gia Cat Lam On. He opened his hands and said first, "It was a good day, the moon opened and the wind howled, suitable for doing bad things. It seems he was late, they fighting quickly, winning quickly." The other two quickly clasped their hands in response to Tu Tien Master. De Lam next to him grumbled and told Tu Huyen that calling someone so late was to enter the Hong Lang, which was truly inhumane. He happily replied that if the princess was dissatisfied then she should go home first. After hearing this, she got angry and shouted at him. How could he just throw it away after using it? Bad person. Gia Cat Lam he stood to the side looking at the scene just now. She thought to herself that according to her previous investigation of Tu Huyen, this is his first time coming to Long Vim Thuong Quiet, but he can instruct the famous De Lam princess. Arbitrarily, it seems this person is not as simple as he seems. She remembered how she had come to earnestly tell Tu Huyen before, begging the master to save her life. Tu Huyen then looked down at her, confused, and asked Attorney General Gia Cat what this meant. How did Tu save her? She was angry and harshly replied to the owner of this Tien Ko Lao branch, who was also her father-in-law, Gia Cat Ton Van. In order to obtain the inheritance in the Kai Duong ruins, she was afraid that she would become a stepping stone. His feet. She bent down and kowtowed, begging him, loudly saying that she now asked Master Chu to save her life. She was willing to be a buffalo and a horse to repay the master. She thought to herself that she hoped he could be Gia Cat Ton Van's opponent. Ending the line of thought, the three now entered deeper into Hong Lang. Tu Huyen looked around and then spoke before the two. Since they had received the inheritance of Dao Quang Tien, then surely they also knew that to open this relic, a large amount of blood, spiritual energy and divine power were needed. Gia Cat Ton Van smiled and replied of course, but his arm behind him slowly raised up. After finishing speaking, he used a strong force to press down on Gia Cat Lam On's neck to control her, causing her to cry out in pain and her face gradually turned pale. Gia Cat Ton Van looked at her with cold eyes. He said in a harsh voice, he first bought her from the slave market and taught her for so many years. It's about time she repays him. Gia Cat Lam opened his eyes wide and glared at him, clenched his teeth and told his father that his sister was also killed by him that year. But he laughed loudly and said so what? She raised her trembling hand towards Tu Huyen, stuttering to say help, save her. Gia Cat Ton Van smiled. His hand was squeezing Gia Cat Lam On's neck tightly, but his mouth let out a threat. Master Chu certainly doesn't want to bring trouble to himself, just help him get the inheritance. At the opening of Kai Duong, you can tell Master Chu the location of the deputy Lao Master Tien Ko Lao. Tu Huyen could only laugh and sigh, saying it was true. As he finished speaking, he swung the fan in his hand, creating a sword path that rushed toward Gia Cat Ton Van, startling him. He was scared, his face turned pale and he quickly backed away. At this time, he quickly let go of Gia Cat Lam On, and used his hand to break his sword with his own strength. Gia Cat Lam On escaped from his arms and quickly ran towards Tu Huyen and coughed a few times. Gia Cat Ton Van angrily shouted at Master Chu, "What do you mean?" At that time, Tu Huyen's face was happy but his voice was as cold as ice, saying that he did not mean anything special, just that he was not satisfied with the price he offered. He pointed at Gia Cat Lam On and continued, "Anyway, this virtuous price you offered, really let him be the boss for long." Gia Cat Ton Van was furious. His eyes opened so wide that he could see thousands of blood. He shouted at Shuga Ton Van. It turned out that she had long wanted to join forces with outsiders to plot against him. She didn't show any respect and responded in kind. If she weren't the one who saw her as a tool, she wouldn't have thought of this tactic. She turned around, clasped her hands and bowed her head to thank Ta Huyen, not forgetting to tell her in the future that she was bothering Master Chu. He gently answered her, "No problem." Having finished speaking, Tu Huyen raised one hand in front of him, the other hand placed in front of his chest, muttering incantations. Immediately after that his hand began to absorb yellow rays of light from around him, and then he launched this beam of light straight towards Zhuge Qinyan. It enveloped him and wriggled into his body, making his whole body glow. That light gradually lifted his whole body so that he was floating in midair, successfully putting him in a passive position. Not only Gia Cat Ton Van, the ground below also began to separate from the wall. The whole room shook as if there was an earthquake, and Gia Cat Ton Van also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gia Cat Lam On was confused, turned to Tu Huyen and asked what this was. Around the two of them, many strange characters appeared on the wall. He told her that the Kai Duong relic had been activated, and now it was the true identity of the Kai Duong relic. She was startled and told him something in surprise. The relic had already started, but we hadn't had time to leave yet. She remembered how Shuga Qingyan had told her that once the relic started, of all the people who entered, only one person would live. Then she turned pale and thought, could it be that she had such a hard time avoiding Jia Cat Tan Van, and ended up dying in Chiu Huin's hands? Suddenly, the lid of the chest next to it opened, a large beam of light exploded out, forming a pillar of light. Inside, there were laughter and sounds of outsiders. Do you know, this is the inheritance place of the Void Abyss Immortal Emperor? A muscular man with fire surrounding his entire body appeared, with a long scar on his face. This was the owner of that voice. He continued, if you want to gain the inheritance, you must accept the challenge. The two of you, whoever survives to the end will be qualified to receive the inheritance of the previous emperor. Jia Cat Lam looked at Chiu Huin, his voice full of worry, and asked the result, is he still in this situation? Having finished speaking, she tightly grasped the sword in her hand, in her heart thinking of apologizing, even though she did not want to do so, but things had come to this. However, Chiu Huin pulled out his sword and aimed at the man. He shouted loudly to avoid wasting words. Jia Cat Lam couldn't help but be surprised. She quickly wondered what. Chiu Huin did not hold back and aimed straight at his chest. The other guy glared at him, angrily telling you. Chiu Huin calmly rushed forward and told him to stop pretending and bring out the inheritance. At Tian Ko Lao, Chiu Huin gave Xuan Ni a few words before he left. The dead cannot revive the deceased. The living must live well to not disappoint the expectations of the deceased. Witnessing the things Tian Master had helped her before, Xuan Ni immediately replied sincerely, thank you to you Tian Master for helping me avenge my sister. In the future, I will wholeheartedly assist you Tian Master in managing heaven. Chance to report to you Tian Su's kindness. Watching her leave, Chiu Huin thought to himself, would it be too ostentatious to take advantage of heaven's intelligence network to collect information about the remains of other emperors? I have already obtained Kai Duong Tian through the system's feedback, but now I have obtained the essence of Kai Duong Tian from the ruins. I don't know if this essence can be given to a disciple to receive feedback. The system is not, it's too complicated. I don't know what the system's feedback mechanism is. I still need a little more time to research it. Besides, this time I can't pick up the secret for a long time, so I have to find time to mull it over to see how I can take advantage of it. After thinking for a while, he finally had to sigh in frustration. He was really busy. The next morning, everyone gathered around, waiting for something to happen. Look, isn't that the wish of the Chuck family? A few civilians were standing around and talking noisily. The young lady of the Chuck family actually came to this place to drink tea. I saw her come here early in the morning, continuously drinking tea, probably waiting for someone. I don't know how divine it is that the eldest lady Chuck Jia condescended to come to this place. Not only did the commoner standing from the outside look in with surprise, but everyone in the restaurant also had their mouths agape at the presence of the great lady. Chiu Huin also appeared from nowhere. He curiously asked why it was so bustling now. The guys standing around awkwardly only dared to smile and reply, nothing. Then everyone automatically got out of his way. Hearing a voice from behind, the young lady of the Chuck family glanced back curiously. Finally, the person she had been waiting for appeared. She quickly stood up and said stop. Hearing the call, Chiu Huin also stopped and looked at this girl. In his mind, he immediately thought of the image of his sister. A person with an appearance quite similar to his sister appeared here, in contrast to Mr. Chuck Twin. A little surprised and said Chuck Nan? She held the sword tightly in her hand in anticipation and continued, no one told her to come. Chuck Nan didn't say anything else. She reached out to Chuck Twin and ordered, come with me. Chiu Huin immediately interrupted. He stood in front of his sister and said, oh, I know my sister is beautiful, but she can't move her hands or feet. Seeing that Master Tian seemed to be causing trouble for him, Chuck Nan looked at him with sharp eyes and warned, you'd better not stay here and get in the way. If not, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, she immediately grabbed the sword on the table, then pointed it straight at Chiu Huin. Having the sword pointed straight at him, Chiu Huin didn't seem to be afraid at all. His face remained calm as he replied. If the girl didn't agree with her words, she immediately pulled out the sword, asking what he meant. Looking more closely at this person, he thought to himself, this person looks almost exactly like his sister. Hearing his sister call her Chuck Nan, could it be that the man in black that day mistook his sister for her? Father told me to take her home. Chuck Nan, she suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Chuck Twin suddenly became angry. She shouted loudly, if she has come here, please send her greetings to the homeowner. I wish that from now on, I will no longer have any relationship with him, or the Chuck family. The appointment between the family and Emperor Long Vim has nothing to do with me. Wishing Nan, she had been holding back for a while to listen to what she had to say, but in the end, it seemed like she couldn't solve it with words, so she took action, so she could only knock her out and send her back. Before that sword reached the announcer, it was blocked by another sword, and that sword did not belong to a stranger but belonged to Tu Huin himself. He calmly responded to her. If you want to touch the head of our Hong Mong sect, you must pass me first. Feeling like she couldn't hesitate any longer, she started to straighten up, daring to stop me. I don't want to implicate innocent people, but the civilians outside were all admiring the scene in front of them. How could there be a woman who looked exactly like Chan? Had never heard of Chan having such a character. Look at the situation with a mirror and a sword. There's a good drama to watch. Looking at Chuk Nan, she is not the normal type of person to easily give up. Tu Huin frowned and looked at her, thinking. A guy standing nearby spoke up. Quickly look at Miss Chuk Nan. I'm afraid she's about to use her ultimate sure kill move. A few guys standing next to her widened their eyes in wonder. Her ultimate sure kill move. I heard that the Wish Nan has a perfect nine-yang body, so it was seen by the immortals in the fairy court. The immortal crystallized the swordsmanship that he had mastered over many years into this one move and taught it to the immortal, thus the Wish. Although Nan is not the strongest person in the Long Yen Thuan kingdom, in real combat he is the leader with a reputation worthy of reality. At this time, Chuk Nan held a sword and stabbed straight at Tu Huin. The other guy stood outside and kept talking. I saw that little brother also used a sword, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat this sword. Tu Huin looked at Chuk Nan. He thought to himself, this sword is not simple. Right in the first blow, the sword in her hand also left her hand. Chuk Nan's face changed color a bit, and gradually became purple with fear. The incident just happened so quickly that it was difficult for her to react in time. A few civilians standing outside saw this. Each of them were surprised and shouted loudly. Chuk Nan had already lost, and yet he was defeated in one move. The young man was fighting with her. Where did he come from? Does anyone recognize him? Xiao Xian smiled smugly, thinking in his mind, this innate sword body is truly a good thing. After being immersed in the state of intelligent swordsmanship, every movement of the sword is available. Can be seen clearly. At this moment, Chuk Nan collapsed. It seemed like she still couldn't believe the truth. Her face looked a bit blank. She muttered to herself, have I lost? My heart beats so fast. I've never felt this feeling before. Could this be what the world calls fear? Chuk Nan thought to himself. Is it because this man is the reason why my sister doesn't want to go home? As she thought, she immediately raised her eyes to look at Tu Huin with eyes filled with worry and anger. Tu Huin calmly asked her. Originally, I wanted to have breakfast before going to Chukchia, but since you guys can't wait, I wish, miss, are you going to go home by yourself or are you going to let me tie you up here? Feeling humiliated, she did not dare raise her face to answer, but only replied, no one has ever made me feel afraid at all. I have to see how much bravery you actually have. After saying that, she jumped up and rushed straight towards Tu Huin, continuing to fight with him. To Tu Huin, her actions at this time were nothing formidable. There was no need for any complicated physical actions. He could handle her neatly with one hand. It seems like she's only good at swordplay, but compared to just now, this time she's really bad. One hand fell straight to the back of her neck. Chuk Nan's face gradually turned pale, and then she fainted. Tu Huin immediately took her hand to support her. Tu Huin wondered, sister, do you recognize this person? She looks very similar to you. Chuk Twin just sighed tiredly and replied, this person is my sister. Her name is Chuk Nan and the man yesterday probably mistook me for that girl. Oh, it turns out the sect master also has a younger sister. Lai Keen Fong wondered. Tik Vo's Song standing nearby also curiously asked if the teacher's relationship with the family was good. Chuk Twin gently replied, I no longer have any relationship with them anymore. After saying that, they all left with Tu Huin. Let's go. Since the Chuk family enthusiastically invited us, of course we should also visit their house. Right now at the Chuk family, you're in serious danger. What's going on so quickly? The servant with pale face replied in panic, someone has come to the door. The old man was calmly watering the plants, but when he heard this, he also panicked. What? There was a woman who looked very much like the eldest lady, leading 2 men and a little girl into the house. All the guards took action but they couldn't stop him. The eldest lady was also beaten unconscious and brought here, the worker said in panic. The old man thought seriously. Nanny was knocked unconscious by her, but she was not Chuk Twin's opponent. It seems that in the years in Hong Mong sect, Chuk Twin has improved a lot. The servant still called out in panic, Old master, please think of a way quickly, they are about to rush over here. Finally, at this moment, he began to give instructions. You quickly go and invite Man Kung Fung here, and I will go see them first. After listening, the servant frantically obeyed and ran away, clearly. At this time, Ju Huin kicked the door hard, causing a loud noise. Some family members were pushed back. Tu Huin's group entered. Tu Huin calmly said, Chuck family invited us to visit, so why did they close the door like this? Seeing that he and Chuck Twin appeared here one after another, he could not contain his anger. After saying that, he shouted loudly, I wish my family all the best and invite you all to come. If you don't want to, then stop. So what do you think now like this? Tu Huin replied calmly. The rescue force hasn't arrived yet, so I want to buy some time, okay? I really want to see if your Chuck family, which is full of people, can invite any reinforcements here. Hearing these words from him, the old man's face began to show surprise and worry. He thought to himself, this guy Tu Huin is so arrogant, he doesn't care about anyone like this. Chuck Hong asked, Twin Yi, all these years I've been with this type of person, don't you want to go home? Chuck Twin replied nonchalantly, go home. She said uncomfortably, he meant to say that the Chuck family rejected me outside the door when I was 10 years old, even leading me to a deserted place without caring about anything. When Hong heard that, he shivered and turned pale. He avoided it, guiltily said, don't mention these old things anymore. From behind the two people, there were footsteps coming. A familiar voice rang out, isn't this the wish statement? The four elders representing the two remaining brothers asked, what's going on? It's not easy to come back. Why don't you go into the house and talk to your father? The second elder smiled cunningly and said, Humph, little twin, do you still remember your second uncle? Chuck Twin laughed like he didn't laugh. Ha ha. I will forget anyone and I will not forget second uncle Chuck tricked me into abandoning me in a deserted place. Wish Hong scolded her daughter, Twin Yi, for the sake of her dignity, not to be rude. The third elder got angry and threatened Chuck Twin. It's not easy to come back, but instead he made a mess. What's the point? I see that the more you've lived outside these years, the more you've fallen behind. Come back. Must learn the rules again and be kind. However, Chuck Twin was not afraid at all. She even replied in a dignified voice, your Chuck family's rules have nothing to do with me. I came today to make it clear to you that I and the Chuck family will soon there is no longer any relationship. From now on you guys go your positive way. It has nothing to do with me. Those three elders did not apologize, even justified and reminded Chuck Twin, but they said this, ridiculous. What happened that year was all the second uncle's fault. Blame the second uncle for not taking good care of you, not be careful not to let your child get lost. Don't mention what happened before. You are also someone who is about to enter the palace. Be a little more mature, stay at home well. Chuck openly protested. Do you still think I'm a little girl who will let you control me like before? Who dares to stop me today? My sword has no eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuck Twin pulled his sword out in front of him as if to give a warning. The three elders were a bit surprised but refused to back down. They scolded Xian. You're really used to acting like a jerk outside. You've forgotten what your family is like. You really think that the Long Yen family is the first in the country. It's a place where you can come when you want to go. If you want to go, then you can go. It seems like we have to help children remember the feeling of being at home. The elders immediately called Chuck Jia soldiers to block the way. Chuck Hong, who had been standing on the side all this time, was a bit of an eyesore because he was not respected. He spoke up, everyone, Chuck Twin is my daughter after all, do you not want to give me face now? The elder is arrogant but has no intention of stopping this matter. I see that you are incapable of teaching, so you let this girl become as arrogant as she is now. The remaining elders also followed suit. Chuck Hong, it's your father's fault. If you don't manage the prison, then let us manage the prison for you. There's nothing wrong with it. Without waiting for Chuck Hong to continue, they ordered Chuck Jia Bin, where are you, to protect the homeowner. Chuck Hong was surrounded and unable to intervene and immediately panicked. You guys, Chuck Jia Bin stood next to remind you. We are also thinking for the homeowner. Please respect the homeowner. Don't enter the wrong battlefield and seriously injure yourself. Chuck Hong could only grit his teeth and give up. He thought, these three old men, relying on themselves to have Chuck family soldiers, would not let Chuck family owner like me in their eyes at all. Sooner or later, I'll make you three old men look good. Chuck Twin stands ready to attack, calmly observes and then deduces, Chuck family soldiers are all orphans bought by Chuck family. From a young age they have been subjected to cruel training, absolutely loyal to the Chuck family, of which the cultivation level is low. At least it's a golden pill, with good aptitude, and can even be distracting. The Chuck family can become the #1 dragon family in the country. Half of the credit belongs to the existence of the Chuck family. While stuck and unable to think of any plan, Tu Huin appeared from nowhere and said, oh, there really are quite a few people prepared. He smirked and looked at Chuk Jia-bin, then let out a provocative word. Let's see who dares to take a step forward. The third elder didn't even know who Tu Huin was, so he stabbed the javelin and followed the javelin, giving orders to the troops on his side. What was he still doing? Getting rid of unrelated people, then taking the young lady down to rest well? The soldiers enthusiastically received orders, yes. All the troops simultaneously stomped their feet on the ground and trembled. They shouted Heya, creating a circle with a strong aura. This was the move, 3 heads up, Chuk Jia-bin, first level decoy. Tu Huin did not show any surprise. He lightly swung his sword and finished his words, relying only on you guys. The trio of clones had solid protection for themselves, shouting loudly, hey, in unison. This time, Tu Huin didn't seem to be going so well, and sure enough, the distraction was able to interrupt his move. Tu Huin frowned and thought, that sword just now, only relying on the spiritual power of one person could block it. Not to mention that all 3 of these people are level 1 spirit clones, equal to me. Even if they are peak clones, they can condensing such a solid spiritual shield is not simple. Lai Qin Fong rushed over and wanted to support, Master, I and you, but Tu Huin stopped me. I retreated to take good care of Vo's song and sister. Chuk Tuan behind him reminded Tu Huin, trust him with all his heart, junior brother, be careful on your own. He smiled reassuringly, rest assured. Chuk Hong couldn't believe his eyes. He thought in surprise, the concentric formation could condense the cultivation level of the people in the battle together. These 3 people were the leaders of the Chuk family army. The protective shield borrowed the concentric formation to condense. In short, being able to at least withstand one attack from a peak clone god, Tu Huin was able to break this shield. The third elder was eager for victory, nervously threatening Chuk Jia-bin, a bunch of trash, within 10 moves, unable to defeat this guy. I will tell you what to do. If you don't hurry up, Chuk Jia-bin is a bit stunned. But they did not dare to rebel. They all braced themselves and pulled out all their strength, shouting slogans in unison. A huge explosion occurred at Chuk Jia, wishing everyone to combine their efforts to create a sphere of solar energy. Wishing everyone is trying their best, Heya. Even Tu Huin was a little shaken in his thoughts. The murderous aura of these 3 people was constantly growing stronger. In the space of a few breaths, it had skyrocketed several times. The trio of Chuk Jia soldiers loudly declared, I am ready to fight a big battle, boy. I advise you to surrender now, Heya. Tu Huin attentively watched each of their actions. While observing, Tu Huin was a little puzzled. Even if he was initiated into the practice, it would be impossible to raise his cultivation to this level in such a short time. This seemed to be not simply transferring the practice, but taking advantage of the formation. At their feet, everyone's strength was temporarily concentrated on those 3 people. Not seeing any movement from Tu Huin, the trio of Chuk Jia soldiers thought they were being despised. One of them angrily rushed up, shouting and slashing his sword, daring to underestimate us. Tu Huin easily dodged the attack, and at the same time had a solution. This formation really made others crave it, a pity. With an intelligent sword in hand, in the same realm, wanting to see the direction of the opponent's spiritual energy is as easy as turning your hand. When Chuk Jia-bin's men saw that Tu Huin had no time to make any more moves, they thought their time had come, brandished their swords and rushed forward with arrogant words and smiles. Big brother and I come to help you. Tu Huin just pulled out his knife with a stern face. His level was much higher than that of the other guy, so in just a blink of an eye, Tu Huin sent away the guy who intended to attack him with just one swing of his sword. That member sat holding his stomach and trembling under everyone's bewilderment. He was in pain and confused. What was going on? The spot where the sword light hit his body refused to be damaged, and the operation of his spiritual energy was hindered. This made him raise his suspicious eyes and look at Tu Huin, thinking, could it be that his sword just now predicted the flow of my spiritual energy, based on the sword energy that just hit my body? Hindering our spiritual energy from operating, not letting the other person think for too long, Tu Huin once again had the upper hand. He swung his sword wildly and smiled and said, It's not over yet. Even though that Chuk family soldier knew Tu Huin was attacking, he couldn't resist. He felt uncomfortable in his heart, still feeling like that. As expected, he intentionally blocked the way to operate my dragon power. He absolutely cannot let me. He is as desired. Not only him, one of the 3 spirit branches was also affected by Tu Huin. The youngest brother reminded his senior, big brother to be careful. But the result was too late. The elder brother was also hit, and had the same condition as the junior just now. He trembled and wondered, my spiritual power cannot function anymore. After Tu Huin finished dealing with the leader of the group, he came to the guy in the middle. He discovered that this guy had quite sharp senses, so he rushed forward while giving him compliments. And his reaction was also quick. The second Chuck family soldier used their weapons to block Chiu Huin's attack in a hurry. He looked at him and smiled slightly as if he knew the outcome. The disciple in Chuck Jia Ben opened his eyes wide as he looked at his brothers being defeated one after another, and shouted loudly, "Big brother, second brother." Chiu Huin automatically retreated, leaving the second Chuck family soldier stunned. His hands hang down, symbolizing helplessness and giving up. Only he can clearly feel my current condition. My hands and arms are no longer conscious. Chiu Huin seriously fought the attack. Before lowering his sword, he even let go. The spiritual power of hundreds of people gathered on the three of you. That was really good. Chiu Huin said solemnly, "If this kind of strength belongs to you, then I'm really a little afraid. But it's a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword down. His slash was so powerful that it sent all the remaining soldiers flying, causing them to fly in each direction. Each name's face clearly had the words panic written on it. Chiu Huin smirked and calmly said, "Only having great spiritual power, but without the ability to control the essence and level, your spiritual power's movement is as clear as a fire in the dark night. No. It takes some strength to cope." The soldiers trembled and screamed. "My spiritual energy could no longer function." Another guy continued, "Me too. In the moment before, he sealed the spiritual energy of all of us." There was a guy who was scared and thought to himself, "Is this person a monster?" Chiu Huin quickly put his sword back and scolded him, unable to withstand a single blow. Chuck Hong couldn't help but be stunned and thought to himself, "This Chiu Huin actually has this much strength." He arrogantly asked, "Who else wants to fight with me?" When the soldiers heard him say that, they were extremely frightened, then immediately backed away to avoid him. The fourth elder of the Chuck family suddenly spoke up, able to take action to destroy the concentric formation of my Chuck family's army. "Please forgive the old man's blurred vision. This person must be the legendary Elder Chiu Huin, isn't it? I didn't know that Elder Chiu Huin was still young and had such strength." The old man smirked and asked, "How much is his monthly allowance now?" Chiu Huin smiled and replied, "Chuck family is truly worthy of being the first family of Long Vim Thuan Quiet." Talking about it made me feel a little moved. Chuck Tuen panicked and silently called out in his heart, "Junior brother." While caressing the sword in his hand, he smirked and continued, saying that, "If I join the Chuck family can freely give me 100,000 top-quality spirit stones." The three elders stammered in unison, 10,000, 10,000, as long as Elder Chu joins the Chuck family and contributes enough, he will have it later. He scratched his ear and said calmly, "Even if he couldn't get out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, then an immortal-grade magic weapon would be just fine." The fourth elder of the Chuck family rubbed his hands and said, "Fairy-level magic weapon, haha, Elder Chu's imagination is truly rich." Chiu Huin smiled sarcastically and asked, "He didn't even have an immortal-level magic weapon?" He clicked his tongue slightly and continued asking, "There was nothing wrong with the fairy-level magic weapon." When the three elders heard him say that, they shouted in unison, "Don't be too harsh." He raised the sword in his hand and asked with a smirk, "This little request can't be satisfied, and he also wants to recruit me." When the three elders heard him say that, they couldn't help but be stunned, but shouted in unison, "Huh?" The fourth elder of the Chuck family loudly ordered, but he was still there, not stopping quickly. Hearing that, the soldiers quickly rushed forward. He raised the sword high and said coldly, "If that's the case, so I invite you all to test the power of my fairy-level magic weapon to open your eyes." After saying that, he decisively swung his sword and slashed straight at the soldiers in front of him. After finishing dealing with the thugs, Chiu Huin's eyes suddenly turned red like blood, his smile stretched from ear to ear. Then he immediately walked towards the three elders and coldly asked, when it was his turn, "There are three, what's up? Has anyone else increased the price?" The three of them quickly hugged each other and trembled. The fourth elder of the Zhu family asked first in fear. The second elder of the Zhu family quickly threatened, "What do you want to do? Don't come here, this is the first family of Long Vim. That decision, dare to take action here, do you think you will have a good ending?" The third elder of the Wish family continued in a low voice, offending the Wish family. "It is difficult for you to act in Long Vim Thuan Quiet, I advise you to think again." Chiu Huin swung his sword and slashed down, then replied calmly, relying only on the first family to not be able to take out an immortal-level magic weapon. Seeing this, the three elders could not help but scream in fear. Wish Hong happily thought in his heart, God really has eyes. If I can use Chiu Huin's hand, destroy these three old men. Out of nowhere, a bright sword flew straight towards me, accompanied by the sound of someone stopping. The sword flew in front of the three people, helping them block Chiu Huin's slashing sword, then circled back towards his back and attacked. But ironically, the main character's aura did not allow him to do so. Tu Huin quickly turned around, then slightly pressed his body back and quickly raised his sword to block the sharp blade that was coming. However, its power was very strong, so he was pushed back, then used his right hand to push against the ground to be able to stand. Suddenly, a woman reached out and retracted her sword, then coldly snorted and said, "She's still young, being able to take my knife, she still has some strength." He looked at the woman in front of him and frowned, thinking to himself, the force of that knife just now was extraordinary. I'm afraid this person is beyond distracted. It turns out that this majestic woman carrying a knife in one hand and a kinbo in the other is the Truong family's serving man Luong. She looked up at him and said in a tolerant and condescending tone, "Little boy. Admit defeat, get out of Chuk family. I can still show you respect for the recruitment of these 3 immortals, not to betray your trust and be dishonest, and spare your life." Seeing the savior coming to help, the 3 elders couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then 2 people suddenly spoke up, "Man Kung Fu has come, it's lucky." Hearing that, Tu Huin only frowned and said nothing. Chuk Twin behind him said worriedly, "This is the strong man that the Chuk family serves Man Luong. I heard that it is a strong man from the fairy court. We still don't fight hard with her, leave is the best policy." When Man Luong heard this, he immediately turned his eyes towards her, and praised with a cunning smile. "You are still smart, don't worry. I will not approve of these old immortals meddling in important matters. Belongs to someone else, so if you want to go, I won't stop you." She suddenly pointed the knife straight at him and continued, "But if I am the servant of the Chuk family, I can't just take money and do nothing, right? This kid has made the Chuk family's face very painful. He had to keep one of his arms." Hearing her say that, he laughed coldly. The girl behind him saw that, and was extremely surprised, so Tu Huin quickly pointed the sword straight at her, and responded contemptuously, "If you want my arm, have the courage to come and get it yourself." She quickly stepped up and called out, "Junior brother." Seeing that she seemed worried, he quickly spoke up to reassure her, "Don't worry, senior sister, I have my own plans." Hearing his words, Chuk Twin was not only less confused but also worried in his heart. That was the integration of the immortals. It was said that in the integration period there were no mortals. Man Luong suddenly jumped up, waved his knife and laughed loudly. "Is it really okay? Since you can't wait to die, then I'll satisfy you." Seeing this, Tu Huin quickly took a defensive stance and replied, "Please give me advice from my seniors. Next, use the spiritual power technique to increase the power of your sword." Then he immediately brought the sword out to compete with her sword. The collision between the weapons created a deafening explosion that echoed. When she saw this scene, she couldn't help but panic and think to herself, "Why is this kid's sword strength so strong?" When Tu Huin saw this terrifying power of Man Luong, he couldn't help but be surprised and think to himself, "The power of spirit is truly extraordinary. With just a little use, it can touch the monks in the fusion period." Then there was a cracking sound. Her sword was broken by his sword, causing her to scream in panic. What? Next, he tilted his body to dodge the attack and thought to himself, just a moment ago, a powerful energy erupted from the sword, something that a monk in a state of distraction should have. If it's just that the spiritual energy is abundant, and the capacity of the Dantian is different from that of ordinary people, then that's fine. I've seen quite a few geniuses like this, but the type he used just now was not ordinary spiritual energy at all. On the contrary, it was like. Man Luong was thinking deeply in his heart, while extending his hand straight towards shooting out a ball of red spiritual energy. Seeing this, Tu Xian immediately used the power of luck to respond to the attack, causing her to be knocked backwards and having to use one hand to block her. As he collected his spiritual energy, he sneered and said, "That's all the immortals are." Then he took Chuk Twin's hand and continued, "What my sister wanted to say, today has been said clearly. Tomorrow, don't come and bother her anymore. Sister, let's go." After saying that, he pulled her hand and left. But she still didn't forget to urge Lai King Fong and Tik Vo Song, who were still gaping in surprise. "You too, quickly follow." When she heard that, she called after her, "Master is waiting for you." An elder saw this and immediately walked towards Man Luong and asked, "Man Kung Feng, what happened just now? A distracted brat was able to repel you. Could it be that he was hiding his guard?" She immediately answered, "No, this Tu Huin is truly a genius. The reason he was able to repel me was because of the technique he used." Having said that, she immediately followed Tu Huin's back as she left. The fourth elder of the Chuk family suddenly showed anger in his eyes, pointed his finger in another direction, and said loudly, "How could he leave like that? Just let him go like that. Then how should His Majesty's side respond?" Luong Man immediately closed his eyes and calmly replied, "Then you guys go chase yourself. I don't care if I die." As soon as these words fell, The 3 elders were a little scared, but the 4th and 3rd elders of the Chuck family quickly avoided this, still planning for a long time. Right, still planning for a long time. But at this time, a man suddenly turned his head away, smirked and said in a low voice, "I will go and report to His Majesty," just saying that Chuck Twen was bewitched by the people of the Hong Mong sect, threatened with death, and refused to listen, probably that His Majesty will also forgive us. Then he raised his head, showing a sinister look and thinking to Tu Huin, "This time you have actually done me a big favor." On the other side, Tik Vo Song's amused eyes became bright, praising the opponent's master. "He was so cool just now, can he teach me that move when he has free time?" While Lai King Fong looked like he didn't. Junior sister happily said in a low voice, "Right now your foundation is not yet stable. It's not like you just want to learn. You can only learn with profound skills like your master." Before he could even finish his sentence, Tu Huin was immediately shouted at his master without hesitation. Suddenly his hand continued to bleed profusely, drenching his fingertips. Seeing this, Chuck Twen immediately placed his hands on Tu Huin's shoulders, his eyes and voice filled with worry. "Junior brother, you're injured." But the other person pretended like nothing happened. The wound was small. "Stop." However, Chuck Twen still did not give in at all, continuing to say, "Junior brother, you are really arrogant. Go to bed and lie down to rest." I only received a joke in return. "Ha ha, isn't this also the way when there is no other way?" Hearing this, her eyes became even more worried and she spoke up, "But fortunately you were able to repel Man Luong. That person 10 years ago had reached the fusion stage." While talking, I remembered the memories of when I was young. I had seen her wave her hand to destroy the army of a dynasty, which by the way was a real achievement. At this moment, Tu Huin lowered his face to show such disdain. "So I have to go back and brag to senior brother Truong. Today I have made people suffer." As soon as he finished speaking, Chuck Twen was a little angry and grabbed the other person's wrist tightly, whispering, "I see you still alive, come back, tell me, today I almost died there, a burning feeling covers my body." His body was squeezed so hard that Tu Huin couldn't bear to cry out in pain, so his sister felt a little relieved. Then I smiled and gently comforted you, sister, I know my limits, aren't I okay now? Even though I only have the strength to attack one move, I can be confident that this move is absolutely possible. Beat her back. Remembering Man Luong's fierce face again, if a person like that had definitely not seen an opponent for many years, suddenly being repelled by a move that was not as alert as his own, he would definitely choose to be a judge. Close to improvisation. Then I looked at my open palm and thought about it. Even though this move had used up all of my long-accumulated spiritual power, the result was not bad. A voice was still talking too arrogantly, when suddenly a paper crane flew in from outside the window. As soon as Chuck Twen saw it, he spoke up. "Isn't this the communication talisman senior brother Truong Hak likes to use the most?" The paper crane shined a blue light on Chuck Twen's forehead, while she was still extremely curious, and was sure there was something urgent. However, Chuck Twen slightly lowered his head and lowered his voice. "There was a problem from the Tang sect again. Senior brother Truong told us to return quickly." After Tu Huin announced the important matter of the sect, senior sister went home first. I didn't go with her anymore, just taking advantage of the time to recuperate and prepare for the great national war. She could only stutter. Because he didn't know what else to say, Chuck Twen had to go out the door and turn around and say, "I'm at Hong Mong Tong waiting for you to come back." Hearing this, Tu Huin happily replied that the Hong Mong sect was thanks to the senior sister. At this point, Tu Huin sat cross-legged, hands in front of his chest in the posture of practicing, thinking that his level had increased too quickly recently. It was time to train himself properly, then spoke to the person on the other side. "In front of you two, prepare a little. Tomorrow follow me to the highest mountain in this place to practice. Do not use swords, carry a weight of 100,000, 50,000 kilograms, walk up the mountain." Hearing this, on the contrary, Tik Vo Song, like a powerful woman, raised her hands in the air and shouted with joy. After learning something new, Lai King Fong felt a little confused and scared, thinking to himself, "Master, didn't you just say to train yourself? Why are you training us?" So each person carried a giant stone and walked forward. At this time, the system also announced that it would teach the disciples to practice, and give them 200 days of cultivation. When fighting, there is another notification of competition in the martial arts arena. Fighting experience increases. When reading the book, Tu Huin was also commented that if he meditated alone, his realm would increase. When he saw the object in front of him and praised that this knife was not bad, the girl standing next to him respectfully replied that now I will send someone to bring it to your residence, and this action was immediately systematized. Recorded long-term natural management BWAP. In Long Yan's kingdom, in the teleportation formation, Tu Huin held his fan and suddenly asked why they hadn't arrived yet. He closed his eyes again and asked again. Didn't he remember the wrong date? Suddenly, 3 streams of blue light appeared in the middle of the yard. Seeing that, Tu Huin spoke again. Someone is here. After that, Don Tin Noyet respectfully clasped his hands and said in advance that something had gone wrong on the way. He had made his master wait for a long time, and he was truly sorry. While Tu Huin was sitting with his arms crossed talking to our disciple Tin Noyet, "Why are we being so polite?" Deep Feng on the side frowned and looked for a while and then secretly thought that we haven't seen each other for a few days. This person's aura is very deep and difficult. Guess more than the day before. At this time, Tu Huin finally looked over there and gently said, "Hello, long time no see, Brother Deep. Have you improved recently in your cultivation?" Immediately, Deep Feng bowed his head and clasped his hands respectfully, and replied that it was not as good as Chu brother. Suddenly, a voice asked where the old man was. Hearing this, Don Tin Noyet looked at the person sitting in the burning sacred fire and replied that the old man had been at the threshold of breakthrough for the past few days, preparing for heaven. Life can come at any time, I'm afraid it won't come. Immediately, Tu Huin was a little confused and asked what to do, so we weren't still missing someone. Then Don Tin Noyet suddenly pointed to herself and happily said, "It's been a long time since I've seen her, the master hasn't seen me." What change? After listening, Tu Huin frowned, his eyes were extremely serious, he thought carefully and let out a soft hum. Then, pointing at the other person, he began to judge. "Oh, it's rare to wear women's clothes today, he looks very spirited." But Don Tin Noyet was a little angry and shouted loudly, Gwinon, Gwinon. However, Tu Huin opened his hand, a bright golden sword suddenly appeared, with an extremely serious voice, "Just kidding. I had just seen it as a teleportation formation. Recently, I must have been practicing. Very harsh, just learned that today the teacher has a world-class precious sword, giving it to me as a reward, making the person in front of me a little surprised." As soon as he received it, Don Tin Noyet raised it high into the sky and happily thanked his master, while Deep Pham and Chong Lin Taoist could not help but shout in unison, shouting the heaven-level sword. Tu Huin continued, "After the awakening of the domineering supreme body was truly extraordinary. This cultivation speed was like a rocket." Without paying attention to Deep Pham standing nearby, constantly calculating in his mind, the heavenly class sword was casually given to his disciple. This person had to be extremely careful. After a while, he turned around and urged him to go. It wouldn't be too late for the opening ceremony. At this time, the system also displayed a notification that the server checked that the host gave the disciple a unicorn knife, heaven level. Lower rank, the reward will be doubled, the host will receive 2 unicorn knives, leveled to the 3rd rank. The whole group of people walked together on the street paved with white tiles. In the blue sky with white clouds suddenly appeared a giant red bird flying above their heads. It turned out that the true monarch vermilion bird was naturally sitting calmly on that bird's body. But Tik Vo's song below still didn't know who it was. He pointed his finger to the sky and asked everyone, "Look, what is that?" and immediately received the answer from Taoist Chonglin that he was the vermilion beast of the true monarch. Hearing this, Tik Vo's song immediately asked the magical beast in a low voice, while Don Tin Noyet on the other side looked at the fierce expression of the animal in the sky and spoke up to explain in detail. "Heard that there are some demonic beasts that practice from time to time. Over time, you will gradually refine your bloodline, and in the end you will even be able to cultivate the true body of an ancient divine beast. But I have only seen it in the Great War of the Kingdom. Since the collapse of the Tian Dao order, the world no one has ever broken through the fusion phase and ascended become a fairy. Furthermore, just as the great power of the fusion stage is very far away from the realm below the fusion, these immortals, in order to separate themselves from mortals, set up a fairy pavilion themselves." Tin Noyet suddenly raised his head to the sky and looked at the flying animal with some confusion. But the tradition of Tan Long true monarch presiding over the great national war has lasted for hundreds of years. Why did he change to vermilion true monarch this time? What incident might have happened in the fairy house? But no one responded to her words, and Deep Pham slightly raised his lips, also looked up at the sky and thought, "Chu, we finally met in this life." Then continuing, "In my previous life, I accidentally broke into the royal steel space, met Don Tin Noyet, she discovered that I had a spiritual consciousness, and invited me to join the great war of national destiny. There, I was forced into a dead end, forced to reveal my ultimate move in front of everyone, ancient sayings. The ancient mantra is the mantra of divine consciousness passed down through many generations by the heavenly ancestors, a total of 9 words, Now only a part remains. If you can collect all 9 words, you can communicate with heaven. Tao words are the law, become the spokesperson of the heavenly way. People in the fairy court really crave this. In my previous life, because of that, I was chased by the people of the fairy court. I had no choice but to use 3 words to exchange for the protection of the Vermilion King. Deep Pham remembered the scene where he had to kneel before a woman. Such powerful words are an ancient saying. From now on, you will follow me. However, he immediately discussed further, but for anyone cultivating the 9-word mantra, the cultivators will gradually be eroded by the heavenly path. Only the spiritual consciousness can resist this type of food. This weariness, fortunately, the Vermilion King doesn't know anything about this side effect. If I use a small trick, I can make the Vermilion bow his head and submit. At this time, Deep Phung grinned and secretly thought about this life. I have already collected the 5 words of wisdom. During the fusion period, I will probably have the fighting power. This time I will not reveal my tricks in front of me. Everyone, but my beautiful Vermilion true monarch, will still be accepted as before. But he didn't realize that he was being watched by Tu Huin. He saw the Vermilion flying by, the thing that made Deep Pham's spiritual power seem to fluctuate for a moment. He saw the Vermilion seemed very excited. Suddenly, there was a voice using sound transmission to Tin Noyet. Recently, Deep Pham has always been by the star's side. Immediately, Don Tin Noyet also calmly replied yes, he seems to have a special intelligence network. Something, I can always know the whereabouts of some geniuses and treasures in advance. I find it very useful, so I always take him with me. While Tu Huin is still in this line of thought, acting mysteriously, never causing any major disturbances, and never falling behind in his cultivation, this appearance does not look like he is traveling through space. On the contrary, it looks like more regenerative. While glancing at the man behind me, I kept thinking about finding an opportunity to observe a little more. In another place called Long Dangyoi, the Vermilion bird and its owner appeared in a place where many people gathered and talked, causing a lot of noise everywhere. The luxuriously dressed man standing in the middle with a happy expression suddenly spoke up to welcome you all to the dragon world. The voice echoed to the flowers and grass in many directions. During the next 10 days, you will compete to find the team that can participate in the second round. Continue to sneak into the crowd of people standing in front of you. There are tokens containing the national destiny of your country, each person, each piece. Your next task is to protect your tokens well. Then try to steal other people's orders. Don Tin Noyet held the shiny golden object in his hand while listening to the instructions. The power of national destiny contained in the token will be the power to support you in the final round. But before that, I hope you will first ensure I will not lose my tokens and will be excluded for the next 10 days. At this time, the leader suddenly clasped his hands respectfully and lowered his voice. 10 days later, the team that lost all its tokens would be eliminated. In addition, before choosing the final upper country camp, the forces of the same dynasties cannot kill each other. The last sentence came out, so good luck everyone, making all eyes turn to focus on the person who was still talking endlessly. Tu Huin held the command token in his hand while smirking and sarcastically keeping his command token carefully. Such a simple and brutal rule. Chong Lin Dao Quan continued according to the rules. Even if we do nothing, just protect our command tokens. 10 days later we will still be able to level up. It's just that at the finals we may have a few points less strength. Stronger than others. Listening to this, Lai Kim Fong also said, what do you guys think? Should we compete actively or be a little calmer? At this time, Don Tin Noyet slowly spoke. I will share the information I received with everyone first. Continuing the great national war this time, there were a total of 5 kingdoms, namely Long Vim, White Tiger, Tan Kui, Huan Kui, and Red Dog. Under the command of the nations, there were at least 5 dynasties participating in the battle. Except for Long Yan Upper Kingdom, other upper kingdoms are guarded by strong people. In order from left to right, the last bearded man standing in the back is, respectively, Ho Kwok General Hang Phai Vu of the Dai So dynasty of the Upper White Tiger Kingdom. You see my fairy co-fan of Yin. The Moon dynasty belongs to the Upper Qing dynasty. The Demon King Hoa Nak Long of the Blood Spirit dynasty belongs to the Upper Huan Kui Kingdom. And Chu Dao Vong Luk Tam Du of the Sun Vi dynasty belongs to the Upper Red Dog Kingdom. Then she glanced at the people standing behind her, and added on the Long Vim Thuong Kwok side. Seeing the group of people dressed in white slowly walking away, the voice from before once again spoke from that side. On the surface was the strongest fighting force of the Long Yen Kingdom until now, the national teacher than Condor King. True Tran Quan, I heard that his cultivation level has reached the 10th level of Yuan on level. Hearing this, Taoist Chonglin was a little sarcastic at Tran Quan. He hummed that this deceitful old man had lived a long time, so Don Tin Noyet questioned him and asked if Taoist Chonglin knew this person. He immediately clasped his hands and respectfully said to His Majesty there was something he did not know. Chonglin Daonan began to tell the story that when he was 18 years old, he first followed his master to participate in the Great National War. At that time, Dai Qin was the leader of several teams of the Longyan Kingdom, while the Condor dynasty was led by Tran Quan. He was almost surrounded and killed by the White Tiger team. That year, my master remembers that everyone was a compatriot of Long Yen in the upper country. He did not hesitate to take the risk to help, but he did not expect to be plotted by Tran Quan and be robbed of all his achievements. Having said that, I shouted loudly, Master. However, he added that later, the Condor dynasty took a step forward, surpassing De Qin to become the strongest dynasty in the Long Yen kingdom, but De Qin fell hard. He furrowed his eyebrows and said in a loud voice that my purpose in participating in the Great War of Kwok Van was to trample this old man under his feet and avenge my master. At this point, Chonglin Dao Quan suddenly clasped his hands and said to the girl in front of him, but still asked His Majesty to rest assured, I just want to defeat the then Ung dynasty righteously, then announce the truth of that year. I will absolutely do not act rashly, affecting Dai Qin. As soon as the words finished, Don Tin Noyet quickly followed up. I had heard that Dai Qin's failure that year was somewhat strange, but did not know that it turned out to have such a secret. But Qin Quan, coming from afar, suddenly interrupted, Oh, isn't this the Great Qin dynasty? Haven't seen each other for many years. Chonglin Dao's appearance is not bad. Looks like if this time the Tranxian dynasty is lucky and won't die. I'm afraid I can live a few more years. Immediately, Taoist Chonglin sarcastically mocked how unlucky he was. But just at the beginning he encountered this unfaithful, shameless old man. Hearing this, Tran Kun couldn't hold back his anger and cursed you to stop spitting blood on people. Back then, it was clear that your master wanted to monopolize the results. I was trying to be reasonable for everyone. Almost if your master kills you, I will be so merciful that I won't bother with you guys and instead make a scene here. The Taoist Pulse Spirit's face slightly gritted his teeth, but in the end, I only received the other side's refusal to care. Our Condor dynasty has already achieved cooperation with other camps in the Long Yen Upper Kingdom. I originally wanted to forget about the past and call you family. Imported, but now it seems that we are doing too much work. While speaking, the chin of someone attracting attention glanced up. It turned out that Tu Huyen was looking with extremely lifeless eyes. Immediately, Tran Quan quietly asked you, What do you want to do? As for Tu Huyen, he just gently patted the other person's shoulder, smiling. I saw dust on the earthly national teacher. Brush it off for you, go slowly. At this moment, his hand was surrounded by a bright yellow flame. However, Tran Quan didn't seem to react at all. He directly pushed the other person's hand away and angrily asked, What the hell are you? Get out of my way. Then there were two soldiers accompanying him who stepped forward to reassure Master Tran not to pay attention to those thugs. We all know Master Tran's character, that's right. On the other side, two people from the Unlak dynasty turned their heads to see the scene behind the person who was caught in the act. As soon as they arrived, they were offended. This year's great concubine is so single-handed, it seems like she's ranked last, really deserving of it. Love. On the other side, Taoist Chonglin was so angry that he clenched the hands of this despicable, shirtless villain. After a while, he gently scratched the back of his neck and smiled, apologizing that I was too excited, this time causing everyone to have a grudge against the Condor dynasty. After hearing this, Don Tin Noyet immediately replied without any discomfort. It's okay. I believe that the Taoist, this kind of despicable villain, trying to cut them off fiercely is not necessarily a good thing. Tu Huyen, who was silent, suddenly spoke up and agreed that Tin Noyet was right. The team was drawn by this despicable villain. We don't want to go with them, in my opinion. The current plan, it's better to settle down first. Although not allied with any force, but there is no need to give up. If there is a suitable opportunity to scoop up tokens, you must act at the right time. He gently tapped the wooden fan on his hand and added that in this Long Dang world, the spiritual energy is rich, and there are quite a few geniuses and earthly treasures. There aren't many opportunities like this. We might as well take these 10 days to search for them. Improving cultivation level is not considered a waste. While looking up at the top of the volcano spewing smoke, I continued to use my divine sense to search around, discovering that in this dragon world the power of the 5 elements was extremely strong. Perhaps there was a 5-element ley line in the dragon. In the world, the one closest to us right now is probably the fire spirit vein in that fire mountain. then asked a question, wondering if you would be interested in going there to visit. Don Tinoyet spoke first. As far as I know, the people of the Ing dynasty's forte are fire-based techniques. I'm afraid they won't easily let go of this opportunity. Moreover, if they encounter it, they'll be asked questions, right? By Qiuwen. He flashed a sly smile again. Wouldn't that be better? Then someone whispered. Every time they saw their master showing this kind of expression, someone was about to have bad luck. Lai Qinfeng also quickly agreed, hearing that his master had also been betrayed by his disciples before. He must really hate the traitor. Another voice also echoed between heaven and earth. But I support master's thoughts. Let's stabilize and find opportunities to move forward, leave the large team, and fight guerrilla tactics. Right now, in the Fire Mountain, there were 9 people cultivating together. A bright golden light appeared and magnified everywhere. In the middle is a mandarin who is concentrating all his energy, creating a bright yellow light from his cultivating hand position. Seeing that, the soldiers under his command showed signs of joy and shouted, "Oh my God, Master Tran is about to break through again. That's great, then our Long Yen Thuan Quoc has finally passed amongst minds." Yes, but outside there is no sign of lightning falling. But here, Qiuwen looked east and west, suddenly speaking that this is truly a heavenly cave. You guys probably don't care to share it with us, right? Immediately, the white-clothed soldiers turned around, somewhat angrily shouting at the royal concubine, "What are you doing here? You are not welcome here." But I only received a cold question from the other person. Then he continued, "Did the national teacher Tran Quan also see that?" As soon as these words ended, a happy tone spoke up. The national teacher woke up, probably wanting to teach this group of great people who don't know good or bad. While looking at the kneeling man, he changed into an angry attitude and shouted that you guys don't leave quickly. Wait until the country master Tran takes action. You won't be able to go anymore. The country master Tran may be mighty. Give it to the crowd. Do not know this face. But contrary to everyone's thoughts, Tran Quan knelt down in front of Qiuwen, clasped his hands and said, "Sorry, I just had eyes to see the mountain, and somehow offended you. I still hope that you will be merciful. Forgive the villain." Hearing this, all the soldiers under his command suddenly turned to stone. At this time, Deep Pham stood behind Qiuwen and thought to himself that this Tran Quan suddenly changed his mind. While remembering the scene just now and thinking about it, I felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Could it be that Qiuwen had moved his hands and feet at that time? While Qiuwen still whispered in a low voice, he and national teacher Tran Quan had no grudges. If he said he would forgive national teacher Tran, it probably wouldn't be my turn. After hearing that, Tran Quan quickly knelt down and went to Taoist Chonglin to confess that I was not good. I was wrong with your master that year. I was blinded by interests. I am no better than an animal. As I said, punching and slapping my face, it was all my fault. I betrayed your master. I also slandered you. I am not you. I deserve to die. The unusual manifestations of Naked Pants caused the soldiers to panic and shout loudly at the national teacher, "Naked Pants." At this moment, the spiritual director also felt the blood rush to his brain, clenched his teeth and gritted his voice, but it came to the door. While speaking, I casually punched the other person and sent him flying back, so don't blame me for being rude. The scene before my eyes and the constant cursing voice made me want to beat you for a long time. You bastard, made the people dressed in white show scared and trembling faces. Before he could recover, Qiuwen stood behind him and threatened them, asking if they had any opinions. They immediately rolled their eyes and replied, "No, you're up to it, you're up to it." Hearing this, Qiuwen is free to give orders or else we'll have to go practice. At this point, all the soldiers lined up in 2 rows and shouted loudly in unison, but Qiuwen still calmly laughed. How harmonious everyone was like this. Then he stood up on a tree trunk, caught a spark flying in the air, and made up his mind. "Please rest assured, Qiuwen, I am not an unreasonable person. This spirit vein belongs to everyone. I absolutely do not dare interfere with your cultivation." His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, his hand was still holding the golden flame, and in a low voice he begged me to only take a little bit of the spiritual energy, and the rest was up to you. As soon as these words ended, all the soldiers were bewildered and did not understand why they turned around and whispered what they were asking. They only took a few, and the rest of us could do as we pleased and did not attack us. Qiuwen was putting fire into a special vase. When he heard it, he immediately replied, "Of course, we Qin people are very enthusiastic about peace." Hearing this, they all cried and clasped their hands in gratitude. They didn't expect Master Chu to understand the great cause and be so selfless and generous. Just now we were petty people. After a while, Qiuwen and the others slowly walked out of the cave. The The spiritual Taoist who walked behind spat on the ground and left behind a contemptuous sentence. Despicable villain, beating you still dirty my hands. And Don Tin Noyet turned around and asked Tu Huin, who was slightly smirking. Master, should we just go like that? Boulders from the high ceiling of the cave suddenly fell to the bottom, scared the soldiers under Tran Quan's command into panic and shouted out loud what was going on. Why did there suddenly be an earthquake? This was not an earthquake, it was a damaged ley line. Hearing this, someone became even more panicked. Why did the ley line suddenly become damaged? As soon as he finished speaking, someone else spoke up and discussed that it must have been Tu Xian from earlier. He had drained all the ley line. Okay, now it's about to collapse. Having said this, they quickly pulled up their bare legs and walked towards the cave entrance, shouting loudly to run away, waiting for us. That noisy sound seemed to have attracted the attention of Tu Huin's group and suddenly turned their heads to look in that direction. As soon as he saw a few streaks of fire, he shot out from inside and shouted loudly to run away. Lai Qingfang panicked and shouted, "Oh my God, the cave has collapsed! We won't be judged for breaking the rules, right?" In the air column, brown smoke continued to rise from the top of the cave. On the other side, Don Tin Noyet suddenly covered her mouth and smiled mischievously, unable to say that. What does the collapse of the cave have to do with innocent passers-by thousands of meters away from the cave like us? Tu Huin also added. Very well said. After listening, Lai Qingfang sweated a little and thought to himself that this style is different for every monk. Deep Pham, who was next to him, also began to think about draining the veins for a moment. This is not something normal people can do. There are so many secrets on Tu Huin's body that I don't know yet. After a while, Tu Huin continued to lead the crowd, casting magic to make his precious sword point forward. He coldly said, "Let's follow, find the other monks in the camp, and see what monks are on the other side. Does the other camp have any valuable intelligence?" However, together they stood on their own swords and gradually headed towards a small cave entrance. Tran Quan's group arrived first. On the opposite side was a group of people from the Ngoc Tui dynasty. The leader had a cloth across his forehead and said, "What's wrong with the national teacher Tran Quan?" But the opponent's white-clothed soldiers deliberately tried to distract him, making him a little angry, opening his mouth wide and urging him, "What's wrong, you guys, tell me quickly." While recalling what happened before, the guy with the bandage across his forehead desperately held a person lying on the ground in his arms and called out to his younger brother, while continuing that his younger brother had been injured by a monster at the bottom of the lake. It was Tran Quan. Said to himself, "As long as he absorbs the fire spirit power of the fire mountain, he can heal my brother." That guy's eyes suddenly turned white and said in a harsh voice, "We hand over all the spiritual stone magic tools to you. Now you take our things and return from the fire mountain to practice." At this time, a stream of blue fire suddenly appeared surrounding the leader and the group of weak-tied dynasty people, but he slowly asked if he intended to go back on his word. Hearing this, the white-shirted soldiers with extremely panicked faces responded one after another, stammering to explain that it was not like that. "We had no choice, we were all the people who harmed the great frequency." I was still opening my mouth in vain if it weren't for that group of high-frequency people. Someone's footsteps slowly approached. A highly confident voice seemed like I heard that someone here was injured by the cold air. While holding the small metal box in front of him, Tu Huin smiled and said, "I have the power of fire spirit. Does anyone need it?" Hearing this, the leader of the weak water dynasty expressed joy and replied that it was indeed the aura of fire spirit power. While the soldiers under Tran Quan's command were constantly protesting and denouncing you, you still dared to appear before me. You bastards, this is the person who harmed our national teacher Tran Quan. If he turns into a fool, you absolutely should not trust him. But when the other party points directly at his nose in sarcasm, why should he believe you? We believed you like that before. What fire spirit power did you say? As soon as the words fell, one of the people dressed in white could only stammer in response to us. The other people dressed in black turned around and bowed their heads and clasped their hands respectfully towards Tu Huin. "Dear friend, we have teammates who urgently need to use fire spirit power to save their lives. I don't know how much you need to be able to cede this fire spirit power to us." The leader continued to not dare to hide it. "We are temporarily a little short of money, but you can rest assured, we represent the Ngoc Tui dynasty to participate in the war. We are all reputable characters. We absolutely will not take advantage of it. If I don't have your things, I will definitely thank you later." In fact, these people have more money in their pockets than their faces. Hearing this, Tu Huin immediately showed a wicked smile and said what you all said politely. "We are all part of the upper country's Camp Long Kim. It is logical that we should help each other. Why say thank you?" These words made the people standing opposite, ecstatic and teary-eyed, trembling in response to what a warm-hearted word it was. This is a truly good person. Then they continued to sarcasm at the white-clothed soldiers, as if a large frying pan had collapsed on their heads, unlike those puppet soldiers of the then Ming dynasty, who shouted high prices at important times, the result now. Still having the face to come with empty hands, hearing this, the people being talked about immediately protested and scolded the puppet gentleman, which is a bit too much, we really have a reason, and the person holding the dress of Noak Tui dynasty is still extremely polite, holding out his hand to instruct you to come in. If you need help, just ask, from now on you will be the benefactors of our Noak Tui dynasty, listen. After that, Tu Huin also responded too politely, but then again, don't you friends of the Weak Water dynasty know that the God Condor dynasty had betrayed their trust a long time ago in the Great War of National Destiny, using despicable tricks to harm their leader? My great concubine died, the spiritual director on my side can testify. This sentence made the white-clothed soldier's face wrinkle, the corners of his eyes tightened, leaving them unable to say anything except the word you. As for Taoist immortal, he stood happily praising it. It was refreshing and refreshing. In the future, if you have something to tell me, if you have something to do, I owe you a favor. When Tu Huin heard this, he spoke up. Easy to say. The whole crowd stood around the body of the person lying motionless on the cold ground. Tu Huin sat down and touched the person's frozen wrist while saying that this statue's pulse was indeed a bit strange. However, he opened the metal box. A stream of fire suddenly appeared, adding that he should first use fire spiritual power to see if it worked. Having said this, the fire slowly entered the mouth of the person who was frozen and motionless. Then countless other streams of light continued to shine to dissolve that entire body. At this time, that person slowly opened his eyes with difficulty. Seeing that, the leader of the Noak Tui dynasty quickly stepped forward to help the person who had just woken up, coughing in his hands, and said with tears in his eyes, "You have finally woken up." Continuing from before, you used water spirit power to check the places near the lake. But this middle world dragon is not a big demon beast at all. How did you end up like this? So the other person did not hesitate to answer. When I dived into the lake and found the source of the water spirit energy, it was a water spirit plant. I was about to get closer to pick it up when suddenly I was caught by a giant python. When the giant attacked, the giant python's entire body was filled with cold energy, and its power was truly extraordinary. While recalling that scene, I added that I fought with it, but in the end I was defeated and injured by it. Hearing this, Tu Huin suddenly thought that a giant python could control the power of ice and frost. On the other side, the guy with long red hair suddenly let out a howl, making the leader of the Noak Tui dynasty extremely panicked. Yelled loudly, "Little brother, what happened to you when you saw the ice constantly spreading from your body to your face? What are you shouting in so much confusion? Master, is there any way to solve the problem?" When you hear Tu Huin's words, I think your younger brother is probably not injured by a demon beast. It feels like he is if you are poisoned by a spell mixed with that cold energy. Simply removing the cold energy will not cure the symptoms. It is best to find a way to break the curse. As I bowed low and continued, I'm not good at magic spells, so I could only see a few things but couldn't dispel them. However, this type of magic spell has an extremely universal solution. Hesitating for a moment, his expression became even sharper, and he answered that he would kill the person who cast the spell. Then he turned around and was about to leave, leaving behind only a random sentence that I intend to collect the power of the 5 elements, so I can also help you find the caster of this spell, but was immediately stopped by a voice. "This immortal master, please wait." As he spoke, the leader of the Weak Water dynasty raised his magic weapon to the surrounding forest covered in a maze of mazes. "Extremely intelligent, among us is only my brother. Can show you the way, but I have a compass here. I can show you the way, but it can only be used once. If you don't mind, then accept it." Hearing this, Tu Huin immediately praised this as a good thing. Suddenly, Don Tin Noyet also spoke. "Master, then we also—" Before he could finish his sentence, Tu Huin interrupted him. "You guys just stay here, I'll go alone." Enough. Then I thought to myself that this great national war really pleased me. The battlefield was filled with rich 5-element power, very suitable for cultivating the yin and yang 5-element physical form. On the other side, there are 2 groups of people walking in the old forest. One of the 2 people wearing white clothes groaned tiredly. "What's wrong with this forest? We've been at least half a day, right? Why haven't we found a way out yet?" Hearing this, the 2 soldiers under Tran Quan's command continued to bounce around. "Isn't this the mark we left before? So we've gone in circles." The depressive reaction gradually spread further, spreading to the rest of the group, and they began to feel extremely confused. The team that our group sent to explore the previous path has not returned. Our 3 fellow students have not returned there either. Could this be some kind of maze formation? Could it be that we will be trapped? Stuck here like this? But the whole group was frightened by the voice of, "You guys are in trouble in this battle," and suddenly shouted at someone. It turned out that Tu Wen was holding a compass in his hand and coldly telling everyone not to worry. Tu had just been separated from his teammates, and was also a monk lost in this forest. He didn't know. "Do you have any solution for the maze in this forest?" Immediately, a person with shoulder-length hair replied with a sarcastic tone. "If we had, we wouldn't be hanging around here." After hearing that, Tu Wen immediately frowned and responded, "So Tu has a plan." So he and those people went together. Tu Wen pointed forward and said that Tu Mo had been exploring the forest for a long time, so he had a rough understanding of this maze. Continuing to analyze this formation, it is roughly divided into 3 levels. Each level has 2 doors of death and 1 door of life. In each door of death, someone must use spiritual energy to destroy the eye of the formation, and then take over its missing direction. If the sub-formation disappears, then a second fork in the road will soon be seen. This is the second level of this formation, and so on, until all the sub-formations of Death's Door are destroyed. He put his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "There were exactly 7 of us here. If only one person could enter each door of death, by destroying the eye formation and then taking over its direction, the formation can be completely broken." While Tu Wen and the others were gradually disappearing, they were still chatting non-stop. There was also Tu Nam in his hand, which seemed to be a rare good treasure. If he wasn't mistaken, it was probably the magic weapon Tu Nam specialized in. To deal with this type of bewitching formation, this type of magic weapon can usually only be used once. Perhaps this is also the reason why he wants to cooperate with us. Did he say he was lost with his teammates? I don't know if his command badge is still on him. We'll just have to wait until the final formation, and then we'll take action. At this time, in the first battle formation, the group of people accompanying Tu Wen quickly ran over and said one by one, "Just go in and destroy the formation, right?" I'm going too." A voice suddenly resounded throughout the mountains and forests here. "Without the eyes of death, you guys quickly come over here." Tu Wen put on a serious face and took the lead, ordering quickly, "Let's go in." After a stick of incense, Tu Wen frowned at the 3rd worm formation and said that all the eye formations in the previous 2 worms had been destroyed. Now, think for a moment, then continue to say that there are 2 deaths and 1 birth left. Let's see the luck of the 3 of us. However, 2 white-clothed soldiers suddenly pulled out their swords from their sheaths, one after another saying, "Hee, this brother is wrong, clearly we 2 brothers are alive. But you," then quickly slashed towards Tu Wen and said that there is no death or birth. After all, there is still a compass magic weapon that can clearly indicate the door of birth. Leaving you is useless. But Tu Wen still remained indifferent and did not care, whispering, "Oh, he wanted to kill me to take the treasure and then go into battle." The imagination was very beautiful. But unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he threw fire at the 2 people dressed in white behind him, engulfing them in flames. As for Tu Wen, he looked at the tip of his finger that was emitting fire and gently smiled and said that the reality was very fierce. While the 2 men dressed in white under Tran Quan's command were coughing and cursing, they deserved to die. Then another wave of fire rushed in and engulfed his body. At this moment, they were floating in midair. All they could do was scream in despair, "Wait, what do you want to do? Help!" But Tu Wen below continued to cast spells, a little interested in loving Yaya, respecting them. "We've been together for so long." He stretched out, the fire also moved with his hand movements, and said, "Let's break the battle a little more elegantly." By now, the screams of AAA were echoing everywhere. They ran like war horses in a race of life and death, constantly shouting to stop trying. "We're going to break up the battle now, leave us alone, wow AAA. As for Tu Wen, he just quietly smiled a little. I had experimented before. After entering the bewitching formation, the location information transmitted by my divine sense was all wrong, but I also kept my divine sense on my hand. The defenders chased after those 2 people. It seemed like these 2 people kept running forward. No one entered the formation behind them. While walking, I continued to think. It seemed that the 2 people's luck was not good, and they both met death at the right time. After a while, Tu Wen walked in front of the blue flower that was spreading its light around him. So I took the opportunity to raise my hand and think about this rich with spirit power. If I were to practice it myself, I would have to refine it for at least 100 years to reach this level, right? This is really a big deal. Suddenly, a group of people came from afar and shouted loudly. "Hey, the fog has finally cleared up." At this time, Tu Huin turned his eyes to the opposite direction and happily said politely that if the bewitchment here had been resolved, then Tu would leave first. Upon hearing that, the newcomers immediately clasped their hands and respectfully responded. Many thanks to you. A white-shirt soldier was trembling and breathing heavily while touching a man wearing the same clothes as him, who was crying and saying there were still many good people in this world. Without waiting too long, he turned around, his face extremely panicked, shouting at senior brother, "What's wrong with you guys?" In another place, a person clasped his hands and reported, "Your Majesty, currently more than half of the participating teams have been eliminated. Among our subordinate countries, only the Great Frequency is still able to preserve all of them. Only my own strength." Suddenly, there was a loud laugh. Immediately, Chuck Hong, still clasping his hands respectfully, continued to address His Majesty. Before he could understand, he was sent flying far away with an extremely angry voice. "You don't need to tell me about this kind of thing in the future." Chuck Hong coughs and coughs while having to listen to the blame. "It's best for you to find out your situation. Chuck Hong, because I asked you to bring Chuck Twen to me and you couldn't do it, so here it is. That's your last chance." The silver-haired man calmly stood with his back turned and said in a serious voice, "The order to protect the country has been handed over to you. Even when the national war ends, you will launch the great battle and kill us. Clean out the people of the Upper Qing country for me. I want all the elite forces of the Upper Qing country to die in this great national war." Ko Huk slightly turned his head and spoke loudly so that Tu Ma Nan no longer had the strength to fight with me, and Chuck Hong could only listen to the orders in silence, along with the panic of the newly arrived palace maid. "If anything happened this time, your entire Chuck family would all have to die for me." Immediately, he spoke up to God and obeyed. As for the palace maid from earlier, she quickly knelt down and bowed her head to the ground, afraid to tell His Majesty Princess Di Lam. When she heard about Dai Qin's achievements, she broke things again. This servant did not dare go to advise. Hearing this, Ko Huk turned around and shouted loudly that if she wants to throw, you should just wait by the side. If she breaks something, make it up for it. If you don't have enough, then go over. Take it back from the state treasury, let it throw it away until it's satisfied. Immediately, the palace maid immediately responded that the servant obeyed the order. Then he kept his head bowed and thought to himself, how many precious treasures like that could he freely give to Princess Di Lam? His Majesty must really love this arrogant and domineering princess. Elsewhere, Tu Huin looked at the lake in front of him and spoke first. Just by looking from a distance, one can feel the strong power of the water god's power. The source must be right below. While looking far away and thinking, there seemed to be at least 8 auras of primeval peak radiating around here. It seems like there are many people who can escape from the maze of the power of wood spirit. After thinking about the sentence, you must first gather your breath, then go into the water to check the situation and then jump straight into the water. As he dived to the bottom of the lake, he speculated that the deeper he went, the stronger the water spirit's power would become. It seemed that what the person had said before must be true. The source of the water spirit's power was probably at the bottom of the lake. Tu Huin finally saw what he was looking for in the distance, but he did not discover when the black creature had appeared behind him, but still confidently asked around if this kind of treasure was not guarded by a spirit beast. Suddenly, a snake opened its mouth to reveal long, sharp teeth, causing Tu Huin to be a little surprised and immediately let out a scream. He swung his sword out to block the bite of the animal in front of him. Tu Huin showed a worried look and thought to himself that this was strange. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the snake's aura seemed a bit familiar. While looking at his demonized arm, he thought that this aura didn't seem to be the bodyguard who worked for the Van Ton City Lord's son that year. Why was it coming from the person on this large vehicle? Right. Looking at the giant, long animal in front of him, he wondered if perhaps he had been swallowed by this snake. A moment later, Tu Huin jumped up and magically transformed countless stabbing swords, laughing loudly. It was also impossible that the guard had turned into a snake that year. However, he pointed his hand forward. A golden light also appeared following the command to go. At this time, the great snake was hit by those rays of light, screaming in pain. At the same time on the lake, there were a few people rushing towards them. The 2 people in the lead were still rushing as fast as arrows, one after the other, responding to the giant snake. It seemed like someone else had startled it. I could feel it too. Meanwhile, Tu Huin was underwater, looking up at the lake's surface and whispering. It seemed like a group of people were approaching this place. But the great snake seemed to not pay attention to him anymore and swam away. But Tu Huin raised his hand. Golden rays of light once again appeared, intentionally agitating, and are now chasing you. I'm afraid that you will soon encounter the group of monks waiting in ambush around the lake. This would be too terrible. Passive. Instead of sitting on the mountain to fight a tiger, the snake and Qiuhuan suddenly rose to the surface of the water together. The ferocious snake rushed forward to attack everyone around. The Jade Dragon Demon King shouted why this beast suddenly went crazy. My formation is already very well arranged. You see, my panicked and asked Master, the snake is going crazy, what should I do now? Luke Tam Do expressed disdain, and replied that he was just an animal. Go ahead, the teacher will be there soon. Fai Vu laughed and said finally, I don't have to hide anymore. Catching big worms is my hobby. He retracted his fist and excitedly said, here, you beast, taste one of my young master's punches. Then he threw a powerful punch at the snake's body. The scales were broken into pieces, causing the snake to scream in pain. She thought to herself that the body of this very large snake was not particularly strong, but its scales were almost invulnerable. Taking advantage of the chance that guy had crushed it, now was a good time to do it. Before he could attack, Skull suddenly appeared to block him. This is it. Fai Vu panicked and said, what the hell is this? Damn, kill them one after another, they're as annoying as flies. Hoa Nok Long smiled sinisterly and said, take your time and enjoy it, everyone. It's been 10 years since I opened this kind of ghost formation. Today I must have this underwater dragon fetus. After speaking, he immediately threw himself into the snake's mouth. At this time, Qiuhuan was at the bottom of the lake thinking. Although I had sensed some strong auras around here before, I didn't expect that the 4 great powerhouses in this great national war were all gathered here. Originally, I wanted to sit on the mountain and fight the tigers, but now it seems that the big snake may not be a match for these 4 people. Qiuhuan looked around and looked at the situation, secretly wondering if 4 great experts were gathered here, just because of this one big worm. Why do I feel like there is some very powerful aura underwater? Suddenly, a stream of air flew past Qiuhuan, heading forward, making Qiuhuan suddenly think that it was the power of glass. Then there were many air currents flying to the bottom of the lake. Qiuhuan thought that there must be a gathering in this direction, so go there and take a look. Then he followed the direction of the airflow. After a while he softly said, oh, that's it. He saw streams of air converging on a transparent round object with an image of a golden dragon inside. Qiuhuan was surprised. That powerful aura, what is this? While he was paying attention to the egg, a dragon spirit suddenly appeared and opened its mouth towards him. Fortunately, Qiuhuan took out his sword to defend in time. He resisted while gritting his teeth, assessing how strong the dragon energy was. If there had been just a little bit of normal distraction here, it would have been torn apart by the dragon's energy. Very quickly he realized the hidden smile. It seemed that the snake just wanted to confuse the opponent and reveal its identity. The real purpose is to protect this dragon fetus hidden underwater. It's a pity that your family was so unlucky that at an important time before turning into a dragon, you met my grandfather. Shao Xian strongly swung his sword and slashed towards the dragon's head. Looking at the sheets of air floating in front of him, he thought excitedly. Being able to release such extraordinary dragon energy, it seems that this dragon fetus is not at a low level. It is said that when the bloodlines of some demon beast have evolved to a certain level, they will abandon their original bodies and condense their bloodlines into true bodies that are purer than those ancestors. If it can really escape successfully, then this will truly be an ancient blood divine beast. Qiuhuan remembers the vermilion bird. A feeling of love wells up in his heart. Before that, I saw the Vermilion King riding a divine beast flying across the country. It looks really impressive. Thinking about that made my heart swell. I also wanted to experience that feeling. He touched the dragon fetus secretly. Now, should I directly remove its mind or should I mark the puppet first? I prefer obedient people, if not then still. Qiuhuan was still wondering when Long Tai suddenly spoke. Unexpectedly it was still defeated in your hands. It seems like this is God's will. He was startled and withdrew his hand and asked softly. This sound is. Are you the bodyguard who worked for Wang Tong at the city lord's palace that year? Long Tai replied. That's right, I didn't expect you still remember me. Qiuhuan asked again. Why did you turn into the way you are now? The nameless guardian in dragon form recounted. Originally, I had the blood of a strange beast on my body. I used to work at the city lord's mansion, and also wanted to get a colorful block of solid honey from the city lord's mansion to help me cultivate into a dragon. At that time, my skills were not as good as other people, so I was not willing, and it was also possible that the opportunity to become a dragon had not yet come. Later I moved to another dynasty, became a royal guard, and then came here. Coincidentally, the power of the water spirit here brought great benefits to me, so I thought of living in seclusion and cultivating here. Long Tai exclaimed. But it was unexpected. Yet I can meet you here. Long Tai's voice gradually lowered. That's fine, I won't blame you if it falls into your hands. If you want to attack, go ahead. Tu Wen felt a little interested in Long Tai and thought to himself. Still so arrogant, but I really admire his spirit. Then Tu Wen smiled and offered a suggestion. You already want to die, but I don't want to let you die like that. How about worshipping me as your master? I will not only spare your life, but also help you transform into a dragon, Long Tai exclaimed in shock. What did you say? Tu Wen extended his shining hand towards the dragon fetus and emphasized in a low voice. I told you, people don't like normal. I want to accept you as a disciple and help you evolve. At this moment, the system in Long Tai's head announced. Congratulations to the host for accepting a disciple. Inspection discovered that the disciple was carrying a strange beast's bloodline, Tian Jai the dragon bloodline. The reward is doubled, the host receives the bloodline of a strange beast, Tian Jai divine dragon bloodline. Tu Wen continued to transmit the power to stimulate evolution, but he still couldn't help but wonder about the system rewards. What kind of terrifyingly powerful force of luck is this? He added smiling. With the blessing of this kind of energy, you will quickly be able to transform into a dragon. Long Tai gradually became more opaque and could no longer see anything inside. Only a grateful voice could be heard. Thank you so much, Master. Tu Wen heard the joy in his heart and thought to himself. Beasts have more power than humans. I didn't expect that the beast's bloodline could strengthen my physical body to another level. The body training process will go much more smoothly. The scene changes to the lake shore. The snake has been destroyed. Its head lies on the shore. Luke Tam Du stood and glanced at the person next to him, complaining. Dealing with an animal that injured you like that really made me lose face. You see Mai sat holding her injured arm and replied. Master's teachings are truly correct. The demon king of the jade dragon flower remembered the scene of the green witch controlling the air rope to strangle his neck and was so angry that he gritted his teeth and whispered. This 7-year-old seeker, I haven't seen him in a few years, but his magic is getting more and more profound. Suddenly, Demon King Hoa Nak Long discovered something in the distance, and thought to himself. Oh, this type of consciousness is, seeing the image of a mighty divine dragon suddenly emerging from below, it opened its mouth and almost howled powerfully. The Jade Dragon Flower Demon King was surprised and asked secretly. Did that animal successfully condense its dragon body? Luke Tam Du also raised his face and exclaimed in surprise. What? Knowing that he had been deceived, Demon King Hoa Nak became even more angry. He clenched his teeth and cursed fiercely. Damn it, this beast has always been hiding under the water. Then secretly nurture the dragon fetus, then deceive the four-faced guards. Seeing his head held high, he was unwilling to continue thinking. I still plan to take its life while this animal has not yet transformed into a dragon. Unexpectedly, at the last minute, it seemed to have a chance, completely taming its bloodline, becoming a true five-clawed golden dragon. Hoa Nak Long was determined not to miss the opportunity to capture the dragon. We have to catch it quickly, we can't let this beast run away. Take off and fly up hotly. Below, Fai Vu smiled excitedly and flew in pursuit. Ha 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 ha. Yet I still met the true dragon, this trip was not in vain. Luke Tam Du coughed and coughed, then Yu Si Mai held his master's hand and asked. Master, what's wrong with you? Luke Tam Du's face was wet with sweat and worry. My poisonous insects need to be regularly nourished with treasures of high spiritual domain, otherwise they will betray me. Seeing Luke Tam Du's dark and quiet face, Yu Si Mai worriedly called out to his master. Luke Tam Du clenched his arms into fists, gathering strength to make a circle appear at his feet, and at the same time made his own decision. Now that the dragon fetus is gone, it seems there is only one way left. Take you as a substitute. He used worms to wrap around her neck, making it difficult for her to breathe. She shouted in surprise. Master, why is it like that? That year, after the battle between the my sect and the Poison Fairy, my parents both died at the hands of the Poison Fairy. At that time, he gave up the opportunity to join the 5 Thunder Yuan heroes, leading the last generation of Thunder to the unique fairy. I always admire you and am really happy when you are willing to accept me as a disciple. Did I do something wrong to make you do this to me? Luke Tam Du stood still and exclaimed. Ha ha ha. The little beauty looked so pitiful when she cried. At that moment I couldn't bear to take action at all. Then let you die clearly. He opened his mouth and smiled cruelly, revealing the truth to Yu Si Mai. Do you think your parents died at the hands of a poisonous fairy? Ha ha ha, actually they all died at my hands. At that time, the poison fairy almost destroyed Lac Mai Tong, which was built by me alone. The horrifying things from his mouth made her not believe it and scream in shock. What? He extended his hand towards Yusi Mai and took the blood essence from her 5 lights, and at the same time spoke coldly. If you have carefully studied the 9 stages of reading Demon Sutras that you are practicing, you probably know it. Unable to resist despite her hatred, her heart was filled with pain mixed with despair, and she screamed in a lost voice. The old man continued to explain. 9 specialized Demon Sutra. Each reincarnation can only be trained to the atmosphere. After that it will perish and need to transfer to a new body. The second turn is Bamboo Ko, the third turn is Kim Dan, the fourth turn is Nguyen. Only on the 9th turn can you ascend to become an immortal. Luke Tam Du continuously withdrew Yusi Mai's blood essence, and at the same time smiled sinisterly, and revealed more. Now I have transformed 7 times. In this life I can break through to the Mahayana realm. As for you, you were originally the new body I prepared for myself, but now it seems that you are truly useless. If that's the case, then why don't you become food for me to feed the poisonous insects? Saying this, Yusi Mai's blood essence was extracted even more, causing her to scream helplessly. Yusi Mai's whole face was now covered with drops of sweat. Her eyes radiated a blood-red light. Her teeth clenched tightly in anger. While waving her hand forward to counter her attack, she thought to herself, if that's the case, then don't blame me. Due to her sudden attack, Luke Tam Du immediately hugged his chest and screamed in pain. After being freed, she immediately collapsed to the ground. Even though she was in a lot of pain, she still tried to sit up and panted, thinking to herself, I won, I can't be careless anymore, even though he was injured. I'm not his opponent. No, we have to get out of here quickly. After thinking to herself, she immediately jumped up and escaped. Seeing that, he immediately chased after her. In the clear blue sky, Juwin was now freely riding on the head of the golden dragon and flying somewhere. He suddenly spoke up. Oh, there's an old mouse coming. The golden dragon heard what he said. Then he asked if he wanted to speed up and get away from that person. He suddenly jumped down and rode on the sword and answered in a loud voice, someone asked me to find the person who put the poison talisman on his brother. If I guess correctly, this person must be among those who just happened. Ambushed by the lake. Unfortunately, I didn't know much about this poison talisman, so I couldn't identify a specific person among them. So I decided to kill everyone in this group who was good at poison talismans. Tu Huin asked a little worriedly, but what are you planning to do now? You just escaped. You're still not familiar with this new body. You can't fight with me in the body. It's okay to look like this, he immediately replied. Master doesn't know. After signing the contract, I can turn into a beast and attach to Master's person, he asked in confusion. Beast literature. Without saying a word, the golden dragon's entire body suddenly glowed with a dazzling golden light, making him startled and quickly retreated. It slowly shrank and then flew straight up on his arm, forming an extremely beautiful golden rune. After settling down on Chu Huin's left arm, it suddenly spoke. It was like this. After I turned into a beast on my master's body, I could also bless his physical body. That's it, Tu Huin immediately continued, so it turns out that's how it is. Indeed, the feeling of strength has also increased quite a bit. My physical body's strength has increased to at least 4 points. Tu Huin suddenly turned his head back and smiled evilly and said, then, it's time to chase this guy. In a certain green forest. I don't know why, but what was so peaceful suddenly dried up. It turned out that Luke Tam Du was riding his divine beast to chase after the judge. He shouted in a loud voice, let me see where you can hide. While glancing behind her, she worriedly thought to herself, at this rate, she would soon be overtaken, so she must think of a new solution. She had just finished thinking, when suddenly a group of strange skulls appeared from nowhere and chased Ko Fan. She couldn't help but be scared and think to herself, where do so many skeleton ghosts come from? Suddenly, out of nowhere, several sharp golden swords appeared. They rushed forward and attacked the skulls, shattering them into pieces. She widened her eyes in surprise and thought to herself, this is it. Tu Huin smiled sarcastically and said, even though you are a ghost king, you only have this little ability. I see that your ghost-killing array is basically useless. Seeing him, Yusi Mai couldn't help but be shocked and thought to herself, who is that? But with just a wave of his hand, he can destroy the Jade Dragon's ghost-killing array. While throwing a palm at her, he smiled sarcastically and said, you still have time to watch the excitement. She immediately leaned forward to avoid it, then couldn't help but think to herself in fear, this can't be done. She can't hide anymore. She must find a way to deal with this crazy old man. There's no other way. It seems like we can only take a risk. This is also my last resort. After thinking to himself, Ko Fan immediately raised his hands high and focused his strength to create a stream of energy. Tu Huin turned his head to look over and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh," Hoa Nok Long coldly asked, "where did the little thief come from?" Without saying a word, she decisively attacked both of them and thought to herself, "Don't blame me for being unfaithful, I'm at my wit's end." As he waved his hand to block the attack of Hoa Nok Long, he said loudly, "The old fairy is too naive. Even if your master Luke Ti-Du is here, don't think that the poison in the attack can hurt me. My love has long since reached the realm of great success in the world, with 100 poisons and no invasion." Ko Fan coldly continued, "Ah, is that so? I advise you that it's best not to act rashly." Her words made him a bit stunned. He suddenly lowered his head and hugged his purple arm and shouted in pain, "Hey, what the hell is this?" Tu Huin saw this and thought to himself, it looked like some kind of ancient. Luckily this ancient could not overcome the defense of mental power. She smiled evilly and explained, "The poison in my attack is indeed inferior to that old beast of a green fox. But if we only talk about her, 10 greenhorns combined are no match for me." As soon as she finished speaking, he quickly held his head and screamed a long series of pain. Seeing that the jade dragon flower was gradually being completely invaded by her, she tried to judge and shouted loudly, listening to my words. As soon as she finished speaking, Luke Tam-Du suddenly appeared and asked loudly, "Where do you think you can run to?" Seeing that, she immediately created a purple light in her hand, then smirked and said, "Who said I wanted to run?" She suddenly shouted loudly and left, and at the same time, Hoa Nok Long immediately rushed straight towards him. Seeing that, the old man immediately raised his hand to defend against his attack. "Moreover, he has been controlled by your mind, manipulated by you to fight, unable to exert all his original strength, and is not an opponent of Luke Seeker at all, just like you said." The situation of the jade dragon flower at this time is like a bell hanging in the wind, letting him do whatever he wants. Trying to hear him say that, I suddenly clenched my teeth. Then she raised the hidden weapon in her hand and loudly warned, "Let go. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude." After speaking, she thought to herself, now she must quickly run away. Without saying a word, Tu Huin gently raised his hand to defend. And just like that, she successfully blocked the hidden weapons she had just released. When Ko Fan saw that, he couldn't help but be surprised and shouted loudly, "What?" Tu Huin sneered and said, "Don't waste your energy, Fairy Ko, that little bit of your strength can't hurt me at all." She asked fearfully, "What do you want?" He asked again curiously, "As far as I know, you and that Luke Tam-Duk are disciples, right? Why are you killing each other now?" She replied annoyed, "What does this have to do with anything? People." Tu Huin suddenly let go of his trying hand, then smiled cunningly and said, "I am very interested in your current technique of refining goo. If you teach me, then I will help you kill that guy." "There, what's up?" When she heard him say that, she was extremely surprised, so she immediately stared at him with wide eyes. But she still couldn't believe it, so she slightly raised her eyebrows at him and asked, just in person. He immediately asked again, "Why don't you believe it?" As he spoke, he used his strength to make the sword fly straight forward. "So let me show you a little demonstration." While he was still sarcastically saying that, the Demon King, Hoa Nok Long, did not seem to have the prestige as rumored, Tu Huin's sword suddenly rushed forward. The old man seemed to sense the sword coming, so he quickly turned his head to look behind. Then he quickly raised his hands in front of his chest, creating an invisible wall to block the sword. Luke Tam-Du frowned and wondered what this was. This sword light condensed but did not dissipate. The poisonous gas had no way to corrode it. The shield couldn't last for long. There was no other way. The only thing he could do was take back the poisonous gas first. The important thing was that the protective position needed to be stable. Without thinking any further, he immediately took back the poisonous gas. Immediately, the poisonous gas around the Jade Flower Demon King also gradually receded, and he conveniently prepared a new attack. The lightning hit Luke Tam-Du's back, leaving him unable to turn around. He quickly recovered the toxic gas and then angrily shouted to get out. The ghost also returned to the ground with half of his body poisoned. Ko Fan approached from behind and said, "First of all, don't go and do anything that will get you in trouble. Now take care of yourself and heal yourself." Having said that, her expression gradually became tense, and she thought to herself, "Isn't the poisonous gas of Luke Tam-Duk able to corrode his sword energy? I've seen it too. He used the poisonous gas to erode his soul. The protective energy of the monk's body is in the fusion period." She turned back to look at Tu Huin suspiciously, wondering what background this person had. What exactly was this strange power? Suddenly, Luke Tam-Du appeared right behind her and shouted, "You bastard, how dare you combine with outsiders to harm your master?" By the time she realized it, she couldn't react in time. I thought I was going to be hit by him, but I didn't expect Tue-Win to be one step faster. He rushed past and knocked his hand away. She stood behind him and whispered that as long as you kill him, I will teach you everything I know. He smiled and said it was good. He couldn't kill her, so he got angry and rushed towards the two people shouting, "Who are you and how dare you meddle in my affairs?" Suddenly, a sword emitting yellow light gradually appeared in his hand, saying that your poison can still save your life. If I'm not wrong, this spiritual power of yours has been tempered from many types of poison. Element. He swung his sword while continuing to speak, afraid that the intensity was already beyond his normal level. I thought he would be hit by a sword and die, but unexpectedly, not only was he unharmed, but he also smiled sinisterly and said, "You kid seems to have some eyesight." Suddenly he held out a hand filled with toxins and laughed loudly, saying that I had to continuously swallow my body 7 times to have the strength I have now, a normal clone. Luke Tam-do clearly showed his disdain for him, saying that you are worthy of being equated with me. He released the snake from his hand and said, "Why your sword moves suddenly have no power, just when this power can pierce the power of my poison mist." The snake's head gradually became larger. He also proudly said that if he performed well, I could still be compassionate and choose you as my next body. What he did not expect was that Tue-Win was not afraid at all. I was scared and stood there laughing loudly in his face. When danger was about to approach, he jumped up and ran away. He did not forget to tease back that if he had the courage, he would come and fight me. While running away from there, he was thinking about his next move. I don't know how many people are watching this battle of national destiny. Aces like mental strength must also avoid showing off too much. Find a private place and send him on his way. Without thinking any more, he immediately landed in a remote, deserted place, and the snake head chasing him also rushed down. Seeing that, Luke Tam-do immediately furrowed his eyebrows and shouted angrily, "Why do you only dodge and not attack? Can that special move of yours only be used once?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If you have this ability to speak, then you are a young body. It is considered that I have accepted you." But countless snake heads appeared from behind, baring their teeth, quickly rushed towards Tue-Win. But Tue-Win once again swung his sword horizontally, and a sharp light appeared, making Luke Tam-do extremely surprised and unable to say anything. On the other side, a step was rising. Tue-Win looked at the pile of severed snake heads below, and immediately mocked that this case of yours really stinks. However, he continued to move his sword forward in a serious voice. "If he weren't worried about his spiritual power attracting the vermilion bird's attention, I would really be so lazy that I wouldn't want to entertain you for even a second." Then, with a murderous aura, his dark face approached and placed the sharp blade on Luke Tam-do's neck, causing him to panic and shout something. But he still couldn't change his tone. "You will stay in the cause. The land created by your own hands will die quietly." Having finished speaking, a golden sword strike rang out, cutting off the opponent's head and flying away. At a high mountain peak covered by clouds, there are flocks of birds flying around. A long time had passed, and the voice that was a little happy after looking at the person lying unconscious on the ground in surprise rang out, and it was effective. The two brothers of the head of the Noaktui dynasty, one crying and the other still bewildered. "That's great, this is me." However, the initial choice to rely on Chiu Master was truly correct, truly wonderful. But outside, Tue-Win looked at the woman standing next to him and asked how it was, the promised conditions. "I have already done it. What about fairy company?" Immediately, cold sweat poured down his face, thinking that he had really done it. Then he quickly knelt down, clasped his hands, and respected the master who had avenged my parents, going up the mountain and down into the sea of fire. Ko-Fan did not mind. Hearing this, the other person asked again, then called the master. This sentence made her a bit surprised. "You wanted to accept me as your disciple, but you received another question from Tue-Win." Fairy Ko did not agree. He quickly took out the abacus and started calculating. "If she doesn't want to, then we will have to clearly calculate this debt. My appearance fee, nutrition fee, and weapon wear fee. Here I am. It's an advanced weapon, very expensive," making Fan gasp. However, Tue-Win slightly frowned and put his hand on his chin thoughtfully. Then in total, before he could finish speaking, there was a loud voice shouting, "I agree." At this point, he stopped speaking and hummed softly. On the other side, Ko-Fan used his hand to cover his flowing tears and said, "Don't talk anymore. I agree to worship him as a monk." Suddenly, a system notification suddenly appeared congratulating the master on successfully accepting the disciple, discovering that the disciple had a poisonous ancient heart, earth level, and the speed of cultivating the poison spell technique was 10 times that of ordinary people. will receive double the reward. The owner will receive the poison ancient heart, heaven level. The speed of cultivating the unique spell technique is 100 times faster than ordinary people. Tu Huin immediately glanced at the judge and thought to himself that this time, the people lurking by the lake, those who are good at poison have been dealt with. Let's go back and report. If it still doesn't work, then it's time to try to judge. Check it out for that poison person. Indeed, it would be much more convenient to accept a disciple who is good at the poison path. While the other person was still bewildered, he gritted his teeth and lowered his voice because now that we were teacher and student, the teacher had a bold idea, then silently thought to himself that the poison ancient technique is really very suitable for surveying the enemy's situation. Interestingly, there is a person whose strength always makes me very curious. It's getting late at night. Deep Feng was sitting with his eyes closed leaning against a tree on the side of the road. Suddenly, he slightly opened his eyes. Immediately, I encountered the demon king Hoa Nak Long continuously casting magic to make countless skulls fly straight forward and speak out to see what I discovered. Isn't this the territory of Great Qin? But here, Deep Pham opened his hand out of habit. A flame suddenly flared up, wondering to the jade dragon flower, why did this guy suddenly appear like that? Then he launched countless sparks that hit the flying skulls. A while has passed, they still surround Deep Pham. At this time, he suddenly spoke softly to meet the ghosts, and continued to think that these demons really don't know when they will stop. But a savage voice from a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him, making him unable to help but show a pale expression, frowning and pursing his lips. Looks like your comrades are all fast asleep. As you speak, punch the ground hard to create blue energy so I can slowly interact with you. Hearing this, Deep Pham was being thrown away by the sharp aura and thought to himself that he was aiming at me. Strangely, this happened in a previous life. When he raised his head to the sky, he suddenly saw a green dragon and thought, what a dragon. His facial expression also became extremely unsightly. His eyebrows furrowed and his lips pouted in my memory. At this time, dragon fruit did not appear. At this moment, Hoa Nak Long rushed in. He ordered countless skulls to chase him and shout loudly where to hide. Deep Feng quickly ran away, but the train of thought still did not disappear in his mind. Right, first find a place where outsiders cannot see him. While the other person was thinking about Tu Huin while continuing this life, most things were the same as in the previous life. There were only a few major events, the appearance of a character that had never existed in the previous life. His eyes became even sharper. Are these changes related to you, Tu Huin? In another place, Ko Fan kept asking questions about Master Deep Pham. Deep Pham seemed very normal. If you really hate him, then let me kill him. There's no need to cause trouble. But Tu Huin's response was just 4 simple words. I knew it when I saw it. Meanwhile, below ground, Deep Pham was running as fast as he could while contemplating the possibility of sneaking into the royal tragedy space. But he had never become famous and exposed to everyone's eyes. Such a person certainly did not exist. Couldn't be an ordinary character. Strangely, this forest isn't covered by occlusive flowers. It should be full of fog, right? Then he stopped suddenly. His expression darkened. That was the only way he could use it. While holding a magical weapon in his hand, he continued to think that it could open a barrier, isolate the outside world, a worldless heavenly tower-level treasure, surely enough to avoid the eyes and ears of the Vermilion Bird's true army. A formation appeared. He turned his gaze towards the jade dragon flower. At this moment, Demon King Hoa Nak Long realized that he had been trapped by the opponent. He gaped and looked up. Deep Pham smiled sinisterly, then glanced at the Demon King Hoa Nak and said, Okay, this time no one will see us fighting like they don't know why you came here. He smiled and affirmed that, but I will make you regret it. After the sound of Yifan's explosion, the powerful aura from the formation descended. A loud bang rang out, causing Demon King Hoa Nak's iron formation to break, and he was knocked down and face down on the ground. The attacks continued to explode, causing the ground to break into pieces. He could not resist, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. Not long after the Demon King's life ended, he lay with his head motionless, dead without closing his eyes. At the same time on Tanlong, Ko Fan told Tu Hui Hiet to cut off contact with the Demon King Hoa Nak Long, and could not currently sense the Demon King's location. After listening to the report, Tu Huin silently assessed. He couldn't see what had happened, but the ancient worm in the jade dragon flower's body had died. I was afraid the jade dragon flower would be the same. This Deep Fian was more powerful than I thought. Many statues. Receiving the answer, he also frowned and silently exclaimed, this guy actually had a killer move. Knowing that was enough, he gave the order, let's go. You see, I wondered softly if we had to kill him. Tu Huin smiled and replied, there was no point in killing him now. making Mai look even more puzzled and dumbfounded. After speaking, he thought with a gloomy face, he had to think of a way to know what this person was hiding next to Tin Noyet, and what he wanted to do. The scene changes to the Vermilion Beast's feet. She is sitting cross-legged commenting. This great national war is truly exciting. She remembered the event of the dragon becoming a dragon and the broken relationship between Luke Tam Du and UC Mai, and commented with interest that not only were there divine beasts present, but she also heard the secret of the Lac Mai sect. She thought of Chiu Huin and mumbled excitedly, saying that these two events seemed to have Chiu Huin involved. She fed the divine beast and continued to think, I had also heard of the 9 turns poison demon sutra. Tian Din had a poison demon immortal monarch who also practiced this set of exercises. Actually, after turning 9, he became an immortal compared to humans. Normal is better. Thinking of the scene of Chiu Huin defeating Luke Tam Du, she wondered inexplicably, Chiu Huin, the early stage spirit division, could not kill Luke Tam Du with a single feather, in the fog that completely obscured her vision. What happened? I'm really a little concerned. After speaking, Chu Tuok thought of the scene where Deep Pham defeated the demon king Hoanak, and in his heart appreciated, there was also Deep Pham. Before, I saw him acting normally, but I didn't expect that he still had the ability to kill the Jade Dragon Flower. After evaluating the two people, the Vermilion Duke calculated with satisfaction that perhaps he could introduce these two people to the vestibule. Of course, it would be best if they could be used by me. The scene changes to near the main camp of the Qin dynasty. Tu Huin turns to look at UC Mai and gives the order, you and I will temporarily go our separate ways, then if we meet at Long Dai Gioi, we will fight ourselves. Tu Huin turned around and waved to leave, he said to UC Mai. When we leave Long Dang World, we will continue to pay respects to teachers and students. UC Mai immediately bowed her head and replied, yes, master. A moment later, when seeing Tu Huin enter the tent area, Don Tin Noyet respectfully clasped his hands and told the master that during the time he was not here, we still stayed here according to his expectations. After that, she took out the glowing treasure and happily showed off her achievements. But there were still a lot of people rushing in with random bets. We were able to harvest them on the way. These were all tokens we stole. Having finished speaking, Don Tin Noyet was secretly proud. Seeing that the few of us had collected so many tokens, the master would definitely be very surprised. Tu Huin smiled and gave her 4 receipts, saying, I also collected a few along the way. I saw enough results to report, making Don Tin Noyet very surprised and confused. After the 3 people saw the finished product inside, everyone was surprised, eyes wide open and mouth stuttering. This, inside are all tokens, this is too much. Ignoring their surprise, he walked to a tent, raised his hands and spoke wearily. Okay, there are still a few days left until the qualifying round ends, so we can rest, travel, and finish the match, perhaps soon competing with the factions. In the following days, Tu Huin's group's process of collecting tokens took place very leisurely. He believed that if he accidentally encountered an opponent, then he could easily harvest them. Tu Huin led the group to proceed. He smiled, he threw out the earth power and golden spiritual power in his hands. His heart was filled with joy and secretly thought to himself, it was very difficult to find such a strong power of the 5 elements in the secret realm. I am also very surprised. Want to skip? There was a time when Tu Huin sat on the cliff to comfort himself. With a little time left, he just happened to refine some of the 5 elements' power. 10 days have come. Tu Huin sat practicing, thinking happily. After refining the force of the 5 elements, the yin-yang and 5-element body formation has been cultivated to great perfection. Now using sword moves feels at least 5 times more powerful than before. My brother smiled happily. His heart could not help but feel confident. As expected, different cultivation paths can nourish each other. In front of me, there are a total of 4 cultivation paths, and my strength is 10 times that of a single cultivation path. Ordinary or higher, even in the early stage of fusion, I now have the confidence to fight. It's almost time for the next round at the general level. In the outer world of Long Dang, in the kingdom of Long Diem, everyone along with the giant bird were gathered here at this time. The guide saw that everyone was gathered, so he immediately spoke. It seems, after passing the first preliminary round, only the team of nobles from the upper country and the great Qin dynasty of the Upper Dragon Kingdom remained. Then, the second round of competition will take place between the upper country and the upper country, to decide the winner of this great national war. Chuk Hong along with 3 elders suddenly appeared and loudly stopped. Wait, I was sent by order of Emperor Long Diem. He clasped his hands together and respectfully said, Report to the army. I have come here on behalf of the Long Diem Emperor. representing the Long DM Kingdom, to declare that the Kingdom of Long DM has renounced the right to participate in the next national battle. This, hearing him say that, made everyone startled and shouted in unison, giving up. Taoist Chongling scratched his head in confusion and asked, what is this? Chan Quan doubtfully asked again, oh, is this true? Chuk Hong replied affirmatively, definitely right, this is the Emperor's edict. She was a little suspicious and thought to herself, what the hell is the Dragon Emperor doing? The person who once asked the Tiandin Emperor to organize a great national war in the Upper Kingdom of Long DM was him, and now the person who said he wanted to give up the right to participate was also him. This guy doesn't have any good intentions, right? I thought to myself that the Emperor just put the edict into space. Okay, anyway, as long as the Emperor asks me to organize a great national war, and everything is handled, in the future these people want to cause trouble. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with us anymore. After she finished thinking in her heart, she turned around to look at the group of people and coldly advised, then, the winner of this great national war will be the noble lord of the country. I will immediately return. About reporting the results to the Emperor, the third elder of the Chuk family suddenly spoke up to stop. Chan Quan asked to stop. The second elder of the Chuk family immediately continued. I boldly asked a question, because the national war had ended. The fourth elder of the Chuk family continued, therefore, it is forbidden for countries to declare war during a great national war. Is this the end? Chan Quan immediately answered, I am only responsible for monitoring whether the national war is going smoothly or not. The national war has ended. Other matters will no longer be within my scope of management. Looking at the crowd in front of him, the four elders of the Chuk family smiled evilly and said, if that's the case. Then he suddenly raised the command token in his hand and continued, I obey the orders of the Emperor Long DM of the country, especially coming to take the lives of the heroes of the upper country. Seeing the orange-yellow lights suddenly appear and surrounding everywhere, so some people shouted in fear, this is it. That is the great national defense formation of the upper kingdom of Long DM, Long DM's killing array. When Tu Huin saw it, he quickly shouted the mantra, shield, and declaration. A blue protective circle immediately appeared and protected his entire group. He thought thoughtfully, this Dragon Flame Emperor is not only intending to kill the people of the upper country, but also intending to kill us. Emperor Long DM is truly a person who is good at calculations. The people who can participate in the great national war are all the best elites of the upper country. Furthermore, the upper country has just been promoted, it hasn't been long, so the foundation cannot be as good as the upper country's Long DM. Killing this group, the future of the noble nation will probably come to an end. When the fourth elder of the Chuk family saw this scene, he was extremely excited and said, if you have recognized this dragon and flame killing array, you must have been prepared for death. After saying that, he laughed loudly, seeing the dragon slowly injecting energy into the fireball in front of him, causing the group of people in the upper Qing dynasty to be extremely scared and say, what should we do? It is said that even the strong people in the fusion realm have a hard time stopping this dragon flame killing array. Do we really have to do it today? Perished here. Sima Nan, the emperor of the Upper Qing dynasty, suddenly sneered and said, is that so, Chuk Hong? What are you waiting for? The fourth elder of the Chuk family asked curiously, you are. The true monarch was sweating and thought to himself, but he was actually the emperor of the Qing dynasty, Sima Nan. The old man loudly ordered, but did not quickly take action. When Chuk Hong heard that, he immediately jumped up and swung his sword, slashed straight into the back of the fourth elder of the Chuk family, causing the old man to receive the full blow of his sword because he had no time to prepare. Chuk Hong bowed low, slightly furrowed his eyebrows, whispered in a hurry, I promise you that I will take control of the dragon flame killing formation, then I will definitely be able to do it. But the second elder of the Chuk family, and the third elder of the Chuk family cursed one after another and said, Chuk Hong, you are crazy. Hearing this, Tu Huin, Deep Pham, Don Tin Noyet and others, like Kim Fong, Taoist Chonglin and Sima Nan all showed extremely confused expressions. However, Chuk Hong still did not hesitate to strangle the second elder. Chuk family raised his head and laughed ha ha ha, saying nothing wrong, while the other person was feeling very suffocated and extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the golden token engraved with the word dragon, surrounded by a brilliant golden flame, also lay naturally on the cold ground. However, Chuk Hong's face suddenly darkened, his expression became more evil, and he slowly said scary words. I'm really crazy. While thinking about the past, I recounted everything that had changed his life since I succeeded him as head of the family. You guys did everything you could to weaken my power, taking advantage of my wife. My husband left the house to seclude himself, and you immediately took my eldest daughter to the border and threw her there. Then, my wife became pregnant again. You heard that the fetus in her womb had awakened a special constitution, so you guys poisoned the antenatal medicine she took every day, causing her to become pregnant again. She died due to difficulty in giving birth, and moreover, my second daughter was physically disabled and emotionally deprived, not at all like a living person. Having said this, suddenly there was a hand gradually grasping the golden card, with a barbaric smile, ha ha ha. Chuck Hong held that precious object tightly in his hand, frowned, gritted his teeth, and spoke in a voice that made him want to go crazy. The first-class type whose family is buried to the core should die with this disgusting country. As he finished speaking, the image of a dragon shot out a beam of energy. It flew straight towards the palace. But those who saw this scene immediately shouted in panic, that is, the direction of that royal palace, while that hard hand was still using force to tighten the neck of the second elder of the Chuck family. After a while more, the body of the person hanging in the air no longer reacted, hanging down in fear of the third elder of the Chuck family, who was still extremely panicked and cried out. However, his whole body began to tremble, stuttering and accusing Hong, "You are now a traitor to the country. This is a serious crime that will be banished to the 9 clans and beheaded." But the other person didn't seem to care at all, directly throwing away the person he was holding tightly in his hand and loudly saying that if that dog emperor still lives and wants to exorcise my 9 clan, then I must thank him, has already liquidated the household on my behalf. While the crowd below was still making noise, the puncher and the runner, unfortunately he himself had already died, run quickly, save his life. The fire once again appeared above their heads. However, it suddenly collided with a blue hand flying from somewhere. A cold loud scream mixed with anger rang out in Chuck Hong. Then, the hand tightly grasped the fire dragon, and that familiar rumbling voice said again, "You are too bold." At the same time, the ground suddenly cracked, causing the people standing below to panic and shout loudly, what was going on? Why was everything below cracking like this? But Tiu Huin was actually present here, slightly frowning, thinking that the remaining power was really powerful. He continued to look at the blue light, and this dragon flame emperor had remained silent all this time, allowing the Qin Kong to massacre him. While the white-haired old man was still flying in the sky, he wondered if he had already ascended to an immortal level. At this moment, Ko Huk suddenly revealed a face full of sparks, laughing wildly. But the red candle is still emitting golden fire, standing firmly, holding out the golden card and shouting loudly, "This despicable and shameless old man, even if you hide your strength, so what?" His face became more evil, saying, "Today I want you to perish with this country." However, the Rose raised the gold card to the sky to cast a spell so that the fire dragon sitting in the sky was gripped tightly by another giant hand, and a beam of bright yellow light also shot straight up. After a while, suddenly something unusual happened to the claws of the blue hand. Pieces of flesh cracked and fell. The fire dragon continued to wave in the air before the eyes of a person standing in the blue circle. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth wide and rushed towards the ramming machine. This situation seems to be unstable for the body. At this time, Sima Nan spoke up. "Ko Huk, did you ever think that you would have this day? While holding your weapon flying high and shouting loudly, you can only watch helplessly as Long DM Kingdom falls into my hands." Those who were still standing on the ground looked at the strings of green light left after the other person left, feeling a bit panicked as to what was going up there. Why was there a chaotic flow of spiritual energy appearing here? On the other side, Qiu Wen also stretched out his hand to receive it, thinking that the 2 top powerhouses present here had almost absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here would begin to lose balance and become weak. Chaotic. Again, this is a royal arena enhanced by a magician array, able to at least withstand a full-force blow from the crazy wind god. A war of national fortune that breaks out 2 powerhouses at this level was truly unexpected. On the other side, Sima raised his spear with a sharp tip to the other side and loudly shouted, "Ko Huk, you can rest assured to die here. Long DM is in your country. I will take good care of you." Meanwhile, Ko Huk was still holding a red pill in his mouth and just indifferently replied, "Ha." It was really a bit unexpected. While biting it, he grinned and said, "Luckily, I was already prepared." However, suddenly he met a stranger, hugged his ears and shouted loudly, "Aa." At this time, on both sides of Ko Huk's hair there were 2 horns that were continuously growing in a disgusting way. Not only that, something unusual happened to his wrist. Thousands and thousands of black spikes suddenly sprouted after that frightened scream. A blue light spread out more and more densely, until even the dragon opened its big mouth to grab the green ball and the person inside. The dragon's mouth suddenly stiffened for a moment. Below, Chuck Hong was still holding up the golden token in his hand, showing an extremely unsightly expression. his eyebrows furrowed in fear, thinking that the battle had broken. On the other side, Lai Fong also quickly exclaimed, "Oh my god, what is that?" Then I immediately received a somewhat unrelated answer from Qiu Xian. I felt the breath of the dragon bloodline, and then thinking about it, I also seemed to have a little feeling. Was it because the system responded to the blood dragon vein? No. As he raised his head to look at the terrifying scene just now, he began to think about what had happened just now. Why did that emperor's body suddenly emit such strong fluctuations in the dragon bloodline? Deep Pham also began to think, if he remembered correctly, in his previous life, this battle was ultimately won by Ko Huk. In order to restore his dragon god bloodline, Ko Huk also apparently destroyed a small sect. While looking at Tu Huin, he continued to think, could it be his Hong Mong sect? I didn't expect that. I hadn't heard of his name before. It turned out that he died prematurely because he hadn't had time to grow up yet. Sima, who was trying to fight, gritted his teeth and exclaimed to himself, "Damn it, this fire can burn through my protective spiritual energy. I heard that the Long Dian royal family has the bloodline of the ancient dragon god." Looking at his current appearance, the dragon bloodline must have been activated. Suddenly, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. What about the ancient dragon's bloodline? Then he quickly jumped up, swung his left hand out to a red mirror. He reflected that he had hidden himself for many years, not daring to appear in front of people. I see that the dragon's bloodline was just like that. On the other side, a hideous figure appeared behind the blue light. Ko Huk with his muscular body snorted. Before he could react further, the mirror suddenly flew past his head, quickly locking the opponent's body. Ko Huk couldn't help but roar something. "You can't maintain this power for too long, right?" Ko Su sneered. "Ha ha ha, Sima-nan, you guessed right. If it weren't for the Chuk family's incompetence, I should have relied on the power of the Phoenix clan on my body to complete the evolution of my bloodline, becoming the true body of the dragon god." As he spoke, Ko Suk's arm transformed into something strange. As expected, he used the space gate to move his arm down to the natural place, causing her to be shocked. "What the hell, don't come here." She was captured while the servants ran away. Ko Di Lam screamed for help. "Don't go, save me, the princess orders you to come back and save me." Sima Man clenched his teeth in tension, not knowing, this old beast did not even spare his own daughter. This was to swallow the power of that woman's bloodline. Ko Luke Lam tried to tell Ko Huk, Father Hong, I am Di Lam, what are you doing, the person who loves me the most." Seeing that Ko Huk's claws were about to cut off her cheek, Ko Di Lam panicked and groaned, Don't. Ko Huk wasn't moved at all. He still coaxed sweetly, "What are you afraid of, good girl?" "Mine. Lam was accidentally killed by the engine," she screamed in agony. He bared his teeth and gave a villainous smile. "Perhaps dying for me would be an honor for a daughter like you. I want to unify the Holy Kingdom. As a figure of the true immortal peak, everyone must pave the way for me." Sima Nan couldn't stand watching anymore, so he had to take action and curse Ko Huk at the same time. "No wonder the Emperor sent me to weaken your strength. Your old beast is so crazy that he no longer has any form. Human again." Ko Huk had now increased his physical strength, so he responded with full confidence, "If you had even this little bit of skill, everyone present here today would all die. Ha ha ha." He waved his arm full of claws and sturdy dragon scales towards the opponent, and arrogantly said, "Ha ha ha, Sima Nan, you dare to confront the dragon flame of my country. Have you ever thought about the outcome of Idon today?" Sima Nan didn't have time to stop but was caught by the engine. He shouted in surprise, "It's not okay." But suddenly, Ko Huk screamed violently and painfully. It was as if he was overloaded with power. His voice was so pitiful and horrifying. At that moment, the arm that was holding the Sima's man loosened, he thought, taking advantage of this moment, to escape. Tu Huin was also puzzled. He had a theory that Ko Huk's realm was fluctuating. However, only he himself understands himself the most. Ko Huk thought uncomfortably. Ko Di Lam's blood is repelling me. It seems that just relying on the essence-devouring pill is not enough. We still need bloodline. The Phoenix clan helps me completely harmonize my bloodline. Ko Huk angrily roared and urged his son, Di Hien, why hasn't he come yet? Just right. Tu Huin also received an unstable signal from Chuk Twin. Not good, sister is in danger. He immediately left in front of everyone's confusion. Master, where are you going? Tu Huin replied, you guys should look at each other, don't act impulsively, wait for me to come back. At Hong Mong Tong, it seems that this place is being blocked by some kind of power. Sure enough, something happened. Di Hien and his army arrived and overwhelmed Chuk Twin's faction. He said those who are aware of the times are handsome, so surrender, good luck to the sect leader. The hemorrhoid slaves strongly resisted, wanting our sect master to follow you. Dream about it. We risk our lives and will not let you get your wish. When Ko Di-hien was not welcomed, he used force to suppress him. He calmly let his troops take over and then jokingly asked if there was a need to stubbornly resist like that. Magic on Ko Di-hien's side impacted the defense of Hongmong's sect. Try No encouraged the disciples to maintain the mountain protection formation. The disciples also tried their best to answer clearly, but luck did not smile on them when the shield showed signs of being broken. Ko Di-hien smiled as if he had a good harvest, raised his voice to despise the wishes of the party, completely unable to withstand the blow. Man Luong reassured Chuk Tuen, the sect leader, in a moment when they break the formation, we will protect you to leave, you should go find the master, as long as the master returns, Hongmong's sect will definitely be saved. The pheasant slave also agreed with this method, we will risk our lives to destroy the enemy for you, but Chuk Tuen only quietly said one sentence, there was no time left. She asked about Ko Di-hien, it was the Dragon Emperor who sent you, right? As long as I follow you back, will you spare the Hongmong sect? The disciples exclaimed in surprise at this decision. Sect leader, Chuk Tuen said seriously, I'll go with you, but if you dare to harm any of us, I will kill myself immediately. If you spent so much effort to come find me, you probably wouldn't want to come back with a corpse? Ko Di-hien was satisfied with the answer and applauded, as expected of a woman who can be a sect leader, so courageous. The disciples had the opposite attitude and wanted to stop the proclamation, so they called the sect master. Chuk Tuen walked ahead and loudly ordered, not to chase, to monitor the large formation, protect the Hongmong sect, and wait for Elder Chu to return. She walked past Ko Di-hien and called him, then let's go. The blue-haired guy smiled cunningly and replied, of course, it's not that cheap. As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed his evil intentions, reaching out towards Chuk Tuen. Her neck was squeezed tightly by Di-hien, making her shiver a bit. He whispered into Chuk Tuen's ear, if he gave you to my father, he would drink all your blood, taking advantage of the restorative properties of your phoenix bloodline to supplement his defective dragon bloodline. That helping him become a true dragon god body. If that's not enough, maybe even I, or him, don't eat my cubs, but that man is a man. So instead of taking you to help him become a fairy, I will now drain your phoenix bloodline, Ko Di-hien said while smiling perversely. Don't worry, when my dragon god body succeeds I will definitely kill that old beast for you, so that he can pay for your life. When the disciples saw their master being attacked, they couldn't help but rush up and curse, I risk my life with you, sect master. A sword suddenly entered the middle of Ko Di-hien's arm without him being careful. Only when his arm was gone did he feel the pain and scream, ah, my hand, ah. Chuk Tuen's sword revealed to her incomprehensible thoughts, the blood of the Phoenix clan. Although I don't know where this news spread from, it turns out that the co-founder wanted me to enter the palace because of this. Even though I don't want to, I have to admit one thing. His realm is far beyond mine. I'm afraid it's very difficult to hurt him with just spiritual power. I've trained for decades to finally condense it. A little bit of red and purple aura crept onto the sword. Chuk Tuen was determined to think, must grasp the opportunity, a fatal blow. After thinking about it, she did it. Then she took the opportunity when Ko Di-hien was stunned to swing her sword to kill him. But suddenly another sword stepped in to block her attack. Chuk Tuen was knocked out, so he had to step back to avoid falling. She wondered which mysterious character could fight back against her. A man wearing a black cloak stood in front of the porch, completely his own man. Chuk Tuen recognized this person as the black-clothed guard that day. Ko Di-hien angrily ordered the guard to take revenge on his behalf. Kill her, quickly kill her for me, she cut off my hand. But suddenly this anonymous guard did a strange action, which was to retract his sword. He politely said that he also refused Ko Di-hien's order. The task His Majesty gave this old slave was to bring back sect leader Chuk alive. His Majesty wanted to use dual cultivation to have the Phoenix clan's blood in his body. Can sect master Chuk, so I'm sorry this old slave couldn't follow. Ko Di-hien was disobeyed, so he was very surprised. He grimaced in anger but couldn't say it. The old farmer deserved to die. Even you only know how to obey your father's orders. Chuk Tuen thought that he had to fight two at the same time, so he was very uneasy. After that, the red but's purple energy that had been refined had been exhausted from the attack just now. Suddenly, the black-shirt guard unleashed a fatal blow that instantly stung Chuk Tuen, but still maintained an extremely polite and respectful attitude, apologizing, sect master. Chuk Tuen was stunned there, not knowing what to do. The only thing in her mind right now was that there was no way out. But miracles often come in the last seconds. In a helpless situation, it seems like a bloody moment appears. A familiar figure appears in front of Chuk Tuen. Tu Huin appeared just in time to block the black-shirt guard's sword attack, wishing Twin his life to be preserved. This case was probably unexpected. The black-clothed guard was the one who was knocked out, perhaps due to Tu Huin's strength. Not only that, his whole body was shaking, even showing signs of fear and vomiting blood, coughing and coughing.